Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Konoha, Hijacking Minato, Save Kushina 1sk Chapter 1 I am invincible under cage level. Uchiha Lingye, 18 years old this year, is a time traveler. He no longer remembers how he traveled, but he has not yet awakened the cheat that belongs to the time traveler. When he crossed over, he was just a newborn baby, but later he found out that he had traveled to the world of Hokage. Fortunately, although he has not awakened cheat, Uchiha Lingye is still a genius. Now 18 years old, has opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, Konoha Village Elite Jonin, can compete with cage level. If you can activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, you can step into the ranks of cage level powerhouses. Don't look at the cage level in the 4th Ninja World War, it was only advanced cannon fodder, but in the period before the 3rd Ninja World War broke out, it was already a strong man standing at the top of the ninja world. Unfortunately, Mangekyō Sharingan is not so easy to open. To activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, one needs to experience a great deal of negative emotion, namely witnessing the death of a loved one. This loved one can be a relative, a true love, or a bosom friend. Uchiha Lingye wanted to open Mangekyō Sharingan, but he definitely didn't want to open Mangekyō Sharingan in this way. Lingye. As soon as he walked out of the door, a gentle female voice with a bit of worry came. Uchiha Makoto stood there quietly, with her traditional long straight black hair hanging behind her, and her delicate and beautiful facial features were full of worries. Makoto, you are worried about me, don't you have confidence in me? There was a chuckle on Uchiha Lingye's face. The relationship between Lingye and Makoto is very good. The two are real peers and have been classmates since childhood. And Uchiha Makoto is worried about Lingye because today, he will compete with Uchiha Fugaku for the position of captain of the Konoha Guard. The Konoha Guard is the police force of Konoha Village, responsible for maintaining law and order in the village, and its members are mainly members of the Uchiha clan. The previous leader of the Konoha Guard was the patriarch Uchiha Shimada. Today, Uchiha Fugaku has not yet become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but the current patriarch is Uchiha Fugaku's father, and he bears the title of a young patriarch. The position of the captain of the Konoha Guard may not be appointed by Hokage, and the Uchiha clan can independently decide who will take it. Of course Uchiha Shimada supports his son Uchiha Fugaku, but there are also many people in the clan who support Lingye. Uchiha Lingye is hailed by the clan as the most promising person to open Mangekyō Sharingan. Advertisement it was because of the support of many people that Uchiha Shimada had to compromise, so there was this battle. The Uchiha family advocates power, so the so-called competition naturally depends on who is stronger. I've never seen you lose, and I'm sure you'll win. Having said that, there is still concern in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. It's true that she has confidence in Lingye, but Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not weak, so she is inevitably worried. I'm invincible below cage level, a little Uchiha Fugaku, whatever you want. Although Lingye didn't activate Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength, if calculated, should be called quasi-shadow, and ordinary elite Jonin can kill casually. Unless Uchiha Fugaku has cage-level strength, there is no way he can beat Lingye. And the current Uchiha Fugaku is absolutely impossible to have cage-level strength. If it was after the 3rd Ninja World War, after Uchiha Fugaku opened Mangekyō Sharingan, he had cage-level strength at that time, but now he definitely does not have cage-level strength. This battle was fought within the Uchiha clan. At this time, the clan land of the Uchiha clan was still near the center of Konoha Village, and had not yet been squeezed out to the edge. Being pushed to the edge of the leaves, that was after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Lingye, you are here. Some old elders nodded towards Lingye. He is the oldest and most qualified elder in the family and the grandfather of Uchiha Makoto. In fact, the competition with Uchiha Fugaku this time is thanks to the Great Elder. If it weren't for the Great Elder and some people in the joint clan standing behind Lingye to support him, he might not be qualified to compete with Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku has a patriarchal father who was raised as a young patriarch since he was a child. With the prestige of the patriarch, most people in the clan are still on the side of Uchiha Fugaku. Great Elder, Third Elder. Lingye greeted the 2 elders. The 3 elders are at odds with the patriarch, so they also support Lingye. As long as Lingye can become the captain of the Konoha Guard, he will be qualified to compete for the position of patriarch in the future. The Uchiha family is different from the Hyuga family. The head of the Hyuga family is always the head, and the branch house is always enslaved by the head of the family using curse mark, caged bird. In the Uchiha clan, as long as you are capable enough, you can compete for the position of patriarch. In the Uchiha clan, the position of patriarch is not completely hereditary. Advertisement not far away, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Lingye with a calm face. The current patriarch, Uchiha Shimada, walked over while coughing. He is not in good health, otherwise he would not give up being the captain of the Konoha Guard. Of course, when he stepped back, he also meant to push his son to be the captain of the Konoha Guard, but he killed Uchiha Lingye halfway. Generally, the captain position of the Konoha Guard is held by the patriarch. As long as he becomes the captain of the Konoha Guard, half of the position of the future patriarch will be taken. This time, strength is used to determine the position of the captain of the Konoha Guard. I don't think the 2 elders will have any objections. Uchiha Shimada looked at the 1st elder and the 3rd elder with an ugly expression. Without their participation, Fugaku would not have had any setbacks as the captain of the Konoha Guard. But it can be accepted now, Uchiha Lingye is a well-known genius in the clan, but his son Fugaku is not bad either. And since Fugaku is 5 years older than Uchiha Lingye, there's no way this matchup will be lost. This is where the Uchiha clan trained ninjutsu, and it is now the venue for Lingye and Uchiha Fugaku to fight. There are many tribes watching the battle around. They are very concerned about this battle. This is not just a battle for the position of captain, it is more likely to affect the position of the patriarch in the future. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms and looked at Lingye calmly. You are not my match. Lingye was a little stunned. Did Uchiha Fugaku pretend like this? Could it be that Urzuzi's pretentiousness is the inheritance of Uchiha Fugaku? Fire-style great fireball technique. Lingye didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly formed a seal to release ninjutsu. A giant great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just embraced his hands just now, couldn't calm down anymore. He probably didn't expect Lingye to be so ignorant of martial arts, and thought that Lingye would talk trash to him before making a move. Who knew that Uchiha Lingye hit him by surprise without saying a word? Facing the fireball in front of his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly used the body flicker technique to escape hastily. Although he managed to escape, his hair was also burnt. Uchiha Fugaku's face was blackened by smoke, and there was anger in his eyes, especially after feeling the gazes from around him. He felt his old face was hot. How much I pretended just now is how uncomfortable it is now. Chapter 2: Defeat Uchiha Fugaku and become the captain of the guard. Uchiha Fugaku just wanted to reprimand Uchiha Lingye for not talking about martial arts, but he did it before he was ready. Before he could reprimand Uchiha Lingye, he suddenly felt a cold and biting sense of crisis coming from behind, and reacted immediately. Looking at the stabbed wood, Lingye shook her head regretfully. Uchiha Fugaku's reaction was quick, and he dodged using the body replacement technique. At this time, although Uchiha Fugaku kept calm on his face, his back was soaked in cold sweat. Almost got hit, and now Uchiha Fugaku doesn't dare to underestimate Uchiha Lingye. Immediately open the 3-tomo Sharingan, and Uchiha Fugaku quickly seals his hands. Fire-style Fengshen fire technique. Countless flame missiles flew towards Lingye. At this time, Lingye had already turned on the 3-tomo Sharingan. Facing the dense flame missiles, using the terrifying insight of the 3-tomo Sharingan, it was better than walking in a garden to avoid them. Magic hang technique. The moment she met Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Lingye activated the Sharingan illusion. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, and was pulled directly into the illusion space. In the illusion space, huge iron nails pierced his body, making him unable to move. Damn, why did he use the Sharingan illusion on me? Uchiha Fugaku, who was hit by the illusion, immediately realized that he is also a 3-tomo Sharingan, so why does Uchiha Lingye's illusion work on him? Sharingan can cast illusions, and also has the ability to see through illusions. Using illusions on the Uchiha clan who turned on the Sharingan is asking for trouble. And Lingye's illusion can work on Uchiha Fugaku. There is only one explanation, that is, his pupil power is stronger than Uchiha Fugaku. Lingye's 3-tomo Sharingan has already reached its limit. He would have started Mangekyō Sharingan a long time ago if he hadn't experienced a huge amount of negative emotion to activate Mangekyō Sharingan. Realizing that he was under the illusion, Uchiha Fugaku immediately cast Shikai to dispel the illusion. You have lost, Uchiha Fugaku. When Uchiha Fugaku broke the illusion, Lingye's kunai was already on Uchiha Fugaku's neck. Looking at Uchiha Lingye, who smiled and looked at him in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku's face was dark. Not only Uchiha Fugaku, but also Uchiha Shimada have black faces. He didn't expect his son to lose. I haven't lost yet. Seeing Lingye let go of the kunai on his neck, Uchiha Fugaku quickly pulled out his ninja knife and stabbed towards Lingye. Careful. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto immediately reminded Lingye. Advertisement. In fact, without Uchiha Makoto's reminder, Lingye had already taken precautions and kicked Uchiha Fugaku in the abdomen. Uchiha Fugaku, who was kicked out, rolled around on the ground and let out a muffled sound. You haven't lost yet, have you? Then hit until you admit defeat. Before Uchiha Fugaku got up from the ground, he fell down with a kick. Peefed. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of vomiting blood and cracking bones, the ground where Uchiha Fugaku was lying had cracks like spider webs. Uchiha Shimada yelled when Lingye's kick was about to land on Uchiha Fugaku's head. Stop. Hearing Uchiha Shimada's voice, Lingye didn't stop and kicked Uchiha Fugaku on the head. His head sank deep into the ground, and he passed out completely. Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Shimada looked at Lingye furiously. What advice does the patriarch have? Lingye turned to look at Uchiha Shimada. I told you to stop, why didn't you listen? Patriarch, you have wronged me. I didn't move. What I moved was my feet. My hands did stop just now. The people around can testify to me. Lingye and Uchiha Shimada looked at each other without any fear in their eyes. By the way, Patriarch, it's time to decide who loses and who wins, right? Is the position of the captain of the Konoha Guards belong to me? Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku, who was being carried away for treatment, Lingye turned to ask Uchiha Shimada. Uchiha Shimada subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after seeing the first elder, the third elder, and the surrounding Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Shimada took a deep breath. I announce that Uchiha Lingye will succeed you as the captain of the Konoha Guard. Even if he is unwilling to give it to Lingye, he has the support of the first elder and the third elder, and he also agrees to use his strength to determine the position of the captain of the Konoha Guard. If he refuses at this time, what will the people in the clan think of him? Even if he is the patriarch, he can't just go back on his word. Thank you, patriarch. Lingye thanked with a smile. Uchiha Shimada turned sullenly and left directly. It was too thrilling just now, are you not injured? Uchiha Makoto, who was standing beside the great elder, came over. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku pull out his ninja sword and stab at Lingye, her heart immediately went up. Do you think I look injured now? Advertisement just like what Lingye said to Makoto before, he is invincible at cage level, and a small Uchiha Fugaku can handle it casually. Lingye, congratulations on becoming the captain of the Konoha Guard, I hope you can go further. The third elder came over. Afterwards, the support of the three elders will be needed. Lingye is very interested in the position of the patriarch. Instead of letting Uchiha Fugaku lead the Uchiha clan to exterminate the clan, let him be the head of the clan. The other Jonin in the clan also came over to chat with Lingye. Especially those who serve in the Konoha Guard, now Lingye is the captain of the Konoha Guard, and is already their boss. This time Lingye easily defeated Uchiha Fugaku, which has been recognized in the Uchiha clan. This recognition is very important for him to become the patriarch in the future. I knew you would beat Uchiha Fugaku. After the others dispersed, the elder looked at Lingye and said. However, it is not so easy to control the entire Konoha Guard. The great elder reminded Lingye. This position was reserved by Uchiha Shimada for his son Uchiha Fugaku, and now Lingye cuts it off, and Uchiha Shimada will definitely trip him up. Lingye nodded. Even if he didn't need the elder to remind him, he could have expected it. Now that he has become the captain of the Konoha Guard, he must take control of the Konoha Guard and let the members of the Konoha Guard listen to him. Let's talk. The elder looked at Lingye, and then at his granddaughter Makoto, with a rare smile on his serious face. Walk. Lingye greeted Makoto. Where are you going? Konoha Hospital. When Lingye said to go to Konoha Hospital, Makoto hurriedly checked Lingye's condition. Could it be that Lingye was really injured just now, but just pretended not to be injured? Don't look, I'm really not injured. I went to Konoha Hospital to see Uchiha Fugaku and take care of my subordinates. Uchiha Fugaku is the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard, and he is right to say that he is Lingye's subordinate. There are not many good bosses like me, Lingye said with emotion. Uchiha Makoto couldn't hold back anymore. You want to kill someone? Chapter 3. That's right, I'm threatening you. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, watching the information presented by Anbu. The content of the intelligence is naturally that Uchiha Lingye defeated Uchiha Fugaku and became the new captain of the Konoha Guard. It seems that there is no harmony within Uchiha, which is good news. The Senju family is gone, and the Uchiha family is the well-deserved #1 family in Konoha. It is precisely because of its strength that Konoha's senior management is afraid. The Uchiha clan, in particular, can't stand their ground. Infighting among the Uchiha clan is what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see most. He has been thinking about how to weaken Uchiha, and this time Uchiha's internal conflicts are an opportunity. The dark, damp underground base, where the root tissue is located. Danzo, the king of Konoha, burned the information about the Uchiha clan to ashes with a dark face. Uchiha Lingye, another scourge, it's a pity I couldn't get rid of him at the beginning. Now that Uchiha Lingye has become popular, even if you want to start, it is not easy to start. Danzo sent people to assassinate Lingye before, but failed. This Uchiha Lingye will definitely be a threat in the future, Uchiha clan. Danzo had a cold look in his eyes. When it comes to hostility towards the Uchiha clan, Danzo puts it second, and no one dares to say it first. At the same time, Konoha Hospital, Lingye came here with Uchiha Makoto. After asking, I knew which ward Uchiha Fugaku was sent to. The bandaged Uchiha Fugaku has woken up. Even if a medical ninja treats him, he will have to recuperate for at least half a month. Father, I have let you down. Uchiha Fugaku was a little ashamed. It would be embarrassing to lose to a ninja who was younger than him, especially since he was still the patriarch. It's okay, I won't let. The words that were about to come to a halt, Uchiha Shimada looked towards the door. Uchiha Lingye, why are you here? Uchiha Fugaku stared at him with eyes that wanted to tear Lingye to pieces. I'm here to see my subordinates. The smile on Lingye's face was not diminished by Uchiha Fugaku's fierce eyes. Hearing Lingye's words, Uchiha Fugaku's chest heaved with anger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement, you are not welcome here. Uchiha Shimada had a cold face. His son's injury was caused by Uchiha Lingye. Come here at this time, can you feel at ease? Makoto, you go out first, I have something to talk to the patriarch. Lingye turned to Uchiha Makoto and said. Makoto nodded, she was not at all curious about what Lingye wanted to talk to the patriarch. When Makoto went out, he closed the door by the way. What do you want to talk to me about? Uchiha Shimada looked at Lingye unkindly. If Uchiha Lingye doesn't compete for the position of Konoha Guard captain, he doesn't mind a better attitude, and it's better to win Uchiha Lingye into his son's future helper. But now Uchiha Lingye has obviously robbed his son's position, and may even have thoughts about the position of patriarch. Can Uchiha Shimada have a good face towards Uchiha Lingye? Patriarch, are you going to trip me up a bit, and don't want me to take over the Konoha Guard? Lingye asked Uchiha Shimada straightforwardly. Uchiha Shimada frowned, then sneered. You think too much, the old man doesn't have that idea. He would not admit it even if he had this idea. Uchiha Lingye can't convince the people of the Konoha Guard. It's Uchiha Lingye has no ability, it has nothing to do with him. Uchiha Shimada. Yeah? Lingye smiled nonchalantly. I hope you really don't have this idea. If I encounter difficulties tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. Are you threatening me? Uchiha Shimada stared at Lingye coldly. The three-tomo Sharingan was turned on, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Lingye's face remained unchanged, looking at Uchiha Shimada. Yes, I'm threatening you. Uchiha Shimada, you are old, respect you and call you patriarch. If you don't respect you, you are nothing. Compared with solving troubles, I prefer to solve people who cause me troubles. If you are not convinced, you can try. Uchiha Lingye's eyes swept over Uchiha Shimada and Uchiha Fugaku, and a cold murderous intent was released. Lingye has killed many people, bandits, wandering ninjas and wandering samurai, ninjas from other ninja villages. Even though he is young, his murderous spirit is not weaker than the old guy Uchiha Shimada. I'll take my leave first, patriarch. The killing intent on Lingye subsided, she opened the door and left with a smile. After Lingye left, the oppressive atmosphere in the ward disappeared. Advertisement, father, he dares to threaten us. There was anger in Uchiha Fugaku's tone, his face was bandaged, but he couldn't see what kind of anger his face was. It's Uchiha Shimada, whose face has turned into a pig's liver. He is angrier than Uchiha Fugaku, since he became the head of Uchiha. No one has threatened him like this, not even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to do so. But even if he was angry, Uchiha Shimada couldn't ignore Uchiha Lingye's threat. I'm afraid that Uchiha Lingye's threats are more than just verbal threats. Even though he is the patriarch of the majestic Uchiha clan, in fact, with his current strength, it is not certain whether he can beat Jonin. The older he gets, the more obvious his strength declines. As lousy, he is actually not as good as Uchiha Fugaku. If Uchiha Lingye wanted to attack him, he might not be able to stop him. Tomorrow, the plan to give Uchiha Lingye a slap in the face seems to be cancelled. Uchiha Lingye must be removed. If he is not removed, Fugaku may not be able to successfully become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. There was a cold killing intent in Uchiha Shimada's eyes. If Uchiha Lingye is alive, even if Fugaku successfully becomes the patriarch, the position of the patriarch may not be stable. Subsequently, Uchiha Shimada left Konoha Hospital with Uchiha Fugaku. I wanted Uchiha Fugaku to recuperate in the hospital, but with the threat of Uchiha Lingye, it is safer to bring Fugaku back home. He is worried that Uchiha Lingye will go crazy and kill Fugaku. On the other side, Lingye brought Makoto to the snack street in Konoha village. Makoto, aren't you curious about what I said to the patriarch? Lingye asked Uchiha Makoto with a takoyaki in his hand. If you want to tell me Lingye, you will definitely tell me. Uchiha Makoto was eating 3-color meatballs and looked up at Lingye. If Lingye didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask too much, and she wasn't very curious. I'm sure I won't tell others, but it's okay to tell you about Makoto. I threatened the patriarch just now. Ah. Makoto opened his mouth in surprise, and then asked worriedly, if you threaten the patriarch, will he take revenge on you? He is also too courageous to threaten Uchiha Shimada. What if Uchiha Shimada retaliates? Actually, I did it on purpose, just waiting for his revenge. A meaningful smile appeared on Lingye's face. If Uchiha Shimada doesn't give him a handle, how can he find a chance to get rid of Uchiha Shimada? Chapter 4 Cut Who Namikaze Minato saved Kushina at dusk, outside Konoha village, which is the top of a cliff with a small river below. Lingye, who finished today's practice, wiped off her sweat, and then took the grilled fish from Makoto. This place is where Lingye often comes to practice, the scenery is beautiful, and it is relatively remote, no one disturbs. Looking at what? Seeing Lingye standing on the cliff and looking down, Makoto couldn't help walking over and following Lingye's gaze. The sky has not yet completely darkened, and people from the Uchiha clan have good eyesight even if Sharingan is not turned on. So Makoto saw it. Under the cliff, 3 ninjas grabbed a red-haired girl and fled towards the outside of the village. Is this kidnapping? Makoto froze for a moment, then quickly looked at Lingye. The red-haired girl, although she only saw it once, was known to Makoto at the ninja school. After all, the red hair is too conspicuous. She remembered that Lingye also praised the girl for her beautiful hair. In fact, it was for this reason that Uchiha Makoto was so impressed. Lingye, should we rescue her? Of course it must be saved. Makoto, you are waiting for me here. Careful. Makoto didn't say that she would go with her. She knew that she might not be able to help if she followed up, and it might hold Lingye back. Don't worry, these 3 rookies can't threaten me yet. Using the body flicker technique, Lingye dodged away from the cliff and quickly approached the 3 Cloud Shinobi who kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina. Unexpectedly, Kushina was kidnapped and met by Lingye. Isn't it a coincidence? Namikaze Minato, your hero saves the beauty. I will cut off my beard. Uzumaki Kushina is a treasure, the identity of 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and also masters the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. No, there are still people in the dark. Lingye's footsteps stopped. Looking at the figure hidden in the tree not far away, he kept jumping and following the Cloud Shinobi trio who kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina. Cloud Shinobi. No, it's Anbu. That's where it gets interesting. The kidnapping of Uzumaki Kushina may not be as simple as it seems. It is also true to think about it carefully. Uzumaki Kushina is a candidate for 9 Tails Jinchuriki, How could there be no Anbu ninja staring at her? To be kidnapped by 3 rookies, Cloud Shinobi, is not right at all. Advertisement: those 3 Cloud Shinobi were not strong, and they were easily resolved by Namikaze Minato in his youth without any effort at all. It's true that Namikaze Minato is a genius, but he's only 14 or 15 years old now, and he's only as good as a Jonin at best. It can be easily solved by Jonin, at most it will not exceed Jonin, and the 3 Cloud Shinobi are also the strength of Chunin or Special Jonin. A Special Jonin is one that has reached the level of a Jonin in a certain aspect, but the overall strength is not as good as that of a Jonin. With this power, it is normal to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina in Konoha village? Save the beauty for the hero orchestrated by Namikaze Minato? Lingye turned her head and glanced in the direction of the Hokage building. If, as he guessed, someone planned it secretly, it must be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Using my grandson, Namikaze Minato, to bind the 9 tails Jinchuriki, really calculating. Glancing at Anbu, who was following secretly, Lingye was basically convinced of her guess. It seems likely that Uzumaki Kushina has not yet become 9 tails Jinchuriki, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have dared to let Cloud Shinobi take her out of Konoha village. Given the importance of 9 tails, will he let 9 tails Jinchuriki leave the village, still captured by Cloud Shinobi village? Uzumaki Kushina, who was about to leave Konoha village after being caught by Cloud Shinobi, looked desperate. As an outsider, she didn't think anyone in Konoha village would come to rescue her. Though there was no hope, Uzumaki Kushina took the opportunity to tear off his own hair and throw it on the ground, leaving a trace of himself. You are so brave, you dared to come to Konoha village to kidnap someone, but you didn't pay attention to me, the captain of the Konoha Guard. Who? Grabbing the Cloud Shinobi that bound Uzumaki Kushina's hands with the rope, he turned back immediately. The moment he turned his head, he felt warm liquid flowing out of his neck, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. His blood. These are his last words. Damn it, it was discovered, and it was obvious that it would walk out of Konoha village soon. Get rid of him, don't make too much noise, the leader, Cloud Shinobi, said to his only remaining subordinates. Lingye didn't even look at them, and swung his knife to cut the ropes that bound Uzumaki Kushina's hands. There was disbelief in Kushina's eyes. She was mentally prepared to be captured by Cloud Shinobi, but she didn't expect someone to rescue her. Turning around, looking towards Lingye, staring blankly at Lingye's cold and handsome face. It's him. Advertisement: Uzumaki Kushina knew Lingye and remembered that when he was still in the ninja school, he accidentally bumped into him. He didn't blame himself, but praised her for her beautiful hair. He was one of the few people who praised her, so Uzumaki Kushina was very impressed. Careful. Seeing the 2 Cloud Shinobi coming towards Lingye, Uzumaki Kushina quickly reminded. As soon as Uzumaki Kushina finished saying be careful, the 2 Cloud Shinobi were blocked by Lingye twice. Even Namikaze Minato, who has not yet grown up, can easily solve things. Lingye naturally does not need to work hard. Okay. So amazing. Are you okay? Lingye asked Uzumaki Kushina with her head down. It's okay. Thank you for saving me. Cloud Shinobi village took a fancy to the physique of the Uzumaki Kushina Uzumaki clan, so of course it wouldn't hurt her, so she didn't suffer any harm. How do you want to repay the grace of saving your life? Lingye asked with a smile. Me. Hearing Lingye's words, Uzumaki Kushina really didn't know how to repay Lingye, she seemed to have nothing. I was just kidding you. Although Uchiha Lingye wants the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, he will not be so impatient. I, Kushina, know how to repay you, and I will definitely repay you. She, Uzumaki Kushina, is not ungrateful. I'll talk about the repayment later, there are still people who haven't solved it yet. As he spoke, Lingye showed a serious expression on purpose. Come out, don't hide, I have found you. The position Lingye was facing was exactly where Anbu's people were hiding. There are still enemies? Uzumaki Kushina was a little nervous. Just as he assumed a fighting posture, his feet suddenly felt weak, and he fell towards Lingye. Lingye caught her, which kept her from falling to the ground. Lying in Lingye's arms, Uzumaki Kushina's face was flushed, and she didn't expect that she would be unstable. It was the first time I experienced kidnapping, and I was still in despair just now. Even if I experienced the destruction of the country of Whirlpool when I was a child, I would still feel scared. Especially after being rescued, after the tense nerves were relaxed, he felt a little weak in his legs. Chapter 5. The system is online. Lingye held Uzumaki Kushina in one hand, took out a shuriken with the other hand, and threw it towards the place where Anbu Ninja was hiding. The Uchiha clan is very Grandmaster Kunai and shuriken throwing skills. Under the pressure of Lingye's shuriken, the Anbu Ninja who was hiding in the dark had to be exposed. Wait, we're Konoha village ninjas too. The Anbu Ninja wearing an animal mask said hastily. But they saw that Uchiha Lingye dealt with the 3 Cloud Shinobi cleanly, as easy as killing a chicken. Oh, since you are also Konoha village ninjas, why don't you do anything when you see our Konoha village people being kidnapped? Lingye looked at them flatly. Lying on Lingye, Uzumaki Kushina, who was a little shy at first, felt very uncomfortable at this moment. Sure enough, he was an outsider. Even if the ninjas in Konoha village saw her being caught, they would not rescue her. The leading Anbu ninja didn't speak. Could he say that he was under the order of 3rd Hokage? His order was to follow the Cloud Shinobi who kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina and wait for someone to free her. They will only do so if no one comes to rescue Uzumaki Kushina before leaving the borders of the Fire Nation. Leave, don't get in the way here. Lingye didn't do anything to the Anbu ninja. Although he could find a reason to kill them, doing so would only do harm rather than benefit. Captain, us? Several other Anbu ninjas looked at the leading captain. Let's go, as long as Uzumaki Kushina is not taken away by Cloud Shinobi. Uchiha Lingye made a move, which seemed to have ruined Lord 3rd Hokage's plan. He had to go back and report. The Anbu ninja left, taking Cloud Shinobi's body with him. Lingye hugged Uzumaki Kushina with a princess hug. Ah, Kushina exclaimed. Looking at your weak legs, it must be difficult for you to walk by yourself. Do you mind if I hug you? Lingye looked at Kushina with a smile. Kushina's face was as red as a tomato at this time, but she just went through a crisis, and now being hugged by Lingye, she felt full of security in her heart. With his eyes closed, his little head nestled in Lingye's arms without speaking. Advertisement Lingye was a little surprised, so honest, not quite like Uzumaki Kushina's character. You know, Uzumaki Kushina is also known as a blood red pepper. When Lingye was about to leave with Uzumaki Kushina, the boy with yellow hair and blue eyes rushed here nervously. He is, the future 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Kushina. Namikaze Minato looked at Lingye vigilantly, but when he saw the Konoha village ninja forehead protector on Lingye's forehead, he felt relieved. He doesn't know Uchiha Lingye, but through the forehead protector, at least he knows that he is from Konoha village. Lingye looked at Namikaze Minato, with a slight smile on his face. Boy, you were late, and the hero saved the beauty before you. After speaking, Lingye left with Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Lingye who was leaving with Uzumaki Kushina, and opened his mouth. Feeling a little melancholy, especially when thinking of Uchiha Lingye holding Uzumaki Kushina in a princess hug. In fact, he has long had a crush on Uzumaki Kushina. But at this time, Uzumaki Kushina does not have much affection for Namikaze Minato. Kushina thinks Namikaze Minato is too feminine and not masculine enough. Indeed, Namikaze Minato was handsome when he was a teenager, but his appearance did look a bit feminine. The cliff where Lingye practiced ninjutsu, Lingye returned here with Uzumaki Kushina. After being put down by Lingye, Uzumaki Kushina felt a little bit reluctant, and looked at Lingye secretly. Well enough. Uchiha Makoto asked Lingye with concern. Hearing Makoto's question, Uzumaki Kushina realized that there was another person here. Black eyes and black hair, delicate face with a gentle smile, so beautiful that Uzumaki Kushina felt a little jealous. Why isn't he black-haired? At this point Uzumaki Kushina hated his red hair. This has something to do with being nicknamed Tomato when she was a child. A couple of Cloud Shinobi village guys, I'm fine. There was a trace of trance in Lingye's eyes. If you look carefully, you can see shock and surprise. But soon, Lingye regained her composure. Just now, the system he had been waiting for 18 years had finally appeared, and he was sure it was definitely not a hallucination. Sure enough, how could the Traverser not bring a cheat? But right now is not the time to check your own system. Thank you. Advertisement looking at the grilled fish handed over by Uchiha Makoto with a gentle smile. Uzumaki Kushina reached out to take it. On Lingye's side, he had already started eating, he was already hungry. After eating the grilled fish, Lingye and Makoto sent Uzumaki Kushina home. Well, Lingye, can I go to you in the future? Uzumaki Kushina summoned up his courage and asked Lingye. Sure. Lingye turned around and smiled. The hero saves the beauty is never out of date, and it can shorten the relationship with girls the fastest. It is also in the original book, if there is no Namikaze Minato's hero to save the beauty, Uzumaki Kushina probably would not have taken a fancy to Namikaze Minato. After all, the current Uzumaki Kushina still has a prejudice against Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina seems to have a crush on you. On the way back to the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Makoto looked at Lingye quietly. Makoto, I actually have a crush on you too. Lingye took Uchiha Makoto's hand and said. He doesn't care if Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke will be born in the future. Even if the plot is corrected and Uchiha Itachi is really born, Lingye will find a chance to kill him. He is now a Uchiha family, how can he tolerate the 2 or 5 children who eat inside and outside? Hearing Lingye's words, Makoto blushed a little and was a little surprised in his heart. Of course she likes Lingye, otherwise how could she get so close to Lingye? It's just that Lingye seemed to pay more attention to practice before, and she has been afraid to express her heart. Seeing Lingye leaning over with his head down, Makoto closed his eyes, shyly expecting. After a long time, Lingye, who took away Makoto's first kiss, looked at Makoto with a teasing smile. Makoto, you look a little cute when you look shy. The appearance of Makoto just now is quite different from her usual quiet and reserved image. Cute? Makoto tilted his head. Lingye was stunned for a moment. This kind of action, Makoto's performance is more contrasting than others. A gentle, considerate, reserved and quiet character like Makoto can still pretend to be cute. To be honest, Lingye is really attracted. Back in the Uchiha tribe, Lingye and Makoto were temporarily separated. If it wasn't for going back to study the research system, Lingye would definitely take the opportunity to take down Makoto completely in one fell swoop. But the future is long, don't worry, anyway, the relationship that has been cultivated for many years is in Lingye's bowl. Chapter 6 Mangekyō Sharingan, Opening, System, Introduce Yourself. After returning to her home, Lingye called the system. This system is a sign-in system, and you can get rewards when you sign in. A mechanical female voice sounded from Lingye's mind. The sign-in system, the bad street system in the previous online article, but it doesn't matter whether it's bad or not, as long as it's easy to use. Is there a novice gift package? Lingye asked the system. Congratulations to host, you got a novice sign-in once. Use novice sign-in for me. Lingye would like to see what can be signed, but don't be too useless. The sign-in is complete, and you have obtained Mangekyō Sharingan, fire extinction. Do you want to claim it? Do you still need to ask? Of course I will take it. In an instant, a cool pupil force poured into Lingye's eyes, and the 3-Tomo Sharingan automatically turned on, then rotated rapidly, and finally evolved into a Mangekyō Sharingan together. With Mangekyō Sharingan enabled, the line of sight is clearer, and the insight is several times higher than before. At the same time, the 2 ninjutsu about fire style also appeared in Lingye's mind. These 2 ninjutsu have been lost in the Uchiha family, and now only Uchiha Madara knows these 2 ninjutsu. Uchiha Lingye stood in front of a mirror and looked at the Mangekyō Sharingan inside the mirror. Although the latter 2 fire styles are good, they cannot be compared with Mangekyō Sharingan in the eyes of Uchiha Lingye. 3-Tomo Sharingan is the limit of ordinary Sharingan. After evolving into Mangekyō Sharingan, it will be a qualitative change. After opening Mangekyō Sharingan, 3 pupil techniques will be awakened. Susanoo, known as the power of God, symbolizes destruction and is the power that all who open Mangekyō Sharingan will master. Except for Susanoo, the other 2 pupil techniques vary from person to person. Sharingan is also called the Eye of Spiritual Reflection, so everyone's awakened pupil technique is different. The 2 pupil techniques awakened by Lingye, the left eye is backtracking, which can make time go back, very heaven-defying. Advertisement. The ability of the right eye is Kyoka Suigetsu, similar to Aizen Sosuke's Zanpakuto ability in Shinigami. The ability is complete hypnosis. Being able to control the opponent's 5 senses and make him fully believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object is what Lingye hopes. The activation condition is to meet Lingye's right eye. However, Lingye's Kyoka Suigetsu is more like a weakened version than Aizen's Zanpakuto. After Aizen activates Kyoka Suigetsu, as long as he activates it again after seeing Kyoka Suigetsu once, Shikai will be hit regardless of whether he sees Kyoka Suigetsu again. Lingye's pupil technique is relatively inferior in comparison. Even if the opponent has used it once, the second activation still needs to meet this condition. I wonder if this shortcoming can be optimized after it evolves into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in the future. Kyoka Suigetsu is strong, but it's hard to say whether it works well or not. Lingye whispered to herself. All the powerful ninjas know that when fighting against the Uchiha clan, they must never look into their eyes. Sharingan's illusion is notoriously terrifying. Try backtracking first. Lingye took out a kunai, directly pierced a hole in the table, and then activated the pupil technique to look back. In the next second, the pierced hole on the table disappeared, as if it had never appeared before, and the time went back, directly returning the table to the state before it was destroyed. With this pupil technique, as long as he doesn't receive any fatal injuries, he can recover to a harmless state. However, this pupil technique also has a disadvantage, that is, the pupil power consumed is more terrifying than chakra. Chakra is okay, although Lingye is not as good as those chakra who don't take chakra seriously, but it is several times more chakra than ordinary people. But pupil power is too important. Mangekyō Sharingan's pupil power cannot be restored after consumption, so use a little less. If you consume too much, you will become blind. Only by evolving into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can one not fear the loss of pupil power and gain eternal light. Backtracking consumes so much, it is estimated that Kyoka Suigetsu's consumption will not be low. Although Mangekyō Sharingan is strong, it cannot be used casually, unless it evolves into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye doesn't want to become blind. To open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan that needs to transplant relatives, Lingye has no relatives anymore. Advertisement. But he is not worried, the system is here. Do you still need to worry about not being able to open eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in the future? Not even Rinnegan is a dream. The system gives a chance to sign in every day, and novice sign in is a gift, so Lingye has another chance to sign in today. The sign in is complete, and I got Steel Kunai times 10, do you want to claim it? That's it. When Lingye saw the 10 kunai obtained by signing in, his expression was not very good. Ordinary sign in, is this the only thing? Although Jingang kunai is a bit expensive, is he a person short of money? The probability of getting good things by signing in every day is extremely low. If you sign in for a month in a row, you can get a monthly sign in. If you sign in for a year in a row, you can get an annual sign in. Monthly sign in and annual sign in are easier to obtain precious rewards, and the lower limit is higher. In addition, the things obtained by sign in are related to the luck of the host, the location of sign in and the surrounding items. If the host is lucky, even if you log in every day, you may get Rinnegan. The mechanical female voice of the system explained to Lingye. Hearing about luck, Lingye couldn't help but think of playing games in her previous life to draw cards and skins, which was called a black face. He figured it out. Daily sign-in is based on face. What you get from sign-in is basically useless. Monthly sign-in and yearly sign-in are equivalent to a kind of guarantee. As long as there is a guarantee, if there is no guarantee, Lingye will never have hope for this system. He is really not confident about his luck. Now, I have the capital to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Although Lingye was invincible at cage level before, but if he is against cage level, he will definitely give up. And now, Lingye has cage-level strength even without Mangekyo Sharingan. Open Mangekyo Sharingan, you can get not only 3 powerful pupil techniques, but also all-round improvement. If Uchiha Lingye is fully fired, it is estimated that he will have the strength of the peak cage level. But the price of full firepower is that it is one step closer to blindness. Unless evolved into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the more you use it, the faster blindness will come. Take Uchiha Sasuke for example. Not long after opening Mangekyo Sharingan, his vision deteriorated and he almost became blind. Chapter 7 Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to win over Lingye. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used at will, for me, it is an extra hole card and a big killer. Lingye closes the Mangekyo Sharingan. Some things can be left out, but absolutely not. Regarding the opening of Mangekyo Sharingan, Lingye decided not to tell anyone for the time being. Although by announcing this matter, his popularity with the Uchiha clan will reach its peak and he will gain a group of followers, but there are advantages and disadvantages. What would Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, know that he had activated Mangekyo Sharingan? The Mangekyo Sharingan is not invincible after all. As a ninja, you must be able to hide your intelligence. On the other side, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette. His plan was spoiled, leading Namikaze Minato to find that Uzumaki Kushina was doing well tied up, who wanted to be spoiled by Uchiha Lingye who came out halfway. Is Uchiha Lingye a coincidence, or is it intentional? Uzumaki Kushina is a candidate for Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and it has even been basically determined that Uzumaki Kushina is the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But at this time, Uchiha Lingye made a move to save Uzumaki Kushina. If it happens to be okay, I'm afraid that all of this is intentional by Uchiha Lingye. To be honest, it was indeed a coincidence for Lingye this time, but if Lingye knew in advance, he would definitely intervene on purpose. In the end, forcing the Anbu ninja to show up was Lingye's intention. Deliberately let Uzumaki Kushina down on Konoha, so that Uzumaki Kushina can be smoothly pulled to his side. Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense at this time is also right. Lingye is indeed playing Nine Tails Jinchuriki's idea. Even when she was in the ninja school, Lingye deliberately brushed Uzumaki Kushina's favor and praised her for her beautiful hair. It must be investigated clearly, and the Uchiha clan must not be allowed to get involved with Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered several Anbu ninjas to come in and let them investigate the matter. The Sharingan of the Uchiha family can control the tailed beast, so it's impossible not to guard against it. Will the ambitious Uchiha clan be willing to submit to Hokage if they get the power of Nine Tails? After giving the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen still frowned. Even if the investigation finds out that Uchiha Lingye didn't approach Uzumaki Kushina intentionally, he can't rest assured. Advertisement: Uchiha Lingye saved Uzumaki Kushina, and they may get closer in the future. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, how could they get too close to the Uchiha clan? Looks like I'm going to have a chat with Uchiha Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand. He is very familiar with the name Uchiha Lingye. After all, he has been paying attention to the Uchiha family. How could he not pay attention to Uchiha's most famous genius? But despite his attention, he doesn't know much about Uchiha Lingye. Once he invited Uchiha Lingye to join Anbu, but was rejected by Uchiha Lingye. The Anbu ninja's investigation was very fast, and it didn't take long before he sent the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems like a coincidence. According to intelligence, Uchiha Lingye often practiced in that place, but Cloud Shinobi was unlucky and ran into Uchiha Lingye's hands. Uchiha Lingye should not know that Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, at least knowing that it was not Uchiha Lingye who conspired to get close to Uzumaki Kushina on purpose. He became the captain of the Konoha Guard, but this position may not be easy to do, maybe. An idea popped into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Win over Uchiha Lingye, deal with Uchiha Shimada, divide Uchiha. It would be great if the situation of the Hyuga clan can be formed. The main family and branch house of the Hyuga clan is what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. On the surface, everything in the branch house of the Hyuga family is controlled by the Zong family, but in fact the branch house hates the Zong family to death. Like the Hyuga clan, there can never be a threat to his rule. After not sleeping all night, Lingye was not a little tired, but very energetic. I was so excited to start Mangekyō Sharingan yesterday, I still can't fall asleep in the end. Early in the morning, when Lingye came out of the house, Makoto was already waiting for Lingye with a bento. Yesterday Lingye agreed with Makoto that Makoto will be his assistant. Coming to the Konoha Guard, Lingye's new official came this time, and no one made Lingye feel uncomfortable. It seems that the threat to Uchiha Shimada is quite useful. At least Uchiha Shimada did not give Lingye eye drops, which also made Lingye lose the chance to kill chickens and monkeys. Advertisement: Captain Lingye, Master Lingye. Seeing their respectful appearance, Lingye naturally didn't bother to come to any new officials to take office. How you did it before is still how you do it now, Lingye instructed them. They are all from the Uchiha clan. They know that Lingye defeated Uchiha Fugaku and know how powerful Lingye is, so they respect Lingye very much. Of course, some of them looked at Lingye with hostility. They belonged to Uchiha Shimada's henchmen. Originally planned to give Lingye a blow today, but was warned by the patriarch yesterday. For some reason, the patriarch warned them not to make trouble for Uchiha Lingye. The Konoha Police Force, also known as the Konoha Police Force, is mainly responsible for maintaining law and order in the village. The law and order in Konoha village is not bad, so the Konoha Guard basically has nothing to do. Although Lingye has just become the captain of the Konoha Guard, it doesn't mean that Lingye is not familiar with the Konoha Guard. In the past, Lingye was also named in the Konoha Guard. In the office, Lingye put her feet on the table and leaned back lazily on the chair. On the side, Makoto, who helped organize the documents, made a cup of black tea for Lingye. If someone comes in later, it will affect your image. Looking at Lingye's lazy appearance, Makoto reminded Lingye. What image do I need? Besides, no one will come. Lingye took the black tea handed by Makoto and blew gently. The captain of the Konoha Guard is an idle position. Sure enough, nothing happened in the office until noon. Go to lunch, I won't come tomorrow, send a shadow clone over. When she was in the ninja school, Lingye used to let shadow clone go to school for her. Lingye said that he wouldn't come tomorrow, but in fact he didn't come directly in the afternoon. Chapter 8 Uchiha Lingye, Heir of the Will of Fire. Is this really good? Makoto looked at Lingye and asked. Just as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he sent Shadow Clone to work and fished for himself, which doesn't seem like a good idea. Do you need me to come forward for trivial matters? Staying in the Konoha Guard is also a waste of time. Lingye didn't pay too much attention to the position of the captain of the Konoha Guard, which was a springboard for competing for the position of patriarch. It seems to be right. Thinking of the morning, nothing happened at all, just stayed in the office and drank tea all morning. Makoto, I'll teach you a few ninjutsu. Lingye intends to teach her 2 fire-style ninjutsu, Fire-style Huo Extinguish, and Fire-style Huo Extinguish. Apart from Sharingan, the most famous Uchiha family is Fire-style. The strength of Uchiha Makoto in the original book is not clear. The current Makoto, because she practiced with Lingye since she was a child, she is not weak. At only 18 years old, he possesses the power of Jonin, and has a chance to reach Cage level in the future. Is it Lingye's newly developed technique? Makoto couldn't help but think of the Rasengan that Lingye taught her before. That's right, Lingye has already researched the potential ninjutsu of rubbing balls. Referring to the original book, Jiraiya taught Uzumaki Naruto, coupled with Lingye's own research, it is not difficult to develop Rasengan. No, it's the lost fire-style ninjutsu of our Uchiha clan. Lingye said to Makoto. How Huo Extinguishing and How Huo Extinguishing have been lost since Uchiha Madara left the Uchiha clan. Although these 2 ninjutsu are B-level, when Uchiha Madara uses them, they are very powerful and terrifying. Of course, Uchiha Madara's strength, even with C-level ninjutsu, would be ridiculously strong. The power of ninjutsu mainly depends on the strength of the performer. Makoto activates the Sharingan, and she has activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan has the ability to copy body jutsu and non-blood succession boundary ninjutsu. Of course, some secret arts cannot be copied. For example, the secret arts mastered by the 3 Ino Shikacho families, and the soft body art used by the Hyuga family with Beian, these Sharingan cannot copy. But with Sharingan, the Uchiha clan does have an advantage in learning common ninjutsu. After seeing Lingye cast a few times, Makoto has learned. Advertisement. Fire-style fire extinction. The flames rushed forward, directly evaporating the water in the small river, stopping the flow of the small river for a few seconds. What a terrifying power. Makoto had wonder in his eyes. In fact, this is nothing compared to Uchiha Madara's performance in the original book. Uchiha Madara used fire-style Huo Extinguish, but more than 20 Mist Ninja Coalition forces joined forces to use water barrier, which barely blocked it. Even the current Lingye couldn't do the scene of creating a sea of flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen looking for me. Lingye paused pointing at Makoto. His shadow clone was lifted just now, and there was a message for him that Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Anbu Ninja to let him go to the Hokage building. Can't you sit still? Uchiha Lingye guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking for him perhaps because of Uzumaki Kushina. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still if he came into contact with the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, whether intentionally or not. Let Makoto practice by himself first. Lingye came to the Hokage building. Please come in, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, who heard the knock on the door. So it's Lingye. Seeing Lingye coming in, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly showed a gentle smile on his face. Master Hokage, I don't know if you called me over. Do you have any orders? Lingye asked with a puzzled expression. I don't have any instructions, but congratulations on becoming the captain of the Konoha Guard, and the security of Konoha village will be left to you, Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like he valued Lingye very much. If it was the other ninjas in Konoha village, I'm afraid my heart would have started to get excited at this time, but Lingye was very calm. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox, so don't play Liaojai. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have a purpose for coming to him this time. As a part of Konoha village, maintaining law and order is my duty. Lingye spoke righteously and said with a high tone. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also alive. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Advertisement. I, Uchiha Lingye, my favorite thing to do is to burn myself and illuminate others. Listening to Lingye's high-spirited and righteous words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, and his heart was filled with surprise. Could it be that Uchiha Lingye is also the successor of the Will of Fire? He couldn't help but think of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami and him are teammates, and he is one of the few Uchiha people recognized by Master Second Hokage. Possess a strong belief in the will of fire and dedicate his life to Konoha. Although I don't know whether Uchiha Lingye's words are true or not, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner defense against Uchiha Lingye has dropped a lot. It would be great if everyone in the Uchiha clan thinks the same as you do. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sigh. The Uchiha clan are all clanists, they put their own family's interests first, and they don't understand what dedication is. In fact, not only the Uchiha family, but most of the branch house families in Konoha village are like this, but the Uchiha family is the strongest and also the most rebellious. Being the captain of the Konoha Guard, shouldn't you encounter any trouble? If you encounter any trouble, you can tell me. Although the affairs of the Konoha Guard have always been handled by the Uchiha clan themselves, as Hokage, I still have a bit of faith. Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Calling Uchiha Lingye over can be seen as a test. After the trial, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his idea was feasible, and Uchiha Lingye could indeed be drawn. He wouldn't mind giving Uchiha Lingye a hand in pitting Uchiha Lingye against Uchiha Shimada. There is indeed a little trouble, and I need Master Hokage's help. Lingye was not polite when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The opportunity to pluck the wool is in front of him, how can he let it go? You say. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care, he wished that Uchiha Lingye would ask him for help, it's better to rely on him as Hokage. There are no other troubles, the only little trouble is the lack of money. Lingye wants to read the sealed book, which records countless ninjutsu and S-level forbidden technique. But this Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not show him, so he just asks for money. No matter where you are, you can't do without money. Chapter 9 Treating Lingye as a weak side. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when Lingye said that he didn't have enough money. The troubles he envisioned for Uchiha Lingye were not financial troubles. Didn't Uchiha Shimada make trouble for Uchiha Lingye? There is not enough money, this is easy to handle, I can call the shots and allocate 50 million taels to the Konoha Guard. Lingye was a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite generous, 50 million taels is not a small amount, and for completing an S-level task, he will only get about 1 to 2 million taels. But Lingye doesn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen gave too much money. The Land of Fire is the best located country among the 5 great countries, and it is also the wealthiest country. Konoha village has the financial support of the Fire Nation, so it is not short of money, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen is so generous and agreed so happily. What's more, it's not a time of war, and Konoha village has plenty of money. In terms of money, Konoha village is much better than the other 4 major ninja villages, especially Sunagakure, which is notoriously poor. Master Hokage's support, I will keep it in my heart. Lingye said gratefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a smile on his face, if he can spend 50 million taels to get the support of Uchiha Lingye, it will definitely not be a loss. After saying a few words that were not nutritious, Uchiha Lingye took Sarutobi Hiruzen's batch and left. Walking out of the Hokage building, Lingye was thoughtful. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to want to support me? Originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was mainly trying to find out about things related to Uzumaki Kushina, but he didn't even mention it. Instead, he expressed his intention to help him gain a firm foothold in the Konoha Guard. Lingye can't believe it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is so kind. Do you want the Uchiha clan to fight among themselves? With a random guess, Lingye guessed the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it doesn't do me any harm, although I know that Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose is to make the Uchiha clan fight among themselves, but if Lingye wants to rise to the top, internal fighting is inevitable. Uchiha Shimada and Uchiha Fugaku, father and son, will never give up the position of patriarch easily. Unless Uchiha Lingye gives up on the idea of taking the patriarch's place, there is bound to be a fight. And Lingye will never give up competing for the position of patriarch. Advertisement: there is a chance to master the strongest clan in the ninja world, so why give up? In today's ninja world, the Uchiha family is definitely the strongest in the ninja world, able to compete with the Uchiha family. The Senju family, which is the old enemy of the Uchiha family, has long since withered. Now Tsunade is the only one left in the Senju family, and Tsunade has left Konoha village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen chooses to support him, does he regard him as a weak side? On the surface, Lingye is indeed the weak side. Even if he defeated Uchiha Fugaku, the competition for the position of patriarch is still not dominant. But in fact, Lingye is now a real cage-level strength, and the real disadvantage is Uchiha Shimada and his son. Holding the approval slip from Sarutobi Hiruzen, after receiving 50 million yuan, Lingye was thinking about how to make some money. He is not short of money, the money earned from performing missions in the past is enough for Lingye to spend. But he is now the captain of the Konoha Guard, and he will compete for the patriarch in the future. If he can't make money, who will follow him? Most people still put their interests first. The Uchiha family has its own industry, and each family has its own industry. But those industries are currently in the hands of the patriarch Uchiha Shimada. But don't worry for now, you can squeeze Sarutobi Hiruzen first. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see him and Uchiha Shimada fight, it can't be done without giving something. If you are really short of money, the big deal is to control the Fire Country Daimyo. It is not Hokage who has the greatest power in the Kingdom of Fire, but the Daimyo. Konoha village is only a part of the Kingdom of Fire, and of course, this part is indispensable. Ninja village is the largest armed force of every major country. The daimyo has the largest position, but they don't have much strength in themselves. Although there are 12 guardian ninja warriors by his side, Lingye cannot be stopped by those rotten fish and rotten shrimp. If Lingye wants to control the daimyo, he can do it easily. Next, it's time to find a way to lure the snake out of the hole. Lingye secretly calculated in her heart. He went to threaten Uchiha Shimada and his son before. The father and son didn't cause trouble for Lingye, and on the surface they seem to be cowardly. But Lingye doesn't believe that they are really cowardly. It is estimated that Uchiha Shimada can't wait to kill him. If there is a chance, Uchiha Shimada will definitely do it. Advertisement after all, Uchiha Shimada will not live long, and he must be worried that after his death, his son Uchiha Fugaku will not be able to beat Lingye. So before dying, he would definitely find a way to get rid of himself. And Lingye, trying to grab Uchiha Shimada's handle, forced him to abdicate. In fact, the easiest way is to assassinate Uchiha Shimada. It is easy to kill Uchiha Shimada, and Lingye can do it before Mangekyō Sharingan is activated. But it is impossible to kill Uchiha Shimada without leaving a trace. But if Uchiha Shimada is really tolerant, then Lingye can only get rid of him. Uchiha Lingye is not a soft-hearted person. How to lure the snake out of the hole needs to be considered. Staying in Konoha village, Uchiha Shimada will definitely not shoot me. It seems that I need to find a chance to leave the village. A gleam flashed in Lingye's eyes. The opportunity to leave the village does not need to be created by oneself. If Uchiha Shimada is very intent on killing him, I believe Uchiha Shimada will create this opportunity by himself. Lingye is not in a hurry for the time being and stays put. Anyway, he is not the one who is really anxious now. He can take time, can Uchiha Shimada. Now that Uchiha Shimada could die at any moment, he should be the one to worry. Passing Hokage Rock, Lingye completed today's check-in smoothly. What you get when you sign in is also related to the place where you sign in, so Lingye stands on the first Hokage statue, hoping to get wood style or a perfect sage body by signing in. Then, Lingye signed in and got a detonating talisman. Sure enough, there is basically no need to look forward to daily sign in. Back to the place where he practiced ninjutsu, Makoto was still practicing ninjutsu while waiting for Lingye. Take a break, Makoto. Lingye said to Makoto. At this time, Makoto chakra has also been consumed. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the more chakra will be consumed. After an afternoon of practice, Makoto is proficient in these two ninjutsu, which is the advantage of the Uchiha clan. If it were another ninja, he might teach him for a few days, but he might not be able to learn it. Chapter 10 Quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. Makoto, don't go back tonight. At Lingye's house, after dinner, Lingye held Makoto's hands and said. The moment he heard Lingye's words, Makoto's cheeks turned red. Although I have stayed at Lingye's house before, this time is different. Of course she knew what Lingye meant when she said not to go back tonight. Good. After a little hesitation, Uchiha Makoto agreed. Lingye and her had already established a relationship before. Although she has a conservative personality, she has already identified Lingye, and she doesn't mind handing herself over to Lingye in advance. Go, it's getting late, let's go to rest. With that said, Lingye hugged Makoto directly. Makoto, who was wearing a nightgown, was picked up by Lingye in the air, and quickly put his hands around Lingye's neck. Afterwards, he walked into the room, and after a while, a gentle and melodious singing came from the room. The next day, Uchiha Makoto, who experienced wind and rain for the first time, did not sleep in. Glancing at the blood plum blossom he left behind, Makoto blushed a little, and looked at Lingye beside him with a happy and gentle smile on his face. After experiencing wind and rain, the flower of Makoto is more delicate and beautiful. The gentle and elegant temperament is better than before. Don't take a break. Looking at Makoto who got up, Lingye asked. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Although he is not feeling well now, the virtuous Makoto still remembers to prepare breakfast for Lingye. Lie down and rest with me. Lingye pulled back Makoto, who was unwell, and hugged her into her arms. Makoto didn't struggle, and leaned gently in Lingye's arms. Lying in Lingye's arms, I feel very happy. Makoto smiled, only seeing Lingye. She fell in love with Lingye a long time ago, and now her dream has come true. This is her happiest moment. You'll be happier later on. Advertisement. Lingye kissed Makoto on the forehead. Although Lingye can't be said to be specific, but following Lingye, Makoto's ending is definitely better than the ending in the original book. The sign-in is complete, and you get 3 Tomo Sharingan pupil power. Do you want to receive it? Lingye, who was holding Makoto in his arms, signed in for one time. Unexpectedly, this time it exploded. This is definitely the luckiest time. At least much stronger than the previous two. In the previous 2 daily check-ins, what I got was the steel kunai and the detonating charm. What is the value of this thing? If you keep accumulating pupil power, will the energy change produce a qualitative change, allowing the eyes to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Lingye thought secretly. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, need to transplant Mangekyō Sharingan of blood relatives to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Madara transplanted his brother Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyō Sharingan, which evolved into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In the original book, the 2 pillars were also transplanted from Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan and evolved into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. But the way of evolution is absolutely impossible to be the only way. Otherwise, how did the eyes of Otsutsuki Indra evolve? System. Can I give away the things I got when I signed in? Lingye asked the system. Host stuff, the host can use it at will, and can give it to others. Then give Makoto the pupil power of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Lingye said without hesitation, he will not be stingy with his women. A pupil power of 3-Tomo Sharingan does help Lingye, but not much. Lingye has just opened Mangekyō Sharingan, and at this time his Mangekyō Sharingan is still not short of pupil power. As for adding up, let Mangekyō Sharingan evolve into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye estimates that at least dozens of 3-Tomo Sharingan's pupil power is needed to make it possible, not to mention that this is just a guess of Lingye, and it is unknown whether it will be successful. Even if it can be done, what is this enough for? If you expect to evolve in this way, it is better to wait for the monthly or annual sign-in in the future to sign in directly to get the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. When Lingye chooses to give this pupil power to Makoto, Makoto's Sharingan is automatically activated, and the 3 hooked jades are quickly transferred. My eyes, I feel that my pupil power has suddenly increased a lot. Advertisement Makoto said to Lingye in shock. I didn't do anything, it felt like my pupil power had doubled. Although she did not evolve into a Mangekyō Sharingan, her Sharingan's abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved. Don't panic, it's a good thing. Lingye comforted Makoto. Sudden change, even if it is a good thing, can cause panic. Could it be Lingye that you did it? Makoto is not stupid, seeing Lingye not surprised at all, she already guessed it. Although she didn't know what the method was, she felt that it was Lingye who did it. That's right. Lingye didn't deny it. Does it hurt you? Does it affect you? Makoto asked worriedly. She is not happy about her enhanced pupil power. If giving her pupil power would cause Lingye any harm, she would rather not have it. It doesn't matter to me at all, but you must keep this matter secret and not spread it outside. Lingye said to Makoto. Don't worry, even if it's grandpa, I won't tell him. Makoto nodded. It doubled her pupil power. If this news gets out, people from the Uchiha clan will all come to Lingye. Lingye trusts Makoto. If you ask him who he trusts most in the Hokage world, it is undoubtedly Uchiha Makoto. He and Uchiha Makoto have developed a relationship since childhood, especially now that Makoto is his woman, and he can maintain absolute trust in Makoto. If Makoto can be trusted, there is no one in Hokage world worthy of Lingye's trust. It seems that the daily sign-in is still worth looking forward to. Lingye felt a little bit of anticipation for the daily check-in. If you happen to meet him when he is lucky, you can really get something valuable. There are expectations, but not too much expectations. Lingye does not like to rely entirely on luck. It is more reliable to guarantee the bottom line. Sometimes the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. When you have no expectations for it, it may give you a little surprise. Chapter 11 I can't hold it anymore. Time flies, half a month has passed. During this time, nothing happened. However, when Lingye usually practiced, there was one more person beside him, and that was Uzumaki Kushina. In the past half-month, Uzumaki Kushina often came to Lingye. After Lingye expressed his interest in the sealing technique, Uzumaki Kushina taught Lingye the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family without hesitation. Lingye learned the 4-elephant seal, contract seal, 5-element seal and 8-sign seal from Uzumaki Kushina. These sealing techniques are sealing techniques that even the tailed beast chakra can seal. Originally, Uzumaki Kushina also taught him adamantine sealing chains, but Lingye did not learn it. Perhaps only the Uzumaki family can learn this technique. It's a pity. Lingye is still very interested in this technique that can restrain 9 tails. Appoint me to complete the escort mission. Holding a mission sheet in her hand, Lingye escorted a big businessman from the land of fire to the land of Tien. Tanokuni is the Tanokuni where Orochimaru established Yinyan village after breaking away from Akatsuki. But Orochimaru hasn't defected to Konoha village yet. Of course, there is no Otogakure, and Tanokuni is just a small country that doesn't even have ninja village. 5 million taels, the reward is very generous. This mission is at best a B-rank mission, or even a C-rank mission, but the reward is higher than most S-rank missions. He also appointed the captain of the Konoha Guard, that is, to do it himself. If there is no problem here, Lingye will not believe it. Uchiha Shimada can't help it. It's normal to not be able to bear it. If you don't move for half a month, it's already tolerable. But the means to lure him out of the village are really low level. It's just right, you can't hold it anymore, and I can't hold it anymore. If Uchiha Shimada doesn't move again, Lingye should find a way to create opportunities for him. Makoto, tell the person who sent the mission, I have accepted this mission. Lingye said to Makoto. Lingye, there is something wrong with this task. It was so obvious that even Makoto could see that something was wrong, and the reward was too high. Advertisement, it was because of the problem that I took this task. If there is no problem, Lingye will not pick it up, even if the reward is 5 million taels, it is not enough to attract Lingye. After asking Makoto to help him with this task, Lingye also met the person who issued the task, a short but tall and fat businessman. I heard that Captain Lingye is a well-known strongman of the Uchiha clan. I still recognize the strength of the Uchiha clan. I will leave it to Master Lingye for this journey. The fat businessman is very polite to Lingye. Even if he is rich, he doesn't dare to be arrogant to Lingye. No problem, take people's money and help them eliminate disasters. Since I have taken the money, I will definitely not let you have an accident. There was a faint smile on Lingye's face. Then Master Lingye, let's set off as soon as possible. The sooner we can get to TNG country, the better. The fat businessman said impatiently. Okay, Lingye nodded in response. Lingye, let me go with you, Uchiha Makoto said to Lingye. Her strength has improved a lot recently. After 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupil power doubled, her strength is no less than that of elite Jonin. He thought that he would not hold Lingye back, but could help Lingye instead. Then let's go together. Lingye didn't refuse. On the other hand, the fat businessman, when he heard that Uchiha Makoto was also going, showed hesitation on his face, with a hesitant expression. In the end, he still didn't speak. One more female ninja should have no effect. Then, after packing up his things, he left the village directly. The Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shimada listened to the report, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Money touches people's hearts. Uchiha Lingye really left the village. He does not leave the village, and in Konoha village, it is too difficult to shoot Uchiha Lingye. He wanted Uchiha Lingye to die, but he was also unwilling to expose himself. Uchiha Lingye, I won't get rid of you if you stay safe and willing to assist Fugaku. Although there is an unplanned Uchiha Makoto, it is not a big problem. Advertisement Uchiha Makoto is a woman. Uchiha Shimada doesn't think she is strong. Long Yi, the task of getting rid of Uchiha Lingye is left to you. Uchiha Shimada instructed to the 2 brothers who looked almost identical. Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Ryuji, in their 30s, are both elite Jonin. The 2 brothers cooperated very well in battle, and the 2 sides teamed up to face the cage-level strong, and they also had the strength to fight. Yes, Lord Patriarch, we will complete the task and never let Uchiha Lingye come back alive. The 2 brothers were very confident and said in unison. Uchiha Shimada also believes in the strength of his confidant. The 2 brothers are Uchiha Shimada's biggest hole card now. When you go, take 5 more Jonin with you, Uchiha Shimada ordered. Patriarch, the 2 of his brothers must be able to kill Uchiha Lingye. There is no need to bring other people. I need to be safe and follow orders, Uchiha Shimada said in a deep voice. He must make sure to kill Uchiha Lingye. Yes. The 2 brothers were raised by Uchiha Shimada from a young age, and they obeyed Uchiha Shimada's words very much. The 2 brothers then picked 5 Jonin and took them out of Konoha village. At this time, on Lingye's side, the road was calm, from the country of fire to the country of Tien. If Lingye himself, it would take no more than a day to reach it. But with a caravan, the speed is slow, and it will take at least 3 days to reach Tien Jiguo. Don't be so nervous. Lingye patted Uchiha Makoto on the shoulder. Since leaving Konoha village, Makoto has been vigilant about his surroundings. I have already guessed that there is a problem with this mission. Makoto must be vigilant. As a ninja, he must not lose vigilance. It's better to be careful. Makoto remained vigilant. Lingye didn't say anything else. It's a good habit to stay vigilant outside the village. Chapter 12. Killing a Jonin is as easy as killing a chicken. 2 days later, the border of the country of fire. Across the border is the country of fields. Master Lingye, why don't you leave? The fat businessman's name was Ishii Chuan. Seeing Lingye stop, he couldn't help asking. You want me to go quickly? Lingye looked at the fat man with a half smile. Sensing Lingye's gaze, fatty Ishikawa's forehead was sweating, and he couldn't help wiping it with his hands. Tell me, are you and Uchiha Shimada discussing where to ambush me? The plain words filled the fat man Ishikawa with pressure, and he was sweating profusely. Master Lingye, I don't know what you're talking about. Really do not know? After Lingye finished speaking, Makoto's knife rested on Ishikawa's neck. He was just an ordinary person, facing the scene with the knife resting on his neck. He was almost scared to pee. Give you another chance. If you answer wrong, your head will fall. Lingye looked at the fat man indifferently. Makoto moved forward with the coordinated blade, and immediately Ishikawa's neck was cut with blood. Don't kill me. Just lay in ambush in the small town about 10 miles ahead. His life is his own. He is a greedy businessman. Of course he is afraid of death. Facing the threat of death, he confessed directly and honestly. The one who wants to deal with Lingye is actually the patriarch Uchiha Shimada. Uchiha Makoto showed anger. You should have a way to contact them directly. Lingye's words made Ishikawa stunned for a moment. What does it mean to ask him to contact the person in ambush? I contact them. You really don't want to kill me? Ishikawa asked Lingye cautiously. Don't worry, you are still useful to me. Will I kill useful people? This fat man is indeed of some use to Lingye, and Lingye will not get rid of this fat man for the time being. Ishikawa breathed a sigh of relief for a while, and then took out the thing that signaled Uchiha Ryuichi and the others. When Uchiha Lingye asked the fat man Ishikawa to contact the ambush person, Uchiha Makoto knew what Lingye meant. To deal with the guy who dared to attack him. At this point, Makoto was ready to fight. Advertisement on the other side, Uchiha Ryuichi and the others who discovered Ishikawa's signal frowned. Looks like something went wrong. Ambush is not enough to make a strong kill. With our strength, it is not easy to kill Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Ryuji said confidently. If the patriarch hadn't asked them to ambush and attack, they wouldn't be bothered to use this method. Uchiha Lingye, he's just a junior. You're right, it's easy to kill Uchiha Lingye. Let's go there quickly, so that Uchiha Lingye won't run away. Uchiha Ryuichi, with his brother and 5 other Jonin, ran towards the place where the fat man Ishikawa sent the signal. They didn't know that Lingye didn't run away at all, but was waiting for them to pass by. It's finally here, but it didn't make me wait too long. Lingye looked at the figures who rushed over at a high speed. On the side, the fat man Ishikawa looked nervous. He is just an ordinary person, and everyone else is a ninja. If he is hit by someone, he will be affected, and he may die. Makoto, watch this guy, don't let him get away. Lingye said to Makoto. This fat man Shichuan is still useful. If he is not killed for the time being, he cannot be allowed to escape. Not far ahead, there was an explosion sound, which was the explosion of the detonating talisman. A Jonin was directly blown away by the detonating talisman. Although he didn't die, he was also crippled. Not long ago, Makoto laid traps around, and it worked, killing a Jonin outright. A hole, there is a trap. Uchiha Ryuji looked terrified. If he hadn't used the body flicker technique fast enough, it is estimated that his end would be the same as that of the bombed Jonin. With the lessons learned from the past, the people behind are also careful. I already know who you are. Is it interesting to be secretive at this time? Lingye looked at the 6 people wearing masks. For the sake of the same race, I will give you a chance. If you surrender now, it is still too late. Let us surrender. You deserve it. Uchiha Ryuji took off the mask directly. Seeing his brother take off the mask, Uchiha Lingye frowned, and then took off the mask too. Anyway, neither Uchiha Lingye nor Uchiha Makoto will go back alive today. Advertisement. It doesn't matter if they know their identity. Telling you 2 brothers to kill me, it seems that Uchiha Shimada really paid for it. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, don't blame me. After Lingye finished speaking, the figure had disappeared in front of them. Careful. Just after Uchiha Lingye finished speaking, a Jonin had fallen down, with a bloodstain on his neck, lying on the ground clutching his neck with fear in his eyes. What a quick body flicker technique. Uchiha Ryuichi immediately opened 3-Tomo Sharingan. But Lingye's speed is too fast. Even if 3-Tomo Sharingan is turned on, it is still impossible to see where Lingye is. Only Jonin can be seen falling one by one. In an instant, the 5 Jonin who were brought over by the 2 Uchiha brothers, including the guy who was blown up to death before, were all wiped by Lingye's kunai. Killing them is as easy as killing a chicken. In Lingye's eyes, Jonin is really weak, and elite Jonin is barely enough. Fire-style fire extinguished. When 2 Uchiha brothers, 1 and 2 dragons, wanted to find Lingye, who was like a ghost, Makoto made a move. The overwhelming flames rushed towards them like a sea of flames. Not good. Being hit by this sea of flames, there is absolutely no life or death. The 2 quickly used the body flicker technique to avoid the enveloping range of the flames. As soon as he dodged the ninjutsu attack, Uchiha Ryuichi felt that the danger was coming again before he could gain a firm foothold, so he quickly took kunai to block the flying shuriken. 5 shurikens blocked 4 of them, and the remaining shuriken left a bloodstain on his arm. He was just hit by a shuriken, which was fine, but his brother Uchiha Ryuji was miserable. Lingye pinched Rasengan with one hand and volleyed down towards him. In the face of a fatal crisis, Uchiha Ryuji has rich experience. He immediately raised his arm and hard-handed Lingye's Rasengan. The consequence was that flesh and blood flew everywhere, the entire arm was crippled, and the body flew out. But that price is better than being hit on the head by Rasengan. If Rasengan hits him on the head, he will definitely lose his mind. Now that his arm is useless, but at least he will regain his life. Chapter 13. Using the pupil technique Kyoka Suigetsu for the first time. Dragon 2. Looking at his younger brother whose arm disappeared and was lying on the ground dripping with blood, Uchiha Long had red eyes and stared at Lingye with hatred. Lingye stared at Uchiha Longye's eyes, looking at the 3 hooked jades in his eyes. The negative emotions associated with the loss of a loved one enable the Uchiha clan to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. If Lingye kills his own brother, can Uchiha Ryuichi activate Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Lingye, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha quickly formed a seal with both hands. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. This ninjutsu is higher than the Great Fireball technique and is a B-level ninjutsu. A flame in the shape of a dragon charged towards Lingye. To deal with fire style, of course use water style. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Lingye is born with these 5 chakra attributes: wind style, lightning style, water style, fire style, earth style ninjutsu grandmaster. Water style Great Falls technique. The water polo and the fire dragon collided together, and then the burst of water flowed like a flash flood, instantly extinguishing the fire dragon. Peeved, Uchiha Longye was hit by the flood, his body was thrown out, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body almost fell apart. Brother. Seeing that his brother was injured, Uchiha Ryuji looked over quickly. You should worry about yourself first. Lingye turned her head and looked at Uchiha Ryuji who lost an arm. For a ninja, losing an arm is basically useless. Losing one hand means that ninjutsu can no longer be used, and not everyone can form a mudra with one hand. Lingye walked towards Uchiha Ryuji. Looking at Uchiha Lingye who came over, Uchiha Ryuji felt a little scared in his heart. Uchiha Lingye's strength was completely beyond the expectations of the 2 brothers. I thought it was a simple task, but I didn't expect their brothers to encounter a fatal crisis instead. Advertisement. It's my intention to kill you. It has nothing to do with my elder brother. You can kill me and let my elder brother go. Uchiha Ryuji looked at Lingye in embarrassment and said. Hey, you 2 are really brothers. Lingye stood in front of Uchiha Ryuji. Uchiha Ryuji endured the pain and got up from the ground in embarrassment. Looking at Uchiha Lingye, who was very close to him, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and kunai stabbed towards Lingye's heart in an instant. Lingye raised her hand to pinch his wrist, and then only heard a click, and Lingye broke his wrist violently. You still want to kill me at this time? Do you think I have no vigilance at all? After speaking, Lingye kicked Uchiha Ryuji's chest. With this kick, even a steel plate, Lingye can kick through. Uchiha Dragon 2 smashed in front of Uchiha Dragon 1, who was blown away by the flood. His chest had already collapsed, and the corners of his mouth kept bleeding. It was already more air than air intake. Uchiha Longye, who was also severely injured, suddenly collapsed when he saw his own brother lying in front of him looking dying. Dragon 2. Brother, quickly. Run away. This is Uchiha Ryuji's last words. After saying this, he died completely. Looking at Uchiha Ryuji's body, Uchiha Ryuichi's expression was dull. Lingye pays attention to Uchiha Ryuichi, to be precise, to Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes. His own brother died in front of him. Can his 3-tomo Sharingan evolve into a Mangekyō Sharingan? After a long time, Uchiha Long raised his head and stared at Uchiha Lingye with hatred. Uchiha Lingye, you are so ruthless. Lingye smiled dismissively. It's ridiculous. You are going to kill me, and you still blame me for being ruthless? However, letting your own brother die in front of you is indeed a bit cruel. If I knew it should be burned to ashes, it would be fine if you didn't let you see his body. Want to take revenge? It's a pity that you are weak and do not have the strength to take revenge. Although your younger brother is dead, his eyes are useful. I'll gouge out the eyes of your stupid brother in a while. Uchiha Lingye's words constantly stimulated Uchiha Longye. Kill, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha's face was ferocious, his fists were clenched tightly, his veins were bulging, and his blood vessels seemed to burst open. Advertisement: the 3 hooked jades in the eyes, linked together in a spin, evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan. It seems that stimulation is useful, and Mangekyō Sharingan has really evolved. Seeing Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye was a little pleasantly surprised. The moment Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes evolved into Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye also opened his own Mangekyō Sharingan at the same time. Then, when I looked at the Uchiha Dragon, I activated Kyoka Suigetsu silently. The purple Susanoo skeleton enveloped Uchiha Ryuichi's body, and then launched an attack under Uchiha Ryuichi's control. Just after opening Mangekyō Sharingan, the first shot is Susanoo, a technique with terrifying consumption and terrifying destructive power. Kill you. I will kill you to avenge Long-er. Ha 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 ha, dead. Uchiha Lingye is finally dead. Long-er, big brother avenged you. Looking at Uchiha Lingye, who was hacked to death by himself in the second form of Susanoo, Uchiha Long, who had avenged his revenge, looked up to the sky and laughed. Is he crazy? Uchiha Makoto looked at Susanoo's huge figure and hurried to Lingye. Makoto was a little nervous when he found out that Uchiha Ryu had opened Mangekyō Sharingan, but he vented to the nearby forest and said that Lingye was dead. Lingye is clearly standing here, unscathed, okay? Could it be that after Uchiha Longye opened Mangekyō Sharingan, people also went crazy? Maybe. Lingye said with a smile. At this time, Lingye's eyes had changed back to 3-tomo Sharingan, but Uchiha Ryuichi was hit by Kyoka Suigetsu and the state was not released. After winning Kyoka Suigetsu, Lingye has the final say when it will be released. However, Lingye will continue to consume pupil power during the time that the opponent continues to hit Kyoka Suigetsu. Just now Lingye turned his back to Makoto. Makoto didn't know that Lingye had activated Mangekyō Sharingan, and naturally he didn't know Lingye's Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique. That's why she thought Uchiha Ryuichi was crazy, but he was actually Kyoka Suigetsu. What he sees and hears now is what Lingye wants him to see. In Uchiha's eyes at this time, Uchiha Lingye had already been killed by him, and he had even heard Uchiha Lingye's wailing before death. Chapter 14. Back to the village, Lingye's forced palace. After confirming that Uchiha Lingye is dead, Uchiha Longye disarms Susanoo. Long-er, elder brother has already avenged you. Uchiha Ryuichi was about to pick up Uchiha Ryuji's body, but suddenly his heart ached, he looked down, and a knife pierced him from behind. Congratulations, you have become one of the few people in the history of the Uchiha clan to open the Mangekyō Sharingan. Your Mangekyō Sharingan, I'll take it. Lingye's voice came to Uchiha Longye's ears, and Uchiha Longye's expression froze. He turned to look at Uchiha Lingye in disbelief. Impossible, why are you not dead? Suddenly, he remembered that when he and Uchiha Lingye looked at each other before, Uchiha Lingye seemed to have activated Mangekyō Sharingan for a moment. Could it be that he had an illusion just now? Yeah, why didn't I die? Lingye calmly drew out the knife, and the Uchiha dragon who had been pierced through the heart fell to the ground. Next to it is the body of his brother Uchiha Ryuji. When he was dying, he saw Lingye's hand stretched out towards his eyes and then fell into eternal darkness. The Mangekyō Sharingan was dug out by Lingye and kept in a bottle filled with potion. Makoto, gouge out their eyes, all of them. Jonin of the Uchiha family has basically opened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Although Lingye won't be as perverted as Danzo, Sharingan transplanted with one arm, but 3-tomo Sharingan is somewhat worthwhile. It would be a pity to waste it. It is also good to transplant it to the clansmen who cannot open their eyes. Not everyone in the Uchiha family can open their eyes, and some people can't open a Sharingan in their entire life. This is not as good as the Hyuga family, who are born with white eyes. Makoto hesitated for a moment. Although he was an enemy, it would be immoral to gouge his own people's eyes. However, Makoto's character belongs to the kind of character that marry a chicken and follow a chicken, and marry a dog and follow a dog. After hesitating for a while, Makoto still listened to Lingye and dug out their Sharingan. Then, apart from the body of Uchiha Ryuichi, the corpses of Uchiha Ryuji and 5 others were burned by Lingye. Let's go back to Konoha village. Advertisement. Lingye glanced at the fat businessman. Fat businessman Ishichuan's face was extremely disturbed, and fear was revealed in his eyes. Although he was standing far away just now, he still saw Lingye chopping vegetables and cutting melons to kill those people. He was afraid that Uchiha Lingye would kill him as well. If I knew it earlier, I would not have agreed to Uchiha Shimada, and I regretted it. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. What about him? Makoto looked at Ishikawa. Of course we will go back to Konoha village together, after all, he is still useful. Lingye performed the sealing technique and sealed Uchiha Ryuichi's body in the scroll. Sealing scrolls can only seal dead objects, and are generally used to seal ninja tools. Sprinkle ninja tools to attack the enemy in battle, just like the Tianshin attack method in the original book. However, it can also be used to seal corpses, and corpses are also dead objects. Regardless of the other people in the caravan, Lingye directly picked up Shichuan. The fat man seemed very light in Lingye's hands. Then returned to Konoha village with Makoto. Looking at Uchiha Lingye and Uchiha Makoto who had already left, the people in the caravan looked at each other. The boss was taken away, what should they do? Without those slow-moving caravans, the speed is of course fast, and I returned to Konoha village in less than half a day. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Lingye looked at Shichuan. Because I'm still useful. That's right. Next, I need you to expose that Uchiha Shimada sent someone to kill me. If you do well, you can live. If he can handle it well, Lingye doesn't mind keeping Ishikawa. This fat man is also useful. He is the money bag that helps the Uchiha clan make money. The reason why he can become a famous businessman in the country of fire is thanks to the support of the Uchiha clan. Understood, I understand. Hearing that he could live, Ishikawa breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the Uchiha clan's place, Uchiha Lingye showed anger deliberately on his face, and then went straight to the clan chief's residence. Makoto, go and call your grandpa over. Today Lingye is going to force the palace against Uchiha Shimada. Okay, I'm going to call my grandpa now. Advertisement. Makoto went to call her grandpa, the great elder. Then Lingye was not polite, and directly kicked open the door of Uchiha Shimada's house in front of some clansmen. When Uchiha Shimada saw Uchiha Lingye, consternation was evident on his face. How did Uchiha Lingye come back? Did Uchiha Ryuichi and the others fail? Suddenly, Uchiha Shimada had a bad feeling in his heart. Especially after seeing the submissive Ishikawa standing next to Uchiha Lingye, the bad feeling became more and more serious. How is it possible? How is it possible for Uchiha Lingye to come back alive? Uchiha Longye and his 2 brothers joined forces with 5 Jonin. This strength failed to kill Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Shimada was sullen. He underestimated Uchiha Lingye a bit. A little underrated? He underestimated Lingye more than a little bit. The main reason is that Lingye hides too deeply. He has never really revealed his strength. What's more, with the help of the system, Lingye opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Of course, even before the Mangekyō Sharingan was activated, the Uchiha Dragon brothers were no match for Lingye. Can the patriarch give me an explanation? Lingye looked at him indifferently. Explain. What explanation do you want? I haven't asked you for an explanation yet. Uchiha Shimada growled grimly. Uchiha Lingye, do you take me as the patriarch seriously? This is your attitude towards me as the patriarch? Uchiha Shimada pointed to the gate that had been kicked open. What happened? The great elder rushed over, and Makoto hadn't told him what had happened because he came in a hurry. But looking at the situation in front of him, the great elder could guess that something must have happened, and it was not a small matter. Grand elder, you came just in time. I'm afraid I will let you preside over justice this time. I need the great elder to hold a clan meeting. Lingye said to the great elder. The clan meeting is a meeting within the family, and generally only the patriarch has the right to hold it. However, due to the position of the great elder in the Uchiha clan, he is also qualified to hold the meeting. Chapter 15 Uchiha Shimada voluntarily pleads guilty. Lingye, tell me what's going on first. The elder looked at Lingye. He also knows Lingye well, and Uchiha Lingye will never attack Uchiha Shimada for no reason. Surely Uchiha Shimada did something. Our good patriarch sent people to kill me and Makoto. After Lingye finished speaking, the clansmen around were in an uproar. How can this be? The patriarch really did such a thing. True or false? After Lingye finished speaking, Uchiha Shimada couldn't help it. Nonsense. He can't admit it. If he admits this matter, even if he is the patriarch, no one in the clan can tolerate him. It's okay to engage in internal fighting, but who can tolerate the death of your clansmen? Uchiha Lingye, you slandered me, the patriarch. The great elder was sullen. Uchiha Shimada could really do such a thing. What he wants most is to make Uchiha Fugaku the next patriarch. But with Lingye here, Uchiha Fugaku may not be able to become the patriarch. Lingye is the thorn in Uchiha Shimada's side. This matter not only involves Lingye, but also his granddaughter Makoto. Convening a clan meeting, I think it's best to make this matter clear. The elder said. Uchiha Shimada frowned tightly. He was powerless to stop the Grand Elder. It's not that he is less powerful than the Great Elder, but he is the one with the most power in the Uchiha clan. But if he stopped it, wouldn't it be self-destructing? Not everyone can participate in the clan association. Only those who have the strength of Jonin are eligible to participate in the clan association. As long as Jonin of the Uchiha clan is still in Konoha village, he is here at this time. Now the Uchiha clan is not said to be in its heyday, but it is definitely not weak. There are more than 40 Jonin alone. This is also the reason why the Konoha executives are afraid. The Uchiha clan is really strong. Jonin is placed in every ninja village, and it is considered a high-end combat power. As for the Jonin of the Uchiha clan, their combat effectiveness is surprisingly high. They are also Jonin, and it is no problem to fight too. Advertisement: the Uchiha tribe already knew the purpose of holding this tribal meeting. I don't believe the patriarch would do such a thing. Support the patriarch. Uchiha Lingye is slandering the patriarch. Uchiha Lingye has bad intentions. As expected of the patriarch, there are quite a lot of people who support Uchiha Shimada. However, since Lingye chose to force the palace, he must pull Uchiha Shimada down, otherwise he will not be in vain. Lingye, since you said that the patriarch sent someone to kill you, there must be evidence. The elder looked at Lingye. He believed that Lingye should have evidence in his hand, otherwise, Lingye would not attack Uchiha Shimada impulsively. Naturally, patriarch, I want to ask you, where are the brothers Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Ryuji? Lingye stared at Uchiha Shimada. I asked them to do a secret mission, what's the matter? Uchiha Shimada scowled. These two brothers actually failed, and when they come back, they must be reprimanded. He never thought that Uchiha Longye and two brothers had already died in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. In his opinion, even if the two brothers failed, they would not die in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Secret mission: is it a secret mission to kill me? Lingye took out the sealing scroll and directly threw Uchiha Ryuichi's body out. After seeing Uchiha Ryuichi's body, Uchiha Shimada's hands trembled. Too many unexpected things happened today. Uchiha Lingye came back safely, and Uchiha Longye also died. Uchiha Ryuichi is dead. What about Uchiha Ryuji? The two brothers, plus the 5 Jonin, failed to kill Uchiha Lingye? Waste. It was Uchiha Shimada who asked me to send a mission to deliberately lure Master Lingye out of the village. Here's a letter from Uchiha Shimada to me. Ishikawa took out the letter that Uchiha Shimada had sent him information. Seeing this, Uchiha Shimada's face completely darkened. If eyes could kill, the fat man Ishichuan would definitely be torn to pieces by him. This damn guy, who started with the Uchiha clan, is now betraying him. Master Patriarch, is this true? Advertisement: I didn't expect you, Patriarch, to do such a thing. The evidence was right in front of them, and the eyes of the surrounding clansmen were filled with anger. I really didn't expect. Uchiha Shimada, you are so narrow-minded. Just because I beat your son, you want to kill me. Today you can send people to assassinate me, and tomorrow you can send people to attack and kill other outstanding clansmen. In order to make your son the Patriarch, you are really crazy. Lingye immediately spoke out to give Uchiha Shimada a hat. In fact, it is not a hat, because Uchiha Shimada himself thinks so. Everyone, I think the position of Patriarch can only be held by capable people. Only in this way can we ensure the long-term development of our Uchiha clan. Lingye's words were recognized by many clansmen. Our Uchiha clan, but it is forbidden to kill each other. Uchiha Shimada, what do you think should be done? Should you give me an explanation, give the tribe an explanation? Looking at Uchiha Shimada with cold eyes, all eyes are on Uchiha Shimada. At this time, even Uchiha Shimada's confidant did not dare to speak easily. Assassinating members of one's own family is a big taboo. Uchiha Lingye, I think you and Ishikawa colluded to frame my father. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and defended. Framed? Since I was framed, I don't know Uchiha Shimada, would you be willing to come out and prove your innocence? We, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, are good at hypnosis enemies, interrogating intelligence. Uchiha Lingye glanced at Uchiha Shimada's clenched fist. Patriarch, don't you dare. This time it was lore. The evidence is here. Uchiha Shimada still dare not prove his innocence. None of the people present were fools. I'm so disappointed. Jonin, who was originally loyal to Uchiha Shimada, shook his head with disappointment in his eyes. I want to know, what about Uchiha Ryuji and the others? Uchiha Shimada asked Lingye. Of course they're dead. To assassinate their own clansmen, death is not a pity. Hearing Lingye's words, a look of despair flashed in Uchiha Shimada's eyes. The biggest hole card is gone, and now he is cornered by Uchiha Lingye. He knows he should make a choice. I plead guilty. I sent Uchiha Longye and the others to assassinate Uchiha Lingye. Chapter 16: The New Patriarch Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Shimada voluntarily pleaded guilty, which was somewhat beyond Lingye's expectation. I thought Uchiha Shimada would die and deny it. Whether he pleaded guilty or not, the result was the same. Patriarch, why did you do such a thing? Originally a confidant of Uchiha Shimada, he couldn't help questioning Uchiha Shimada. They were very disappointed with Uchiha Shimada, especially after Uchiha Shimada admitted. If Uchiha Shimada doesn't admit it, they can still have some hope in their hearts. I wanted Fugaku to be the Patriarch, so I had the wrong idea of getting rid of Uchiha Lingye and helping Fugaku clear the way. Father. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He didn't understand why his father had to plead guilty. Didn't he know the consequences after pleading guilty? Even if he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the clan cannot tolerate him. I apologize for my wrong actions, and I am willing to abdicate and let you, Lingye, be the next patriarch. Uchiha Shimada's next words made Uchiha Fugaku think even more that his father had lost his mind. Uchiha Shimada then kneels in front of Lingye in Dagiza style. I, Uchiha Shimada, would like to apologize, and I only hope that the Lingye patriarch will not implicate my son Fugaku because of me. Now Lingye understood why Uchiha Shimada pleaded guilty and even voluntarily abdicated to give him the position of patriarch. It turned out to be a way out for Uchiha Fugaku. As long as Lingye promises not to target my son Fugaku, I can give up the position of patriarch now and apologize with death. Uchiha Shimada knew that Uchiha Lingye was not a good person and threatened him before. He also knew that even if he refused to admit it, he would not be able to avoid this disaster with evidence. It's better to take everything on yourself and use your own life in exchange for Uchiha Fugaku's safety. Father, you. Fugaku, you shut up. Uchiha Shimada showed his fatherly dignity and stopped Uchiha Fugaku. I, Uchiha Lingye, only seek the person who is the chief envoy and will not implicate others. Advertisement Lingye had no idea of getting rid of Uchiha Fugaku by the way. Don't look at Uchiha Shimada has pleaded guilty and is driven to a dead end, but if Lingye wants to kill all of them, there will definitely be a group of people who oppose it. Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Uchiha Shimada felt a little relieved. Although he didn't trust Uchiha Lingye, he agreed in front of so many people, and Uchiha Lingye was not easy to backtrack. As for whether Uchiha Lingye will use dirty tricks to deal with Fugaku in the future, that is beyond his control. The follow-up can only look at Fugaku's own. If he is capable, he may not be able to regain the position of patriarch in the future. Uchiha Shimada decisively took out the kunai and stabbed into his own heart. Really, as he said, he apologized to Lingye with death. Father. Seeing Uchiha Shimada who really apologized with death, Uchiha Fugaku knelt down with red eyes, and the 3-tomo Sharingan was automatically activated. Lingye watched Uchiha Fugaku. If he activates the Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye won't be able to accommodate him. Even if they deal with him in the dark, they will solve him secretly. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku really opens Mangekyō Sharingan, it can pose some threats to the current Lingye. Maybe the relationship between father and son is not deep enough, or maybe it's not exciting enough. Uchiha Fugaku did not open Mangekyō Sharingan, but from the way he looked at her, Lingye could feel the hatred. Everyone, I will be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the future. Which one of you agrees and who opposes? Said Lingye took a step forward, looking at everyone present. I am in favor of Lingye becoming the patriarch. The great elder was the first to support Lingye, followed by the third elder. I believe that the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Lingye, will move towards new glory. Then there are the other Jonin, which originally belonged to Uchiha Shimada's henchmen. At this time many people are disheartened by what Uchiha Shimada has done and will not object. As for those who remain loyal to Uchiha Shimada and lean toward Uchiha Fugaku, nothing is said. After all, before Uchiha Shimada committed suicide, he said he would give way to Uchiha Lingye. In fact, Uchiha Shimada gave way to Lingye, which is also the protection of Uchiha Fugaku. Advertisement of course he wants his son to be the patriarch, but Uchiha Fugaku has no ability to compete with Uchiha Lingye. The competition for patriarchs depends not only on power but also on strength. Even if Uchiha Fugaku has the support of the people he left behind, he is not as good as Uchiha Lingye in terms of strength. Really competing with Uchiha Lingye, the final result may be Uchiha Lingye's killer, and Uchiha Fugaku died tragically. Therefore, Uchiha Shimada will announce to give way to Uchiha Lingye. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku couldn't understand this matter. Apart from deploring his father's death at this time, he was also full of resentment towards him. He believes that if Uchiha Shimada does not give way to Uchiha Lingye, he still has the ability to compete with Uchiha Lingye. Since that's the case, then I will not give up the position of patriarch. Becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was Lingye's small goal, and now this small goal has finally been accomplished. He became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan will never end up exterminated in the future. The small goal has been accomplished, and it is time to think about future goals. Now that I have become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I hope that no one in the clan will treat me in a false way, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lingye glanced at some people. These people were originally on Uchiha Shimada's side, and even supported Uchiha Fugaku as the next patriarch. For these people, Lingye hits first. If they are really disobedient, Lingye doesn't mind getting rid of them. The second elder, who was also among the targets Lingye beat, his expression was not very good at this time. He was too close to Uchiha Shimada, so he always supported Uchiha Fugaku. He knew that what Uchiha Lingye said was for him. Uchiha Lingye. What should you call me now? Lingye glanced at the second elder. Clan. Patriarch. The second elder took a deep breath, then pointed at Uchiha Ryuichi's body on the ground. I want the patriarch to explain, where did Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes go? Uchiha Ryuichi's body is lying here, but his eyes are empty, and the Sharingan has obviously been gouged out. Chapter 17 using the Mangekyō Sharingan as an incentive. It must be Uchiha Lingye who poached Uchiha Ryuichi's Sharingan. Just in time, take this incident as a blow to Uchiha Lingye's reputation. The Uchiha family is very taboo to have their eyes gouged. Not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Hyuga clan, and even in this regard, the Hyuga clan is more guarded. Just look at Curse Mark. Caged bird from the Hyuga branch house. Curse Mark. Caged bird is not only a means for the clan to control the branch house, it can also prevent the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan from being obtained by others. When a person engraved with Curse Mark, Caged bird dies or their eyes are removed, the eyeballs and brain will be destroyed immediately to prevent others from getting the white eyes. You ask Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes, his eyes are here. Lingye took out a small bottle containing a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Ryuichi opened Mangekyō Sharingan before he died. Is there any problem if I remove his eyes? He was a traitor who assassinated his clansmen, and being able to leave a pair of eyes to contribute to the family is his greatest atonement. Lingye glanced at the Uchiha people present. Originally, after the second elder asked this question, the person who guessed that Lingye had dug out Uchiha Longye's eyes felt a little uncomfortable. But after knowing that this is Mangekyō Sharingan, the discomfort in my heart directly turned into consternation. Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Ryuichi unexpectedly awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. For the Uchiha clan, Mangekyō Sharingan is like a legend. All Uchiha people hope that someone in the family will open Mangekyō Sharingan and lead the Uchiha family to control Konoha village. Many people, not much is known about Mangekyō Sharingan. Even members of the Uchiha clan are the same. In their eyes, by opening the Mangekyō Sharingan, one can become a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara's predecessor. Many Uchiha people also don't know the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and those who do know are always a minority. If the Uchiha family can have another Uchiha Madara, they will definitely be able to control Konoha village. The Uchiha dragon who turned on the Mangekyō Sharingan is dead, but as long as the Mangekyō Sharingan is still alive. At this time, no one will hold Lingye out for digging out Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes. Even if they make a choice, they will gouge out Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes. Staring at the Mangekyō Sharingan contained in the potion bottle, the second elder had longing eyes. If he can be transplanted into Mangekyō Sharingan, he may not have a chance to become the patriarch. Advertisement. Although the status of an elder is not low, it cannot be compared with the patriarch. If there is an opportunity to be the patriarch, of course he will fight for it. He wasn't the only one staring at Mangekyō Sharingan, who was not yearning for Mangekyō Sharingan. This pair of Mangekyō Sharingan belongs to Uchiha Ryuichi. I don't know if I can get it back. Uchiha Fugaku stared at those Mangekyō Sharingan. He was the one who wanted them the most. As long as you get the Mangekyō Sharingan, wouldn't you be able to avenge Uchiha Lingye and take back the position of patriarch that originally belonged to him? Ahem, patriarch, should we discuss the ownership of these eyes? The second elder said. According to the relationship, I am Longye's clan uncle. I think these eyes should be kept by me. Uncle clan. The relationship between you and Uchiha Ryuichi is almost beyond count. The third elder looked at the second elder and sneered. Uchiha Ryuichi is my father's confidant. I should be responsible to him. I hope the patriarch can give me the relic of Uchiha Ryuichi. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even care about his father's corpse, and stared at the Mangekyō Sharingan in Uchiha Lingye's hand. And those who are still loyal to Uchiha Shimada, their faces changed when they heard Uchiha Fugaku's words. Is the Mangekyō Sharingan something Uchiha Fugaku can contend for? Mangekyō Sharingan, let it be preserved by the patriarch. At this time, the great elder spoke. He has no greed for Mangekyō Sharingan. He is already old and frail. Even if he gets Mangekyō Sharingan, he will not be able to exert his power. As the great elder of the Uchiha clan, he really wanted to see the Uchiha clan flourish. So it is best for Mangekyō Sharingan to be in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Lingye didn't speak, just swept the second elder and Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku wakes up after being reminded by the people around him. He is the least likely to get the Mangekyō Sharingan. If he gets it, Uchiha Lingye will probably deal with him later. Not only him, but also others can't get it. If he were the patriarch, it would be impossible for him to hand over a big killer like Mangekyō Sharingan to others. Advertisement. This pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, I will hand it over to the right person. Let's see your contribution to the Uchiha clan. Lingye spoke at this moment. Any one of you has the possibility to get this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Although even if he gave it to others, he would only give it to his confidant, but Lingye would not say that. Raise their motivation. The temptation of Mangekyō Sharingan, do not believe they could not resist. Patriarch, don't you plan to transplant? Someone couldn't help asking. What is not my own is always not my own. I believe that I will be able to open Mangekyō Sharingan by myself in the future. After Lingye finished speaking, Uchiha Jonin who was present cheered up. The patriarch is right. With the talent of the patriarch, Mangekyō Sharingan will definitely be activated. The patriarch simply looked down on Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan. A mere Uchiha Ryuichi, who opened Mangekyō Sharingan, was still easily resolved by the patriarch. Lingye's goal has been achieved. He took out Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan, just to motivate these people and let them do things well. Uchiha Iron Tree, you will be responsible for recording everyone's contribution to the Uchiha clan in the future. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Iron Tree is loyal to Lingye, and Lingye has saved his life for him. He is not weak either. One of the few elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan is Lingye's confidant. As long as your contribution is large enough, Mangekyō Sharingan will be your reward, Lingye said to the tribe below. Long live the Patriarch. A Jonin of the Uchiha clan raised his fist and shouted. Now, Lingye's status as patriarch has been truly recognized. Even if there are still people who are dissatisfied, they can only endure it temporarily. Chapter 18 Hyuga Heihachi regarded him as an opponent? Uchiha Shimada should be buried respectfully. Don't spread the news about Uchiha Shimada sending people to assassinate me, otherwise we will lose the face of our Uchiha family. Lingye glanced at Uchiha Shimada's body and said. Uchiha Shimada originally had a high reputation within the Uchiha clan, and many people have received his favor. Lingye handled it like this, which made them satisfied. Anyway, he is already dead, so there is no need to worry about it. It is better to take this matter and win the loyalty of some clansmen. The patriarch is merciful. Everyone was praising Lingye for his kindness, only Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, feeling extremely aggrieved. His father Uchiha Shimada was forced to death by Uchiha Lingye, and now everyone praises Uchiha Lingye for his kindness. The internal changes of the Uchiha clan spread throughout the major families of Konoha and Konoha's high-level officials within a short time. Konoha high-level officials and major families are very concerned about the Uchiha family. Now the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are the two powerful clans in Konoha village, among which the Uchiha clan is much stronger than the Hyuga clan. As the first family of Konoha, it is naturally eye-catching. Uchiha Shimada died of illness, and Uchiha Lingye became the new patriarch. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly. Uchiha Shimada said that he died of illness. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know the real situation for the time being. Frowning tightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed sadness in his eyes. He originally planned to win over Uchiha Lingye and let Uchiha Lingye deal with Uchiha Shimada and Uchiha Fugaku father and son. I want to make the Uchiha clan fall into infighting. But now that Uchiha Lingye has become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shimada is dead, and his original plan has failed. Uchiha Lingye has become the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Is there still a possibility for him to win over? Maybe it's really a draw. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of the deafening will of fire that Uchiha Lingye uttered when he met Uchiha Lingye last time. But immediately Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed this idea. Who knows what Uchiha Lingye said last time is true or false? He can't trust Uchiha Lingye. Investigate the cause of Uchiha Shimada's death. I don't believe he died of illness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intuition told him that Uchiha Shimada's death was anything but simple. Advertisement, yes. The ninja dressed in Anbu leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, having supported Uchiha Lingye before. Now that Uchiha Lingye has become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his attitude may also change. Continue to support Uchiha Lingye, isn't it an enemy? Uchiha Lingye becomes the new patriarch, can Uchiha Fugaku be reconciled? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga clan, at this time Hyuga Heihachi has become the new head of the Hyuga clan. It is easy for him to take over as the patriarch, and the position of the future patriarch is determined at birth. Unfortunately for Hyuga Heihachi, he and Hyuga Heihachi are brothers, but because they were born late and are younger brothers, they became a branch house. The one who became Uchiha's new patriarch turned out to be Uchiha Lingye. Hyuga Heihachi looked at the information blankly. HMPH, I will prove who is the first family of Konoha. Hyuga Heihachi snorted coldly. They are all Hitomi clans, and they all rely on Hitomi to make a living, but the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not in harmony. Since the Senju clan was completely gone, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have been fighting for a title. The Uchiha clan feel that the white eyes are inferior to the Sharingan, while the Hyuga clan feel that their white eyes are stronger than the Sharingan. Konoha village has always had disputes about the strength of the pupil technique, and no one agrees with the other. Uchiha Lingye becomes the patriarch, that is his future opponent. At this time, Uchiha Lingye, who had just become the patriarch, didn't know that Hyuga Heihachi regarded him as an opponent. If I knew, I'm afraid I couldn't help laughing. What is Hyuga Heihachi? Treating him as an opponent is even more ridiculous than Meng Huo saying that Zhuge Liang is his old enemy. I'm afraid he doesn't know that Lingye has never taken him seriously. After all, in Lingye's eyes, the one who can be his opponent in the future must at least be at the level of Uchiha Madara. Even now, in a one-on-one duel, as long as Uchiha Madara's feigned old boy doesn't come out, Lingye is confident that no one can beat him. The fact that Lingye became the patriarch caused quite a stir in Konoha village. Congratulations. Advertisement after Uzumaki Kushina knew that Lingye had become the patriarch, he came to the Uchiha clan to congratulate him. The Uchiha clan excludes outsiders from entering, but Uzumaki Kushina and Lingye have a good relationship, so they can freely enter and exit the Uchiha clan. Congratulate me and forget it, why don't you come and help me? As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, there are many things that Lingye needs to take over. For example, the industry owned by the Uchiha family needs him to take over. These are all crucial. If a ninja wants to become a talent, it needs money to cultivate. Kunai and shuriken don't cost money, so of course Lingye must organize the Uchiha family's industry well. These are the means by which the Uchiha family gets money. Fortunately, there is Mikoto as a good wife, otherwise he would be even busier. Of course, the so-called busyness is only for a period of time. After it stabilizes, it will be fine to get on the right track. After all, Lingye has just taken over the position of patriarch, so there are naturally many things to do. How can I help? Uzumaki Kushina asked. She didn't mind helping out. As a result, Uzumaki Kushina was directly recruited by Lingye and became Lingye's assistant. Even if there are some things that can't be helped, serving tea and water to Lingye can do it. I can be regarded as a guest when I come here, and now I am serving you directly. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help complaining. It took 3 days for Lingye to finish dealing with the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, and then she was finally free. Konoha Guard, Lingye hasn't passed these days. He, the captain, doesn't need to stay there all the time. Just ask Uchiha Iron Tree to manage the Konoha Guard on his behalf. If he does everything himself, he probably won't have time to do anything else. For Lingye, improving strength is the most important thing. Sign in successfully, get Genin level chakra. Do you want to receive it? Today's luck is not bad. Compared with signing into Kunai, the shuriken is much better, at least it is useful. Lingye chooses to receive it, and his chakra has increased a little. Although it is not much, it adds up. If you can sign in every day to get Genin level chakra, sooner or later you can become a chakra. Chapter 19 Lingye wants to expand the Konoha Guard. After dealing with the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, Lingye held a Uchiha internal meeting. This meeting is different from the clan meeting. There are very few people participating, at least elite Jonin must be eligible to participate. The patriarch told us to come. Is there something important? The great elder looked at Lingye. The new official took office with 3 fires, and Lingye became the patriarch. It is impossible to do nothing. There are indeed important announcements. Lingye nodded. I want to reform the Konoha Guard. What do you guys think? Reform? How does the patriarch want to reform? The great elder asked. Uchiha Fugaku said nothing with a sullen face. Reforming the Konoha Guard? Perhaps the main purpose is to kick him out of the Konoha Guard. He, Uchiha Fugaku, is still the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard. Lingye stood up and glanced at everyone present. For a long time, members of the Konoha Guard have been members of our Uchiha clan. Relying on controlling the Konoha Guard, although our power has reached its peak, we have also offended many people. The Uchiha family is not welcome in Konoha village. Most of the Uchiha people are arrogant and strong, and they don't give face to anyone. The Konoha Guard is responsible for maintaining the law and order of Konoha. Who can guarantee that the major families will not make any mistakes? The Uchiha clan doesn't give any affection to those people, and they have offended the Konoha clan all over the place. Not only the major families of Konoha, but also some civilian ninjas do not have much affection for the Uchiha family, which also led to the situation that the Uchiha family was excluded and isolated in Konoha. To put it bluntly, I just don't understand the world. Is worldliness important? If you are strong enough, of course you don't need to care about worldly sophistication, but others will use it to please you. But does the Uchiha clan have that strength? There is a fart. Uchiha Madara's strength was not inherited, but Uchiha Madara's character was inherited. It's true that the Uchiha clan is very strong in Konoha, but they don't have the strength to be enemies of everyone. Advertisement. I plan to expand the number of members of the Konoha Guard, and recruit other families or civilian ninjas to join the Konoha Guard. After Uchiha Lingye finished speaking, the second elder was the first to stand up. I object. I don't agree either. The 3 elders who supported Lingye before also opposed it at this time. The Konoha Guard is controlled by our Uchiha clan. If outsiders are allowed to join, our control over the Konoha Guard will inevitably decline. The 3 elders stated the reasons for their opposition. Patriarch, you must act in the interests of the Uchiha clan. After hearing the words of the 3rd elder, Lingye couldn't help laughing. You think what I'm going to do is harm the interests of the Uchiha clan? Although Uchiha Itachi is a 25-year-old boy, he is right. That is, he thinks that the Uchiha family is very narrow-minded. Lingye also thinks they are narrow-minded. Of course, although both think that the Uchiha clan is narrow-minded, the 2 views are different. Uchiha Itachi felt that the Uchiha clan only considered the interests of the Uchiha clan and believed that their clan was narrow-minded, but Lingye didn't think it was wrong. The interests of Konoha village have nothing to do with them. The interests of the Uchiha clan are their own. Lingye thinks they are narrow-minded, mainly because they are short-sighted. They only know how to protect the power of big farts, but don't know how to make the cake bigger. No wonder the Uchiha clan can't get Hokage. With this kind of idea of only wanting to eat alone, even if you really have the strength to be a Hokage, it will cause opposition from the entire Konoha village. Of course, eating alone is not a mistake. It is wrong to eat alone if you have no strength. The captain of the Konoha Guard is me. As long as I am still the captain, the Konoha Guard will not lose control. And the more people in the Konoha Guard, the stronger it is, which means I have more power to speak in Konoha village, understand? The reform and expansion of the Konoha Guard is just as I said, and I don't want anyone to object. Lingye took a focused look at the 2nd and 3rd elders. Advertisement. I agree with the patriarch's opinion. The elder came forward to support him. Okay, since the great elder agrees, I have no objection, but if the Uchiha clan loses control of the Konoha Guard because of the patriarch's plan, you, the patriarch, must be responsible. A deep light flashed in the 2nd elder's eyes. He thought for a while, and it seemed that there was no need to object. If Uchiha Lingye really harmed the interests of the family, the clan would not agree, and Uchiha Lingye would definitely step down by then. Both the 1st elder and the 2nd elder no longer objected, and of course the others did not dare to express their objections. Other elite Jonin's status in the clan is not low, but the main voice is still in the hands of the patriarch and elders. Uchiha Yatsushiro, go and spread the news, saying that the Konoha Guard intends to recruit new members. Lingye instructed an elite Jonin. Uchiha 8 Generations, the character who appeared in the original book, is the leader of the trio who questioned Uchiha Itachi after Uchiha Shisui died. Yes, Lord Patriarch. The reason why Lingye wants to expand the members of the Konoha Guard is actually to attract the community of interests. In addition, if something happens in the future, they can be blamed. Also, what Lingye said to them before was correct: the more members of the Konoha Guard, the stronger the strength, the more power he has as the captain. A newcomer to the Konoha Guard, no matter what he thinks, he also needs to obey Lingye in name. Soon, word spread that Uchiha Lingye wanted to reform the Konoha Guard and planned to recruit ninjas to join the Konoha Guard. Because Lingye deliberately let people spread it, it spread quickly. Those who got the news were a little shocked. The Konoha Guard had never considered recruiting people outside. Although it is called the Konoha Police Force to the outside world, others call it the Uchiha Guard in private, because all of them are members of the Uchiha clan, and there are no outsiders at all. This is the first time to recruit ninjas. Of course, there are many people who are interested in this. The treatment of the Konoha Guard is not bad, and it is very majestic when going out. The Konoha Guard has a lot of power in Konoha village. Even the major Konoha families are very interested in joining the Konoha Guard. It would also be a convenience for them if they could have someone in the Konoha Guard. Chapter 20 All outsiders are ourselves. What is the Uchiha family doing? Aren't they always reluctant to let others join the Konoha Guard? In Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked puzzled. Konoha Sannin, except for Tsunade who left Konoha, the other two are still staying in Konoha village. Jiraiya went out to perform tasks for many days, and only after she came back did she realize that the Uchiha clan had undergone great changes. Uchiha Lingye has become the new patriarch, and also announced the expansion of the Konoha Guard to recruit people from outside. Old man, don't you plan to put some people inside and reduce the power of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. The Uchiha clan responsible for maintaining the law and order of Konoha has always been very arrogant. To be honest, he can't understand it, and often find trouble for nothing. He even proposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen to limit the power of the Uchiha clan and not allow the Uchiha clan to control the Konoha Guard alone. Isn't this an opportunity now? After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished thinking, he looked up at Jiraiya. You think this is a good thing? Isn't this a good thing? Jiraiya couldn't help asking. For Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little disappointed. Before the Uchiha clan controlled the Konoha Guard, it seemed to be very powerful, but how many people were offended? Why didn't he deal with the Uchiha clan, instead watching the other party getting more and more rampant? It's not about being afraid of the Uchiha clan, it's about watching the Uchiha clan being isolated by other clans. Jiraiya, if you're okay, go teach Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Jiraiya. It was ready to send Jiraiya away. I've been away from Konoha for many days, and I haven't seen Minato for a long time. I'm leaving, old man. Walking to the door, Jiraiya turned her head. I went on a mission this time. I heard about Tsunade. Old man, do you want to get Tsunade back? Jiraiya's mouth twitched at the thought of what he had heard about Tsunade recently. The ninja world has a bad reputation. As a former teammate, he also has a crush on Tsunade, so he naturally knows Tsunade very well, knowing that Tsunade likes to gamble, and he will lose every bet. Advertisement. It is not surprising at all to break out the title of the big fat sheep in the ninja world. Tsunade. Forget it, even if you go to find her, she may not come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. During the Second Ninja World War, both his lover Kato Dan and his brother Nawaki died on the battlefield, and Tsunade suffered from hemophobia because of this. Not long after the Second Ninja War ended, Tsunade left Konoha village. Jiraiya opened her mouth, and held back the last words she wanted to say. After Jiraiya left, the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became serious. Uchiha Lingye, he expanded the Konoha Guard, is it for his ambition? The goal of the Uchiha clan has always been to become the Hokage of Konoha village and control Konoha village. Is Uchiha Lingye also eyeing the Hokage position? Go and invite Uchiha Lingye to meet me, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. He had to figure out Uchiha Lingye's purpose, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Lingye really became a threat. How long has it been? More than half a month ago, he was still thinking about supporting Uchiha Lingye against Uchiha Shimada, causing the Uchiha clan to fall into infighting. Only half a month later, Uchiha Shimada died, and Uchiha Lingye, who he originally wanted to support, became his confidant. In the Uchiha clan, it is not surprising that Lingye received the invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He released the news of the expansion of the Konoha Guard, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be stable. Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely does not want anyone in Konoha village to threaten his status. Uchiha Lingye came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Master Third Hokage, what do you want me to do? Lingye asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Lingye deeply. Being stared at by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lingye didn't feel the pressure, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. Lingye, I heard that you were going to expand the Konoha Guard? That's right, the Uchiha clan alone cannot maintain the law and order of Konoha village, there are not enough manpower. Lingye sighed. Why maintain the stability of Konoha village? I can only expand the Konoha Guard. Advertisement, by the way. The support of Lord Third Hokage is needed to expand the funds of the Konoha Guard. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Lingye wanted to squeeze the wool again. In the non-war period, Konoha village is definitely not short of money. If the Konoha Guard continues to expand, will there be a surplus of personnel? I think relying on the Uchiha clan is enough to maintain the law and order of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally does not want Uchiha Lingye to expand the power of the Konoha Guard. Master Hokage, not long ago, Cloud Shinobi sneaked into our Konoha village with the intention of kidnapping Uzumaki Kushina. The Konoha Guard, which maintains Konoha law and order, failed to find the enemy. If I hadn't happened to meet him, he would have been kidnapped. From this incident, it has been shown that our Konoha Guard is short of manpower and elites. So, I want to recruit elite ninjas from the entire Konoha village to join the Konoha Guard, all of which is to maintain Konoha law and order. As the heir to the will of fire, I, Uchiha Lingye, maintain Konoha law and order, and it is my duty to do so. As soon as Lingye called, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, and he even mentioned the kidnapping of Uzumaki Kushina. Then why do you recruit outsiders to join the Konoha Guard? Haven't the Uchiha clan been members of the Konoha Guard all along? After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Master Hokage is wrong to say that. What is an outsider? In Konoha village, we are all our own people, aren't we? We, the Uchiha family, will never treat any resident of Konoha village as an outsider. Lingye's words silenced Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Aren't you Uchiha clan the most xenophobic? Now I am embarrassed to say this. This high-sounding appearance has already caught up with him. Hokage-sama, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha, you don't think you won't support it? Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't Master Hokage want to see Konoha village in good order? A hat was put on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, a flash of anger flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and then he restrained himself. Support, of course I support it. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say support, Lingye smiled. Since Mr. Hokage supports it, how much money is he going to allocate? This is all for the sake of the security of Konoha village. I hope Mr. Hokage will not disappoint all residents of Konoha village. Chapter 21 Not afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen does not compromise. Under the banner of Uchiha Lingye's righteousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen tearfully allocated 50 million taels. Lingye was in a good mood after getting the money. In the past, the salaries of members of the Konoha Guard were all paid by the Uchiha clan. After that, Lingye will definitely let Konoha village pay for it. As for whether the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen who took out the money is ugly or not, it has nothing to do with Lingye. Konoha Guard. Lingye hasn't been here for several days. Now Lingye has handed over the affairs of the Konoha Guard to his confidant Uchiha Iron Tree to manage. As for the vice captain Uchiha Fugaku on the bright side, he is only the vice captain on the bright side now, with no power at all. Uchiha Fugaku is also very knowledgeable, and he is uncomfortable not going to the Konoha Guard. How about it, has anyone joined the Konoha Guard? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree and Uchiha Yatsushiro. Master Patriarch, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan sent people to join the Konoha Guard. There are also some civilian ninjas. The other families have not moved yet. Lingye nodded after hearing the report. Just after the announcement, 2 families sent people to join the Konoha Guard, which is not bad. As for the other families in Konoha village, sooner or later their hearts will be touched. After all, the power of the Konoha Guard is not small, and it is also a temptation for the major families. Tieshu, Yatsudai, the 2 of you focus on attracting civilian ninjas who are not weak. Those family ninjas don't need to pay too much attention. Lingye gave instructions to the 2 of them. The ones that can really be used for their own use are those commoner ninjas, and those who have a family behind them don't even think about it for the time being. By the way, I don't want conflicts within the Konoha Guard in the future, you manage it well. After expanding the Konoha Guard and recruiting outsiders, it is impossible for them to have no friction with the Uchiha clan who were originally members of the Konoha Guard. Advertisement Lingye didn't want to bother about this matter. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Iron Tree and Uchiha Yatsushiro looked at each other. This matter is not easy to handle. When the Patriarch announced that he would recruit people from outside the Uchiha clan to join the Konoha Guard, many members of the clan were dissatisfied. It is foreseeable that conflicts are certain. But the Patriarch entrusted them with this task, and they must handle it well. In the future, all the expenses of the Konoha Guard will be reimbursed to 3rd Hokage, understand? Lingye ordered on the spot. In the past, the Uchiha clan was in charge of the operation of the Konoha Guard, but this big wrong species can no longer be the one. In addition to paying salaries, our Konoha Guard has no consumption. Uchiha Iron Tree said. No consumption? How can this work? In the future, the Konoha Guard must be treated well, equipped with the best training ground, and distribute the best equipment for free. Without enough interests, how to win over people? Equipped with the best training ground and distributed the best equipment. This condition is not very tempting to ninjas from family backgrounds, but it is very tempting to ninjas from ordinary civilian families. Anyway, Lingye doesn't need to pay for all of this, he can apply to Konoha village, and the members of the Konoha Guard will be grateful to him, so why not do it? Hachidai, calculate how much it will cost, and report to 3rd Hokage. This. Patriarch, what if 3rd Hokage doesn't approve the money? Uchiha Yatsushiro couldn't help asking. If you don't approve it, then I have something to say. We are responsible for maintaining the law and order of Konoha village. For the safety of Konoha village, we were born and died. Is it reasonable for 3rd Hokage not to distribute equipment to us? Lingye is really not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rejection. If Sarutobi Hiruzen refuses, he will mobilize public opinion, damage Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation, force Sarutobi Hiruzen to compromise, and is not afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not compromise. As for whether this will offend Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lingye doesn't consider these at all. Because they were already on opposite sides. Advertisement. From the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he cannot tolerate a powerful Uchiha clan, and Lingye becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so he must lead Uchiha to become the strongest clan. Of course, this is limited to those who obey Lingye, and Lingye will not be lenient in cleaning up those who do not obey him. Meanwhile, the Nara clan. Yamanaka Heiichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, and Akamichi Choza, the head of the Akamichi clan, are also here. They looked at Nara Shirju and asked, Luju, should we send people from our tribe to join the Konoha Guard? Ino Shikacho has always been advancing and retreating together, and this generation of Ino Shikacho has become the patriarch of their respective families. The Inazuka clan and the Aburame clan have sent people to join the Konoha Guard. Yamanaka had a look of excitement on his face. The power of the Konoha security force is not small, and the maintenance of law and order can be large or small, and sometimes they arrest people if they want to. The most important thing is that sending people to join the Konoha Guard may prevent them from being harassed. Their flower shop of the Yamanaka clan has been frequently picked on by members of the Konoha Guard. If they send someone to join the Konoha Guard, at least they will have some face. At least this little trouble can be solved. It doesn't hurt to send a few chunin from the family to join. As a think tank, Nara Shikahisa said after thinking about it. Although he knew that the relationship between Konoha's senior management and the Uchiha clan was not good, Hokage would not be dissatisfied with them just because they sent someone to join the Konoha Guard. Letting people join the Konoha Guard will only benefit their family and not harm them. Okay, then when we go back, we will send a few chunin to join the Konoha Guard. Yamanaka Haii and Akamichi Choza said at the same time. The new head of the Uchiha clan is not easy, Nara Luju said to himself. Expand the Konoha Guard, no longer recruiting only from the Uchiha clan. This change has no effect on Uchiha Lingye's power, but it has increased his influence in Konoha village a lot. Not only the Ino Shikacho side, the Hyuga clan, as the Uchiha clan's current enemy, Hyuga Hiyashi, is also considering whether to send someone to join the Konoha Guard. In the end, even Hyuga Hiyashi decided to send a few people to join the Konoha Guard. Chapter 22 Removing Uchiha Fugaku. A week later, listening to Uchiha Irontree's report, Lingye nodded with satisfaction. The Konoha garrison originally had less than 200 people, but now it has increased to 500. The minimum condition for joining the Konoha Guard is that the strength is at least chunin. Only when the strength reaches chunin are they eligible to participate in the selection. After passing the selection, you will be an official member of the Konoha Guard. Therefore, even the weakest members of the Konoha Guard can be regarded as good players among chunin. However, most of the recruits were chunin, and there were not many jonin at all. Let's recruit these for the time being, and try to recruit some powerful ninjas to join our Konoha Guard in the future. Lingye instructed Uchiha Irontree. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Although Uchiha Irontree responded, he had a bit of a wry smile on his face. Jonin and Elite Jonin, both mainstays of Konoha village. Although the salary given by their Konoha Guard is not low, it is not attractive to Jonin and Elite Jonin. Uchiha Fugaku hasn't been to the Konoha Guard, has he? Lingye asked Uchiha Irontree. Yes, Lord Patriarch, he has never been to the Konoha Guard. Abandoning his post without authorization, then revoke his position as deputy captain. Lingye said directly. With the opportunity to take away Uchiha Fugaku's vice captain position, Lingye will certainly not be lenient, not to mention he has reasons. Remove his position as vice captain, and you will be the vice captain of the Konoha Guard in the future. Lingye's words made Uchiha Irontree extremely excited, who didn't want to go one step further. Thank you, Patriarch, for your attention. Became the vice captain, perform your duties well. I like capable people, don't let me down. If you let him down, then Uchiha Lingye can only replace him. I promise not to disappoint the Patriarch. Uchiha Tieshu bid farewell to Lingye with joy on his face. It would be appropriate to have Uchiha Tieshu as the vice captain. He has both strength and ability. If Uchiha Yadai assists him, he should be able to do a good job. Advertisement. Originally, Lingye considered Mikoto as the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard, but after careful consideration, let Mikoto be his assistant secretary. After leaving from Lingye, Uchiha Irontree went to inform Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing Uchiha Irontree who came in through the door, Uchiha Fugaku had a sullen face. What are you doing here? The other party is Uchiha Lingye's lackey, and Uchiha Fugaku's tone is naturally unfriendly. Uchiha Fugaku, you have left your post without permission. As the vice captain, you have never been to the Konoha Guard. The Patriarch ordered you to be removed from the position of vice captain. Uchiha Irontree looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a sneer. What? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up. The position of deputy captain of the Konoha Guard is still useful to him. With this position, at least some people from the Uchiha family will listen to him. If he is removed, who will talk to him? What qualifications does Uchiha Lingye have to remove my vice captain position? Unable to restrain his emotions, Uchiha Fugaku asked furiously. You are so bold, calling the Patriarch's name directly. This is the Patriarch's order. You must obey if you obey, and you must obey if you don't obey. Uchiha Irontree stared at Uchiha Fugaku with cold eyes. If you dare to have any dissatisfaction with the patriarch, I will cut off your head with my own hands. Listening to Uchiha Irontree's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt aggrieved. If it was before, would Uchiha Itachi dare to talk to him like this? Snort. Uchiha Irontree snorted coldly, and left directly, leaving Uchiha Fugaku with a very ugly face. After Uchiha Irontree left, Uchiha Fugaku contacted some Jonin who still had contact with him in the clan to discuss. Master Fugaku, Uchiha Lingye is too much, I can't bear it. Yes, if we give in, Uchiha Lingye will definitely bully us again. Several Jonin, former Uchiha Shimada loyalists, were outraged. Even though Uchiha Shimada's reputation in the Uchiha clan has been ruined, they have not changed their loyalty. Advertisement, so now they are still loyal to Uchiha Fugaku. Master Fugaku, I do not recommend that you start a conflict with Uchiha Lingye now. The only elite Jonin present besides Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Ichiro, reminded Uchiha Fugaku carefully. Master Ichiro, what does this mean? Do you want to seek refuge with Uchiha Lingye? Someone asked, dissatisfied, with suspicion in their eyes. It has not been long since Uchiha Lingye became the patriarch, and many people who were originally loyal to the previous patriarch have defected to Uchiha Lingye. Is it the same for Uchiha Ichiro? HMPH, you idiots, do you doubt me? Uchiha Ichiro said with anger on his face. Shut up, I believe Ichiro will not betray my father, nor will he betray me. Uchiha Fugaku glared at the man who had doubted Uchiha Ichiro just now. Now Uchiha Ichiro is the strongest combat power on his side, and he can't lose it. Master Fugaku, the reason why I propose you to forbear is mainly to not give Uchiha Lingye a chance. Although Uchiha Lingye promised the patriarch that he will not target you after his death, Uchiha Lingye will never keep his promise. If you find an excuse for him, he will definitely attack you without hesitation. That's the case this time. Uchiha Ichiro explained to Uchiha Fugaku carefully. He suspected that the removal of Uchiha Fugaku this time was deliberately trying to anger Uchiha Fugaku. If Uchiha Fugaku goes to Uchiha Lingye to sell accounts angrily, he will fall into Uchiha Lingye's trap. I hope Master Fugaku thinks clearly that our strength is not equal to that of Uchiha Lingye, and we need to wait for the opportunity. Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Ryuji joined forces, but they failed to kill Uchiha Lingye. If there is a way to deal with Uchiha Lingye, Shimada-sama will not be forced to commit suicide and apologize. I see, I will calm down. The impulsiveness on Uchiha Fugaku's face disappeared and he regained his composure. What Uchiha Ichiro said made sense, and Uchiha Lingye couldn't find an excuse, otherwise he would definitely get rid of himself. Bear with it for now, as long as he can activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, he has a chance to turn defeat into victory. Chapter 23 Uzumaki Kushina joins Konoha Guard. Uchiha Fugaku didn't come to me for justice, he grew up. Lingye was a little surprised. He was definitely not reconciled to being removed from the position of vice captain. If Uchiha Fugaku is angry and comes to Lingye to sell accounts, Lingye will use the following reasons to give Uchiha Fugaku a hard time. He didn't even jump in, it seems that he has grown a lot. He should be a threat to you if he is alive, do you want me to get rid of him? Asked Makoto. Although she is not a ruthless person, Makoto doesn't mind killing people if she clears the way for Lingye. Lingye shook her head. It's good that Makoto has this heart, but it's not so easy to kill Uchiha Fugaku with his own hands. Although Makoto's strength has improved astonishingly, he and Uchiha Fugaku are just around the same level. If you want to kill Uchiha Fugaku, you can't kill him. Unless Lingye takes action himself, no one in the clan dares to say that he can kill Uchiha Fugaku steadily. And this is not the time to tackle Uchiha Fugaku. Now that Uchiha Fugaku is dead, I'm afraid anyone can guess that he did it. Uchiha Fugaku opened the Mangekyō Sharingan in the original book. Lingye pondered secretly whether to wait for Uchiha Fugaku to open Mangekyō Sharingan in the future and gouge his eyes out. Never mind Uchiha Fugaku, he's no threat, Lingye said to Makoto. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku really can't threaten Lingye. After he activates Mangekyō Sharingan, it is estimated that Lingye has already activated Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It has been almost a month since the system awakened, and the first month's check-in is about to begin. The probability of getting good things for daily sign-in is very small, but monthly sign-in should not be bad. Makoto, Lingye hugged Makoto and was about to speak when footsteps came from outside. Pushing open the door of the small courtyard, Uzumaki Kushina, who came in, was stunned. Did I come at the wrong time? Looking at Uchiha Lingye and Uchiha Makoto hugging each other intimately, Uzumaki Kushina felt a little uncomfortable. Advertisement: the effect of the hero saving the beauty is remarkable, and Uzumaki Kushina has a good impression of Lingye in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that the hero who saves the beauty is a handsome guy, and his appearance is justice. It just so happens that the Uchiha clan never lacks handsome men and beautiful women, and Uchiha Lingye is also the best in terms of appearance in the Uchiha clan. Kushina. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina, Makoto's face turned red instantly, and then he broke away from Lingye's arms in embarrassment, and gave Lingye an apologetic look. You also know that it's not the right time for you to come. Lingye looked at Uzumaki Kushina angrily. Originally, Lingye wanted to hug Makoto and go to the house to discuss the origin of life, but Kushina came at an inopportune time. HMPH, I think I came just in time. Kushina snorted softly, seeing Lingye's unhappy face. Her mood immediately improved a lot. Why are you here at this hour? It's already evening now. Could it be that you have something important to look for him? Well, you promised me that you would teach me Muji ninjutsu, do you still remember? Kushina found a reason. Lingye thought about it. It seems that he did promise Kushina to teach her Rasengan. When Lingye practiced before, he performed Rasengan, and Kushina was very curious to see Muji. Like this kind of ninjutsu that can be performed without seals, as long as you are a ninja, you will definitely not be able to stand it after seeing it. Then Lingye said to Kushina, I can teach you if you want to learn. It's getting dark and you ask me to learn ninjutsu. Why do you learn ninjutsu quickly at night? Lingye couldn't help but ask Kushina. I just came to remind you not to forget, Kushina muttered. In fact, she hadn't seen Lingye for several days, so she couldn't help but come to Lingye. Learning ninjutsu was just an excuse. Lingye is Konoha village, one of the few people who doesn't look at her strangely. When others look at her red hair, their eyes seem to be looking at a different kind. Uzumaki Kushina, who is carefree on the surface, is actually very sensitive in his heart. This is also related to her experience when she was a child. After all, she experienced the destruction of the country of Uzumaki since she was a child, and the Uzumaki family was wiped out. It can be said that Uzumaki Kushina is no less miserable than Urtsutsu. Advertisement, Kushina, do you have any thoughts on joining the Konoha Guard? Lingye suddenly asked Uzumaki Kushina. Pulling Uzumaki Kushina into the Konoha Guard will pay off no matter what. Join the Konoha Guard? Can I do it at my age? At this time, Uzumaki Kushina was only 14 years old. Of course you can. Joining the Konoha Guard depends not on age, but on strength. As the Uzumaki family, with the sage body of the Uzumaki family, born with a powerful chakra, Uzumaki Kushina's is not bad. Especially her future potential. Then join the Konoha Guard. Do you have to report every day? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help asking. Others definitely need it, but you don't need it, as long as you have a name in the Konoha Guard. Okay, then I'll join. Uzumaki Kushina nodded. Well, why are you so nice to me? Uzumaki Kushina asked with some timidity. She joined the Konoha Guard, and she even has privileges that others don't have. Lingye is too kind to her. This one, you guessed it. Lingye smiled mysteriously. Uzumaki Kushina originally wanted to say whether you like me, but he glanced at Uchiha Makoto next to him, but he didn't say the words after all. I feel a little sad in my heart. Uchiha Lingye is in a good mood, and Uzumaki Kushina agrees to join the Konoha Guard, which means he has recruited a strong man for his subordinates. Even if Uzumaki Kushina is not strong now, Uzumaki Kushina has cage-level potential in the future. Don't underestimate cage level. Now Konoha village cage level powerhouse, except for Lingye, is at most 4.5. Sarutobi Hiruzen counts as 1, Orochimaru counts as 1, Jiraiya counts as 1, Hitaki Sakumo counts as 1, Danzo counts him half. After all, rats in the gutter can't get on the table. Before the start of the 4th Ninja World War, cage level was definitely considered the top combat power in the ninja world. Chapter 24 Sarutobi Hiruzen, after I abdicate, let you be Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina did not leave after coming to the Uchiha family, but stayed in the Uchiha family for one night. The Anbu ninja, who was in charge of monitoring Uzumaki Kushina, naturally reported the incident to 3rd Hokage. Not long after that, it was revealed that Uzumaki Kushina joined the Konoha Guard. Joined the Konoha Guard, Sarutobi Hiruzen grimaced. Since Uchiha Lingye became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his complexion has not been good. First, Uchiha Lingye reformed the Konoha garrison, and the Konoha garrison began to expand its strength, and then the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki candidate got closer and closer to Uchiha Lingye. Now Uzumaki Kushina has joined the Konoha Guard, and is considered to be under Uchiha Lingye. It would be fine if it was someone else, but Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the future. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to think about the consequences. The previous investigation was wrong. It may not be a coincidence that Uchiha Lingye rescued Uzumaki Kushina. He was originally planning on Nine-Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen overturned the previous investigation, thinking that Uchiha Lingye saved Uzumaki Kushina because of ulterior motives. While Uzumaki Kushina's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki candidate is a secret, there are no impenetrable walls in the world. It is not surprising that Uchiha Lingye knew from elsewhere that Uzumaki Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki candidate. What's more, even if a caring person guesses, he can figure it out. The physique of the Uzumaki clan is suitable to be a Jinchuriki. Because of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, the seal can be strengthened, and the huge special chakra can suppress the tail beast chakra. Coupled with his tenacious vitality and not prone to accidents, he is the best candidate for Jinchuriki. Perhaps it's time to consider a backup plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply ahead. Now that Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Lingye are too close, Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not continue to let Uzumaki Kushina become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Nine-Tails has not been transferred yet, and there is still room for replacement. But who will take over? It is not so easy to change people. Sarutobi Hiruzen will also have a headache if a candidate who has been cultivated by Jinchuriki is discarded. Nine-Tails is different from other tailed beasts. As the strongest tailed beast among the nine-tailed beasts, not everyone can be a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement: if anyone can become 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen would like to choose one person from their Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Lingye probably didn't know, because Uzumaki Kushina was too close to him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen already had the idea of replacing Jinchuriki. I'm going out for a while, you don't have to follow. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Anbu ninja. As a Hokage, he usually doesn't leave Hokage's office, but today he's going to settle the 9 Tails Jinchuriki matter. His teacher's wife, Uzumaki Minato, is almost out of control now. Now that the decision has been made to replace the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, a new option must be found as soon as possible. After some thought, he had already considered who he should go to. The dark and damp underground is the base of the root organization. Danzo, who is known as the darkness of Konoha, was a little surprised to see Sarutobi Hiruzen appearing here. Why are you here? Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's the matter? If nothing happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never come here. Danzo, let me ask you, is there anyone from the Uzumaki clan in the root organization? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzo's pupils shrank. I do not know what you're talking about. Danzo, don't think I don't know. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, there was your root organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo blankly. He doesn't know if Danzo was involved in the demise of the Uzumaki family, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can be sure that Danzo took advantage of the fire to loot. I only have the corpses of the Uzumaki clan here, Danzo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. Danzo, I want you to tell the truth. As long as you have someone from the Uzumaki clan under your command and give it to me, I won't let you suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He actually didn't know if Danzo had any members of the Uzumaki family in his hands, but he could only gamble with Danzo. If not, he can only choose someone else. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he would not be disadvantaged, Danzo's eyes flashed. What conditions are you willing to give? Advertisement. Danzo wanted to see if the conditions would satisfy him first. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Danzo had people from the Uzumaki clan in his hand. At the beginning, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, but the Uzumaki clan did not die out, and many people escaped. Uzumaki Kushina is not the only survivor. For example, Uzumaki Shanglin's mother, and Nagato is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise he would not be able to afford Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. After I abdicate, I will let you serve as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo seriously. Hearing Hokage, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Although Danzo is not a thing, he also has obsessions, such as becoming a Hokage. For the position of Hokage, Danzo is very persistent. What you said is true. You didn't lie to me. Believe it or not. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, there was no sign of lying. Okay, I'll trust you just once. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen does not know when he will abdicate, Danzo really cannot resist the temptation of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is older than him, and sooner or later Sarutobi Hiruzen will die. Go and bring that Uzumaki clan over here, Danzo ordered to his subordinates. Soon, a red-haired woman about 17 or 18 years old was brought over by the root organization. Her face was extremely pale, she was dying and unconscious, and she looked like she was about to die. This is the only Uzumaki who is still alive in the root organization. Can you tell me what you want the Uzumaki to do? Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason why he agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen is because the woman of the Uzumaki clan is dying. After the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, 3 Uzumaki clan fell into the hands of Danzo. The other 2 have been tortured to death by the experiment, but the woman in front of her is more tenacious in her life. She is not dead yet, but it will be soon. Trading her with Sarutobi Hiruzen can be regarded as the last use value. Anyway, for a woman who is about to die, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen reneges on what he promised him, he will not be considered a loser. Looking at the dying woman with various wounds on her body, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew at a glance that Danzo must have had many experiments done on her. He knows about the experiments Danzo did. What in Konoha village can hide from him this Hokage? But Sarutobi Hiruzen has always chosen to turn a blind eye. Chapter 25 Sarutobi Hiruzen candidates for Jinchuriki replacement. The man has already been handed over to you, whether you can save it or not is up to you. Danzo said indifferently. Don't forget what you promised me, after you abdicate, I will be the Hokage. I'll take her to treatment first. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond to Danzo positively. Will he make Danzo a Hokage? How can it be? Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen leave, Danzo's expression gradually darkened. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen have been teammates for many years, and he knows Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, and he knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as great as Konoha village residents know. To regret such a thing, he must be able to do it. Although it was a dying person for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo also felt a little regretful in his heart. If I had known earlier, I might as well ask for other benefits. What does he want the members of the Uzumaki clan to do? Go and investigate. Danzo ordered to the root organization. It is necessary to understand the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side, after Sarutobi Hiruzen led the people away from the root organization, he immediately went to Konoha Hospital. Master Hokage, the patient's injury is very serious, and I cannot treat this kind of injury. If Tsunade-sama is here, it should be able to save her. Hearing the other party's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at the unconscious Uzumaki woman. To be honest, he had expected it a long time ago. If he didn't feel that the other party was still a little angry, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have thought she was dead. When the root tissue brought her out, she was in this state, unconscious. However, the other party has a strong vitality in her body, and it is because of her strong vitality that she can survive such a serious injury. Although I can't heal her injury, it's okay for me to save her life temporarily. What the director of Konoha Hospital said was a surprise to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then save her life first. Good. Then the dean cast healing jutsu, and the green chakra entered the opponent's body, awakening the opponent's vitality. The other party frowned in pain, then opened his eyes. You're awake? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a gentle look on his face. Advertisement. Who are you? With an extremely weak voice, he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, with dark and painful eyes. I'm Konoha Village 3rd Hokage. I rescued you. Do you remember what happened before? Sarutobi Hiruzen put himself directly in the position of the opponent's savior. What happened before? There was a painful expression on her face, and she wanted to lift her trembling hands, but she couldn't. No. Don't remember, I just remember that my name is Uzumaki Haruka and I have experienced very painful things. Uzumaki Haruka's brows were tightly furrowed, and there was pain in her eyes. Have you lost your previous memory? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uzumaki Haruka for a while, and found that it was indeed not pretending, and then looked at the dean. Master Hokage, she must have been greatly stimulated. I feel that her mental state is very wrong. It is normal to lose her memory. Is that still recoverable? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Looking at her current situation, it's very difficult. I don't think she can survive. Looking at Haruka Uzumaki, who fainted again, the hospital director told the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen was calm on the surface, but he was quite satisfied in his heart. It is a good thing that Uzumaki Haruka lost his memory. Of course, even without losing his memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sure to gain her trust. If you lose your memory, the last hidden danger will also disappear. Then I'll take her away first. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Uzumaki Haruka away. Tsunade is not in Konoha village. I don't know if my wife can save her. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to take Uzumaki Haruka to meet his wife Uzumaki Mito. Came to Uzumaki Mito's residence. This location is also very hidden in Konoha village, not many people know about it. Uzumaki Mito is already old, and his strength is basically gone. If a ninja from the enemy village finds out and attacks him, it may bring disaster to Konoha. So very few people know about it. Even Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki candidate, hasn't seen Uzumaki Mito for a long time, and even she wonders if Uzumaki Mito has passed away. Uzumaki Mito was a big beauty when he was young, but now he is very old. Advertisement, teacher. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's call, Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes. Hiruzen, what are you doing here? Are you going to transfer Nine Tails? Uzumaki Mito was calm. Even though Nine Tails moved out, she must die, and her face didn't change at all, because she had already lived enough. Master, I rescued a Uzumaki tribe. She is seriously injured. I want to ask Master to see if I can revive her. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to Uzumaki Haruka, who was unconscious. Hearing the Uzumaki tribe, Uzumaki Mito's expression fluctuated. Let me see. Uzumaki Mito is fairly healthy. The Uzumaki family has a huge vitality, and the biggest advantage is longevity. Why is the injury so serious? Looking at the injuries on Uzumaki Haruka, Uzumaki Mito glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with distressed eyes. After all, she is a member of her mother's clan. I can save her, but if I save her, my life will be limited. I must call Kushina and transfer Nine Tails at any time. Uzumaki Mito said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the injury is too serious. If she saves Uzumaki Haruka, she may have to sacrifice her life. She is not afraid of sacrificing her life, but the Nine Tails in her body must be transferred. Master, can she be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uzumaki Mito frowned. Did something happen to Kushina? She has taught Kushina for a while, and she still pays more attention to Uzumaki Kushina. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to replace Nine Tails Jinchuriki, did something happen to Uzumaki Kushina? Master, Uzumaki Kushina is fine, but she is getting closer and closer to the Uchiha clan. I am worried that the Uchiha clan will use Uzumaki Kushina to control Nine Tails. While it is risky to have Uzumaki Haruka as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who is still unknown, it is even more risky to have Uzumaki Kushina as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If Nine Tails Jinchuriki is instigated by Uchiha Lingye, it is not known whether his Hokage position can be secured. Uzumaki Kushina was out of his control, and he would never allow an out-of-control Nine Tails Jinchuriki to appear. Chapter 26 Nine Tails Jinchuriki Substitution. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a while when Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, and then nodded. You are the Hokage, who becomes the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and you make the decision. It is also good for Uzumaki Kushina not to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Although she enlightened Kushina, it is actually not a good thing to be a tail beast container. To be a Nine Tails Jinchuriki is to take risks at any time. For example, now that her strength has regressed, Nine Tails may break through the seal at any time. If the tailed beast breaks through the seal, the Jinchuriki will be the first to lose their life. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also relieved to see that Uzumaki Mito was fine. After all, she has a deeper relationship with Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Mito may be more inclined to Uzumaki Kushina. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrong. It is because of the better relationship with Uzumaki Kushina that Uzumaki Mito didn't want Uzumaki Kushina to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There was just no way before, only Kushina was the best candidate. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to change, she can just go with the flow. Next, I'll heal her wounds and transfer Nine Tails to her. Uzumaki Mito said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Will there be any accidents during the process? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked worriedly. This is Nine Tails, and if Nine Tails goes berserk, no one in Konoha village can stop Nine Tails. Although I am old, I can suppress Nine Tails without any problem. Uzumaki Mito said flatly, with confidence in his flat tone. 100 Healings Mark, Solution. Uzumaki Mito also knows this technique, Tsunade's 100 Healings Mark, taught by Uzumaki Mito. 100 Healings Mark can store chakra, and also has the effect of eternal youth, and can also maintain its own body functions. Uzumaki Mito can actually rely on 100 Healings Mark to stay young forever, but she didn't do it, so she looks old now. The moment the 100 Healings Mark is released, a large amount of chakra that is normally sealed emerges. Medical ninjutsu, Uzumaki Mito is also very grandmaster, no worse than Tsunade. The damage she suffered before was too serious. Even if I can save her, her lifespan will be greatly shortened. During the treatment, Uzumaki Mito frowned and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. She didn't expect that Uzumaki Haruka's injury was more serious than what she saw before. Traumatized, she will most likely lose her previous memories, Uzumaki Mito said again. I don't know where Sarutobi Hiruzen rescued him, and Uzumaki Mito felt sorry for the girl from the Uzumaki family in front of him. Looking at her injuries, you can tell how much pain she has gone through. Fortunately, they belong to the Uzumaki family, which has strong vitality, otherwise they would have died long ago. If Uzumaki Mito knew that she was captured by the Root organization and became an experiment subject, no matter how well bred she was, she would definitely not be able to hold back the explosion. It's a pity that she didn't know. She thought it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who rescued him from outside the village. After healing Uzumaki Haruka's injury, Uzumaki Mito's forehead was sweating. Obviously it was not easy for her. The next step is to transfer Nine Tails and seal this place, Uzumaki Mito said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had ordered Anbu. He was even prepared to fail. Uzumaki Mito unsealed the seal and directly released the Nine Tails in his body. As Jinchuriki, after the tailed beast is removed, Jinchuriki will undoubtedly die. But the Uzumaki family has strong vitality and can last for a while. Looking at the huge body of Nine Tails and the extremely evil chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little suffocated. Nine Tails' abominable chakra was far beyond imagination, and the surrounding buildings were directly destroyed. Uzumaki Mito looked solemn, looked at Nine Tails who wanted to move, and immediately used adamantine sealing chains, and the chains flew out from behind to bind Nine Tails. Damn woman. After finally getting out of trouble, he was trapped by this damn woman again. For Uzumaki Mito, Nine Tails is too familiar. After all, it has been sealed in Uzumaki Mito's body for decades. Damn humans, you humans who are greedy and want to use my power. There was madness in Nine Tails' eyes. Anyone who has been imprisoned for decades will not feel good. Nine Tails is very manic at this time. Be quiet, Nine Tails. Uzumaki Mito's chakra chains suppress Nine Tails. She can only suppress Nine Tails temporarily, so Nine Tails must be sealed in Uzumaki Haruka as soon as possible. 4 elephant seals. Advertisement. Nine Tails struggled, but was finally sealed in Uzumaki Haruka's body by Uzumaki Mito. What's wrong? What's there? Seeing Lingye staring in a certain direction, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help asking. The breath of chakra. Lingye came back to his senses and said. Just now he vaguely felt a huge chakra breath, and that huge chakra was filled with negative emotions. Is it Nine Tails? What, Nine Tails? Hearing Lingye muttering Kushina softly, the voice couldn't help but get louder. The expression on his face also changed. From an early age, Uzumaki Kushina knew that she was to be a vessel for the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. While she doesn't want to be that monster's vessel, in Konoha village, she doesn't have the power to choose. If Lingye knows that I will become a container for the monster fox, will it alienate me? There was concern in Kushina's eyes. Did Nine Tails break the seal? Mikoto had worried eyes. The power of Nine Tails. Mikoto has heard rumors that each tailed beast possesses terrifying destructive power, and Nine Tails is the strongest among the tailed beasts. If Nine Tails really breaks the seal, it will be a disaster for the entire Konoha village, and the Uchiha family will not be able to escape. Nine Tails broke the seal, but that's not the case. With Nine Tails' hatred for Konoha, if it was broken, it would have been destroyed long ago. Lingye feels more like replacing Jinchuriki, but Uzumaki Kushina is still here. Lingye glanced at Uzumaki Kushina. Did Nine Tails Jinchuriki change? Or, is Uzumaki Mito too old to hold back Nine Tails? At this time, Uzumaki Kushina noticed that Lingye had glanced at her, and felt a little guilty. Did Lingye know that she was selected as the next Nine Tails container? Chapter 27. Good news for Kushina. Lingye, what do you think of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but ask Lingye. Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's question and the apprehension and worry on her face, Lingye could probably guess what she was thinking. Jinchuriki, basically pretty miserable. Looking at the Jinchuriki in the original book, although it is an indispensable weapon in every village, it is also feared and rejected by people. In comparison, Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi village is probably the luckiest. Just when Kushina felt a little sad, she only heard Lingye say, "Actually, I originally planned to become a Jinchuriki." This sentence is not false, but true. If the system hadn't come, he would really plan to become Jinchuriki. Tail beasts are actually a kind of cheating, especially Nine Tails. If the system does not account, Lingye will plan to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and then use the power of Nine Tails to snatch Nagato's Rinnegan and steal the power of 10 Tails. Now that the system is in place, plans can change a bit. Makoto and Kushina were obviously surprised when they heard Lingye's words. In my eyes, Nine Tails is a power bank and a buff. If you can use it well, becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki is not a bad thing. With Nine Tails chakra, soon there will be no need to worry about chakra depletion. If the Nine Tails mode can be turned on, a buff is directly added, and it is still a super buff. If there is no awakening system, Nine Tails and Sage mode, as well as the Rinnegan placed by Uchiha Madara on Nagato, are Lingye's goals. Power bank and buff. Makoto and Kushina were puzzled at the same time. You just need to know that Nine Tails can increase your strength. The premise is to convince Nine Tails. As for persuading with strength, or persuading with words, that's up to you. Aren't you afraid of the threat of that monster? Kushina couldn't help but said. A ferocious monster is sealed in the body, and it is unacceptable to worry about that monster breaking the seal all the time. Dangers come with opportunities. Becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki is of course risky, but if you succeed, with the power of Nine Tails, you will be the strongest ninja world if those Gyuki snake gods don't jump out. Of course, for ordinary people, the risks outweigh the opportunities. Advertisement. Actually, I am a candidate for the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After thinking about it, Kushina revealed the matter. She has never told anyone before. One is that this matter needs to be kept secret, and the other is that she is afraid that others will alienate her even more if they find out. Kushina, you are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki candidate? Makoto was surprised to hear this. On the other hand, Lingye was very plain, which made her feel uneasy, and Kushina, who was worried that Lingye and Makoto would not be able to accept her identity, was a little dazed. Why are you so calm? Kushina puffed her mouth. She had to think about it for a long time before she summoned up the courage to reveal this to Lingye. Because I knew it a long time ago. Will I be surprised because you told me the news? Lingye asked Kushina back. Kushina froze again. I knew it a long time ago. How did you know it? I don't remember that I didn't disclose it. Are you wondering how I know? Hearing this, Kushina nodded quickly. She was really curious. In fact, not only Uzumaki Kushina was curious, Uchiha Makoto was also curious in his heart. Guess for yourself. Originally thought that Lingye would tell her, but Uchiha Lingye actually asked her to guess, and instantly Kushina felt her fist harden. Isn't this just kidding me? If you are not my savior, I must let you taste my fist. I have bad news for you, but it should be good news for you. What news? Isn't it just teasing me again? Kushina looked at Lingye warily. Probably there is a new Jinchuriki. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen should have replaced Jinchuriki. You may not be able to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki anymore. It is unlikely that the Nine Tails in Uzumaki Mito's body broke through the seal out of control. The fluctuation just now is more likely to transfer Nine Tails. It is estimated that Nine Tails has been transferred to the new Jinchuriki, which is not Uzumaki Kushina. Real? A relieved smile appeared on Kushina's face. This news is indeed good news. Why did you change suddenly? Makoto asked curiously. After asking, Makoto thought of something, and apologized to Kushina. Advertisement. Sorry Kushina, I don't want you to be Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I'm just curious. It's okay, I'm also curious. Although very happy, but Nine Tails Jinchuriki should not change for no reason, don't be happy for nothing. The reason? It probably has something to do with me. Lingye had already guessed the reason at this time. Our Uchiha clan has a very rigid relationship with Konoha's high-ranking officials. Makoto, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will watch Nine Tails Jinchuriki get too close to me, the Uchiha clan leader? After hearing Lingye finished speaking, Makoto also understood. Since the death of first Hokage and the rise of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan has been excluded. The contradiction between each other is almost on the surface. Among the major families in Konoha village, who doesn't know that the Uchiha clan is at odds with the high-level Konoha clan? Nine Tails is equivalent to Konoha village's strategic weapon. Can third Hokage rest assured that Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan will come together? When they come together, that doesn't upset Konoha village. Even if Uchiha Lingye won't do it, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to guard against this possibility. So it is not surprising to replace Jinchuriki candidates. Then do I have to thank you? Uzumaki Kushina, who also understood, asked Lingye in a good mood. Yes, it's best to thank you with your body. Lingye leaned on a big rock, basking in the sun and said. Uzumaki Kushina's face turned red. Makoto, he actually asked me to give him my body. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Kushina yelled at Makoto. If it's Kushina, I'm fine with it. Makoto had a smile on his face. Uzumaki Kushina, who heard Makoto's words, had a look of astonishment on her face. She didn't expect Makoto to say such a thing, which was completely beyond her expectations. Who will promise you with your body? Uzumaki Kushina, who was already blushing and had the same hair color, turned her head away. Chapter 28 Monthly Sign-In, Uzumaki Clan Sage Body. Got to figure out who the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki are. Lingye was thinking while teaching Uzumaki Kushina Rasengan. The ninjutsu of Rasengan is not so easy to learn. After all, it is an A-level ninjutsu, where A level refers to the difficulty of learning. Of course, the more difficult a ninjutsu is to learn, the more powerful it will be. If learning is difficult and the power is weak, only fools will learn it. Therefore, it is also possible to use the level to represent the strength of ninjutsu. Kushina studied for a day, but failed to learn the ninjutsu of Rasengan. That's right, you've got a good look. I guess you'll be able to master this ninjutsu in at most 3 days. After hearing Lingye's words, Uzumaki Kushina, who was a little discouraged, cheered up instantly. I don't think it will take 3 days. I can master this ninjutsu in 2 days at most. Very confident. I like to see other people's self-confidence. Lingye smiled. Uzumaki Kushina mastered Rasengan in 2 days. He didn't believe it. In fact, it is considered good to be able to master Rasengan in 3 days. Uzumaki Kushina, who had no psychological burden, skipped and went home. Don't worry about becoming Nine Tails Jinchuriki anymore, and Uzumaki Kushina also loses her psychological burden. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. After the affairs of the Uchiha clan were on the right track, the patriarch Lingye was not busy, but very leisurely. In her free time, Lingye keeps practicing physical skills. For ninjutsu and illusion, Lingye who has Sharingan doesn't need to work hard at all, but although taijutsu can also be copied, the most important thing in taijutsu is its own physical fitness. Today is the day when Lingye obtained the system for a month, and finally ushered in the first monthly sign. I hope you don't let me down, come to check in one day first to test the waters. There was a look of expectation in Lingye's eyes. Sign in successfully, get a copy of Genin Chakra, do you want to receive it? The sign-in rewards obtained this time should be regarded as good in the daily sign-in. Although a Genin Chakra is not much, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, little adds up, Lingye has signed in several times. The next step is the most important monthly sign-in. For daily check-ins, Lingye has no expectations, but for monthly check-ins, she still has expectations. Advertisement as for the annual signing, this is too long-term for Uchiha Lingye. Monthly sign-in successfully, get Uzumaki Immortal Body, do you want to receive it? Is this the sage body of the Uzumaki clan? Although it is not the sage body of Senju Hashirama, the sage body of the Uzumaki family is also good. It is better than nothing, not to mention that sage body is still very important. At the beginning, the 2 sons of Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Indra inherited the fairy eye, and the Uchiha family is the descendant of Otsutsuki Indra. And Otsutsuki Indra's younger brother, Otsutsuki Ashura, inherited the body of a sage. Both the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are descendants of Otsutsuki Ashura. Receive. Lingye immediately chose to receive it. In an instant, Lingye felt that his body was full of vitality. The Uzumaki family lived longer, and the secret of their longevity was their physique. In addition, Sage Body also has a huge chakra, and Lingye's chakra has directly increased by 5 times. He is already at cage level strength, and Lingye originally had more chakra in cage level, but now it has increased by 5 times, and he can barely be regarded as chakra. When using ninjutsu in the future, there is basically no need to worry about the consumption of chakra. And Lingye feels that as he refines chakra, the total amount of chakra will increase. In addition, after obtaining Uzumaki Immortal Physique, Lingye felt that his eyes were a little cool, which added to his Sharingan. Sharingan and Sage Body actually complement each other. There are actually 2 ways to make Mangekyō Sharingan not blind. One is to evolve into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the other is to transplant Senju Hashirama cells. Although the Uzumaki Immortal Body is not as good as the cells of Senju Hashirama, it can indeed enhance the pupil power of Mangekyō Sharingan, but it cannot be used casually without blindness. The pupil power that Lingye possesses now is 1.5 times that of the Uzumaki Immortal Body that was not obtained before. If he can get the perfect sage body like Senju Hashirama, it is estimated that he can drive his Mangekyō Sharingan and directly evolve into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I got the Uzumaki Fairy Body, can I learn the secret art of the Uzumaki family, adamantine sealing chains? Lingye thought suddenly. There is also the Kagura Mind Eye of the Uzumaki family, which is one of the strongest perception ninjutsu, capable of sensing everything within a radius of tens of kilometers. This is more useful than the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. This time the harvest is not bad, although he didn't get the most desired Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye didn't expect to be able to get the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan just by signing in for 1 month. Still count on the next year to sign in. Advertisement. After the 1-year sign-in, there is actually a 10-year sign-in, which is longer, so I don't expect it for the time being. I can sign to Uzumaki Immortal Body, is it because Kushina is here? Lingye took a look at Kushina who was munching on ramen in the yard outside. She didn't look like a lady at all. Of course, the lady and Uzumaki Kushina are not detached either. It's delicious, it's so delicious, Makoto will have another bowl. Kushina shouted to Makoto. The ramen is made by Makoto. Unlike Uzumaki Kushina who can only cook dark dishes, Uchiha Makoto is like the hall and the kitchen. Lingye, if you don't come out again, I'll eat your share. Kushina shouted to Lingye loudly. Be careful to eat more and get fatter, and finally become the size of the Akamichi family. Lingye came out of the room. Huh. Seeing Lingye who came out, Uzumaki Kushina gave a surprised cry. For some reason, it seemed that Uchiha Lingye seemed more cordial. Surprised for a moment, then Kushina didn't care either. Kushina, after dinner, how about teaching me a trick? Having obtained the Uzumaki immortal body, Lingye of course wants to learn from adamantine sealing chains, which can temporarily restrain even tailed beasts. And adamantine sealing chains can not only deal with tail beasts, but also deal with people. Xiao Lu, haven't I already taught you all the sealing techniques I know? Kushina sucked the ramen into his stomach and said after taking a sip of water. She has already taught Lingye all the sealing techniques she has mastered, and it is estimated that Lingye is more proficient in using them than her. I want to learn adamantine sealing chains. You can't learn this, can you? Kushina also taught adamantine sealing chains at the beginning, but this is a unique ability of the Uzumaki family, and Lingye did not learn it. It's different now, teach me again. Possessing the Uzumaki immortal physique, Lingye can be regarded as half of the Uzumaki family, so it should be no problem to learn it. Uzumaki Kushina agreed without hesitation. Chapter 29. Learning adamantine sealing chains. Adamantine sealing chains is actually not very proficient in myself, come and see me perform it. On the Uchiha clan's training ground, Uzumaki Kushina casts adamantine sealing chains, with a chakra chain protruding from his back. With a flick of chakra's chain, the wooden humanoid target was split in two. Now Kushina can only release one chakra chain, she is really not very skilled in adamantine sealing chains. If you can use it skillfully, you won't be caught by Cloud Shinobi in the first place. However, after being arrested last time, Uzumaki Kushina also realized the importance of strength, and worked very hard in practice. These days, she has learned the Rasengan that Lingye taught her, but she is not proficient enough, but at least she can use it. How about it, the power is not weak, because it is a unique ability of the Uzumaki family, Uzumaki Kushina is quite proud. Adamantine sealing chains. In an instant, 5 chakra chains flew out from behind Lingye, and then slammed into the ground, creating 5 deep ravines on the ground. Well, the power is really quite good, Lingye nodded in satisfaction. Watching this scene, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. Really learned. And it's even more powerful than what I have displayed, I don't know how many times more powerful. Did you learn it before and have been practicing secretly? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Lingye suspiciously. Just mastered, this is called talent. I couldn't learn adamantine sealing chains before, but I didn't have Uzumaki immortal body. Now I have Uzumaki immortal body, and I can learn it easily with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Lingye's strength is much stronger than that of Uzumaki Kushina, so even if she just mastered it, the power she uses is far stronger than that of Uzumaki Kushina. Lingye, Uchiha Iron Tree has something to report to you. At this time, Makoto came over. Something to report. Lingye suddenly thought of asking Uchiha Iron Tree to investigate the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now that Uchiha Iron Tree came to him, there should be some clues. Master Patriarch. Advertisement. After Lingye came back from the training ground, after seeing Lingye, Uchiha stood upright and respectful. Did I let you investigate earlier? Lingye asked directly. Because of him, Nine Tails Jinchuriki was replaced, but at least he had to know who Nine Tails Jinchuriki was. Master Patriarch, Jiraiya has a new disciple, a member of the Uzumaki clan. I suspect she is the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With that said, Uchiha Tieshu gave Lingye the information about Uzumaki Chuncheon. There is not much information. The Uzumaki tribe rescued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingye looked at the concise information, except for the name in this brief introduction, there was nothing else. People from the Uzumaki family have become Jiraiya's disciples. It seems that they are Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But if you want to be sure, you have to meet in person. Uzumaki's fairy body has perception ability, and now Lingye's perception ability is very strong. Whether the other party is Nine Tails Jinchuriki can be known by perception. Master Patriarch, I have a proposal. Explain. Should we use Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki be used by our Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Lingye sighed in admiration. Their Uchiha family is worthy of being a family of villains, there are really many talents. It's a good idea, I'll consider it. Lingye said that he was thinking about it, but in fact he had no such intention at all. He really thought that Jinchuriki was so easy to control. That Uzumaki Haruka is nothing but Nine Tails is a tough nut to crack. Although Sharingan does restrain tailed beasts, Mangekyō Sharingan can also control Nine Tails, but does it cost nothing to control Nine Tails? To control Nine Tails, pupil power must be consumed all the time. The Uzumaki immortal body enhanced Lingye's pupil power, but the Uzumaki immortal body was not Senju Hashirama's cells, so Lingye could not let Lingye squander his pupil power casually. As for transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells, Lingye, who owns the system, certainly has no such plan. Senju Hashirama's vitality is very strong, people die, but the cells are still alive. Transplanting his cells will be eroded by the power of his cells. Just look at the experiment of Orochimaru in the original book to know how risky it is to transplant Senju Hashirama cells. Advertisement. However, if Lingye really goes to transplant, there is a high probability that nothing will happen. The power of Sharingan can be balanced with that of Senju. But even if the person does not die, some changes in the body are certain, so Lingye will not do it. Of course, this premise is that Lingye has a system and a new way to become stronger. If there is no system, Lingye may do anything to become stronger. Is there anything wrong with the Konoha Guard? Remembering that I haven't paid attention to the Konoha Guard for several days, I couldn't help asking. Lingye hasn't been to the Konoha Guard recently, and she's been acting as a handoff shopkeeper, teaching Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Yatsushiro the affairs. Everything in the Konoha Guard is normal now. Although some small conflicts broke out, the problem is not serious and I have already dealt with it. Uchiha Iron Tree said hastily. In the Konoha Guard, people from the Uchiha clan still had conflicts with the newly recruited outsiders. However, the Uchiha Iron Tree has been suppressed. According to what Lingye said, he did not blindly favor his own people. At least on the surface it was fair. Try to develop those who join the Konoha Guard into people who are on our side. Lingye said to Uchiha Iron Tree. Can things be done simply by relying on the Uchiha clan? The ninjas of the Uchiha clan are strong, but there are only a few of them. First change the character of some people in the clan, especially those who are arrogant, and the Uchiha clan will gradually change in the future. Let you win over those Jonin and elite Jonin. What's the result? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree. Hearing this question, Uchiha Itachi immediately lowered his head. Master Patriarch, none of those Jonin and elite Jonin joined the Konoha Guard. In fact, Lingye knew the result when he saw Uchiha Iron Tree bowed his head, and it was true after listening to him. You can go to the ninja school. Among the ninjas who have just graduated, select ninjas with more potential and absorb them into our Konoha Guard. Yes, Patriarch. Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. The Patriarch still has a solution. In the Konoha Shinobi school, those ninjas with good potential will grow up in the future. It is not impossible to become Jonin or elite Jonin, it just takes time. Chapter 30 Uchiha Fugaku meets Sarutobi Hiruzen. After letting Uchiha Iron Tree leave, Lingye came to the training ground of the Uchiha clan again. This training ground can be regarded as Lingye's only training ground, and the rest of the Uchiha family will not come here to disturb Lingye if they are interested. This was only available after he became the Patriarch, so Lingye seldom went to the places where he used to practice, and usually practiced within the clan. Makoto. Lingye called Makoto, who was pointing to Kushina Rasengan. Lingye, is there anything I can do? It's true, Makoto. Next, in my name, notify the entire Uchiha family. From now on, the cultivation resources of each family of the Uchiha family will be tripled. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse well, and Lingye understands this truth. In the future, the Uchiha tribe will need to work hard for him, so the benefits given to the tribe should not be bad. Triple the training resources? Lingye, isn't it too much? Makoto knows that this is a good thing for all Uchiha people, but can the assets of the Uchiha family survive? It is not much to increase one person's resources 3 times, but the entire Uchiha clan now has more than 1,000 members. Although the Uchiha clan is not at its strongest now, it is still in its strongest period, with a large number of people in the clan. Although not all clan members are ninjas, there are more than 800 ninjas, and the vast majority of them are ninjas. I worry that the assets of our Uchiha clan will not last. Makoto, as Lingye's good helper, handles some affairs in the family. She is very clear about the monthly income of the Uchiha family. Do as I say, as long as you have enough strength, you won't be short of money. Lingye provides more cultivation resources to the Uchiha tribe, and their strength will inevitably improve faster. As for the lack of money, does Lingye need to worry about it? There are not many others in the Land of Fire, but there are many rich merchants. At that time, if you find someone to rob the rich and help the poor, you will have money. This is the same principle as when the neighbor stores grain and I store guns. The neighbor is my granary. As long as my fist is big enough, your money is mine. Lingye has never been a man of rules. Good. If Lingye insists on doing it, Makoto will not object. She will only remind Lingye of the disadvantages, and will not object to Lingye's opinion. As Makoto conveyed Lingye's instructions, the entire Uchiha clan boiled. Advertisement: the Patriarch is a good man. I will always support the Patriarch. Whoever dares to disrespect the Patriarch is my enemy. The face of Uchiha Fugaku, who got the news, was the ugliest. As Uchiha Lingye's reputation is getting higher and higher, his hope of regaining the position of Patriarch is getting slimmer and slimmer. What do you say I should do? Uchiha Fugaku asked Uchiha Ichiro. There are fewer and fewer people around him, and some people were instigated by Uchiha Lingye. Even the second elder, who was dissatisfied with Uchiha Lingye becoming the Patriarch, is now reluctant to see him. Master Fugaku, now I can only endure. What to do? What good solution can he have? To be tough with Uchiha Lingye, isn't that an egg hitting a rock? Now there is only the implementation of the word forbearance. Uchiha Fugaku's face is expressionless, his heart is not as calm as the surface. He couldn't bear it anymore. Uchiha Lingye was his enemy, and the enemy's position became more and more stable. Obviously the position of Patriarch should belong to him. I think Master Fugaku, you should try not to provoke Uchiha Lingye. As long as there is no reason, he should not deal with you. Uchiha Ichiro said helplessly. I don't believe Uchiha Lingye is a rule-abiding person. He couldn't count on hoping that Uchiha Lingye wouldn't attack him. Hearing this, Uchiha Ichiro was silent. Uchiha Fugaku's worry was justified, but even worrying seemed useless. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered. He thought of an Anbu ninja reminding him when he went out the other day. If you run into trouble, you can go to 3rd Hokage and ask for help. Might actually be able to meet 3rd Hokage. I'm going out for a while, you go back first. Uchiha Fugaku has made a decision to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Relying on oneself, it is already very difficult to regain the position of patriarch. Even if he can really open the Mangekyō Sharingan, can he defeat Uchiha Lingye with the Mangekyō Sharingan? Advertisement: Uchiha Lingye also has a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in his hand, Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan. Thinking about it makes his heart ache. Damn, Uchiha Ryuichi not only failed to kill Uchiha Lingye, but opened Mangekyō Sharingan and fell into Uchiha Lingye's hands. What a waste. Master Fugaku, don't be impulsive. Before leaving, Uchiha Ichiro gave Uchiha Fugaku another warning. He could feel the anger in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Afraid Uchiha Fugaku couldn't bear it, and went to Uchiha Lingye to give away his head. I won't be impulsive. After sending Uchiha Ichiro away, Uchiha Fugaku went to the Hokage building, deliberately sneaking to the Hokage building. He still doesn't want Uchiha Lingye to know about the meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku in disguise pushed open the door and entered. He has revealed his identity with Embu Ninja, otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku would not be able to enter at all. Fugaku, here you come, sit down. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a good mood, but Uchiha Fugaku will come to him, which is also expected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your father and I are old acquaintances. Now that your father has passed away, I must take care of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with emotion. People who don't know may think that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shimada have a good relationship. As I said, you can come to me in case of trouble, and I will try my best to help you. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku, waiting for him to speak. In fact, both of them knew well that the trouble for Uchiha Fugaku now was Uchiha Lingye. Master 3rd Hokage, I want to be the head of the Uchiha clan, can you help me? Uchiha Fugaku cuts to the chase. He knew that 3rd Hokage said that he wanted to help him. It was not as simple as wanting to help him, it was nothing more than wanting him to deal with Uchiha Lingye. So there is no need to hide anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen first used him to limit Uchiha Lingye, but he wasn't just used casually. Chapter 31 Is Uchiha Fugaku a running dog? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku discussed in the Hokage office for a while. The main thing is to understand how many people Uchiha Fugaku can still control in the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent after knowing the number of people who still listen to Uchiha Fugaku's orders today. Also heard Uchiha Fugaku has only a few Jonin left, plus one elite Jonin. This is too weak. Uchiha Fugaku is so weak, can he really check and balance Uchiha Lingye? Why is this happening? Also, I want to know how your father died. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. Anyway, Uchiha Fugaku is also the son of the previous patriarch. The reason why he planned to support Uchiha Lingye at the beginning was because he felt that Uchiha Shimada and his son had the upper hand in the internal battle. The result was a bit wrong. Is it because Uchiha Lingye is too capable, or the father and son are too useless? And Uchiha Shimada, he still doesn't know how Uchiha Shimada died. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe the rumor that he died due to a serious illness. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. This matter was a scandal, and of course Uchiha Fugaku would not tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku does not say, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not force Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Fugaku has less power than he imagined, at least it is useful. It's just that according to his original plan, it is impossible to split the Uchiha clan. The two reached an agreement, and Sarutobi Hiruzen promised Uchiha Fugaku to support him and help him fight back to the position of deputy captain of the Konoha Guard. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions are not harsh, that is, let Uchiha Fugaku fight for more voice in the Uchiha clan. That's what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to do, so of course he wouldn't say no. After reaching an agreement, Uchiha Fugaku quietly left the Hokage building and returned to the Uchiha clan. He thought he was going to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen to do it secretly, but in fact, Lingye sent someone to watch Uchiha Fugaku. Master Patriarch, after Uchiha Fugaku disguised himself, he quietly went to meet 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Ryosuke reported to Lingye Wei. He is also an elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan, and can be regarded as Lingye's right-hand man. Going to see 3rd Hokage. Advertisement. Lingye sneered. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is dishonest. It would be fine if he went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen in an open and above-board manner, but he was sneaky. How could there be no tricks in it? Sarutobi Hiruzen want to do it again. Lingye thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen met him before and wanted to support him, causing the Uchiha clan to fight among themselves and split the power of the Uchiha clan. Now that Lingye was the patriarch, Sarutobi Hiruzen switched targets to Uchiha Fugaku. My lord, what should I do next? Spread the word that Uchiha Fugaku dismissed 3rd Hokage and wants to be 3rd Hokage's lackey. Lingye said. He knew that Uchiha Fugaku was not reconciled and wanted to fight for the position of patriarch. But Lingye wants him to never be eligible to compete. Within the Uchiha clan, the impression of 3rd Hokage is not very good. To be precise, the Uchiha clan didn't have a good impression of the entire Konoha high level. As a proud Uchiha tribe, it is absolutely disgusting for the tribe who ran to serve as dogs for 3rd Hokage. Don't take action against Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Ryosuke made a neck-wiping gesture. Get rid of Uchiha Fugaku, that's the real one and done. When Uchiha Shimada committed suicide before, I promised to let Uchiha Fugaku go, but now I am going against my promise. Do you think the people who know about this will be dissatisfied? Lingye's prestige in the Uchiha clan is getting higher and higher, and his position as the patriarch is becoming more and more stable. But he hasn't managed to make all the clansmen obey him. Although Lingye would not be above board if he wanted to kill Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Fugaku is dead, it is estimated that most people in the clan will suspect him. At least for now. Go ahead and do as I say. Lingye waved his hand and sent Uchiha Ryosuke away. Uchiha Ryosuke's efficiency is quite high, and soon there was news in the clan that Uchiha Fugaku was unwilling to be the patriarch in Lingye's hands, and defected to 3rd Hokage's command. Word spread quickly, and it didn't take long for the entire Uchiha clan to find out. Uchiha Fugaku wants to be a boy. Uchiha Fugaku, who also heard the rumor, was shocked. Advertisement, I went to meet 3rd Hokage, was it known? He didn't expect to be noticed even after he deliberately pretended to be. Uchiha Lingye definitely has someone watching me. Furious Uchiha Fugaku smashed the table with a slap. Then Ichiro Uchiha and several Jonin from the Uchiha clan rushed over. Master Fugaku, did you really join 3rd Hokage? Uchiha Ichiro asked seriously. It's okay if this incident is false. If this incident is true, I'm afraid I will never be able to compete with Uchiha Lingye for the position of patriarch in the future. Fake. Uchiha Fugaku replied. Of course, he would not admit it. Given the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's high-level officials, if he said it was true, he probably would leave a few people around him. Because of the restrictions imposed by 2nd Hokage and 3rd Hokage on the Uchiha clan and Konoha's high-ranking officials have been in a turmoil. Uchiha Ichiro stared at Uchiha Fugaku, hoping that he would not make a fool of himself. Since it's not true, then Master Fugaku, you should justify yourself, otherwise the falsehood will become true. A Jonin spoke hastily. Many people now call Uchiha Fugaku a running dog. If there is no explanation, his reputation will be completely stink. Do you think the excuse is useful? Uchiha Fugaku had a sneer on his face. Let's not say that this matter is true, even if it is false, he can't justify it. This must be Uchiha Lingye's handwriting. Uchiha Fugaku did not regret it, but became more determined in his choice. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is using him, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can survive. Otherwise, Uchiha Lingye will get rid of him sooner or later. If you think about it differently, if he is Uchiha Lingye, he will also find a way to get rid of his obstacle. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku thinks too highly of himself, and he hasn't reached the point where Lingye insists on getting rid of him. He was no obstacle to Lingye at all. Chapter 32 The Uchiha clan never shorts for geniuses. On the training field of the Uchiha clan, Lingye is practicing sword skills. The Uchiha clan has their own Uchiha-style swordsmanship, handed down from the Sengoku period. Cut it out with a knife, and the wooden post broke into 8 pieces. In the eyes of others, Lingye only slashed once, but in fact Lingye had already slashed several times in an instant. The only thing that can be broken is fast. Lingye's swordsmanship pursues fast, ruthless and accurate. Ninja battles are often over in an instant. I don't know how my swordsmanship compares to Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. At this time, Hitaki Sakumo was still alive, but the intersection between Lingye and Hitaki Sakumo was not deep. Hitaki Sakumo is definitely not your match for Lingye. Makoto said from the side. Yes, Makoto has vision. If it was really a fight, Hitaki Sakumo would not be able to beat him, but if it was a simple competition of swordsmanship, Lingye probably wouldn't be able to win. But the overall strength of Lingye is stronger than that of Hitaki. Go and discuss with Hitaki Sakumo another day, and you will make progress through the discussion. Lingye put away the knife in her hand. His sword is not bad, Tien Kongyun sword, also known as Kusanagi sword. There are more than one Kusanagi sword in Hokage, one from Orochimaru, one from Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi Susanoo's artifact 10-fist sword is also a Kusanagi sword. Lingye is also a Kusanagi sword, which is indestructible and extremely sharp, and can also transmit chakra. This Kusanagi sword was obtained by signing in today. Maybe I was lucky today, and I even got a Kusanagi sword when I signed in every day. This Kusanagi sword, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan pupil power obtained by signing in before, are the 2 biggest gains from Lingye's daily sign-in. When mentioning Hitaki Sakumo, Lingye couldn't help but think of Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi doesn't have a Jonin school these days. As Konoha Village's famous talent, Hitaki Kakashi will definitely shock many people. Entering school at age 5, then graduating from ninja school at age 5, becoming a Chunin at age 6, is definitely the fastest Konoha Village record. Then he became a Jonin at the age of 12, but after that Hitaki Kakashi began to falter, and at the age of 26, he was still an elite Jonin. Advertisement, it's a genius, but it's a pity that it's unlikely to be recruited. Actually, their Uchiha clan also has a hidden genius, Uchiha Obito. Those who are called the tail of the crane are geniuses at the end. Lingye is thinking about whether to change Uchiha Obito's fate, but if he really changes Uchiha Obito's fate, he will not be the Uchiha Obito in the original book, nor will he have such great achievements. It is the experience in the original book that makes Uchiha Obito transform. Otherwise, whether Uchiha Obito has a chance to open Sharingan is another matter. The Uchiha family has never been short of geniuses, and Uchiha Shisui is also a genius. Now Uchiha Shisui has been born, unfortunately too young. In addition, it is unknown whether he will be obedient when he grows up. After all, Uchiha Shisui is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Lord Patriarch, Hokage sent Anbu Ninja to tell you to go to the Hokage building. Someone came to report to Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku just met, let me go, hee. Lingye chuckled coldly. I'll go there, and I happen to have something to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about. Sheathing the knife, Lingye handed the knife to Makoto. Walking out of the Uchiha tribe, Anbu ninjas are waiting outside, and outsiders of the Uchiha tribe cannot enter casually. Uzumaki Kushina can come and go freely, that is with Lingye's permission. Others, not even Anbu ninjas. The masked Anbu ninja cannot see his expression, but his eyes reveal dissatisfaction. Their Anbu is equivalent to Hokage's cronies, and they can't even get in with the Uchiha clan, of course they're very upset. Lingye ignored the Anbu ninja at all and went straight to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Hokage office. Master Hokage, the cause of Uchiha Shimada's death has been investigated. His cause of death was suicide. Suicide? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Why did Uchiha Shimada commit suicide? The position of patriarch is still in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Advertisement. Uchiha Shimada sent someone to ambush Uchiha Lingye, and was caught. Several of his confidants died in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Shimada finally pleaded guilty and committed suicide. No wonder the Uchiha clan kept news so tightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to investigate for so long before he learned the truth. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku didn't reveal it either, it turned out to be a scandal. You go back first. Sarutobi Hiruzen makes people stand back. Uchiha Lingye should be coming soon, and he will help Uchiha Fugaku get back the position of vice captain. If in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku is nothing and has no power, how can his plan be realized? Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to support Uchiha Fugaku to the point where he can compete with Uchiha Lingye. Not long after the ninja who reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Lingye came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Lingye, you are here. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks very gentle. Master Third Hokage asked Anbu to find me, but did he have an order? Lingye showed a fake smile on his face. Nowadays, the Konoha Guard has a large number of personnel. A deputy captain can't handle things. I want to discuss with Captain Lingye whether the Konoha Guard can set up an additional deputy captain. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen finish speaking, Lingye had already guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose of looking for him. I want Uchiha Fugaku to go back as the vice captain of the Konoha Guard. It makes sense. It is true that there should be an additional vice captain. Lord Third Hokage's proposal is very good. Lingye said with admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. Originally he thought that Uchiha Lingye would not agree, and he was thinking about how to persuade Uchiha Lingye, but it turned out that Uchiha Lingye directly agreed. Thank you Hokage for your reminder. I will promote a vice captain when I go back. If there is nothing else, I will leave. After speaking, Lingye looked ready to leave, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to stop him. Wait a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly called Uchiha Lingye to stop. Although Uchiha Lingye agreed to add a vice captain, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he would never give this vice captain to Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 33. I want a Flying Thunder God technique. Is there any order from Hokage? Can I arrange this vice captain? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Lingye. Lingye was dissatisfied when she heard this. Hokage-sama, isn't the change of positions in the Konoha Guard always arranged by us, the Uchiha clan? This was what you promised yourself at the beginning. Does Third Hokage want to intervene now? At this moment, Lingye pretended to be touched by Nilin, very angry. Sure enough, he knew it was not that simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected it. Captain Lingye, I don't want to meddle in the affairs of the Konoha Guard, but I hope that Uchiha Fugaku can continue to serve as the vice captain. After all, I have a deep friendship with his father. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen still showed nostalgia in his eyes, as if he really had a very deep friendship with Uchiha Shimada. I have to say that in terms of acting skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really good. So that's the case, but doesn't Third Hokage know that I have a grudge with Uchiha Fugaku? Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. It seemed that Uchiha Lingye would not give him this face. It's okay to want Uchiha Fugaku as vice captain, but it needs leverage. Lingye said clearly. Let Uchiha Fugaku be the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard, but it will cost more. Lingye's words, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, is another village. I don't know what Lingye you want, I will try my best to satisfy you. Before I asked Uchiha Iron Tree to apply for the funding of the Konoha Guard, but Third Hokage didn't seem to approve it. Lingye brought it up. Hearing Lingye mentioning this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was not very good. You apply for 100 million taels directly for funding. Konoha village is rich, but 100 million taels is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel distressed. Okay, I approve. Now that Third Hokage has approved it, we can negotiate terms. What, there are conditions? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Lingye. Advertisement. His face darkened instantly. Uchiha Lingye was a little greedy. Of course, the funding is Hokage, you should grant us, is it also a bargaining chip? Lingye said naturally. By the way, I don't want Master Hokage to default on the funds of our Konoha Guard in the future. After all, our Konoha Guard has worked hard for the safety of Konoha, so don't let us feel bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, he was already trying to restrain his expression, and almost couldn't help it. Then what do you want? After all, he has been Hokage for a long time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotional management is still in place. I want to see the sealed book. Lingye made her own conditions. Hearing that Uchiha Lingye wanted to see the sealed book, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Lingye. I can agree to other conditions, but not this one. There are many forbidden techniques on the Book of Seals, which must not be mastered by Uchiha Lingye. Although those forbidden techniques are difficult to learn, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to gamble if Uchiha Lingye learns it. Just give me the 2 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Lingye stretched out 2 fingers. It would definitely be impossible to show him all the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. He would rather not give Uchiha Fugaku the position of vice captain than show Lingye. But as long as there are 2 ninjutsu, this greatly reduces Sarutobi Hiruzen's conflict. Which 2 ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. If there are only 2 ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen can consider agreeing. First, multiple shadow clone technique. Lingye can shadow clone technique, but he has not mastered multiple shadow clone techniques. Although he knows the seals of multiple shadow clone techniques, if he actually uses them, he can't perform them just by knowing the seals. If you can perform it as long as you have mastered the seal, then ninjutsu will not be so difficult to learn. To really display it, it depends on the operation of chakra in the body veins. Multiple shadow clone technique, yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard multiple shadow clone technique and didn't really care. Advertisement. Although this technique is also a forbidden technique, the reason why it is a forbidden technique is because this technique consumes too much chakra. Without a huge amount of chakra, using this technique will hurt yourself, so it is listed as forbidden technique. What about the other technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. I want the Flying Thunder God technique. The space ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, then flourished in the presence of the future 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobarama is really good at developing ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Reanimation Jutsu were all developed by Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard that Uchiha Lingye wanted Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique is very strong, S-level spacetime ninjutsu. Mastering this ninjutsu basically will not fall into dangerous situations. Senju Tobarama would die because he was broken, otherwise he would never have died if he mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique. However, Flying Thunder God Technique also has a disadvantage, that is, it is difficult to learn. Only those who have the talent in space can learn this ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen also learned it, but he didn't even get started. No one ever learned it except the developer's second Hokage. Recently, he wants to teach the Flying Thunder God technique to Jiraiya's disciple Namikaze Minato, so that Jiraiya's genius disciple can try to master it. After thinking about it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Flying Thunder God technique can give it to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was almost impossible for Uchiha Lingye to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Lingye was a little surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen promised so happily. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Lingye thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hesitate, but Flying Thunder God technique is not the same. I will copy a copy for you, I hope it will not be circulated. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not show the sealed book to Uchiha Lingye. What if Uchiha Lingye secretly learns other ninjutsu from several sealed books? Naturally, I also hope Master Hokage will not fool me. Lingye is to remind Sarutobi Hiruzen not to give him fakes. Chapter 34 Let yourself recruit people. After getting Flying Thunder God technique and Multiple Shadow Clone technique, Lingye left contentedly. Before leaving, Lingye told Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is possible to re-promote Uchiha Fugaku to vice captain, but Uchiha Fugaku needs to recruit his own people. Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed to this. Now I want to see how much appeal Uchiha Fugaku still has. After returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Lingye had a slight smile on his face. This time he is not at a loss. Multiple Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God technique are benefits. The allocation of 100 million taels of funding, without this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have given it out easily. In addition, Lingye also wants to see how many people in the Uchiha family still love Uchiha Fugaku. After understanding, it will be more convenient for Lingye to clean them up. In the evening, Lingye held a clan meeting. This meeting is mainly to inform you that there is a new position of deputy captain in the Konoha Guard. After Lingye finished speaking, the eyes of some elite Jonins in the clan lit up. Can they serve as the vice captain? Uchiha Fugaku's expression fluctuated. It seems that 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Lingye have settled. Master Patriarch, who will be the deputy captain? Both Uchiha Yatsushiro and Uchiha Ryosuke had anticipation on their faces. Congratulations to Uchiha Fugaku, he was able to persuade 3rd Hokage to help him speak. 3rd Hokage still has to give face. Lingye congratulated Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha people present had different expressions. Convincing 3rd Hokage to help speak, from being removed from the position of vice captain before, and now becoming the vice captain again. In other words, the rumors in the clan are true now. Uchiha Fugaku really gave 3rd Hokage a dog. Otherwise, why would 3rd Hokage help him? In an instant, everyone present became hostile to Uchiha Fugaku. Including the few Jonin who were still standing on Uchiha Fugaku's side, their expressions were also very sad. It's over. Advertisement. Uchiha Ichiro glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. No wonder I asked him to come out to explain before, but he didn't explain. It turned out to be true. Feeling the hostility around him, the smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face, who was still somewhat happy, disappeared. The position of deputy captain was taken back, and he regained power, but he also lost the hearts of the people. Even if I am honest, Uchiha Lingye will not let me go. It is right to do so. As long as Uchiha Lingye is gone, I still have a chance to become the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku comforted himself inwardly. Fugaku, although you are now the vice captain again, you need to recruit the manpower yourself. Looking at this scene, Lingye smiled and said to Uchiha Fugaku. The rumor that Uchiha Fugaku was a dog for Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely true, and Uchiha Fugaku will never turn over. I recruit myself? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. In the end he accepted it, and he was not at ease when Uchiha Lingye really sent someone over for him. If Uchiha Lingye really sent someone to him, it would definitely be to monitor him. Third Hokage hopes that the Konoha Guard will add a new deputy captain, but I have the final say on the details of the Konoha Guard. So, I decided to add 2 more vice captains. Lingye spoke again. Uchiha Yatsushiro, Uchiha Ryosuke, both of you have enough ability and strength to serve as the vice captain. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your trust. Uchiha Yatsushiro and Uchiha Ryosuke are excited. The Konoha Guard has added 3 vice captains, making a total of 4 vice captains, and the gold content of the position of vice captain has been greatly reduced. Uchiha Fugaku's face was not good looking. He wanted to speak out against it, but he held back, and no one would support him if he spoke up against it at this time. He's in the Uchiha clan and has lost support. Uchiha Iron Tree, this is the 100 million taels approved by 3rd Hokage. You go to the financial department to collect it tomorrow. Uchiha Lingye took out the batch of Sarutobi Hiruzen and handed it to Uchiha Iron Tree. Yes, Patriarch. Seeing the 100 million taels of funding approval, Uchiha Tieshu was very happy. The money has arrived, and the Patriarch's previous order to equip the Konoha Guard with the best practice facilities can be carried out. How are you doing to recruit the reserve team among the newly graduated ninja school students? Advertisement. Lingye asked a question. To recruit Genin, who has just graduated and has great potential, as the reserve team of the Konoha Guard. This is Lingye's previous instruction to Uchiha Iron Tree. Specifically, Lingye did not ask recently. This, Lord Patriarch, the effect is not very good. Uchiha Iron Tree said with some shame. Most of those Genin who just graduated choose to follow the teacher Jonin who leads the team. After graduating from the ninja school, the students will be divided into a class of 3, and a Jonin will act as the leading teacher to lead the task. Of course, you can also make other choices. For example, Lingye joined the Konoha Guard after graduating from ninja school. Most of the Genin who graduated feel that following Jonin is better than joining the Konoha Guard. These Genin who just graduated are more ambitious than the sky, and they are harder to recruit than Chunin. A Jonin said with some annoyance. He was arranged by Uchiha Iron Tree to recruit those Genins, but he didn't recruit many. Especially those few talented ones, all of them kept their mouths open to become Hokage, disdained to join the Konoha Guard, and their arrogance made him, the Uchiha clan, want to be people. G kid who just graduated, prouder than their Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Lingye also understood that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, has never been beaten severely, and will know when it is beaten severely by the ninja world. You can figure it out for yourself. Lingye is too lazy to provide solutions, and has to learn to solve problems by herself. What's the use of these people if he needs to find a way for everything? This meeting ends here. Lingye announced the end of the meeting, and when he left, he saw the displeased eyes of the second elder. Since Lingye became the patriarch, his power has become less and less, and of course he is dissatisfied with Uchiha Lingye in his heart. Lingye ignored him directly. The second elder is close to 50 years old, so he is considered an old guy. When he was young, he was not weak, otherwise he would not be able to take the position of the second elder. To be an elder in the Uchiha clan requires convincing strength. But now, his strength has regressed seriously. At most Jonin's strength is not worthy of his attention. Chapter 35. Let me tell you a secret. Uchiha Lingye has a Mangekyō Sharingan. After the clan meeting, Lingye asked Makoto to send someone to call Uchiha clan Jonin over. Master Patriarch. Uchiha Shinto knew that the Patriarch sent someone to call him over, and he must have something to order. Lingye looked at the other party. He could be called by Lingye. He was naturally someone Lingye trusted. I give you a task, a very important task. Master Patriarch, please tell me. You go to Uchiha Fugaku's command and record all the people under Uchiha Fugaku, especially those who belong to our Uchiha clan. Lingye instructed Uchiha Shinto. Uchiha Shinto understood that he was asked to go undercover. I will complete the task assigned by the Patriarch. After Uchiha Shinto left, Uchiha Makoto looked at Lingye hesitantly. Lingye, Uchiha Fugaku should know that Uchiha Manto is your man. Uchiha Shinto has followed Lingye for a long time. This is known to many people in the clan, and it is impossible for Uchiha Fugaku not to know. I know. Lingye nodded. This is called undercover. He just told Uchiha Fugaku openly, I sent someone to watch you blatantly. Then what if Uchiha Fugaku doesn't want it? Makoto asked a question. Uchiha Fugaku knows that Uchiha Manto is here to spy on him. Will he let Uchiha Manto join him? Don't worry, Uchiha Fugaku will take it. Even if he knew that Lingye sent someone to watch him, he didn't dare to refuse. Let's rest. Lingye picked up the rosy Mikoto and entered her bedroom. A little bit of coldness came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon. Lingye transformed from a ninja into a holy gun knight. This shot pierced through the black hole and scattered billions of stars. Mikoto, the life devourer, is not bad. He can swallow hundreds of millions of elite soldiers, but unfortunately he is still far behind Lingye, the holy gun knight. Advertisement on the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen overnight. As Hokage, working overtime into the night is the norm, so Uchiha Fugaku managed to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Didn't Uchiha Lingye make you the vice captain? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku approaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned uncontrollably. The recent incidents about the Uchiha clan, about Uchiha Lingye, have wrinkled his brows. I have become the vice captain of the Konoha Guard, but the position of vice captain has increased by 2, and now the Konoha Guard has a total of 4 vice captains. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and said while suppressing his discomfort. In the Konoha Guard, there are now 3 people who are on an equal footing with him. No, although they are all vice captains, the power they hold is not comparable to him. His deputy captain is more like an empty shell. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that after Uchiha Lingye returned, he added 2 more vice captain positions, which he didn't tell himself. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was also dissatisfied, he didn't want to go to Uchiha Lingye again because of this matter. It is estimated that it is useless to find Uchiha Lingye. The Konoha Guard does have a lot of autonomy. This power was given out to stabilize the Uchiha clan, and it is difficult to take it back now. Speaking of this incident, it is also related to the death of second Hokage. When Senju Tobirama and second Raikage formed an alliance, the brothers Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Cloud Shinobi village staged a coup. Senju Tobirama was first severely wounded by the 2 brothers, and then hunted down. In order to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen and other subordinates, he stayed behind as the bait and died in the hands of the Golden Horn troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed as the next generation of Hokage, but at that time Sarutobi Hiruzen was still young and was not enough to suppress the powerful Uchiha clan, so he could only give up more power to stabilize the Uchiha clan. You came here to tell me this? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Lingye asked me to recruit my own men, Uchiha Fugaku said unhappily. His fame in the Uchiha clan is too late, and no one will follow him except the confidants left to him by his own father. He can't just be the commander, and he doesn't want Uchiha Lingye to seize the opportunity to remove him as the deputy captain just like last time. This Uchiha Lingye told me in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bland. I need Lord Hokage's support. Advertisement. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to push, at least send someone to support his team. Hearing the support, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood what Uchiha Fugaku meant. Just want him to support people, let him send people to Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking. Tell you a secret, Uchiha Lingye has a Mangekyō Sharingan. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was thinking about whether to help him, Uchiha Fugaku revealed a cruel news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? Sitting Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up. You said that Uchiha Lingye opened the Mangekyō Sharingan? This is no small matter. If Uchiha Lingye has opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, it will be time to reassess the threat of Uchiha Lingye. No, he didn't activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Then what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. He didn't turn on the Mangekyō Sharingan, but he had the Mangekyō Sharingan, and those Mangekyō Sharingans weren't his. Whose is not his? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. It belongs to Ryuichi Uchiha. Hearing the name Uchiha Lingye, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the well-known strongman of the Uchiha clan, according to his previous investigation, had died, and died in the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Lingye opened the Mangekyō Sharingan and died in the hands of Uchiha Lingye, and his Mangekyō Sharingan also fell into the hands of Uchiha Lingye. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned heavily. It's not that Uchiha Lingye opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, which is good news, but the bad news is that Uchiha Lingye does have a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in his hand. Uchiha Lingye may change into the pair of Mangekyō Sharingan at any time, which is not much different from Uchiha Lingye turning on the Mangekyō Sharingan himself. Maybe it's not his eyes, he can't use his full power, but that's Mangekyō Sharingan too. Uchiha Lingye's threat has risen substantially. Fortunately, I learned from Uchiha Fugaku, and now at least I know Uchiha Lingye's whole card. Chapter 36 Can learn. It's okay, I have a system. Looking at the sad Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed. The reason why he disclosed that Uchiha Lingye has Mangekyō Sharingan is to gain the full support of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To increase Uchiha Lingye's threat in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely help him with all his strength against Uchiha Lingye. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to get the full support of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku still has a bit of brains. I will arrange for you to go there and let them follow your instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen can also see what Uchiha Fugaku is thinking. Need Uchiha Fugaku to fight Uchiha Lingye though, so he won't break the deal. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage. After the goal was achieved, Uchiha Fugaku left satisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen recruits one of Anbu's captains to join the Konoha Guard under the command of Uchiha Fugaku. The next day, Lingye woke up early to prepare breakfast by herself. Makoto prepares it on weekdays, but last night Makoto was too tired and hasn't woken up yet. Uzumaki Kushina, who often comes to make a living, also ran over early in the morning. Hey, what's wrong with today's breakfast? It's definitely not made by Makoto. Kushina looked affirmative. Where's Makoto? Kushina, who didn't see Makoto, was a little puzzled. Sleeping. Lingye stuffed the rice ball into his mouth and said casually. Sleep late. Kushina was a little surprised. It is rare to see Makoto sleep late. After eating, Lingye practiced today in the yard. He is the patriarch now, and the house has been changed, and the yard at home is very big now. It can also be used when practicing in the yard. Of course, Lingye would definitely not experiment in the yard if he was experimenting with some more destructive ninjutsu. Take out the two ninjutsu given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, multi-shadow clone technique and flying thunder god technique. Multiple shadow clone technique is simple, Lingye mastered it after reading it. Advertisements separate dozens of shadow clone. Lingye let the shadow clone proficient in those ninjutsu mastered by him, focusing on the development of Rasengan. Rasengan has a lot of room for development, such as Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, which is an advanced ninjutsu developed by adding Wind-style's nature transformation, coupled with shape changes. Developing ninjutsu is actually quite dangerous, so Lingye asked Shadow Clone to develop it. Split so many Shadow Clone at once. Kushina opened her mouth in surprise. This is the multiple shadow clone technique, do you want to learn it? For people with less chakra, multiple shadow clone technique is forbidden technique, but for people with more chakra, multiple shadow clone technique is not very dangerous. Uzumaki Kushina is one of those with Chatura. Shadow clone is not only used to detect intelligence, confuse the enemy in battle, and assist the body to fight against the enemy, it can also be used to practice ninjutsu. After the shadow clone is released, the clone's memory and experience gained will return to you. Lingye told Uzumaki Kushina the advantages of shadow clone. This is equivalent to having a dozen or even dozens of people help you practice. Even if you have enough chakra, you can distribute thousands of shadow clone at a time. But there are advantages and disadvantages. When you use shadow clone to practice, when you cancel shadow clone, you will also inherit the tired memory of shadow clone practice. To accept dozens of training memories in an instant, one must also consider whether one's own spirit can bear it. But compared with the advantages, the disadvantages are not worth mentioning at all. Learn, I want to learn. Kushina's eyes light up. After being kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi last time, Kushina wanted to improve his strength. Especially if you have been in contact with Lingye for a long time, you will inevitably be influenced by Lingye and become the pursuit of strength. Lingye once said to Kushina that his fists are the most important. If she had been strong enough, she would not have been kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi. Multiple shadow clone technique is difficult for people with less chakra to learn, and it may even be fatal, but for Uzumaki Kushina, it is not difficult to learn. Uzumaki Kushina's talent is not bad either. Soon, Uzumaki Kushina mastered multiple shadow clone technique. I have it. Kushina looked at Lingye excitedly. Advertisement, I've mastered a multiple shadow clone technique. I'm glad you've mastered it. Those who didn't know thought you had mastered the power of 6 paths. Lingye hit Kushina verbally. Snort. Kushina snorted softly, then asked Lingye, what is the power of 6 paths? It's not good for you to know that much. Lingye didn't mean to explain, mainly because it was troublesome to explain. The power of 6 paths is actually easy to understand, it is the power of 6 paths level, but Kushina doesn't know what 6 paths level is, so I have to explain it to her. Lingye took out the Flying Thunder God technique and studied it. The multiple shadow clone technique is just an appetizer, and the Flying Thunder God technique is what Lingye most wants to master. If he can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he can single-handedly enter a ninja village in the future, and he will be able to retreat unscathed. Space ninjutsu, you can run if you can't beat it, you can attack or escape. Learn the Flying Thunder God technique, it can be said that as long as you don't die, it's hard to die. In the original book, Senju Tobirama sacrificed himself when the bait was broken, and Namikaze Minato was sealed to death with ghouls. Lingye asked her shadow clone to study the Flying Thunder God technique together. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a bit difficult. Lingye asked dozens of shadow clone to help him practice, but he didn't get started. Don't I have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique? Lingye doesn't think her talent is poor, but sometimes she needs a corresponding talent to practice certain skills. Just like adamantine sealing chains, no matter how talented Lingye was before, she couldn't learn them. After getting the Uzumaki fairy body later, I learned adamantine sealing chains. It's okay, I have a system. Even if she really doesn't have the talent in this area, Lingye doesn't care at all. It's best to learn by yourself, if you can't learn it, isn't there a system? Not to mention Flying Thunder God technique, Huangquan Billionsaka, or Obito's Kamui are all likely to get it. Although working hard for a day didn't yield anything, Lingye didn't give up directly. In the future, let 10 shadow clones specialize in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. If you really can learn it, you can only rely on the system. Chapter 37. Competing with Hitaki Tsukumo. Hitaki's house. Lingye is standing at the door. Today, the surname Hitaki is also well known in Konoha village. If it weren't for the fact that the Hitaki family is sparsely populated, it might become a family. He got the news that Hitaki Tsukumo returned from his mission. While Hitaki Tsukumo is still alive, Lingye plans to come to Hitaki Tsukumo for a discussion. He knocked on the door, and the person who opened it was a servant of the Hitaki family. Hitaki Kakashi's mother died early, and Hitaki Tsukumo often went out to perform tasks, so he hired a servant to take care of Hitaki Kakashi. You are the master of the Uchiha clan. The servant does not know Lingye, but he does know the crest of the Uchiha clan. The family emblem of the Uchiha clan looks like a table tennis racket, but it is actually a Uchiha fan. Originally, the Uchiha family also had a Ninja Homura fan, also known as the Uchiha fan, which had the ability to bounce back and was made from a part of the sacred tree. Just got carried away by Uchiha Madara. I am the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and I would like to meet Hitaki Tsukumo. Patriarch Lingye, is there something wrong with your visit? Hearing the movement, Hitaki Tsukumo came out, followed by a little boy with white hair. Lingye took a look at him. This little boy is Hitaki Kakashi. He is not wearing a mask yet. Although he is still young, he is quite cute. Looking at his appearance when he was a child, he will definitely not be bad when he grows up. But Lingye came to see Hitaki Tsukumo, not Hitaki Kakashi. The current Hitaki Kakashi is not worthy of Lingye's attention. Well, the future Hitaki Kakashi does not seem to be worthy of Lingye's attention. Hitaki Tsukumo looked at Lingye with doubts in his eyes. He and the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan did not have much intersection. At most they had met each other a few times before, and they knew each other's names. There is no friendship, and I don't know what Uchiha Lingye's purpose for coming here suddenly is. He doesn't want to get too close to the Uchiha clan. I came here this time because I need to trouble Hitaki Jonin with something. Lingye said with a smile. Hitaki Tsukumo has cage-level strength, but strength is strength, and position is position. Except for Hokage, the highest position in Konoha village is Jonin. I don't know what it is. Hitaki Tsukumo did not directly agree. He is very careful not to step on the pit advertisement. In case Uchiha Lingye makes it difficult for him to help, he can directly refuse. Hitaki Jonin's sword skills are very strong. I want to learn sword skills with Hitaki Jonin. Hitaki Shuomo is called Konoha's White Fang, and his chakra short sword is called White Fang. Discuss with me. Hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo was quite surprised. He wants to compete with his father. The young Hitaki Kakashi looked up at Uchiha Lingye. My father will definitely win. At this time, Hitaki Kakashi still admires Hitaki Tsukumo very much, and Hitaki Tsukumo is really strong, and even Konoha Sannin respects him a little bit. In Konoha village, Hitaki Shuomo is also very prestigious, and there are even calls for Hitaki Shuomo to be the next Hokage. Today in Konoha village, there are quite a few people who worship this Konoha's White Fang. Hitaki Tsukumo is thinking about whether he should agree or not. Hitaki Jonin, can you do me a favor? Seeing Hitaki Tsukumo thinking, Lingye spoke again. Okay, I agree. Uchiha Lingye has come in person, he has to give his face and discuss with Uchiha Lingye. It's not a life and death struggle, there is no need to refuse. Even Hitaki Tsukumo is thinking about whether to release water and defeat Uchiha Lingye. Will it make him look bad? It can't be deployed here, how about we go to a place where it can be deployed? Lingye glanced at the courtyard of Hitaki Tsukumo's house. The yard of Hitaki Tsukumo's house is not very big, at least it is completely incomparable with other big families. Go to the place where I often practice, come with me. Hitaki Tsukumo took Lingye to the place where he practiced Hitaki swordsmanship. Hitaki Kakashi followed like a little tail. He wants to see his father defeat his opponent. Hitaki Kakashi has great trust in his father's strength and believes that his father will definitely win. Patriarch Lingye, be careful. After arriving at the place where Hitaki Tsukumo practiced on weekdays, Hitaki Tsukumo said to Lingye in a deep voice. He carried the White Fang short blade on his back. This knife was very short, only half the length of the knife in Lingye's hand. Advertisement: an inch is long and an inch is strong, and an inch is short and an inch is dangerous. In terms of weapons, Lingye felt that he had the upper hand. Of course, the reason why Hitaki Tsukumo uses the short blade is because the short blade is the most suitable for his strength. Naturally, I will be careful, and I hope Hitaki Jonin will not hold back too much. Lingye and Hitaki Tsukumo competed not to compete for who is stronger and who is weaker, but to improve their understanding of swordsmanship. Please Patriarch Lingye to act first. Hitaki Tsukumo didn't draw his sword. To be honest, he underestimated Lingye and put himself in the position of a senior. In fact, Hitaki Tsukumo did nothing wrong, he is much older than Lingye. Lingye was not dissatisfied because of this, he was very calm at this moment. Then I'll do it. Uchiha Flow draw the sword and cut. A white cold light streaked across like a horse. Quick, it was too fast. Just now Lingye stood 8 meters away from Hitaki Tsukumo, and instantly appeared in front of Hitaki Tsukumo. As expected of Konoha's White Fang, the response is quick. Lingye looked at the severed wood. Just now Hitaki Tsukumo used the body replacement technique to avoid it. No, they didn't dodge completely, and the clothes were still cut by the Kusanagi sword in Lingye's hand. At this time, Hitaki Tsukumo had already pulled out the short blade of White Fang, and looked at Lingye very cautiously. He really underestimated Uchiha Lingye just now. Uchiha Lingye is too young, he still underestimated Uchiha Lingye. Even if he is seasoned, he cannot avoid committing such a big taboo. After Lingye drew out his sword and slashed, he didn't withdraw his sword, and continued to slash towards Hitachi Sakumo with his backhand. Clang! Holding the short blade in both hands, Hitachi Sakumo, who blocked Uchiha Lingye's knife, was a little shocked. Uchiha Lingye's strength was a bit strong. But before he could think about it, he saw Uchiha Lingye attacking him like a storm. Every cut was fast and hard. Moreover, the knife in Uchiha Lingye's hand is not ordinary. His white fang short blade is very sharp, but it has no advantage at all when it collides with the knife in Lingye's hand. The match between short sword and long sword was at a disadvantage, and Hitachi Sakumo was directly suppressed by Lingye. Chapter 38 Hitachi Sakumo. Not under me. Lingye and Hitachi Sakumo had a strong confrontation, and Hitachi Kakashi, who was watching the battle not far away, stared wide-eyed. He couldn't see Lingye and his father Hitachi Sakumo at all. Sparks flew and Lingye attached the wind-style chakra to the Kusanagi sword. The characteristic of the wind attribute is sharpness, and the wind attribute chakra is attached to it, which can make the Kusanagi sword sharper. Swordsmanship gale slash. Throwing it out from the air, the huge wind blade cut the ground and flew towards Hitachi Sakumo. Lightning-style body flicker technique. With rich combat experience, Hitachi Sakumo instantly judged that this move must not be taken hard. The high-intensity electric current formed by the lightning-style chakra stimulated the legs, and instantly burst out at lightning speed, dodging the blow. After cutting out the sword, Lingye put the Kusanagi sword back into its scabbard. This discussion, let's stop here. To be honest, Lingye is a bit disappointed, or he knows too little about Hitachi Sakumo. Hitachi's swordsmanship is really good, but his swordsmanship is not the same as Lingye's style. No wonder he uses a short blade. His swordsmanship is more suitable for assassination. For a head-on fight, Hitachi Sakumo is not suitable. If you fight against someone who is weaker than him, that's fine, but if you fight against him, the only way to fight head-on is to be beaten by Lingye. Of course, it is also possible that Hitachi Sakumo is not using his full strength, and may be hiding. The Lingye patriarch's swordsmanship is very strong. Hitachi Sakumo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He really felt the pressure from the fight just now. What a monster, the power is too strong. Every slash of Uchiha Lingye was so fast and powerful that his hand was almost split open. Hitachi Jonin's swordsmanship is also very strong, and we will have a chance to learn from each other in the future. Lingye turned and left. Father, why don't you continue to fight? Has he exhausted his strength? After seeing Uchiha Lingye leave, Hitachi Kakashi came over. Kakashi, didn't you see that I was the one who was at the disadvantage just now? The fight between him and Uchiha Lingye was completely at a disadvantage. Although this was not a life-and-death battle, and he would not use some ultimate moves, Uchiha Lingye did not go all out either. Among other things, Sharingan Uchiha Lingye is not open. Advertisement, I believe that if we fight to the end, my lord father will definitely win. Looking at Kakashi, Hitachi couldn't help shaking his head. Kakashi trusted him too much. If you fight to the end, even if you fight to the death, Hitachi Sakumo is not sure of winning. After all, the most famous Uchiha clan is not swordsmanship, but Sharingan and fire style. Go back, Kakashi. Hitachi Sakumo glanced at the trace made by Uchiha Lingye's last knife, and then pulled Hitachi Kakashi away. The last gale slash was no less powerful than an A-level ninjutsu. Fortunately, his judgment was correct and he didn't resist, otherwise, he would be hospitalized even if he didn't die. Lingye returns to the Uchiha tribe. Seeing that Lingye was coming, Kushina rushed over immediately. How about it, did you win? Kushina knew that Lingye had gone to discuss with Hitachi Sakumo, and she wanted to join in the fun, but was left behind by Makoto. There is no winner, but in terms of swordsmanship, I don't think I'm worse than him. At least in terms of frontal combat, Uchiha Lingye is above Hitachi Sakumo. His 10 years of hard training in physical fitness and swordsmanship were not in vain. Of course, in terms of assassination, Lingye is probably not as good as Hitachi Sakumo. Why is there no winner? Is Hitachi that good? Kushina has seen Lingye's swordsmanship before. With a single strike, the ground can be cut into a crack of more than 10 meters. He is indeed very powerful. It would be great if he could be recruited. As one of the few cage-level powerhouses, can they not be powerful? And Lingye can feel that Hitachi Sakumo didn't give his best, although he didn't go all out either. It should be impossible to recruit Hitachi Sakumo. Makoto thought about Hitachi's status and couldn't help but say. His status in Konoha village, even above Lingye, is the most trusted person of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yeah, I also know it's impossible. Lingye nodded. Makoto was right, it was impossible to recruit Hitachi. I'm satisfied with his strength, but with his character, In the original, Hitachi Sakumo commits suicide. No matter what he thinks, it is a cowardly move in Lingye's eyes. Advertisement Lingye went home, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was very concerned about Uchiha Lingye. He knew that Uchiha Lingye went to find Hitachi Sakumo. After Uchiha Lingye went back, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to directly inform Hitachi Sakumo to meet him. Sakumo, what did Uchiha Lingye go to find you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hitachi Sakumo. He asked me to learn swordsmanship. I want to learn swordsmanship with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly asked, how was the result? For Uchiha Lingye's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to find out. The record about Uchiha Lingye known so far is to defeat Uchiha Fugaku and kill 1 or 2 brothers of Uchiha Dragon. The strength is definitely above the average elite Jonin. As for whether he has reached the cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not clear. This discussion with Hitaki Tsukumo may serve as a reference. The sparring is over before it's finished, but Uchiha Lingye's strength should not be inferior to mine. After careful consideration, Hitaki Tsukumo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Lingye's strength should not be inferior to him. Fortunately, this is not Fengyun world, and Hitaki Tsukumo will not know Feng Shumei's magical skills, otherwise Lingye will be in danger. Not under you. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help exerting force when he heard Hitaki's evaluation. He knows Hitaki Tsukumo very well, and Hitaki Tsukumo will not exaggerate deliberately, which shows that Uchiha Lingye is indeed no worse than Hitaki Tsukumo. Uchiha Lingye has cage-level strength. He also has a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling more and more headache. The Uchiha clan is very ambitious. Now that the patriarch Uchiha Lingye is so powerful, it is not a good thing for Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. For this matter, Hitaki Tsukumo did not intervene. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the high-level Konoha has a long history. Now knowing the strength of Uchiha Lingye, 3rd Hokage will feel that it is normal to have a headache. Chapter 39 The Strongest Physical Attack, Amaterasu? After Lingye and Hitaki Tsukumo last time, everything was quiet. In a blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Lingye's system awakened. This is Lingye's second-month sign-in opportunity. Give me the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye prayed silently in her heart. This would give him an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In the current period, Lingye could directly declare invincibility. Even if the old thing Uchiha Madara is not dead, if he jumps out, he may not be able to beat Lingye who has the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Unless he gets back the Rinnegan that was given to Nagato. Successful monthly sign-in, obtained. Mangekyō Sharingan Pupil Art Amaterasu, do you want to receive it? Holding Uchiha Ryuichi's pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in her hands, Lingye's expression froze. That's it? The disappointment in his eyes was not concealed at all. What a disappointment. Although Lingye knew that there was little hope of obtaining eternal Mangekyō Sharingan by monthly sign-in, but even if he was given the pupil power of Mangekyō Sharingan, it was better than the pupil technique of Amaterasu. Amaterasu's pupil technique, when it first appeared on the stage, was quite blown by Black Zetsu. What Mangekyō Sharingan's S-class mystery, the strongest physical attack, the black flame released will not be extinguished until it burns everything. It turned out that the record was embarrassing, the record was 0, and no one was burned to death. How awesome the bragging was at the time, and how embarrassing it would be later on. The so-called strongest physical attack has become a joke. Forget it, get it, it's better than nothing. In the future, other people's Mangekyō Sharingan, counting Susanoo, only has 3 spells, and now he has a full 4 pupil spells, and it seems a bit awesome to pass it on. Could it be that one of these eyes is Amaterasu? Lingye looked at Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan who was brought out. Because the things obtained by signing in are related to the location and surrounding items, Lingye took out this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan on purpose. I just wanted to sign something related to Sharingan, but I ended up signing Amaterasu. You give me a Tsukuyomi, it feels better than Amaterasu. When Lingye chose to receive it, a force appeared from Lingye's right eye, which increased Lingye's pupil power. It also adds some pupil power, so it's a bit of a gain. Advertisement, but the increase in pupil power is a bit small. It can only be said that something is better than nothing. Lingye was a bit disappointed with this monthly sign-in, not as good as the Uzumaki immortal physique last time. Next time, if I can hold Senju Hashirama's cells, I don't know if I can sign in and get Senju Hashirama's sage body, or Ashura's chakra, but wood style is fine too. Lingye is thinking about whether to get some Senju Hashirama's cells. Even if it is not used for transplantation, it can also be used as a medium to sign in to obtain the power of Senju Hashirama. And if you find a clan member to transplant first Hokage's cells, and then cooperate with Uchiha Ryuichi's Mangekyō Sharingan, you will immediately become a strong player. Maybe you can think about it in the future. The Uchiha clan can't count on me. Lingye doesn't want him to do everything himself. If there is a strong man under his hand, he can order it. For example, now, Uchiha Ryosuke has been dispatched by Lingye to carry out a mission. The country of Sichuan, this is a small country located between the 2 big countries of the country of fire and the country of wind. The 5 major countries do not share borders, and the small countries that survive in the cracks between the major countries are actually buffer zones for the 5 major countries. Uchiha Ichiro was fleeing crazily at this time. Don't run away, you can't run away. Uchiha Ryosuke stopped in front of Uchiha Ichiro, and there were several Jonin around him, watching Uchiha Ichiro indifferently. At this time, Uchiha Ichiro's back had been infiltrated with blood, and a huge knife wound appeared on his back, and he was also poisoned, and the knife that cut him was coated with poison. He didn't expect to be attacked when he came out to perform the mission, and the person who attacked him was still a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Lingye sent you to kill me. Uchiha Ichiro, who lost a lot of blood, turned pale. The dead don't need to know that much. Fire style how long fire technique. Uchiha Ryosuke didn't talk nonsense and did it directly. Seeing this, several other Jonin launched an attack at the same time, throwing kunai and shuriken over, and releasing fire-style ninjutsu to make up for it. Not to mention being injured, Uchiha Ichiro couldn't stand it even if he wasn't injured. Damn Uchiha Lingye. There was anger in Uchiha Ichiro's eyes. It was definitely Uchiha Lingye who sent someone to kill him. Uchiha Ryosuke only listens to Uchiha Lingye, advertisement. He has already secretly assassinated him. Does it mean that he is ready to deal with Fugaku? Unfortunately, he couldn't pass the information back. Unleash ninjutsu to block Uchiha Ryosuke's attack, but other Uchiha Jonin's attacks cannot be stopped. Kunai and the shuriken pierced through the body, and the great fireball technique also hit him. An elite Jonin, facing another elite Jonin, plus the attack and killing of several Jonin, cannot escape at all. Unless the protagonist's halo is turned on, but Uchiha Ichiro is not the protagonist, he is just a dragon. Who made you ignorant of good and bad, so you have to follow Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Ryosuke walked over, and after confirming that Uchiha Ichiro was indeed dead, he snorted coldly. After burning the body with a fire, the traces were cleaned up, and then Uchiha Ryosuke took the people away. Uchiha Fugaku's subordinate, the only elite Jonin who was very loyal to him, died in the wilderness of Kawano country. In Konoha village, Uchiha Fugaku himself is also facing trouble. What are you doing here with me? Uchiha Fugaku looked sullenly at Uchiha Iron Tree who came in. For this Uchiha Lingye's #1 lackey, Uchiha Fugaku can't wait to find a chance to kill him. Taking a look at Uchiha Fugaku's office, Uchiha Tetsuki sneered. I am here to give you instructions under the order of the patriarch. Hearing the words of patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, and the atmosphere was a bit dignified. What did he ask you to do? Call the patriarch. As a member of the Uchiha tribe, you are disrespectful to the patriarch. Believe it or not, you will be expelled from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Iron Tree looked bad. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku chose to bear it. Anyway, it's not the first time he has endured it, and he is used to it. The patriarch asked you to come here. What's your order? Here is the application form. You can go to 3rd Hokage to apply for the funding of our Konoha Guard. If you can't do this well, you won't be qualified to continue serving as the vice captain. After throwing the application form to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Iron Tree left directly. Chapter 40 Small Target, defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen without Mangekyō Sharingan. Looking at the funding application form in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku's face gradually turned livid. His face became more and more ugly, and he wanted to tear up the funding application form in his hand. Uchiha Lingye, are you looking for an excuse to take away my position as vice captain? Uchiha Fugaku guessed that Uchiha Lingye just wanted to find a reason to remove him again, and he wanted to remove him again less than a month after he returned to this position. On this funding application form, the amount is 300 million taels. Let him apply for 300 million taels. Even if 3rd Hokage supports him now, will 3rd Hokage give him so much money? You are vicious. Uchiha Fugaku, furious, can only go to 3rd Hokage. You can't really give Uchiha Lingye a chance. Let Uchiha Lingye remove him again. Uchiha Iron Tree, after handing over the funding application form to Uchiha Fugaku, went to Lingye to report the situation. Master Patriarch, I have given him the funding application form as instructed. Then wait for the money. Lingye believes that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen still has the idea of supporting Uchiha Fugaku against him, the 300 million taels will definitely be given. He previously increased the welfare of the Uchiha clan and tripled the cultivation resources of each Uchiha clan. The financial aspect is a bit tight, so I have to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to get the wool. Master Patriarch, 300 million taels is not a small sum. Will 3rd Hokage give it? Have no idea. When Lingye said that he didn't know, Uchiha Tieshu was obviously taken aback. How do I know Sarutobi Hiruzen is not willing to part with it? To be honest, Lingye is not 100% guaranteed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to give 300 million taels. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen will give it with a high probability. 300 million taels is not a small amount, but for the whole Konoha, 300 million taels is not too much. Just the Land of Fire subsidizes Konoha village every year, and there are billions or even tens of billions of taels. Advertisement in Konoha village can also make money by itself, such as posting tasks. Konoha village has to draw a part, and there are various business taxes and so on. Ordinary people also need to spend money to move to Konoha village from outside. As the wealthiest village among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha village is not short of money. Okay, you go to handle the affairs of the Konoha Guard. Lingye said to Uchiha Iron Tree. The Patriarch, I will take my leave first. Lingye basically does not manage the affairs of the Konoha Guard personally, and has always been commanded by remote control. Even most of the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan were handed over to Mikoto by Lingye, and he played around with the shopkeeper. Of course, Lingye is not idle. Improving her strength is what Lingye should do. His strength has improved compared to before. Now Lingye is only 18 years old, and his strength has not yet reached its peak, and it is still on the rise. At this time, Lingye's small goal is to have the power not weaker than the peak cage level without using the Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye is still far from this small goal. This small goal is equivalent to defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen without opening Mangekyō Sharingan. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's title of being the strongest Hokage is exaggerated, his strength is definitely not bad, and he is definitely at the peak of cage level. Especially the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the old man at the beginning of the plot, he is still in his prime now. The goal is a bit difficult, and Lingye thinks that if she wants to achieve it, she has to wait 2 years. Of course, if you can sign in and get good things, this time will definitely be shortened a lot. Among the third-generation shadows of the 5 ninja villages, the strongest should be 3rd Raikage, and it is estimated that he has already touched the threshold of surpassing Cage level. It would be nice if you can sign in to get the lightning-style chakra mode. The old man 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi is not weak either, although he suffered from Madara phobia because he was bullied by Uchiha Madara when he was young. His blood succession to eliminate dust escape is also quite strong. When you have the opportunity to sign in every month or year in the future, go to Iwagakure for a stroll, maybe you can get a dust escape. When Lingye was thinking about signing in next month and where to sign in, the atmosphere in Hokage's office was a little tense. Really, Uchiha Lingye asked you to come? Advertisement? Looking at the grant application form, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked as dark as he could. He remembered that last month, Uchiha Lingye approved 100 million taels, and then counting what was taken away by Uchiha Lingye before, it should be more than 200 million taels. Now the appetite is getting bigger and bigger, directly asking for 300 million taels. I don't want to come either. Uchiha Lingye sent someone to threaten me. If I can't do this well, he will find a reason to remove me as the vice captain. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku talk about his difficulties, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and was in no mood to smoke. To keep the position of Uchiha Fugaku, the price is to pay 300 million taels. If you don't protect it, the price is that everything you have done before is in vain. In order to make Uchiha Fugaku the vice captain, he took out multiple shadow clone technique and flying thunder god technique. In addition, Uchiha Lingye's application for 100 million taels of funding was also approved. These are all costs. If you give up, then all these costs will be silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen is caught in a decision. Master Hokage, you allocate 200 million taels, how about I pay the remaining 100 million taels myself? Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Fugaku prepared to pay part of his own pocket. After all, he is also the son of the patriarch of the previous generation, and he still has some background in his hands. He can still take out 100 million taels, but he feels a little distressed. After all, if you want to buy people's hearts, you have to spend money. Especially since he has a bad reputation in the Uchiha clan now. He needs to spend more money to attract some Uchiha clansmen to join him. And it was his recent dishonesty behavior, trying to recruit the clansmen to his command in vain, that Lingye would send Uchiha Ryosuke to kill Uchiha Ichiro and give Uchiha Fugaku a warning. Or rather, a warning to those touched by Uchiha Fugaku's interest. Although benefits touch people's hearts, they must be taken with one's life. Hearing that Uchiha Fugaku was willing to pay 100 million taels out of his own pocket, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Uchiha Fugaku a strange look, but he didn't expect him to be hiding something. The two then negotiated for a long time. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and agreed to pay half of each person. Sarutobi Hiruzen allocated 150 million taels, and Uchiha Fugaku took out 150 million taels himself. Chapter 41 Uchiha Fugaku dare not leave the village. Is there something wrong with the flying thunder god technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave me? Lingye disarms shadow clone. I have practiced the flying thunder god technique for almost a month, and I haven't even gotten started yet. Either he really didn't have the talent to cultivate the flying thunder god technique, or there was something wrong with the flying thunder god technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the future, let one shadow clone continue to die, and the other shadow clones practice other things. Lingye estimates that if he wants to master the flying thunder god technique, he still has to rely on the system in the future. Lingye, just now Uchiha Iron Tree sent over 300 million taels, we are not short of money. Makoto said to Lingye with some joy, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen really gave. Lingye didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen paid half of the 300 million taels on behalf of Konoha village, and then Uchiha Fugaku paid half of it out of his own pocket. If you know, you must find an opportunity to drain Uchiha Fugaku's private coffers. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Next time, let Uchiha Fugaku apply for funding. After one success, Lingye has already started to make up his mind for the next one. By the way, Makoto, some of our Uchiha clan have not become ninjas. We can let them go to business and open shops. In the Uchiha clan, not everyone is a ninja, and some people are not interested in becoming a ninja, but most of the Uchiha clan are ninjas. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Lingye must use the power of the whole clan. No chakra, not a ninja, it's okay to help the Uchiha clan make money. The Uchiha family does not support idlers, and no one can rely on family resources to lie flat. Now that you enjoy family resources, let me fight for the family. Okay, I'll plan this. Makoto nodded. Find someone you can trust, and just arrange for others, instead of doing everything yourself. Lingye said to Makoto. Sometimes, you have to learn to delegate power, just hold the power well. Compared with these chores, improving strength is the most important thing, and if you have strength, you will have power. Master Patriarch, I'm back, and I have completed the task you gave me. After Uchiha Ryosuke came back, he came to report to Lingye as soon as possible. Advertisement. Where is Uchiha Ichiro's body? Lingye asked. Master Patriarch, I have already destroyed his body and wiped out all traces of it. I burned it all up. Uchiha Ryosuke proudly reports. Who asked you to destroy the corpse? Hearing that the corpse was destroyed, Lingye looked towards Uchiha Ryosuke. Hearing this, Uchiha Ryosuke was taken aback for a moment. Don't you need to destroy the corpse? Shouldn't you kill the other party without letting anyone know? Do you know why I asked you to kill Uchiha Ichiro? Lingye asked Uchiha Ryosuke. Because he doesn't know good from bad, he insists on following Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Ryosuke quickly replied. Wrong. Lingye shook her head. If it was because of this, he wouldn't let Uchiha Ryosuke kill Uchiha Ichiro now. I want to give Uchiha Fugaku a warning to deter those who are uncertain, so I want to let Uchiha Fugaku know, and let other people in the clan know that Uchiha Ichiro's death is related to me. After hearing Lingye finish speaking, Uchiha Ryosuke realized that he was superfluous. The patriarch, why don't I kill another person next to Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Ryosuke looked embarrassed. I thought I had completed the task well, but I didn't expect to mess up the task. Forget it, you just need to spread the news of Uchiha Ichiro's death secretly. Lingye waved her hand. As long as people know that Uchiha Ichiro is dead, Uchiha Fugaku will definitely suspect him, but anyone who is smarter and has a good brain will doubt him. Doubt is doubt, what can he do without evidence? What's more, even if there is real evidence, how many people in the Uchiha clan will offend him for a dead person? Don't screw this up. Lord Patriarch, don't worry, I'll arrange someone right away to ensure that the news can be spread before night. Advertisement. Uchiha Ryosuke hurried to make up for it. Uchiha Ryosuke's efficiency is really good, and the news that Uchiha Ichiro went out to perform a mission and died outside the village was quickly spread. Uchiha Fugaku, who got the news for the first time, the first reaction was impossible. The next thought was Uchiha Lingye's hand. Uchiha Ichiro was out on a mission, he knew it, but that mission wasn't dangerous at all. But if Uchiha Lingye sent someone to make a move, it could be really dangerous. Uchiha Ichiro is his man, and it is well known in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Lingye has a reason to attack him. Although he has not received the news and has not seen Uchiha Ichiro's body, Uchiha Fugaku feels that the news is not groundless. Most likely, Uchiha Ichiro is really dead. If the mission is carried out normally, he should be back by this time. Uchiha Lingye. Thinking of the death of the strongest ninja under his command, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help showing anger in his eyes. Anger was followed by fear, and Uchiha Lingye started shooting at him. It is estimated that the shot against Uchiha Ichiro is the beginning, and the shot will be made against him soon. You can't leave the village, and you must never leave the village. In Konoha village, it is estimated that Uchiha Lingye will still have some concerns and will not shoot him, but if he leaves the village, he may die outside the village. Just like his father, Uchiha Shimada, sent people to kill Uchiha Lingye. What if Uchiha Lingye also used the same method against him? Uchiha Lingye can counter-kill Uchiha Longye brothers and return to Konoha village safely, but Uchiha Fugaku doesn't have that confidence. So, now Uchiha Fugaku is too scared to leave Konoha village. You can't let the people under you go out to perform tasks. He has a lot of people under his command, but most of them are sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only obey his orders on the surface, but actually obey the orders of 3rd Hokage. There are only a dozen people under Uchiha Fugaku's command. Originally, there were less than 10 people, but he promised a lot of money to win over a few people from the clan. If the confidant under his hand is gone, he will really be a naked man, so what is he talking about seizing the position of patriarch? Chapter 42. The dog takes the mouse, take your power. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. There was no news for 10 consecutive days, and it is certain that Uchiha Ichiro is indeed dead. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku was a bit of a fluke, but now there is really no luck at all. Lingye thought that Uchiha Fugaku would not be able to bear it and would come to him, but Uchiha Fugaku could not bear it. Uchiha Fugaku is getting more and more tolerant. His heart is so tolerant, will he really become a threat in the future? Uchiha Makoto said from the side, he has no chance of threatening me. Unless Uchiha Fugaku explodes and turns on Mangekyō Sharingan now, what is he threatening Lingye with? Not even cage level strength. Lingye's strength is cage level when he doesn't use Mangekyō Sharingan. Even among the cage level also belong to the best. According to Lingye's own assessment of strength, Mangekyō Sharingan is not used, and only 3 Tomo Sharingan is used. His strength should be slightly stronger than Konoha Sannin and Hitaki Tsukumo today. And if you use Mangekyō Sharingan, you have to find a super cage level to have a chance to defeat Lingye. Therefore, even if Uchiha Fugaku explodes and activates Mangekyō Sharingan, he can't beat Lingye. Uchiha Fugaku is not the main character, what kind of explosion does he use? By the way, how is the elder's body? Lingye asked Makoto. He is still very grateful to the first elder. If the first elder hadn't always supported him, it would not be so easy for him to have his current status. The great elder at least saved him from struggling for several years. This is also thanks to Makoto. If not for his good relationship with Makoto, the elder might not support him. Therefore, Lingye can be regarded as eating Makoto's soft food. Grandpa's health is not very good. Makoto shook his head. As we get older, the injuries we suffered when we were young, some unhealed dark wounds will inevitably explode when we are old. Her grandfather belonged to Senju Toburama's generation, and he has lived a very long life to this day. After all, the average age of ninjas is not high. In the Sengoku period before the ninja village was established, the average age of ninjas was no more than 30 years old. At that time, conflicts broke out in the ordinary way, and few of them ended up well. Most of them died in family-to-family struggles. Now that ninja village is established, it is better than before, but not much better. The Ninja World War has been experienced twice. Advertisement. Although the wars are not as frequent as they used to be, the scale of the wars is also larger. Birth, old age, sickness and death. Lingye fell into deep thought. Orochimaru pursues immortality, and what Orochimaru pursues is also what Lingye wants to pursue. What's more, immortality is not impossible. Lingye also wants to achieve the long lifespan of the Otsutsuki clan. He is still young, so he is not in a hurry. What's more, there are many ways to pursue eternal life. For example, if you eat the fruit of the sacred tree, not to mention gaining eternal life, it should be no problem to live for thousands of years. Uchiha Lingye. The outer door was suddenly pushed open, and the second elder walked in aggressively, followed by many people. Second elder, what do you mean by breaking into the patriarch's residence? Makoto stood up and looked at the second elder with anger in his eyes. Lingye let Makoto manage the affairs of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha Makoto also changed a lot. Although he still has a gentle and considerate personality when facing Lingye, but he has developed a kind of majesty when facing other people. The second elder was not afraid, but the Uchiha people who came with the second elder were still a little scared, and even a little regretful. The old man is here to question Uchiha Lingye. The second elder directly ignored Uchiha Makoto and stared at Uchiha Lingye. His target was Uchiha Lingye instead of Uchiha Makoto. Second elder, you broke into my residence without authorization and called me by my name. Do you think I'm too talkative? That's why you are a little presumptuous. The flat tone gave people an unspeakable sense of oppression. Looking at the expressionless Uchiha Lingye, the second elder suddenly felt a little scared. But soon he perked up. Uchiha Lingye, let me ask you, is Uchiha Ichiro's death related to you? As the second elder of the Uchiha clan, this old man has the power to supervise the patriarch and question you. Lingye looked at the second elder. Uchiha Fugaku held back and didn't come to him, but he didn't expect the old guy, the second elder, to come. But Lingye can also guess why he came out. It's not just a dog meddling with mice, it's mainly because of him. After Lingye became the patriarch, the elders had very little voice, and now not many people in the clan obeyed them. The great elder didn't care, he was old and didn't have a long life to live, so he didn't care about the power in his hands anymore. But the second elder is different, he attaches great importance to his own power. Doing this now is nothing more than to suppress the prestige of his patriarch. Advertisement. Well done, I just want to use you to stand up. Lingye looked at the second elder's eyes, as if looking at a dead person. At this time, the second elder didn't know that he had become the object of Uchiha Lingye's heart. You said Uchiha Ichiro's death had something to do with me, is there any evidence? Lingye asked the second elder, does this still need evidence? The second elder snorted coldly, Uchiha Ichiro is not a genin or chunin, he is an elite jonin, or an elite jonin of their Uchiha clan. Under normal circumstances, how could he die outside the village? And Uchiha Ichiro is Uchiha Fugaku's man, Uchiha Lingye has a reason to attack him. Although there is no proof, it is definitely Uchiha Lingye who did it. Then there is no evidence. Lingye smiled. Boom. He kicked the second elder in front of him so fast that he couldn't react at all, and the second elder was kicked flying by Lingye. Flying from the yard of Lingye's house, lying on the ground and trying to stand up, he couldn't stand up. The people who followed the second elder were stunned when they saw Lingye make a move, but they dared not do anything at all. Uchiha Lingye is the patriarch, can they afford it? Dared to slander me without evidence, who gave you the courage? What are you still doing in a daze? Arrest him and hold a clan meeting at night, I will settle his crimes myself. Lingye glanced at these people who followed the second elder. They looked at each other, wondering if they should move. The patriarch and the others couldn't afford to provoke them, but neither could the second elder. Why did he lose his mind and follow the second elder to provoke the patriarch? Some of them already regretted it. Could it be that I, the patriarch, can't speak well? Lingye's expression turned cold. Master Patriarch, let's do it now. A sober person has already realized that those who understand current affairs are heroes. Between offending the second elder and the patriarch, choose to offend the second elder. The main reason is that the patriarch even hit the second elder directly. If they are disobedient, will they let them go? Chapter 43 Disgusting you will directly kill me. As night fell, almost all the Uchiha people gathered in the place where the clan meeting was held on weekdays. Luckily it's big enough and not crowded, second elder is so stupid. Knowing that the second elder provoked Uchiha Lingye, Uchiha Fugaku showed a sneer. He could only swallow this dumb loss, but the second elder really didn't know how to live or die. Although the second elder and his father Uchiha Shimada were in the same camp before, since his father Uchiha Shimada died, the second elder has ignored him. So this time, Uchiha Fugaku will not think about helping the second elder. What's more, he can't help, and he himself is a little bit hard to protect himself. This clan meeting is to judge Uchiha Tai. Makoto glanced at Lingye, then announced. Uchiha Tai is the name of the second elder. Afterwards, only a few people were seen, and they brought the second elder over. Uchiha Lingye, you dare to attack this old man. The second elder stared at Lingye fiercely, furious. One kick almost ruined his old bones, and he was arrested. Seeing the eyes of these tribesmen looking at him, the second elder was too embarrassed to lift his head. His face is gone today. Shut up. Uchiha Iron Tree walked over and directly blocked the mouth of the second elder. Uchiha Tai broke into the patriarch's residence and slandered Uchiha Ichiro's death was related to the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku on the side, after hearing Uchiha Makoto's words, his face was not very good. Slander. This is slander. Uchiha Ichiro's death was originally related to Uchiha Lingye. Guys, how do you think Uchiha Itachi should be dealt with? At this time, the patriarch Lingye finally spoke. Slandering the patriarch with ulterior motives should be executed immediately. Uchiha Iron Tree shouted immediately. The next offender, if he dares to slander the patriarch today and assassinate the patriarch tomorrow, he should be executed. Uchiha Ryosuke followed suit. Here, the second elder is not guilty of death. HMPH, he slandered the patriarch, shouldn't he die? Advertisement, the second elder doesn't seem to have contributed much to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Lingye. Did Uchiha Lingye really intend to execute the second elder? Originally thought that Uchiha Lingye just wanted to take away the power of the second elder, but it was obvious what Uchiha Lingye's subordinates meant. Uchiha Lingye wanted the second elder to die. Everyone, although the second elder slandered me without evidence, it is not enough to execute the second elder because of this matter. Lingye pressed her hand and said. The second elder, who was gagged and somewhat terrified, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Uchiha Lingye should not dare to kill him. But just now, most of the people present followed Uchiha Tieshu and Uchiha Ryosuke and they both shouted to execute him. A pity flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. In fact, he really wanted Uchiha Lingye to execute Uchiha Itachi. If he really did this, even if the clansmen present couldn't stop it, it would still create a gap between some people and Uchiha Lingye. Especially the old guys of the previous generation. Master Patriarch, I beg you to execute Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Yatsushiro stood up and said in a deep voice. He slandered the Patriarch. Patriarch, you have a big heart and don't care about him, but he has embezzled 370 million taels of funds from the clan, and you must not forgive him. And I have evidence. Saying that, Uchiha Yatsushiro took out the evidence. Really? Uchiha Lingye frowned, and took the evidence brought by Uchiha Yatsushiro. After reading it, Lingye looked at the second elder who was being held with a sullen face. Uchiha Itachi, you slandered the Patriarch. The Patriarch sees your hard work and doesn't want to argue with you. I didn't expect you to embezzle more than 370 million taels from the clan. All the clan members have a share of the money, so you embezzled it. How do you explain it to the clan? Lingye threw the evidence on the ground angrily. A Jonin picked it up and looked at it with the same anger on his face. Damn it. It's too hateful to embezzle funds from our clan. Damn it. No wonder I feel that the resources distributed by the clan are getting less and less, and the resources that belong to us have been embezzled by Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Uchiha Itachi with anger and killing intent. What is embezzled is the assets of all the people in the clan, which involves the interests of each of them. Uchiha Itachi, what do you want to say? Lingye signaled Uchiha Iron Tree to let him go. After the second elder was let go, he immediately removed the gag. Slander, this is slander, I am innocent. Uchiha Itachi shouted angrily. Lingye sneered, innocent? Who can really be innocent? The evidence of the second elder's corruption is indeed problematic, but he was indeed corrupted, but not so much, but the actual corruption is about 100 million taels. The evidence is here, you say slander? Do you think the clansmen will believe you? Lingye motioned Uchiha Itachi to look at the tribesmen around him. All around, there are eyes full of hatred and hostility. No wonder our Uchiha clan, each family's cultivation resources are getting less and less. It turns out that you have embezzled them. Uchiha Itachi, thanks to the fact that you were the second elder of our Uchiha before, I am so disappointed. Lingye's face was full of disappointment, and as Lingye's words fell, the surrounding people's hostility towards Uchiha Itachi deepened. Uchiha Itachi stared at Uchiha Lingye. He could see the playfulness hidden in Uchiha Lingye's eyes. He really wanted to kill him. He didn't expect that because he was dissatisfied with Uchiha Lingye and wanted to trouble Uchiha Lingye, he would end up with his life. In fact, when he questioned Uchiha Lingye, he also knew that he could not have any influence on Uchiha Lingye. To put it bluntly, it is to disgust Uchiha Lingye, but I want to disgust you, you will directly kill me. Angrily glanced at Uchiha Lingye, and then Uchiha Itachi chose to run. That's right, run. Now Uchiha Lingye will let him go, and the rest of the Uchiha clan will not let him go either. It is possible to survive if you run out, but you will definitely die if you don't run. Want to run? Fire style extinguish the fire. The moment Uchiha Itachi escaped, before the others could react, Lingye's fire style had already hit Uchiha Itachi. The flames engulfed Uchiha Itachi. When the flames died down, all that remained was Uchiha Itachi's charred body. 2SK Chapter 44. In charge of Uchiha alone after finishing Uchiha Itachi, Lingye looked calm. The second elder, Uchiha Itachi, was looking for death on his own. Originally, Lingye never thought of getting rid of him. At most, it would marginalize him and make him, an elder, lose the power he should have. I hope that there will be no more people like Uchiha Itachi in the family who harm the interests of the family. Lingye glanced over, and all the people he watched lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lingye. The patriarch's oppression is so strong. The stronger the better. Maybe the patriarch can compete for the position of the next Hokage. If the patriarch becomes Hokage, aren't we the #1 clan in Konoha? We were originally the #1 clan in Konoha. Seeing that Uchiha Lingye killed the second elder mercilessly, those who were originally tempted by Uchiha Fugaku with benefits distanced themselves from Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Fugaku promised them good money, he offended the patriarch and there was only one way to die. Getting rid of the second elder shocked some thoughtful guys. The second elder was also considered to be dying, and helped Lingye build a reputation. Uchiha Ichiro's death. I will let people investigate clearly, and I must not let the death of people in the clan be unclear. Uchiha Fugaku, how about I leave this matter to you to investigate? Lingye looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku froze. Is Uchiha Lingye disgusting him? Uchiha Ichiro was originally sent to be killed by Uchiha Lingye. Let him investigate. What can he find out? I am afraid that Uchiha Ichiro has been destroyed long ago. Why don't you say anything, Fugaku? Do you have an opinion? It's okay. My patriarch is very democratic, and I can raise my opinions. Lingye looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a smile on her face. He didn't just want to discuss Uchiha Fugaku, but to beat Uchiha Fugaku. No comment. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a dark face. Democracy? The Uchiha family is about to become the family of Uchiha Lingye. Before, the second elder was considered a stumbling block anyway. Advertisement now that this stumbling block is gone. Uchiha Lingye will only have greater control over the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku feels that he may never be qualified to compete for the patriarch. Unless Uchiha Lingye dies in some accident, but will he have an accident? Then I will leave this matter to you, Fugaku. I believe in your ability. Lingye walked over and patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder. In 3 days, I need to see the results of your investigation. I believe Fugaku you will not let me down. This clan meeting will end here. Regardless of Uchiha Fugaku's face, Lingye declared directly. Wait, patriarch, the current second elder is dead, so should a new second elder be elected? The third elder asked. Hearing the questions raised by the third elders, some seniors with senior qualifications showed emotion in their eyes. The position of an elder is second only to the patriarch in the clan, and he can even wrestle with the patriarch. The new second elder? Lingye glanced at the third elder, then said indifferently. Let's talk about this later. He knew that the third elder's intention was to go further, but Lingye wanted to abolish the so-called elders that restricted the power of the patriarch. Although the previous 3 elders supported him, one size counts for one size. In the next step, Lingye may have to abdicate him, the third elder. Even if he is not allowed to abdicate, he will become an elder with no title and no power. As for the great elder, he is Makoto's grandfather, and the great elder's lifespan is approaching, so today's clan association did not participate. After Lingye left with Makoto, everyone dispersed. The charred corpse of the second elder, Uchiha Tai, was naturally handled by someone. Uchiha Fugaku went back with a cold face. What on earth does he mean? Obviously Uchiha Ichiro was killed by Uchiha Lingye himself, and he was asked to investigate. Are you trying to find a reason to deal with him? After killing Uchiha Ichiro, do you want to kill him? Could it be that Uchiha Lingye found out about my recruiting people, so he targeted me? Uchiha Fugaku started guessing in his mind. His guess was right. If it wasn't for Uchiha Fugaku who wanted to recruit people in the clan to fight against Lingye, Lingye might not have sent someone to kill Uchiha Ichiro. Advertisement. This is his warning. And the second elder, Uchiha Tai, is purely courting death by himself. Although he didn't seek death, Lingye would find an opportunity to deal with him, but if the second elder didn't seek death, he could live for a while longer. Uchiha Fugaku scowls, trying to figure out what to do about the trouble. On the other side, Lingye and Makoto went to meet the great elder. Regarding the death of the second elder, Lingye told the first elder. The great elder was not surprised when he heard the news. He had known for a long time that Lingye was not a soft-hearted person. After Lingye became the patriarch, the second elder still wanted to fight against Lingye, and he would die sooner or later. If it was before, he would definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen, but now he has few days to live. And the elder knows the relationship between his granddaughter and Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Lingye is the patriarch, and his granddaughter Uchiha Makoto is the future wife of the patriarch. The patriarch controls the power in the clan and weakens the influence of the elders. If you think about it from the perspective of your granddaughter, this is a good thing. Lingye, do you want to take the power of Uchiha alone? The great elder asked. That's right. Lingye nodded. I understand, I will support you. You must treat Makoto better in the future. He knew what Uchiha Lingye was thinking. He couldn't stop it, and he didn't want to stop it. It may not be a bad thing for the patriarch to hold power alone. When Uchiha Madara was still there, the Uchiha clan had no so-called elders at all. Uchiha Madara basically has the final say on all affairs within the clan. At that time, the Uchiha family was extremely powerful. If there was no Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha family would be the strongest family in the ninja world. As long as Uchiha Lingye can lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. Makoto is my woman, and I will naturally treat her well. Lingye listened to the elder's words, and took Makoto into his arms, and Makoto leaned in Lingye's arms shyly. Seeing this scene, the great elder was a little relieved. At least after his own death, Makoto has something to rely on. He is the great elder of the Uchiha clan, but the one who worries the most is not the Uchiha clan, but his granddaughter Makoto. Chapter 45. Uzumaki Kushina's thoughts. Lingye. Uzumaki Kushina ran over excitedly. Lingye, who was practicing against her shadow clone, stopped. What's wrong? I found a fellow. Uzumaki Kushina, who was running out of breath, said to Lingye excitedly. Today, she met Namikaze Minato, a BCH guy, and found out the guy's new teammate had the same red hair as hers. In fact, Although red-haired Konoha village is rare, it is not that there are no red-haired people except Uzumaki Kushina. For example, the current patriarch of the Akamichi clan, Akamichi Dingza, has red hair. But the difference is that she sensed the same breath of life as her from the red-haired woman. And she also knew the other person's name, Uzumaki Haruka. The other party is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, who survived after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Uzumaki Kushina was thrilled to know that his people were still alive. You mean Uzumaki Haruka? You know, hearing Lingye say the other person's name, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Lingye with puffy face. Don't tell me, I thought I was the last Uzumaki. Lingye reached out and pinched Uzumaki Kushina's bulging face. No wonder there is a nickname called Tomato, and her small face is quite round. Especially when the little face is bulging. Do you think you are the last Uzumaki clan? Think too much. Although the Uzumaki clan has been wiped out, there are not no Uzumaki clans scattered in the ninja world. Nagato has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. There is also Uzumaki Karen's mother, and there are even other Uzumaki who have become anonymous. Really, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. Find the Uzumaki who are still alive and scattered in the ninja world, and revive the Uzumaki clan. Later, Uzumaki Kushina told Lingye this idea without reservation. How about it, is my idea feasible? Kushina looked at Lingye expectantly. Advertisement, you can try it. Although not optimistic about Uzumaki Kushina's ideas, Lingye didn't want to hit her either. It is not so easy to find the Uzumaki tribe scattered in the ninja world, let alone difficult to find. Even if found, the other party may not be willing to follow Uzumaki Kushina to Konoha village. But you can also support it. Now Uzumaki Kushina is on his side. If Uzumaki Kushina's idea can really be realized, it means that he has more helpers. Have you had a chat with Uzumaki Haruka? Lingye asked Uzumaki Kushina. He had someone investigate Uzumaki Haruka, but nothing useful was found. I don't even know where this Uzumaki Haruka came from. Because it was a secret investigation, the things that can be investigated are limited, and the other party has Anbu by his side, so it is impossible to investigate openly. But through the Anbu ninja hidden beside the other party, Lingye can be sure that she is the one who will replace Uzumaki Kushina and become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I'd like to talk to her, but she's not nice to me. Uzumaki Kushina spread his hands helplessly. You said that third Hokage replaced Jinchuriki, the candidate for Jinchuriki, wouldn't it be Uzumaki Haruka? Seemingly thinking of something, Uzumaki Kushina asked Lingye. Yo, yes, quite smart, I guessed it all. Lingye looked at Uzumaki Kushina in surprise. Do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing Lingye's surprised expression, Kushina rolled her eyes. Uchiha Lingye took her for a fool. It's so obvious, can she not guess it? The most suitable people to be Nine Tails Jinchuriki are the Uzumaki people. Lingye told her that third Hokage is likely to replace Jinchuriki. Her sudden appearance is very suspicious, and it is very likely that it is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I feel a little sorry for her. Although Lingye said Nine Tails was a good thing, Uzumaki Kushina never felt that being a Nine Tails Jinchuriki was a good thing. I feel a little sorry for having Uzumaki Haruka replace her. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina didn't know, not only did she not feel sorry for Uzumaki Haruka, but indirectly saved him. Advertisement if she hadn't gotten too close to Uchiha, making Sarutobi Hiruzen think about replacing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki candidate, Uzumaki Haruka's fate would definitely die on the Root Organization's experimental bench. Even the dead body, the root tissue will not let go. I wanted to learn about the origin of Uzumaki Chuncheong from you, but it seems that there is no way. Although the origin of Uzumaki Chuncheong is not important, Uchiha Lingye is curious. Her background? If you want to know, I can help you find out, Uzumaki Kushina said. Uzumaki Chuncheong is not close to her, but at least she has a relationship with the same clan, so she thinks it should be no problem to inquire about it. Perhaps from Uzumaki Chuncheong, I can learn the whereabouts of other Uzumaki people. Forget it, there's no need for you to take risks just because of a little curiosity. Lingye shook her head. It's just to inquire about her origin, what's the risk? Uzumaki Kushina was puzzled, think about her identity. She is Nine Tails Jinchuriki now, and you have already tagged me as Uchiha. You go to approach Nine Tails Jinchuriki, what do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will think? Do you think he will feel that I sent you to get close to Nine Tails Jinchuriki on purpose? Now Uzumaki Kushina has been labeled as Uchiha. She got closer to Lingye and joined the Konoha Guard controlled by Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have already regarded Uzumaki Kushina as a member of the Uchiha camp by default. Otherwise, he would never have made the move to replace Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If you say that, it's really dangerous. Uzumaki Kushina already understood the conflict between Konoha executives and Uchiha. The Konoha executives have always wanted to limit Uchiha, and they don't want Uchiha's power to be too strong, so as not to pose a threat to them. And through Lingye, she also knows that third Hokage is not so great. Those third Hokage's great achievements and noble character in the ninja school books are probably fake. If Sarutobi Hiruzen decides that she was sent by Lingye to get close to Nine Tails Jinchuriki, maybe it will really be against her. That is to say, I have found a clansman, but I can't get close. Uzumaki Kushina was a little depressed. Of course, she was a little depressed, but they were of the same race, and there were almost no feelings that were not relatives, so she would not be sad. Chapter 46 S-Class Ninjutsu, Wind-Style Spiral Shuriken. On the training ground. Lingye raised his hand, and a gigantic shuriken spun in his hand, and the gust of wind caused Makoto and Kushina, who were watching from the side, couldn't open their eyes. The giant shuriken is constructed entirely of chakra. Wind-style spiral shuriken. The shuriken was thrown by Lingye, and the huge shuriken that landed on the target burst into a terrifying energy storm. Everything within tens of meters was destroyed. What a powerful destructive power, this is an S-rank ninjutsu. There was a bit of shock in Makoto's eyes. Based on Rasengan, adding the nature transformation of the wind attribute chakra, coupled with the shape change, the wind-style spiral shuriken formed is finally 100% complete. The destructive power of this technique goes beyond the surface. Lingye is quite satisfied with the wind-style spiral shuriken she released. The seemingly huge wind-style spiral shuriken is actually a collection of countless tiny blades. Can destroy the opponent's body cells from a microscopic angle. So in addition to the damage that erupts on the surface, there is also damage that acts on the inside of the body. Attacking at the cellular level, this is the biggest feature of wind-style spiral shuriken. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Of course I want to learn. With Lingye already so familiar, Kushina will not be polite. If Lingye wants to teach, she wants to learn. To learn this technique, Rasengan is the foundation, but you have already mastered Rasengan, so you can learn it directly. The key to this technique is to add the wind attribute chakra nature transformation, plus the shape change. Also, the wind-style spiral shuriken technique is only suitable for long-range attacks by throwing it out. Don't use it to attack the enemy at close range, otherwise it will affect yourself, and you will hurt the enemy by 1000 and you will lose 800. Lingye reminded them when teaching them. In the original book, Uzumaki Naruto killed Kakuzu when he was only half finished and unable to throw the half-finished product, but his own hand was also affected, with fractures and meridian damage. If you use wind-style spiral shuriken without fully mastering it, you will also be injured. So until Uzumaki Naruto can throw wind-style spiral shuriken, this technique belongs to forbidden technique. When forbidden technique is used, it often pays a price. Advertisement S-level ninjutsu is very difficult to learn, and it cannot be learned in a short time. Even Lingye took a long time to develop wind-style spiral shuriken and fully master it. This is also thanks to the contribution of Shadow Clone. Multiple Shadow Clone techniques are very useful in assisting the practice of ninjutsu. Master Patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku is looking for you. Suddenly, Uchiha Iron Tree came to report to Lingye. Uchiha Fugaku looking for me. Lingye remembered that he had given Uchiha Fugaku 3 days to investigate Uchiha Ichiro's death. Now the time is up, and it's time for him to come up with the results of the investigation. The patriarchal chamber, Uchiha Fugaku is waiting here. Fugaku, how is your investigation going? Did you find the murderer of Ichiro Uchiha? Lingye sat down and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was inferior to him. Master Patriarch, I am incompetent. I failed to investigate the murderer who killed Uchiha Ichiro, and I ask Lord Patriarch to punish him. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his profile completely. He has decided that when facing Uchiha Lingye, he will put down his posture completely. Make sure you're alive first. Uchiha Lingye can make people kill Uchiha Ichiro, and it can also make people kill him. Only those who live in the future are eligible to compete with Uchiha Lingye. Wait until after opening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Although Uchiha Lingye also has a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in his hand, those eyes belong to Uchiha Ryuichi, not Uchiha Lingye himself. It is not my own eyes. Even if Uchiha Lingye is transplanted, it will not be able to exert the true power of Mangekyō Sharingan. He can only win if he surpasses Uchiha Lingye in strength. Uchiha Fugaku has realized the importance of strength, and he has made a change. Lingye tapped the table lightly with her fingers. How do you think I should punish you, Master Patriarch? I am willing to voluntarily give up my position as the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard. He has already figured it out. Even if he is the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard, it is useless. Now there are 4 deputy captains, and the gold content has been greatly reduced. In particular, he is the vice captain with the least power. There is no point in continuing to hold the post. It is better to abdicate voluntarily and let Uchiha Lingye lower his vigilance against him. Advertisement, no, it's just that I didn't investigate the murderer who killed Uchiha Ichiro, so I won't remove your position. Lingye's words startled Uchiha Fugaku a little. He thought that Uchiha Lingye would agree decisively. Uchiha Lingye probably didn't want him to take power. He himself offered to abdicate, but Uchiha Lingye didn't seize the opportunity to agree. Fugaku, you are the pillar of our Uchiha, how can I get rid of you? Lingye smiled slightly. To let Uchiha Fugaku continue to serve as the vice captain is to put him under his nose. Under his nose, can he make waves? What's more, as the deputy captain, he has the least power in the Konoha Guard. The only people under Uchiha Fugaku's hands were those arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. These people only obey Uchiha Fugaku in name, but they are actually not Uchiha Fugaku's subordinates at all. And also, didn't Uchiha Fugaku hook up with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Just let Uchiha Fugaku ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for funding later. For the sake of his value, we can't remove his position. Fugaku, you are one of the few elite jonin of our Uchiha clan. Although your father and I have grievances, I don't want the grievances to continue to our generation. Forget about the punishment this time. If you do your best in the future, I won't treat you badly. Lingye patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder. Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Uchiha Fugaku probably knew why Uchiha Lingye didn't let him abdicate, because he wanted to subdue him. That's right, within the Uchiha clan, he thinks that no one is his opponent except Uchiha Lingye. He is the number 2 fighting force of the Uchiha clan, and it is normal for Uchiha Lingye to want to subdue him. On the surface calm, Uchiha Fugaku sneered inwardly. His goal has always been to become the patriarch. How could he be subdued by Uchiha Lingye? But I can pretend to win the trust of Uchiha Lingye, and when the time is right, I will get rid of Uchiha Lingye and replace him. It was my father who was wrong at the beginning. I will not hate the patriarch. I will definitely do things according to the patriarch's orders in the future, and I will not disappoint the patriarch's expectations of me. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his loyalty to Lingye in words, expressed his attitude, and expressed his willingness to obey Lingye's orders. Chapter 47. Dealing with Orochimaru. Uchiha Lingye sent Uchiha Fugaku away with a satisfied face. After Uchiha Fugaku left, a small smile appeared on Lingye's face. Uchiha Fugaku might be a knife. Of course he didn't believe that Uchiha Fugaku would really submit to him, but sometimes, he could use it to his advantage. I don't know if the plot has the ability to repair, and whether Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke can still be born. If the plot is restored and the 2 brothers are born, the value will be a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke is also the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. With the power of 6 paths, he can open Rinnegan, and it is still Buyu Rinnegan, although there is only one. The next day, I woke up early. System, sign me in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Buyu Sharingan pupil power. Do you want to claim it? Not bad. Lingye chose to receive it, and then added a little pupil power. Among the rewards obtained by daily sign-in, this is already considered good, and it is better than giving him a few Bingliang pills, a few kunai and shurikens. At least pupil power is really useful. Lingye, it's time for breakfast. The virtuous Mikoto called out to Lingye. After a while, Kushina was also called by Mikoto, and Kushina was yawning with tiredness in his eyes. Ah, can you let me sleep a little longer? Rubbed his eyes, then Kushina sat down. Everything is lazy. You only want to sleep late. You are so lazy and want to become stronger, why not dream? Lingye, who was eating Mikoto's chashu ramen, glanced at Kushina and said. It's not your fault that I didn't rest well. Kushina glared at Lingye angrily. Originally, 1 day of practice was exhausting enough, and then she heard the movement of Lingye and Mikoto at night, causing her to fall asleep at dawn. Then I was called up early in the morning, and of course I didn't have the energy. Mikoto blushed when he heard what Kushina said, but Lingye didn't change his face. He was thick-skinned and unaffected. Advertisement. After breakfast, Mikoto and Kushina went to catch up on sleep. Neither of them had a good rest last night. Lingye is leaving the Uchiha tribe. He is going to visit Orochimaru today. Of course he didn't visit Orochimaru for no reason, and there was a purpose in going to see Orochimaru. As expected of Orochimaru's residence, it's really unique. Orochimaru's residence is relatively remote in Konoha village. As a disciple of 3rd Hokage, he can live in the center of Konoha village, but he doesn't. The surrounding area is very desolate, and snakes can be seen wandering in the grass, which may be Orochimaru's handwriting. Orochimaru is best at ninjutsu of the snake series. I don't know if it was passed down by Orochimaru's family or developed by Orochimaru himself. Uchiha Lingye. Orochimaru was a little surprised when he saw Uchiha Lingye. Vertical pupils like snake pupils stared at Uchiha Lingye with inquiry. He doesn't have much contact with the Uchiha clan, and it's really unclear why Uchiha Lingye came to him. Today's Orochimaru is not the same as the future Orochimaru. He is not yet obsessed with Sharingan. The reason why Orochimaru was obsessed with the power of the Sharingan was because he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi, who is not yet born yet. The current Orochimaru is very proud, the ninja who owns the blood succession limit. In his eyes, that's it. He also has the qualifications to be proud of. Konoha Sannin, with cage-level strength, can beat most ninjas in the ninja world. Although I don't know why Uchiha Lingye came to him, but Uchiha Lingye is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after all. Even if he is the famous Konoha Sannin, he still has to show some face. Of course, Orochimaru generally doesn't give others face. The reason why he gave Uchiha Lingye face is mainly because he keenly sensed the danger from Uchiha Lingye. When Orochimaru stared at Lingye, Lingye also stared at Orochimaru. He and Orochimaru hadn't met many times before, but Orochimaru's temperament was really cold enough. Maybe it's because he gets along too much with cold-blooded animals like snakes, and he has a villainous temperament on his body. No wonder Orochimaru can't be Hokage. It's hard to be Hokage with his cold, scary, nervous temperament. Take the liberty to visit. Uncle Snake should have no objection? Hearing Lingye's name, Orochimaru was obviously taken aback. Advertisement, Mr. Lingye's sudden visit really surprised me, Orochimaru said truthfully. Inquiring eyes stared at Lingye, wondering what Uchiha Lingye's purpose came to him. I came here to negotiate a deal with you, Orochimaru senpai. This is not a place for conversation. Do you mind letting me in? Mr. Lingye, please. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. It's interesting that Uchiha Lingye approached him to negotiate a deal. Arriving at Orochimaru's house, Lingye keenly smelled the stench of snakes, glanced at Orochimaru, and wondered how he endured it. If Lingye were allowed to live here, he wouldn't be able to bear the smell. There are some small animals at home, Mr. Lingye, be careful not to be bitten, Orochimaru reminded. There are all kinds of colorful snakes around, including non-venomous snakes and poisonous snakes. By the way, Orochimaru can make a fortune selling snake gall or snake venom. Do you want to cooperate with Orochimaru? It's okay, these little snakes don't dare to speak to me yet. Lingye glanced at the snake on the ground, and the snakes that were crawling towards him moved away one after another, as if they sensed Lingye's danger. Seeing this scene, a gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Just now the snakes at home approached Uchiha Lingye, which is naturally related to Orochimaru. He is not a good person, this is just a small temptation for him. Lingye also knows it well, but he doesn't care. What he cares about is the next deal with Orochimaru. When I came to the room, the fishy smell of the snake was much less. What deal does Mr. Lingye want to discuss with me? Orochimaru asked straight to the point. I heard that Uncle Snake signed a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. I also want to sign a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, so I want to borrow a summoning contract scroll from you. After hearing Lingye's purpose, Orochimaru stared straight at Lingye. He didn't get angry directly. Then what is Mr. Lingye planning to trade with me? Orochimaru wouldn't mind making a trade with Uchiha Lingye if he can come up with something that catches his heart. Chapter 48. Ryuchi Cave Contract Scroll. Ordinary things. You Langjun Orochimaru must not like it. How about I owe you a favor? Lingye also had a headache with what to trade with Orochimaru. What Orochimaru pursues is immortality, but this Lingye can't even achieve it by himself. At least it can't be done now, and Orochimaru also has ninjutsu. He is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has read most of the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Orochimaru would definitely be interested in the pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in his hand, but Lingye couldn't bear it. Owe me a favor? Is Mr. Lingye trying to be a white wolf? Orochimaru's eyes became dangerous, although his intuition tells him that Uchiha Lingye is dangerous, but he is Konoha Sannin, Langjun Orochimaru, and he is not afraid of Uchiha Lingye. I think my favor is quite valuable, what do you think? Lingye and Orochimaru looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Really, then let me see how valuable Mr. Lingye's favor is. Stalker Snakehand. In an instant, several snakes lurking in Orochimaru's cuffs flew towards Uchiha Lingye by surprise and launched an attack. Senior Orochimaru, you are really irritable. A cold light flashed, and several snakes had been cut in half, and they were cut in half vertically, which was extremely miserable. The kunai covered with snake blood was stuck on the table. Snakes this big are rare. If you eat them roasted, the meat might be of good quality. Lingye looked at the corpses of these snakes. It is indeed the snake in Ryuchi Cave. It is difficult to find such a big snake outside. Mr. Lingye, if you like it, you can take it back. Orochimaru pulled back the cool look on his face. Just now Orochimaru was probing, but even elite Jonin might not be able to react to the unexpected attack. Uchiha Lingye didn't turn on the Sharingan, but killed those snakes easily. Sure enough, the danger she felt just now was not fake. Uchiha Lingye probably has cage-level strength. Advertisement. With cage-level strength, then his favor may be really useful. Lingye-kun wants to sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave, and it seems that he is also interested in summoning Beast. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Lingye smiled and did not speak. He wants to sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave, not for the summoning beast, but for Sage Mode. In order to learn Sage Mode, Lingye came to Orochimaru to ask for the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. Lingye knows only the 3 holy places that control the magic chakra, namely Ryuchi Cave, Mount Myoboku and Shibone Forest. There is little hope for Mount Myoboku, and it should be impossible for Jiraiya to get him to sign Mount Myoboku's contract scroll. As for Shigulan, Tsunade is not in Konoha village. Who knows where she is? Lingye doesn't want Manin to find Tsunade. What's more, the grievances between Uchiha and the Senju clan, even if Tsunade is found, whether she is willing to let Lingye sign the contract is still unknown. So, the best bet is Orochimaru instead. I don't know if Senior Orochimaru is willing to make this deal with me. Lingye's plan is to give courtesy first and then soldiers. If Orochimaru is unwilling to agree, then don't blame him for using threats. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry about offending Orochimaru. Orochimaru himself is not clean. Even now, he is doing human experiments in private. Use this to threaten him, unless Orochimaru wants to defect to Konoha village now, otherwise he can only submit obediently, but this will also tear faces with Orochimaru and have multiple enemies. As long as Senior Orochimaru agrees to let me sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave, when I run for Hokage in the future, I will support Senior Orochimaru on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Lingye threw out a blank check again. Hokage? Orochimaru's eyes flickered for a moment. His quest is immortality, but that doesn't mean Orochimaru isn't interested in the Hokage position at all. I believe that most people have dreamed of becoming Hokage when they were young, and Orochimaru is certainly no exception. And he is the most proud disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Logically speaking, he has the greatest possibility of inheriting Hokage's position. Seeing the change of Orochimaru's expression, Lingye secretly smiled. It seems that Orochimaru is not uninterested in Hokage's position. I look forward to Mr. Lingye's favor. Advertisement. Orochimaru bit the fingerprints, summoned a big snake, and then the big snake spit out a huge scroll from its mouth. Looking at the viscous liquid on the surface of the reel, Lingye's expression changed to that of a subway old man's mobile phone, with a bit of disgust in his eyes. It's really not particular, but considering how disgusting Orochimaru's ninjutsu will be in the future, it's still a bit better now. At least Orochimaru didn't take the scroll out of his mouth. Sign your name with your blood, and then leave the bloody fingerprints of 5 fingers to complete the contract. Orochimaru spread out the scroll and Lingye saw the name on it. The last name is Orochimaru, and there are many other names that Lingye has never heard of. Behind Orochimaru's name, Lingye scratched his hand, wrote his name in blood, and left his bloody handprint underneath. Next, Mr. Lingye can use the summoning technique to summon the summoning beast in Ryuchi Cave. Remind Mr. Lingye first, those snakes in Ryuchi Cave are not easy to mess with. They're not so obedient. If Mr. Lingye is injured, don't blame me. Orochimaru let out a grim laugh. Senior Orochimaru, please be normal when you smile from now on, otherwise it might be a bit difficult for you to compete for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Lingye glanced at Orochimaru, and wrote the villain directly on his face, who will choose you as Hokage. Mr. Lingye, let's try the summoning technique. I really want to know what kind of guy Lingye can summon when using the summoning technique for the first time. Orochimaru looked expectantly in his eyes. If it was summoning the Gaiwan snake, it would be a good show. The Gaiwan snake would not be obedient, his temper would be extremely bad-tempered, and he might even attack the summoner. Then try it. Lingye knows the knot seal of summoning technique, and there is no need for Orochimaru to teach him. Go straight out of the room. If you use the summoning technique in the room to summon the huge summoning beast, it will destroy Orochimaru's house in minutes. Coming to the yard, Lingye bit her own finger, which is a necessary process for performing the summoning technique. After finishing the seal, Lingye patted the ground with anticipation in his eyes. He himself is also looking forward to it, the first time he uses the summoning technique, who will be the guy who summons over. Chapter 49 Sharingan controls 10,000 snakes in the white smoke, a huge figure appeared, and the huge snake was no worse than a tailed beast. Orochimaru, didn't I tell you, don't summon me if you have nothing to do? If you don't prepare a living sacrifice for my uncle, I will eat you. Orochimaru is so familiar with this voice, Wan Snake, the leader of the summoning snake tribe in Ryuchi Cave. With a purple body and horns on its head, its body shape is no worse than that of a tailed beast. As for its strength, it is estimated that it can compete with a weaker tailed beast. For example, 3 tails, 2 tails, a vegetable cocktail beast, Wan Snake will definitely have the power to fight. It's not me who is summoning you, 10,000 snakes. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up, reminding 10,000 snakes. Mr. Lingye, I'm afraid you are in trouble. Wan Snake has a bad temper. After speaking, Orochimaru stood not far away, as if preparing to watch a play. It is not bad to use Wansha to test Uchiha Lingye's strength. The strength of Wansha will also cause headaches for ordinary cage-level powerhouses. Huge size represents huge strength, and Wan Snake's defense is also very strong. Ordinary ninjutsu, it is difficult to break the defense of 10,000 snakes. You dare to stand on top of my uncle, get rolled off by my uncle. After Orochimaru's reminder, 10,000 snakes finally found Uchiha Lingye, and it roared furiously. Animals are animals, they have no brains, dare to grin at me. Lingye's indifferent and disdainful words entered Wan Snake's mind. Wan Snake exploded completely, with such an arrogant and disdainful tone, and such arrogant words. I must eat you. The furious Wan Snake's eyes were red. You've angered Wansha, are you sure you can deal with Wansha? Orochimaru frowned. Uchiha Lingye should be allowed to go far away to perform the summoning technique. If there is a real fight, with the destructive power of 10,000 snakes, his home may be lost. In fact, Orochimaru doesn't care much about his home, but there is a hidden underground laboratory under his home. If he was found there, he might not be able to stay in Konoha village any longer, and the only way he could go was to defect. Advertisement, it seems to have found a trouble for myself. Orochimaru frowned tightly, he couldn't control the mad snake. However, there is no need for Orochimaru to worry, the Uchiha clan is best at dealing with this kind of summoning beast. Even powerful tailed beasts can be controlled by Sharingan, let alone a summoning beast. Even if 10,000 snakes belong to the more powerful of summoning beasts, they cannot stop the control of Sharingan. Lingye opens 3 Tomo Sharingan. To control 10,000 snakes, it is not necessary to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan at all. The powerful pupil power of Lingye 3 Tomo Sharingan is enough to control 10,000 snakes. The moment the furious 10,000 snakes looked at Lingye, their eyes turned into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan. As an animal, it's better to listen to the master. To be honest, Lingye doesn't think much of Wan Snake. Senior Orochimaru, I think this guy is quite honest, sometimes he will be honest after being educated. Lingye said to Orochimaru, is this the power of Sharingan? Orochimaru glanced at Lingye's 3 Tomo Sharingan, then looked away. Although Uchiha Lingye will not attack him, but facing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, it is better not to look at each other well, lest you accidentally fall into the illusion. Yeah, that's the power of the Sharingan. Among all blood succession boundaries, Sharingan is one of the best. Even if the Mangekyō Sharingan is not activated, just the 3 Tomo Sharingan is as powerful as a cheat for ordinary people. Ninjutsu that can only be mastered by others after months or even years of practice, can be copied at a glance. Just relying on the ability to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu can make those ordinary ninjas cry to death. Even the genius Orochimaru is a little envious at this time. Of course, envy is envy. Orochimaru, who has never seen the power of Mangekyō Sharingan, is not crazy about the power of Sharingan. Congratulations, Mr. Lingye. Glancing at the controlled snake, Orochimaru congratulated Lingye. One snake is very powerful. When his summoning comes out, one snake will negotiate terms with him, and Uchiha Lingye directly controls and it's over. Orochimaru didn't say it on the surface, but he was envious in his heart. Advertisement. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability of Uchiha Lingye, he can't control the snakes, and he can't force the snakes to submit to him. In terms of strength, Orochimaru must be stronger than Wansha if he uses all means, but it will not be able to defeat Wansha. So every time 10,000 snakes are asked to contribute, they must promise 10,000 snakes a living sacrifice. Senior Orochimaru, I should thank you for allowing me to obtain a high-level thug. Although Lingye's main goal is to learn Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode, who would mind having an extra thug? What's more, in Ryuchi Cave, 10,000 snakes are not the strongest. The strongest in Ryuchi Cave should be the White Snake Immortal, and then there are the 3 high-level snakes that appeared in the Boruto legend, Tianshin Shinji, Ichikajima Haim, and Sutsuhime, who can transform into adults. In addition, there is also a red one-eyed serpent Shinya with reverse scales, and its strength is estimated to be above 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes in Ryuchi Cave can only be regarded as the leader of a group of snakes, not the overlord. Later, Lingye can summon those thugs in Ryuchi Cave. Senior Orochimaru, I will take my leave first. Lingye controlled 10,000 snakes back to Ryuchi Cave, and then bid farewell to Orochimaru. The goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay here with Orochimaru, Lingye is not used to the environment here. Mr. Lingye, don't forget to promise me a favor. Orochimaru reminded Uchiha Lingye. Don't worry, I'm not that forgetful. I will remember this favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the Uchiha clan to find me. Although Orochimaru's technique is disgusting, Orochimaru is a talent, and there may be places where Orochimaru can be used in the future. After seeing Uchiha Lingye leave, Orochimaru smiled strangely. Mr. Sarutobi, I'm afraid you're going to have a headache. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru has a high status in Konoha village, and he is very clear about the conflict between Konoha's senior management and Uchiha. The appearance of Uchiha Lingye, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is not good news for his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Orochimaru guessed that his teacher would send someone to find him after a while. After all, Uchiha Lingye came to visit him, and summoning had a lot of snakes, but he couldn't hide it from third Hokage, who had eyes all over Konoha village. Chapter 50 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Lingye wants to master Sage Mode? Sure enough, Orochimaru expected. It didn't take long before Anbu Ninja informed Orochimaru to meet third Hokage at Hokage's office. Mr. Sarutobi, what do you need from me? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who handles Hokage's affairs, looked up at Orochimaru. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Orochimaru is his most proud disciple, but he faintly found that Orochimaru seems to have gone astray. According to his investigation, Orochimaru had a lot of contact with Danzo. And this time, Uchiha Lingye met Orochimaru again, and even Orochimaru's summoning beast 10,000 snakes appeared. What exactly Orochimaru wanted to do, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to think a lot. Orochimaru, what did Uchiha Lingye go to you for? Sarutobi Hiruzen also didn't go around in circles with Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew him as a teacher as well as he knew Orochimaru. So, Orochimaru definitely knows why he called him here. It turned out that what the teacher wanted to know was this matter. It was nothing. He just negotiated a deal with me. Orochimaru didn't hide it. What deal? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked immediately. The trade of Uchiha Lingye and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to pay attention. Uchiha Lingye asked me for the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave, and signed a contract with the snake of Ryuchi Cave. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned after listening. He also has a summoning beast. His summoning beast is an ape demon, and he knows a thing or two about the 3 holy places in the summoning world. You traded with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Orochimaru nodded. Anyway, if Uchiha Lingye summons 10,000 snakes in the future, he will not be able to hide it, so there is no need to hide it. Uchiha Lingye is also not worthy of him deliberately hiding it for Uchiha Lingye. Seeing Orochimaru nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, but was secretly angry. Originally Uchiha Lingye's strength made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel tricky, but Orochimaru sent Uchiha Lingye the summoning beast. Advertisement wouldn't that be trickier? If Orochimaru wasn't his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have exploded long ago. Uchiha Lingye made a deal with you. What are the terms of his deal with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. It shouldn't be easy to impress Orochimaru. The condition is that you owe me a favor. After hearing Orochimaru say Uchiha Lingye's conditions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was visibly stunned. I owe a favor, and exchange the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave for a favor? Isn't Orochimaru afraid of being a blank promise? Or, Orochimaru didn't tell him the truth at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't question it so as not to create a wedge between the two of them. But in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, he had already begun to suspect that the transaction between Orochimaru and Uchiha Lingye was not that simple. Orochimaru, I hope you don't do something like cooperating with Uchiha Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. How long ago, Orochimaru lost his grip. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted Orochimaru to succeed him as the next Hokage, also dismissed this idea. Could it be that Orochimaru knew his idea, so he cooperated with Uchiha Lingye? Orochimaru, Uchiha Lingye's strength is not weaker than Tsukumo. He once played against Hitachi Tsukumo. The strength of the Uchiha clan has become stronger, and they must not be reconciled to the current power. The position of Hokage is probably the next target of the Uchiha clan. With the extreme character of the Uchiha family, you should know what will happen to Konoha if Uchiha takes over the power of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded Orochimaru. In fact, talking to Orochimaru is mainly to tell Orochimaru that Uchiha Lingye's goal is also the position of Hokage. If you cooperate with him, he will definitely not help you become Hokage, but wants to become Hokage himself. Orochimaru's eyes fluttered. I know what Teacher Sarutobi means. I will not cooperate with Uchiha Lingye. On the surface, Orochimaru spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. No wonder it makes me feel dangerous. The strength is not weaker than Hitachi Tsukumo. Orochimaru knew about Hitachi Tsukumo's strength, and Hitachi Tsukumo's strength was enough to make him afraid. Advertisement, Mr. Sarutobi, do you think I don't know what you think? Orochimaru's mouth curled into a sneer. Hokage, at most, is a dream I once had. What I want to pursue is eternal life. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen raised him as Hokage, and later alienated him, how could Orochimaru not feel it? He knew his teacher had changed his mind, but even if he can't be Hokage, it's a pity at best. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an extremely solemn expression. Uchiha Lingye wants Ryuchi Cave's summoning contract. Is it to get a powerful summoning beast, or is it for Sage Mode? Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knows about Sage Mode. Shibone Forest, Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myoboku all have their own Sage Mode practice methods. The former first Hokage Senju Hashirama mastered Sage Mode. He not only grew up listening to the legend of Senju Hashirama, but also witnessed the power of Senju Hashirama, the ninja god. Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of the power of Sage Mode. And his disciple Jiraiya also told him about Sage Mode. However, Sage Mode is difficult to master, and Jiraiya has not yet mastered Sage Mode. Uchiha Lingye, is he thinking about Sage Mode? He wants to master Sage Mode? Sarutobi Hiruzen also doesn't know whether Uchiha Lingye is greedy for the power of summoning beast, or has an idea for Sage Mode. He can only rely on guesswork, guessing in the worst direction. If Uchiha Lingye is really thinking about Sage Mode, I hope he can't master it. Sage Mode is difficult to learn, and even if you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Even if you want to learn Sage Mode, Uchiha Lingye may not be able to master it. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little better. However, the threat brought by Uchiha Lingye is getting bigger and bigger, and the Uchiha clan will never be peaceful when they become stronger. With the powerful patriarch Uchiha Lingye, it is inevitable for the Uchiha clan to prosper. In fact, the best way to contain Uchiha is to get rid of Uchiha Lingye. But he can't get rid of Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Lingye's strength is not easy to solve. Want to support Uchiha Fugaku? Let Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Lingye fight. Let the Uchiha clan fall into infighting, but Uchiha Fugaku is useless. Chapter 51 Go to Ryuchi Cave and meet the White Snake Immortal. Should we go to Ryuchi Cave now? After returning, Lingye was hesitant about going to Ryuchi Cave to meet the White Snake Immortal. Ryuchi Cave is not a good place. Compared with Mount Myoboku and Webbone Forest, Ryuchi Cave is much more dangerous. Just look at the irritable 10,000 snakes. None of the snakes in Ryuchi Cave has a good temper. The White Snake Sage who has lived for more than 1,000 years, the strength of the White Snake Immortal is at least not weaker than the Super Cage level. Going to Ryuchi Cave, if the White Snake Immortal is not easy to speak, is really a bit dangerous. Go, there's nothing to worry about. Why worry so much? With his current strength, even if he offends Immortal White Snake, it is absolutely no problem to retreat completely. Although a bit risky, the allure of Sage Mode is too great. As for getting Sage Mode by signing in, Lingye doesn't like to gamble on luck slowly. Unless it is impossible to obtain it by relying on one's own ability, otherwise, Lingye does not want to rely entirely on the system. What you get when you sign in may not be what Lingye wants. If you can count on yourself, you should count on yourself. Makoto, I'm going out for a while. If it doesn't go well, I may come back later. It may take a few days. Lingye said to Makoto. Is there any danger? Hearing Lingye's words, Makoto asked. Don't worry, there is no danger. Of course Lingye would not say that there is danger to make Makoto worry. There is no need for this, and it is not very dangerous to enter Ryuchi Cave. In Ryuchi Cave, the only person Lingye fears is the White Snake Immortal. The fastest way to go to Ryuchi Cave is to have the summoning beast use the reverse summoning technique and summon him directly there. Of course Lingye used this method. Summoning comes out of 10,000 snakes, use Sharingan to control it, then let it return to the summoning world, use the reverse summoning technique, and give Lingye the summoning. This is Ryuchi Cave. People with trypophobia may be scared to death when they come here. Lingye looked at the densely packed snakes all around. Advertisement: people who are afraid of snakes and people who have intensive phobia will be scared to death or fainted when they come here. The surrounding snakes did not dare to approach Lingye. The main reason is that there are 10,000 snakes. This guy also belongs to the leader level in Ryuchi Cave. Ordinary snakes dare not approach if they feel the breath of 10,000 snakes. Uchiha Lingye stood on top of one snake, and after scanning for weak, said to one snake, take me to see Immortal White Snake. Wan Snake, who was completely controlled by Sharingan, obeyed Lingye's order and took Lingye to the residence of the White Snake Immortal. Inside a temple at Ryuchi Cave, an old lady opens her eyes. This elderly lady is the real leader of Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Immortal. The humanoid old lady in front of her is actually an illusion, and her real appearance is actually a white snake sage. It's been a long time since anyone came to visit. It is keenly aware of the appearance of unfamiliar chakra, which belongs to human beings. I really don't know how long it has been since no one visited it, not even Orochimaru. Another person who wants to practice. For thousands of years, many people have come to Ryuchi Cave to practice Sage Mode, but most of them not only failed to practice Sage Mode, but took their own lives. Boom! Wan Snake's huge body came to the temple, and the three women glared at Wan Snake and Uchiha Lingye. These three women look pretty in appearance, but Uchiha Lingye is not interested in them. Because he knew the real faces of these three women. Their appearances at this time were all illusions. If they showed their real faces, they were pure snake demons. Damn 10,000 snakes, how dare it! 1,000 snakes have been controlled by that human being, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Don't make eye contact with him, beware of Sharingan's illusion. Staying in Ryuchi Cave doesn't mean they know little, at least they know the prestige of Sharingan. Tienshin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, and Sutsuhime looked at Uchiha Lingye unfriendlily, and almost made a move directly. If they were not keenly aware of the threat of Uchiha Lingye, they might have already acted. After all, these three elders are not good fellows, they're completely different from Mount Myoboku's Fukasaku Senjin and Shima Senjin. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to visit the White Snake Immortal. I want to learn the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. I'm not here to make trouble. Advertisement Lingye said. HMPH, don't you know that if you want to learn Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode, you need to pass my trial? Tien Shin Shenji showed her true face, she looked like a gentle woman. Now the long tongue is exposed, the teeth are extremely sharp, the mouth can be compared with the Gap Girl, and the face instantly becomes ferocious. Trial? Do you think I still need trials? Uchiha Lingye jumped off 10,000 snakes and landed in front of Tienshin Shenji, Ichikishima Haim, and Sutsuhime. A sense of oppression hit them. Your strength really doesn't need to be tested. The door of the temple was suddenly opened, and a huge white snake sage came out, and the White Snake Immortal regained his true appearance. Lingye stared at this white snake sage, an old guy who lived from the time of Otsutsuki Kagaya to the present. The power possessed by the White Snake Immortal will definitely not be weaker than 9 tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts, and even more difficult to deal with than 9 tails. But Lingye is not afraid. If you really do it, Uchiha Lingye will not be weaker than the White Snake Immortal. If his strength wasn't good enough, Immortal White Snake would probably have done it long ago with his behavior of breaking the rules by rushing here directly. Learning Sage Mode is risky. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Are you sure you want to learn Sage Mode? Immortal White Snake glanced at his subordinates. Those who fail in cultivation will become the food of its subordinates. Over the years, an unknown number of people have become snacks for Tienshin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, and Tuan Jinheim. I know the dangers of practicing Sage Mode. He is a time traveler, he has read the original book, of course he knows how difficult Sage Mode is to control, and he also knows how strong Sage Mode is. The reason why Senju Hashirama can overwhelm Uchiha Madara is because he masters Sage Mode and possesses the power of fairy art. This is the power that Uchiha Madara covets. If Lingye has Sage Mode now, he can crush Sarutobi Hiruzen even without Mangekyō Sharingan. Sage Mode is one of the powers Lingye must acquire. Before the system was turned on, Lingye had already planned how to learn Sage Mode. Chapter 52 Start learning Sage Mode. To practice Sage Mode, the conditions required are very harsh. First of all, practitioners must have a huge chakra, otherwise they may be swallowed by natural energy. The more chakra you have, the easier it is to practice Sage Mode. Therefore, the prerequisite is that the chakra you own must reach the cage level. Lingye fully complies with this point. After signing in and obtaining Uzumaki Immortal Body, Lingye is already Chanla. I can teach you the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. Anyway, this is not a hidden secret. There are many people who come to learn Sage Mode, and the White Snake Immortal has also taught it. It is not short of Uchiha Lingye. Then I would like to thank Immortal White Snake. Even if Lingye has seen Hokage, he still has a half knowledge of Sage Mode, and he dare not study it by himself. Unlike Rasengan, Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, these Lingye can be slowly researched and developed according to the distance of understanding. It's okay even if something goes wrong, but once Sage Mode makes a mistake, it may be fatal. Lingye regrets his life, he will not try it lightly unless he gets the correct method of practice. The first step in learning Sage Mode is to absorb natural energy. I can help you with this step. I can use my fangs to inject natural energy into you. The White Snake Immortal said to Uchiha Lingye. No need, the White Snake Immortal can just tell me how to absorb natural energy. I don't need the help of the White Snake Immortal. Although Immortal White Snake agreed happily, he still had some precautions against Immortal White Snake in his heart. Use fangs to inject natural energy, what if the injection is poison? He didn't want to pin his comfort on others, especially if the other party was a snake. Hearing this, the White Snake Immortal took a deep look at Uchiha Lingye. You human being, don't be ignorant of good and bad. Tien Shin Shenji yelled at Uchiha Lingye. Are you qualified to speak? Lingye glanced at Tianxin Shenji, and Mangekyō Sharingan was activated, directly controlling her hypnosis. This is the first time Lingye has exposed Mangekyō Sharingan to others. No, not to humans, after all they're not humans. Advertisement exposing the Mangekyō Sharingan is also a deterrent to the White Snake Immortal. You actually opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Immortal White Snake was a little surprised. No wonder it felt that the Uchiha clan in front of him was a bit dangerous, and it turned out that Mangekyō Sharingan was activated. For Mangekyō Sharingan, the White Snake Immortal is a little bit afraid. Sharingan has a lot of restraint for summoning beast, even if it is, be careful not to be controlled by Mangekyō Sharingan. Okay, I can teach you the method of absorbing natural energy, but it is not so easy to perceive and absorb natural energy by yourself. Later, the White Snake Immortal not only taught Lingye the method of absorbing natural energy, but also taught Uchiha Lingye the method of condensing the magic chakra. Only by successfully condensing the fairy art chakra can you master Sage Mode. To sum up, it takes 2 steps. The first step is to perceive and absorb natural energy. The second step is to combine the absorbed natural energy with one's own physical energy and spiritual energy, balance the 3 energies at a ratio of 1:1, and then fuse them to create the fairy chakra. The method of practicing chakra, whether it is Mount Myoboku or Ryuchi Cave, is common in Wet Bone Forest. The first step is to perceive natural energy, and absorbing natural energy is the easiest. The second step of balancing the fusion is the hardest. But often the first step can stump countless people. With the help of the White Snake Immortal, the first step may be quickly passed or even omitted. But Lingye didn't want that. He didn't believe that the free help of Immortal White Snake was a good thing. Moreover, if you can't even perceive natural energy autonomously, can you really master Sage Mode? Natural energy is the most basic energy in this world, the energy that originally existed. And chakra is actually a latecomer. Originally, there was no chakra in this world. It was not until the sacred tree was planted that chakra was born. Chakra comes from 10 tails, from the sacred tree, which is the origin of chakra. So there is nothing wrong with being Otsutsuki Kagaya of 10 tails Jinchuriki, who claims to be the ancestor of chakra. The growth of the sacred tree requires energy. Lingye speculates that the sacred tree may absorb natural energy and grow up. Advertisement possessing the sage body of the Uzumaki family, Lingye's perception of natural energy is much more sensitive than ordinary people. Here in Ryuchi Cave, the natural energy contained is very strong. So even without toad oil like Mount Myoboku that assists in absorbing natural energy, Lingye still senses natural energy very quickly and absorbs it. In the beginning, Lingye was experimented with by Shadow Clone. After confirming that there was no danger, Lingye absorbed the natural energy herself. No, the second step is really difficult. Lingye opened his eyes. He has been in Ryuchi Cave for 3 days. The first step has been done, sensing and absorbing natural energy, but the second step is too difficult. And every time you absorb natural energy, it is equivalent to experiencing a danger. If there is too much natural energy in the body, it will become serpentine and even petrified in severe cases. Therefore, it is very dangerous to practice Sage Mode, and you may get yourself into it if you are not careful. Even if many people know about Sage Mode and the existence of chakra, they will not easily try to practice Sage Mode. There is too much natural energy in the body, and it will become a snake. Well, it is a frog in Mount Myoboku, and if it is in the Wet Bone Forest, it may change towards Katsuyu. But if there is too little natural energy in the body, it is impossible to fuse the celestial chakra. Balancing these 2 words is easy to say, but it is too difficult to do. To balance natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy, it is far more difficult than cultivating an S-level forbidden technique. No wonder that among Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade failed to master Sage Mode, only Jiraiya learned Sage Mode. For Konoha Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade had the best talents at the beginning, but in the end, Jiraiya came from behind. At this stage, it is hard to say who is strong and who is weak among Sannin, but in the future, Jiraiya will definitely be the strongest. After all, Tsunade was decadent, and Orochimaru took the path of science with the goal of immortality, so it was normal for Jiraiya to distance him in the end. You can't stay here forever, it's time to go back. Sage Mode failed, but Uchiha Lingye is going to go back. It's been 3 days, and if he doesn't go back, Makoto should be worried. Chapter 53 Whether Otsutsuki Kagaya can be resurrected depends on my face. Leaving Ryuchi Cave, Lingye took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. The dark and damp Ryuchi Cave is really not a place for normal people to stay. It is estimated that among the 3 holy places, Mount Myoboku should be regarded as the place with the best environment. The habitat of the group of toads, although not necessarily better, is definitely better than Ryuchi Cave and Wetbone Forest. One is where snakes live, and the other is where slugs live. Normal people can't stand such an environment. Lingye, you are finally back. Seeing Lingye, Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lingye had told her before that it might take a few days to come back, she was still worried. Even Makoto, who has always been reserved, threw himself into Lingye's arms at this moment. Where have you been? Kushina is also there, she asked Lingye curiously. I went to a place that you absolutely don't like. Didn't you smell a fishy smell on my body? After staying in Ryuchi Cave for 3 days, Lingye felt the smell of snakes on her body. Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina definitely didn't like the place in Ryuchi Cave. I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll talk to you when I get back. Lingye went to wash up first, and then asked Makoto to prepare meals. These days, he ate only grilled snakes, and he was about to throw up, so he had to change the taste. Grilling snakes at Ryuchi Cave. Uchiha Lingye is not afraid that the white snake immortal will be angry. In fact, even if it is eaten in front of it, it will not be angry, and it doesn't care about those ordinary snakes at all. It is estimated that Lingye roasted one snake, and the white snake immortal didn't care. Now tell me where you're going. After eating, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Lingye and asked, "Have you heard of Ryuchi Cave?" Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. They have never heard of it, which is normal. Not everyone knows the three holy places of the summoning beast. Where a group of snakes lived, Orochimaru's summoning beast came from Ryuchi Cave. I made a deal with Orochimaru before and signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. I have been learning Sage Mode in Ryuchi Cave these days. Advertisement: if it wasn't for Makoto worrying about me, it might take some time before I come back. Lingye said while drinking the black tea made by Makoto. Worried about Makoto, aren't you afraid of me? Kushina murmured inwardly. The Hokage world is relatively precocious, and Uzumaki Kushina is not very old, but he thinks a lot. When getting along with Uchiha Lingye, she naturally has a good impression of Lingye. After being kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi and then rescued by Uchiha Lingye, she has a good feeling for Lingye in her heart. It's just that he's already with Makoto, and Makoto and she are still good friends now. Uzumaki Kushina is tangled in his heart. Then Lingye, have you learned Sage Mode? Makoto put the after-dinner fruit in front of Lingye, and then asked a question. Although I don't know what Sage Mode is, it is definitely not easy for Lingye to learn. No, Sage Mode is really not that easy to master. According to the current efficiency, Lingye estimates that it will take at least 10 days to learn Sage Mode. What is Sage Mode? Uzumaki Kushina, who recovered from the entanglement, asked Lingye. Sage Mode can enhance one's own attack and defense, and the extracted celestial art chakra can make one's own ninjutsu, body art, and illusion power greatly improved. You can think of it as a state where you can improve your strength in an all-round way. After Lingye finished speaking, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help showing expectation and yearning in his eyes. Sage Mode is difficult, and it's dangerous to practice. I haven't finished it yet, so don't even think about it. Hearing Lingye's words, Uzumaki Kushina showed disappointment in his eyes. Let's first master the ninjutsu I taught you before. It's better to learn more than to learn well. Kushina taught her the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family without hesitation, and Lingye was not stingy, and taught Uzumaki Kushina a lot of ninjutsu. Including the principle of wind-style spiral shuriken, I also told Uzumaki Kushina all about it. Like ordinary ninjutsu, Uzumaki Kushina has already learned it, but wind-style spiral shuriken is too difficult and has not been mastered yet. And learned does not mean fully mastered. Advertisement. The same ninjutsu, released by different people, has completely different powers. Take the Great Fireball technique as an example. The Great Fireball released by Lingye has a diameter of more than 10 meters, but most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan release a Great Fireball with a diameter of less than 1 meter. Lingye, are you still going to Ryuchi Cave? Makoto asked. Not going for now. Although the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave is more intense, it is more suitable for practicing Sage Mode, but Lingye does not plan to go to Ryuchi Cave for the time being. Anyway, even if you don't go to Ryuchi Cave, you can still practice Sage Mode, but the speed of practice is a bit slower. But Lingye doesn't want to face the environment of Ryuchi Cave for the time being. For Lingye, it's all the same to be faster or slower. Anyway, there is no enemy who can threaten Lingye to urge him to become stronger. There are still 20 or 30 years until Otsutsuki Kaguya's resurrection. And whether she can be resurrected, I'm afraid it depends on Lingye's face. Now in the ninja world, there is only one Uchiha Madara who can really threaten him. And Uchiha Madara has already cheated to death, and it is absolutely impossible to take the lead. Oh, there is another guy who is also a threat. Boruto said that the founder of the shell organization Seishin, or the Otsutsuki-style parasitic on him. After you have enough strength, find this guy and kill him. Killing him pretty much ends the Boruto saga. Otsutsuki Ichishiki has a second 10 tails in his hand. Lingye is still quite interested. But if you really want to make a move, you have to wait until your strength reaches the 6 paths level, and only after your strength reaches the 6 paths level can you be absolutely sure to deal with him. The Otsutsuki clan, kill them if you can. Their lives are a threat. In the future, what is called Otsutsuki Peach style, Otsutsuki Gold style, if you dare to come, Lingye will definitely kill them. Of course, these are still far from Lingye, and Lingye can't beat them now. But that doesn't mean Lingye will forget about them. After the strength is sufficient, find out Otsutsuki Yishi first, and take the guy who was backstabbed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 54. Go to Namikaze Minato to sign in. It's finally finished. It took me half a month. Without going to Ryuchi Cave, Lingye spent nearly 20 days and finally learned Sage Mode. At this time, Lingye is in the state of Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, he can feel the enhancement brought by all directions. Strength, speed, and defense have almost doubled. A punch hit the ground, and a deep hole was punched out on the ground, which is probably not worse than Tsunade's strange power. And this is just ordinary punching power in the Sage Mode state. Sage Art Great Fireball technique. The huge Great Fireball with a diameter of 20 meters fell forward, like a bolide falling. Boom! With the oncoming heatwave, the surrounding flowers and trees died of moisture, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground after being hit. This power is estimated to be more terrifying than a level ninjutsu. Makoto, show me a mirror. Lingye called out to Makoto. Mirror? Makoto immediately went home and brought a mirror. Your eyeshadow is quite pretty. Kushina covered her mouth and looked like she wanted to laugh. Although it is not ugly, it is a bit strange to have eyeshadow in the corner of the eye. Fortunately, there is only eyeshadow, and there is no situation where the face is covered with paint. Lingye exits sage mode, and the eyeshadows at the corners of her eyes disappear. Hey, what are you smirking at? Lingye looked at Kushina, who was smirking. You're just smirking. Angrily, Kushina knocked on Lingye with her small fist. Before you promise to teach me sage mode, don't go back on your word. Just now she witnessed the power of sage mode, C-level ninjutsu. In the case of using the fairy technique chakra, the power is not inferior to A-level ninjutsu. This kind of power, Uzumaki Kushina certainly craves. After being kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi, coupled with the subtle influence of Uchiha Lingye, Uzumaki Kushina's pursuit of strength is far beyond the past. I won't go back on what I promised, but if you want to learn sage mode, you must first meet my requirements. What request? Kushina asked hastily. Advertisement. Guess for yourself. Lingye turned around and left. Damn it, at least give me a hint and let me guess. You obviously don't want to tell me. Kushina stomped her feet angrily. No, I have to find out. Just when he was about to catch up, Makoto reached out and grabbed Kushina. Don't ask, I'll tell you. I need your chakra to meet the requirements. Hey, isn't my chakra up to the mark? She may not be proud of other places, but in terms of chakra, she now has more chakra than Elite Jonin's chakra. I don't know about this, don't worry, if you meet the requirements, he will definitely teach you, Makoto said to Kushina. On the other side, Lingye, who returned home, called the system. System, give me a monthly check-in. Another monthly sign-in. This is Lingye's third month sign-in. He doesn't have much expectation for daily sign-in, but he still has some expectations for monthly sign-in. Wait, don't sign in yet. Just when the mechanical female voice of the system was about to appear, Lingye suddenly shouted. Lingye is the owner of the system. He said don't sign in yet, the system will naturally be silent. The possibility of getting eternal Mangekyō Sharingan from check-in is too low, but it should be no problem to get Flying Thunder God technique from monthly check-in. Lingye said secretly. Afterwards, Lingye ordered someone to call Uchiha Iron Tree over. Master Patriarch, did you ask me to come over for something? Check for me, where is Namikaze Minato? The items obtained by signing in are affected by luck, surrounding places and items around you. I don't know if I can sign in and get the Flying Thunder God technique with Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God technique, no matter it is used to fight against the enemy or to save one's life, it is a magical skill, and Lingye does not want to let it go. After he got the Flying Thunder God technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has been working on the Flying Thunder God technique. Although it was studied by Shadow Clone, there is no difference. But I don't know if there is a problem with the Flying Thunder God technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, or if he has no talent in this area, and he hasn't even been able to get started yet. Even Lingye has mastered the very difficult Sage Mode, but has yet to learn even the furthest from the Flying Thunder God technique. Advertisement, Namikaze Minato. Hearing the name, Uchiha Itachi froze for a moment. Not familiar with this name. Now Namikaze Minato is not the famous Yellow Flash, now Namikaze Minato is less than 15 years old. He is really famous until the Third Ninja World War. It can be said that his outstanding performance in the Third Ninja World War made Namikaze Minato's name spread throughout the ninja world. It was also the performance of the Third Ninja War, which gave him the foundation to become the fourth Hokage. But that was in the future, and now he is a nobody, really not much famous. Disciple of Jiraiya, Lingye reminded Uchiha Iron Tree. It turned out to be him. Uchiha Itachi remembered, isn't a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the heroes of Sannin, named Namikaze Minato. He seems to be a genius. However, Konoha village is rich in geniuses, and there are too many genius ninjas. Namikaze Minato did not perform particularly amazingly. Now he is just a Konoha Chunin. Of course, Namikaze Minato is just low-key. Although he is Konoha Chunin, his strength surpasses ordinary Jonin. Rank in the village does not mean strength. For example, Lingye's level is Jonin, but her strength is Kage level. Master Patriarch, did this kid offend you? Uchiha Iron Tree's eyes showed a fierce light. Namikaze Minato is one of Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya's disciple, so what, as long as he dares to offend their patriarch, he will be killed as well. Uchiha Iron Tree felt that it would be absolutely fine to kill a Chunin quietly. He didn't know Namikaze Minato's strength at all. Do you think he has a chance to offend me? Stop talking nonsense, go find out where he is, and invite him over. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Embarrassed, Uchiha Iron Tree hurried to investigate the whereabouts of Namikaze Minato. I hope Namikaze Minato is in Konoha village, otherwise, we will have to wait for the next time. Lingye wanted to see if he could get the Flying Thunder God technique by signing in next to Namikaze Minato. At this time, Namikaze Minato had already got the Flying Thunder God technique and was learning it. This sign-in is also an experiment. Chapter 55 sign-in to get the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato, come with me. Coincidentally, Namikaze Minato did not go out of the village to perform the task, but was in Konoha village. In a ramen shop, people from the Konoha Guard found him. Namikaze Minato, who was eating noodles, was a little dazed. He knew the people in the Konoha Guard, and he could recognize them from the clothes he was wearing. And the clothes on the opponent's body also have the family emblem of the Uchiha clan. Excuse me, did I do something wrong? Our patriarch wants to see you, you kid is lucky, come with me. Uchiha Irontree looked at Namikaze Minato. He was looking, what qualifications does Namikaze Minato have for the patriarch to invite him over? Could it be that he wants to win over Namikaze Minato's teacher Jiraiya? Is the patriarch preparing for the election of the next Hokage? Uchiha Irontree was a little excited. The Uchiha clan has always hoped for a Hokage to appear in the clan. Even the original Uchiha Madara may not have the idea of becoming Hokage in his heart. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is that him? Namikaze Minato thought of Uchiha Lingye, who had met before, who saved Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina seems to be very close to the Uchiha clan now. Let's go. Uchiha Irontree spoke again. Because Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's disciple, he gave him some face, otherwise he would have taken him directly. It seems that we can only follow along. Namikaze Minato knew he couldn't refuse, he couldn't afford to offend the Uchiha clan. Although his teacher is not afraid of the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato doesn't want to make trouble for his teacher either. Besides, it's okay to follow them for a while. Namikaze Minato is not worried that he will be in danger. In Konoha village, even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan cannot casually do harm to others. What's more, he didn't offend Uchiha Lingye, but I don't know Uchiha Lingye well, so what did he send someone to tell me to go there? Advertisement. Seeing Namikaze Minato's understanding, Uchiha Tetsuki nodded in satisfaction. If Namikaze Minato is unreasonable, he can only use some violent means, and completing the task of the patriarch is the most important thing for him. Uchiha family, Namikaze Minato is here for the first time. The Uchiha clan is relatively xenophobic, and there is no chance for outsiders to enter the Uchiha clan's land, or even get close to the Uchiha clan's land. However, after Lingye became the patriarch, under his orders, Uchiha also changed a lot. Following Uchiha Irontree, he met Uchiha Lingye, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And also saw Uzumaki Kushina. When he saw Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato had a complicated expression on his face. Recently, he asked Uzumaki Kushina several times, but Uzumaki Kushina didn't answer him at all. Namikaze Minato had a special feeling for Uzumaki Kushina since he was a child. As he grew older and matured, he probably realized that he seemed to like Uzumaki Kushina. It's a pity that there is no hero to save the beauty, and Uzumaki Kushina has no affection for him at all. Uzumaki Kushina thinks that Namikaze Minato's personality is too soft, and he doesn't like Namikaze Minato at all. The hero rescue is an opportunity to change Uzumaki Kushina's view of Namikaze Minato. But his hero saved the beauty and was cut off by Uchiha Lingye. Why did you come here? Uzumaki Kushina asked Namikaze Minato strangely. I was invited by Chief Uchiha. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, then looked at Uchiha Lingye with doubts in his eyes. Captain, why did you call me here? Lingye is the captain of the Konoha Guard, and Namikaze Minato is right to call him, but people of the Uchiha clan are generally used to calling him the patriarch. In the eyes of people in the Uchiha clan, the status of the Uchiha clan leader is above the identity of the captain of the Konoha Guard. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for getting Flying Thunder God technique. Do you want to claim it? Listening to the mechanical female voice of the system, Lingye felt unprecedentedly pleasant at this moment. He really got the Flying Thunder God technique, that is to say, in the future, he can control the things obtained by signing in a disguised form. Although it may not be completely accurate, this check-in does have reference value. Would you like to find an opportunity to run to Uchiha Madara to sign in while he is still alive? No matter if you get Rinnegan or Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, you will earn money. It's okay to get Indra's chakra. It would be even better if you can get the power of 6 paths that Uchiha Madara mastered after becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki in the future. These thoughts flashed in Lingye's mind. Soon these thoughts disappeared. Advertisement. Thinking too far, and if you want to get Rinnegan or Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye probably needs to sign in every year. Eyes turned to Namikaze Minato. In fact, at this time, the purpose of calling Namikaze Minato has been achieved. But as soon as Namikaze Minato came over, it was a bit anticlimactic to drive him away. After thinking about it, Lingye asked. Namikaze Minato, I am very optimistic about you. Would you like to join the Konoha Guard? Invite me to join the Konoha Guard? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Uchiha Lingye, the captain, personally invited him, and he really thinks highly of him. Our patriarch personally invited you. Why don't you hurry up and thank our patriarch? Uchiha Irontree reminded the stunned Namikaze Minato. Sure enough, the patriarch is trying to win over Jiraiya. He didn't think that a little Namikaze Minato, who was worthy of the patriarch's personal invitation to join the Konoha Guard, was definitely going for Jiraiya. Uchiha Lingye doesn't know Uchiha Taishu's brain supplement. He looked at Namikaze Minato. If Namikaze Minato really agreed, he wouldn't mind accepting him. However, Namikaze Minato will most likely refuse. Sorry, thank you captain for your attention, I still want to continue studying with teacher Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato politely declined. Seeing Namikaze Minato's refusal, Lingye was very calm, as he had expected. And he didn't really invite Namikaze Minato to join the Konoha Guard, the main purpose was to see if he could sign in and get the Flying Thunder God technique with Namikaze Minato. The Flying Thunder God technique has already been obtained, and the goal has been achieved. It doesn't matter whether Namikaze Minato is willing to join or not. Lingye thought it didn't matter, but Uchiha Iron Tree didn't think so. From his point of view, Namikaze Minato doesn't know what to do. The patriarch personally invited him, but he didn't even give him face. Uchiha Iron Tree looked at Namikaze Minato with coldness in his eyes. What about the disciple of Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sannin? If I want to teach you, I can still teach you. Chapter 56. Fool him with fake ones? Namikaze Minato left the Uchiha clan, and when he walked out of the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you didn't embarrass me. After rejecting Uchiha Lingye's invitation, he thought that Uchiha Lingye might embarrass him. But no, just let him go. The embarrassing scene he imagined did not appear. After he refused, Uchiha Lingye let him go without saying anything. HMPH, a guy who doesn't know good and bad. Uchiha Iron Tree snorted coldly. He thought, if he wanted to make trouble for this kid, even without giving face to the patriarch, he must be taught a lesson. How did you think of inviting Namikaze Minato to join the Konoha Guard? Is he worthy of attention? Kushina asked Lingye. Without the experience of being a hero to save the beauty, she doesn't think much of Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, he is a true genius. Lingye spoke highly of Namikaze Minato. A commoner who can grow into 4th Hokage in the future, can he not be considered a genius? It's a pity, it's different. He is the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he will definitely stand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side in the future. It is possible to become his enemy. Really, I was a classmate with him, but I didn't feel it. I think I'm a genius. Although Namikaze Minato's grades were very good when she was in the ninja school, perhaps it was the first impression of Namikaze Minato that caused her not to think highly of Namikaze Minato. The main reason is that her first impression of Namikaze Minato was that she was a bit girly, too soft, a bit silly, and untrustworthy. So far, the impression has not changed. It can only be said that the first impression is very important. If Namikaze Minato finds out, he might not be able to help but want to cry. I was cuter when I was young. What am asterisk 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 r. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who felt good about herself, Lingye didn't speak. Why do I feel that you don't agree with me? Am I not a genius? Sensing Lingye's strange expression, Kushina asked Lingye angrily. No, I agree with you very much. You are indeed a genius who can burn the kitchen down by cooking. I really don't know how you used to eat. Lingye revealed the shortcomings mercilessly. Uzumaki Kushina blushed and fiddled with his hands in embarrassment. Some time ago, she brazenly wanted to show off her cooking skills, and almost burned Lingye's kitchen down. Fortunately, Makoto found out in time. Advertisement, me. I used to eat out. Her favorite thing in the past was to eat ramen outside, and she also bought some instant food to eat at home, and she didn't know how to cook by herself at all. The ashamed Uzumaki Kushina went to practice. She wanted to refine her chakra, and after meeting the requirements, Lingye could teach her sage mode. Kushina ran to refine chakra, and Makoto was helping Lingye with family affairs. Instead, Lingye was fine. System, get the sign in reward. Lingye has not received the Flying Thunder God technique obtained by signing in before. After receiving it successfully, the knowledge of Flying Thunder God technique appeared in Lingye's mind, and he successfully mastered this technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen of Dog Day, I knew there was something wrong with the Flying Thunder God technique you gave me. After reading the Flying Thunder God technique she had obtained, Lingye finally understood why she couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique alone. Let alone whether he has the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique by himself. First of all, there is a problem with the Flying Thunder God technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Flying Thunder God technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen has several mistakes. Sooner or later, this sinister old thing will show you some color. Lingye couldn't help scolding Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the Flying Thunder God technique, he was tricked by the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wrote down the account, and if he didn't settle the account with Sarutobi Hiruzen later, he would not be called Uchiha Lingye. I heard you scolding Sarutobi Hiruzen, what's wrong? In the room, Makoto, who was handling affairs, came out and asked Lingye. There is a problem with the Flying Thunder God technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave me. He gave you a fake Flying Thunder God technique? For a moment, Makoto felt hostility towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. The real 3rd Hokage is completely different from the 3rd Hokage I learned in the ninja school book. It's too hateful to fool Lingye with a fake Flying Thunder God technique. 9 points are true and 1 point is false. If it was all fake, Lingye would have seen it by herself. Anyway, Lingye blamed Sarutobi Hiruzen for not being able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique for so long. In other words, Lingye is not free now, otherwise I would go to Sarutobi Hiruzen now. If you dare to fool him with fake ones, you will definitely settle accounts with that old Sarutobi Hiruzen later. Lingye took out a kunai, left the spell of Flying Thunder God on it, and threw the kunai out. Advertisement in an instant, Lingye spanned a distance of tens of meters and caught kunai who was about to fall. The consumption of chakra is not a lot. Flying Thunder God technique doesn't really consume chakra. Uchiha Lingye's chakra can fully withstand continuous use. Makoto, I'll take you for a try. Lingye hugged Makoto's waist, and Makoto hugged Lingye subconsciously. Afterwards, Lingye took Mikoto and instantly appeared at the place where Flying Thunder God was without suffering. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? It's amazing, and it's completely different from the general body flicker technique, Mikoto said. The general body flicker technique, no matter how fast it is, cannot be as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique is space movement. In fact, strictly speaking, Flying Thunder God technique is also a kind of body flicker technique. After all, they all approach the enemy instantly, or distance themselves instantly. It's just that one relies purely on body explosion, and the other relies on space teleportation. Wait a while, I'll transcribe the Flying Thunder God technique for you, try to see if you can learn it. Lingye said to Mikoto. Let second Hokage know that the Flying Thunder God technique he created has been carried forward in the Uchiha clan. I don't know what expression he has. Thinking of this, Lingye showed a nasty smile on his face. Second Hokage is dead, there is no chance to know. Mikoto smiled and shook his head when he heard Lingye's words. Second Hokage had no chance to see it. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe he can really see me perform the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. It is true that second Hokage is dead, but he has developed many forbidden techniques, and reanimation jutsu was also developed by second Hokage. If second Hokage Senju Tobarama is released by Impure World Reincarnation in the future, wouldn't you have a chance to see it? Lingye then went on to test the Flying Thunder God technique. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is strong, it is absolutely impossible to fly randomly regardless of distance, there must be a distance limit. If it can fly randomly regardless of the distance, wouldn't it be comparable to the ultimate time and space ninjutsu Wangchen Hirosaka? After Lingye's test, teleporting from Konoha village to outside the village is easy, but the farther the distance, the more chakra will be consumed. And if the distance is too far, you won't be able to perceive the existence of the Flying Thunder God spell. You must be aware of the Flying Thunder God spell in order to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport there. However, being able to move from the center of the village to outside Konoha village in an instant made Lingye very satisfied. Chapter 57 Conflict with Jiraiya. What, you said that Uchiha Lingye invited you to join the Konoha Guard? Jiraiya, who was lying on a rock, jumped up when she heard Namikaze Minato's words. You won't agree, will you? Jiraiya's face showed some seriousness. Without a teacher, I did not agree to his invitation. That's good. Hearing Namikaze Minato's refusal, Jiraiya relaxed. Mr. Jiraiya, is there anything wrong with joining the Konoha Guard? Uzumaki Haruka asked. Jiraiya glanced at the woman whom the old man Sarutobi forced to teach, and scratched his white hair. Oh, it's not good for me to tell you, anyway, it's better that you don't deal with the Uchiha clan. He also doesn't have a good impression of the Uchiha clan. The reason why I don't like it is partly because of the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and partly because I see the Uchiha family is unhappy. With a haughty personality and eyes on the head, Jiraiya certainly doesn't like the Uchiha clan. Anyway, he didn't want his disciples to join the Konoha Guard. Although the Konoha Guard team belongs to Konoha in name, in fact, the people in charge of the Konoha Guard team are the Uchiha clan. Even though the Konoha Guard now allows outsiders to join, the Konoha Guard is still dominated by the Uchiha clan. You rejected Uchiha Lingye, better be careful, Jiraiya reminded Namikaze Minato. In case Uchiha Lingye targets Namikaze Minato because of Namikaze Minato's refusal, there will be trouble. If the Konoha Guard wants to target people, it's quite simple. But don't worry too much, I am Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, even Uchiha Lingye, you have to give me face. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder so he wouldn't be afraid. With him in the background, there is no need to be afraid of Uchiha Lingye. For his disciple, Jiraiya likes it very much, although he also taught 3 disciples in the Rain Country, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. But emotionally, these 3 people can't compare with Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya believes that Namikaze Minato will definitely become his pride. Maybe Minato is the one who can change the world. Jiraiya thought of the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, but unfortunately the Great Toad Sage was a riddler and couldn't explain it clearly. In fact, he doesn't know, it's not that Great Toad Sage doesn't want to make it clear, but that he predicts the future intermittently. Today I will teach you. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, she was suddenly interrupted. Advertisement, Namikaze Minato, someone reported you beating someone in the street, come with us. The person who came was wearing the uniform of the Konoha Guard. A Jonin, followed by 2 Chunin, looked at Namikaze Minato with a blank face and cold eyes. When did I hit someone in the street? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but said. Then, he thought of what Mr. Jiraiya said just now, let him be careful. Namikaze Minato didn't care about it at first, thinking that Uchiha Lingye would not target him as a small person, but now he is undoubtedly a small person. As a result, the troublemakers are now here. Don't admit it? When you get to our Konoha Guard, you will admit it. The leading Jonin smiled dismissively. You said that my disciple beat people in the street, first show the evidence, otherwise, if you want you to arrest my disciple, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me as a teacher? Jiraiya's face darkened, and just reminded Namikaze Minato to be careful, but the troublemaker really came. Sure enough, this is the style of the Uchiha clan. If you dare to offend people from the Uchiha clan, then wait for trouble. At this moment, Jiraiya was very upset. He didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would not even give him face. It is impossible for people in the Uchiha clan not to know that Jiraiya is Namikaze Minato's teacher. What's more, right in front of his eyes, Namikaze Minato is about to be taken away, just not paying attention to him. Although he is usually more talkative, he is also very annoyed at this time. Seeing Jiraiya stand up, the leader Jonin stared. Of course Jiraiya couldn't afford to offend him, but he had to complete the task assigned by the vice captain. If Namikaze Minato is not brought back, the vice captain Uchiha Tetsuki will definitely punish him. Is Master Jiraiya trying to protect your disciple? The leader Jonin asked flatly. Teacher Jiraiya, I'll go with them, anyway, I didn't do it, don't be afraid. Namikaze Minato stood up and said. He showed a sunny smile, but he was not afraid. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya couldn't help shaking her head. Although he is very satisfied with his talent and his brain is very smart, he has too little experience and is still too naive. If they really follow them to the Konoha Guard, with the style of the Konoha Guard, they will definitely use means to force Namikaze Minato to admit. When the time comes, Namikaze Minato will suffer. If you want to take my disciple away, let that boy Uchiha Lingye come to me in person, Jiraiya said to the Uchiha clan Jonin angrily. What are you talking about? How dare you disrespect our patriarch? The leader, Jonin, looked at Jiraiya furiously. Advertisement. Of course they couldn't bear to call them the patriarch, that boy, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. Teacher Jiraiya. Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato's eyes were worried, but also moved and blamed himself. Namikaze Minato felt very sorry for Teacher Jiraiya and the Uchiha clan because of himself. Could it be that you also want to fight with me? HMPH, insulting our patriarch, I, Uchiha Yoda, will never let you go. Uchiha Yangda did not hesitate to strike. Even if he is not Jiraiya's opponent, he cannot tolerate Jiraiya's disrespect to his patriarch. Fire style How Long Fire technique, you really dare to touch me. Seeing the ninjutsu released by Uchiha Yoda, Jiraiya froze for a moment. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful, Namikaze Minato shouted. Earth style Earth flow wall. An earthen wall rising from the ground blocked the impact of the fire dragon. The earthen wall trembled for a while, but it was still not collapsed in the end. Minato, come and try to fight him. Jiraiya suppressed her anger and said to Namikaze Minato. Just right. Let Namikaze Minato increase his combat experience, and Jiraiya is not worried about any danger since he is here to watch. Good teacher. This is because of himself, even if Mr. Jiraiya doesn't say it, he will do it. Let him deal with me. There was disdain in Uchiha Yoda's eyes. Facing Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, he is certainly not an opponent, but facing Jiraiya's disciple, Chunin, who is not more than 15 years old, he solves it in minutes. Your opponent is me, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's gentle and sunny face showed a sharp look. Wind style Great Breakthrough. The strong wind blew towards Uchiha Yoda, and directly blew away Uchiha Yoda, who dismissed Namikaze Minato at all. The two Chunin who followed Uchiha Yoda were also blown away by the strong wind. Uchiha Yoda rolled a few times in the air, and then fell to the ground with his body to withstand the strong wind. His complexion was ugly, and he was deflated at the hands of a brat. Although there were elements of his carelessness in this, it was still quite embarrassing. Chapter 58. Settling Accounts with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yoda slowly drew out his ninja sword and stared at Namikaze Minato viciously. Smelly brat, you are dead. Appeared in front of Namikaze Minato in an instant, and then slashed towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato quickly took out kunai to block Uchiha Yoda's attack, and he was able to keep up with Uchiha Yoda's attack rhythm. The continuous attacks were all defended with a handful of kunai, and instead cut Uchiha Yoda's sleeve. You managed to piss me off. Just now it could be explained roughly, but seriously, it didn't hurt Namikaze Minato at all. Sharingan, open. Uchiha Yoda opened the two-pointed jade Sharingan not because he didn't want to open the three-pointed jade, but his Sharingan hadn't reached the three-pointed jade yet. But even a single hook of jade Sharingan can bring a great boost in battle. Beware of Sharingan's illusions and try not to make eye contact with him in combat. Jiraiya saw that Uchiha Yoda opened Sharingan and immediately reminded Namikaze Minato. In the Sharingan illusion, even if you pause for a second, you may pay the price of your life. Illusion is the most difficult to guard against. He didn't teach Namikaze Minato many illusions. No, it should be said that he didn't teach Namikaze Minato illusion. Jiraiya's physical and ninjutsu are not bad, but she is not good at illusion. However, although he is not good at performing illusions, Jiraiya is good at dispelling illusions and the means of dispelling illusions. Jiraiya taught Namikaze Minato. I see, teacher Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato confronts Uchiha Yangda with ease. Even if he uses ninjutsu to fight, he is not weaker than Uchiha Yangda. Even in the competition of strength, they did not fall into a disadvantage because of their age. Holding a kunai, he suppressed Uchiha Yoda, who was holding a ninja sword. Namikaze Minato gained a lot from his fight with Uchiha Yoda, who has no experience with Jonin yet. And Uchiha Yoda is definitely not weak among Jonin. After opening Sharingan, ordinary Jonin is not his opponent. Hateful. Gradually, he has fallen into a disadvantage, and he can't beat a young man. If the fight continues, Uchiha Yangda knows that he may lose. He has gone all out, not only failed to win Namikaze Minato, but was suppressed. Knock out Namikaze Minato with all your strength, and then escape in an instant. This matter is definitely not over, let's go. Uchiha Yangda left a harsh word, and then left with people. Ms. Jiraiya, I caused you trouble. Namikaze Minato was a little ashamed. It's okay, this little thing is not a trouble, Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Advertisement. Even that kid Uchiha Lingye, I'm not afraid, I'm Toad Sage Jiraiya. You performed well just now, and now you are not weaker than Jonin. When I tell the old man another day, let you participate in the Jonin assessment, you can already be your own. Don't worry about the troubles of the Uchiha clan, I will help you solve it. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder happily, provoking the Uchiha clan is just a trivial matter. Even though the Uchiha family is the most powerful family in Konoha, but his status is not good enough, then go talk to the old man. Thank you, teacher. Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya gratefully. He can have today's strength, must thank Jiraiya, if not for the teacher Jiraiya, he would not be able to touch many ninjutsu at all. Ninjutsu is not difficult to acquire for those who have a family, or whose elders are powerful ninjas. But for ordinary civilians, it is difficult to obtain. Today, let's go here first for practice, and you go back first. Jiraiya is going to help Namikaze Minato to solve this trouble. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Uzumaki Haruka looked at Namikaze Minato. After practicing with Jiraiya, Uzumaki Chuncheong was very unconvinced when he heard Jiraiya constantly praise Namikaze Minato. Although she is older than Namikaze Minato, she is not much older, about 3 years older at most. But she admires Namikaze Minato's strength just now. You are also very good, what's so great about me? Haruka Uzumaki shook her head, you have a lot of chakra. There is one thing that Namikaze Minato is not comparable to Uzumaki Haruka, that is chakra. Chakra is the basis for releasing all ninjutsu. It may not work now, but Uzumaki Haruka will be very powerful in the future when he masters more ninjutsu. Hokage Building, 3rd Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must return Uzumaki Haruka. Uzumaki Haruka is a member of my rude organization. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sullen face. He already knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him for members of the Uzumaki clan. It turned out that Uzumaki Haruka became Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, mastering her is equivalent to mastering Nine Tails, so Danzo wants to get Uzumaki Haruka back. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without hesitation. Advertisement. How can the importance of Nine Tails Jinchuriki be in the hands of Danzo? He knows Danzo too well. Danzo is not a quiet person, if he masters Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he will definitely do anything. Although Uzumaki Chuncheong has lost her memory now, if she returns to the root tissue and recovers her memory after being stimulated, do you think she will deal with you first? HMPH, as long as it is in the hands of the old man will let her keep her own place and be completely under the control of the old man. Danzo snorted coldly, falling into his hands, how could she escape his control? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo continued to argue, the office door was suddenly opened. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked over immediately. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank, he was discussing matters with Danzo, and specifically ordered no one to come in. After seeing the person coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more gloomy, and even Danzo's face was not good looking. Because the person who came was Uchiha Lingye. Danzo looked at Uchiha Lingye coldly, not hiding his malice at all. There is no need to hide his malice towards Uchiha. For the new Uchiha patriarch, Danzo has long been defined as the biggest threat, and the target to be eliminated sooner or later. The Uchiha clan, the cancer of Konoha village, must be eradicated, this is Danzo's idea. Danzo never thought that he was the real cancer in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sullen face, he didn't know how much what he said to Danzo just now was heard by Uchiha Lingye. However, he still tried his best to restrain his expression and try to show a gentle smile. Captain Lingye, why are you here, 3rd Hokage? I came here this time to settle accounts with you. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expressionlessly with a cold face. Uchiha Lingye can't bear to fool him with fake flying thunder god technique. Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Danzo, who originally wanted to leave first, stopped. 3rd Hokage, you fooled me with the fake flying thunder god technique, do you think I'm easy to bully? Uchiha Lingye was not polite either, and directly questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was stiff and his face was not good looking. How did Uchiha Lingye know that there was something wrong with the flying thunder god technique? He didn't change much. Did Uchiha Lingye come into contact with the real flying thunder god technique? Unless he comes into contact with the real flying thunder god technique, Uchiha Lingye will definitely not be able to find that there is a problem with the flying thunder god technique he gave. After all, he only changed it a little. But where did Uchiha Lingye get the real flying thunder god technique? Could it be Namikaze Minato? He gave the real flying thunder god technique to Jiraiya, and asked Jiraiya to teach it to Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Lingye seems to only get the real flying thunder god technique from Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Between Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more suspicious of Namikaze Minato. After all, Jiraiya is his disciple. He knows Jiraiya better and is more worthy of his trust. Chapter 59th Fight Sarutobi Hiruzen facing Uchiha Lingye's attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to continue analyzing who leaked the real flying thunder god technique. The most important thing right now is to deal with Uchiha Lingye. 3rd Hokage, how are you going to explain to me? That's funny, Sarutobi, you are a dignified Hokage and have to explain to others. Danzo smiled sarcastically, then picked things up on purpose. In Danzo's mind, the bigger the conflict between Uchiha Lingye and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the better. What are you? You have something to say here. Get out. Lingye glanced at Danzo, the pot king, with disdain in his eyes. A mouse in the gutter dares to talk. You, what did you say? Danzo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. I said get you out of here, trash. Without waiting for Danzo to be furious, he kicked Danzo and directly blasted Danzo out. The eye-catching mouse is gone. Should we talk about how to explain it to me? Lingye turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly expression. If he saves face, call Sarutobi Hiruzen Master Hokage. If he doesn't show face, Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing. Uchiha Lingye, are you being too presumptuous? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Breaking into his office, beating up his good friend Danzo, doing something in his office, it would be too disrespectful to him. Presumptuous. I think I can be more presumptuous. Do you want to see and see? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy and ugly face, Uchiha Lingye sneered. Mastering Sage Mode, possessing Mangekyō Sharingan, and also mastering Flying Thunder God technique, Lingye has the capital even if she is presumptuous. Master Hokage. The Anbu ninjas outside come in. Sorry Hokage-sama, I didn't stop you before, the leading Anbu ninja said with shame. When Uchiha Lingye came in before, they blocked them, and then they were hit by the Sharingan illusion, and only then did they wake up and come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sullen face, with anger hidden in his eyes. Go and see how Danzo is doing, go out first. He thought about summoning the Anbu ninjas and taking Uchiha Lingye down, but the idea was quickly dismissed. Let's not talk about whether Uchiha Lingye can win or not, just say that Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to think carefully about the consequences. Uchiha Lingye is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If he really does something to Uchiha Lingye, it may cause a riot. Konoha's power can suppress the Uchiha clan, but the loss itself will not be small, and the consequences outweigh the gains. 963. What's more, he didn't take it seriously, and cheated Uchiha Lingye. This incident spread and affected his reputation. His decades-long reputation at Konoha village may be ruined. Uchiha Lingye, what do you want? Although he was going to have peace talks with Uchiha Lingye, Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't show any smile, and asked Uchiha Lingye's conditions blankly. I want the sealed book. He wanted to get the ninjutsu in the sealed book. According to Uchiha Lingye's estimate, first Hokage's wood-style ninjutsu should also be recorded in the sealed book. Lingye doesn't know wood-style now, but it doesn't mean she won't in the future. Wood-style ninjutsu will be useful after you have wood-style blood succession limit. Even if there is no wood-style ninjutsu of first Hokage, water-style of second Hokage Senju Tobirama will work. Senju Tobirama as Hokage is a water-style ninjutsu master. He is more like Mizukage than Mizukage. There is also reanimation jutsu, which is also good. Dig up a few corpses another day, and after Impure World Reincarnation is resurrected, it will be a powerful thug, and with Impure World Reincarnation's immortal body, it is still a thug who is not afraid of death. In the Book of Seals, there are too many ninjutsu that Lingye wants to get, so I have to take a look at them this time. Impossible. Hearing that Uchiha Lingye wanted to seal the book, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen may consider whether he can agree to other requests, but Uchiha Lingye wants the sealed book, which must not be handed over to Lingye. The Uchiha family is regarded as a half-enemy, and the sealed book is handed over to Uchiha Lingye to read. Isn't this an enemy? Impossible. Are you sure? Uchiha Lingye stared into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. I advise you to think it over carefully, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You don't want Konoha to fall into civil strife, do you? What do you think will happen if the Uchiha clan and Konoha village fall out? Listening to Uchiha Lingye's implied threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more ugly. Uchiha Lingye, I don't believe you dare to do this. If the Uchiha clan really turned against Konoha and went to war, Konoha village might suffer a lot of losses, but the Uchiha clan would pay a greater price. The strength of a clan cannot compete with the entire village. Then you can gamble with me, do you want to try? Lingye's flat tone put a lot of pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is sometimes very extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen really dare not bet with Uchiha Lingye easily. Advertisement in case Uchiha Lingye goes crazy, the consequences are really unbearable. If Konoha village suffers too much damage, will the other great ninja villages who originally coveted Konoha village take the opportunity to attack Konoha village? Actually, as long as I announce this matter, I can ruin your reputation. After Lingye finished speaking, she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to see the change in his expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen is calm on the surface, but he is not so calm in his heart. If the matter of cheating Uchiha Lingye is made public, it will indeed be a big blow to his reputation. First of all, it will reduce the trust of the people of Konoha village in him. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little regretful, and would not have played this move if he had known earlier. At the beginning, he was worried that Uchiha Lingye would really learn the Flying Thunder God technique, so he deliberately modified a few places and gave Fei Zibokie a very questionable Flying Thunder God technique. I can give you a few ninjutsu in the sealed book as compensation. It is absolutely impossible to want the entire sealed book. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he could not turn against Uchiha Lingye. It seems that it doesn't make sense. Everything must be based on strength, so let's fight. If you can beat me, this matter will be written off. If you lose, give me the Book of Seals. Suddenly Lingye restrained her aggressive posture slightly, but her words were still confident and strong. Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little strange. Are you serious? Of course he doesn't mind agreeing. Uchiha Lingye doesn't think he has the strength to beat himself. For his own strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very confident. In the entire ninja world, his strength is one of the best. The only ones who can compete with him are the shadows of the major ninja villages. Of course, seriously. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident in herself, Lingye is also very confident in herself. Uchiha Lingye felt that it was time to show her strength. Okay, I promise you. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly agreed, and then reminded Uchiha Lingye. I hope you don't go back on your word. Outside the Hokage building, Jiraiya, who just came here, looked at Danzo who was being supported, and couldn't help but smile on Jonan's face. How is this going? Danzo, whom I hate, vomited blood and was injured. Jiraiya was quite happy to see this scene. Danzo's eyes revealed a coldness. Damn Uchiha Lingye, don't talk about wooed, sneak attack. If he had been prepared, he would never have been so miserable. He was suddenly kicked by Uchiha Lingye, which cost him half his life. Just when Danzo was about to fight back and settle accounts with Uchiha Lingye, he saw Uchiha Lingye and Sarutobi Hiruzen come out. Uchiha Lingye didn't even look at Danzo, just ignored it. He really despises the darkness of this Konoha, just a mouse in the gutter. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a look at Danzo, and after making sure that Danzo was okay, he took his gaze back and the two left directly. How is this going? Jiraiya was a little dazed. Looking at the direction the two left, Jiraiya ignored Danzo and chased after him. In fact, Danzo also wanted to catch up. He still wanted to settle accounts with Uchiha Lingye, but the injury was too serious. Master Danzo, let's take you to Konoha Hospital. Danzo didn't speak, it was tacit agreement. This is the gold content of Lingye's practice of physical skills, and he almost destroyed Danzo with one kick. Behind the mountain, this is behind the Hokage rock peak. Under normal circumstances, few people come here in Konoha village. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has changed his Hokage robe and changed into a combat uniform. On Lingye's side, the Kusanagi sword has been drawn. Swordsmanship wind slash. Taking the lead, the huge wind blade tore through the air and struck, CGDC, towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with a biting momentum. I can't resist. Sensing the edge, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dodged with the body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who avoided the slash, quickly formed a seal with both hands, but just halfway through the seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave up the seal when he felt the attacking edge. He took out kunai to block the sword, but his kunai was too ordinary, or the Kusanagi sword in Zenye's hand was too sharp. Sarutobi Hiruzen's kunai cut off on the spot. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't reacted quickly, this knife would definitely hit him hard. This old man's reaction is faster than Hitaki Tsukumo. It is said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is an old man, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually in his prime now, and his strength is at its peak. After jumping away, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the cut clothes, which still had bloodline on them, and accidentally got hurt, but luckily it didn't affect him. Summoning Ape Demon. Bite the finger, cast the summoning technique, and summon the Ape Demon. Ape Demon, quickly become a Vajra Wish stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled at the summoned Ape Demon. The Ape King, the Ape Demon, has the indestructible body of a Vajra and can turn into a Vajra Wish stick. This guy is called the strongest summoning beast by Orochimaru. I don't know whether this strongest is true or not. Anyway, the strength of the Ape Demon is indeed not weak. After turning into the Vajra Rod, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Vajra Rod to block the attack of Lingye Kusanagi sword. Third Hokage, you are indeed a good opponent. Lingye also needs an opponent to test his strength. This opponent can't be too weak. If he is too weak, it is meaningless for him to hit him in seconds. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was like a violent storm, and every move was aimed at the vital point. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding the Vajra Wishful stick, was a bit dwarfed by comparison. Advertisement, what a terrifying sword technique. Thinking of what Hitaki Tsukumo reported to him, and Uchiha Lingye had a swordsmanship with him, this swordsmanship is indeed powerful. Probably even more powerful than the group of warriors in the Iron Country. Vajra Wishful stick, extended. This weapon can be stretched freely, and it can be extended suddenly during a battle, which is indeed quite deadly. However, Lingye was very familiar with the Vajra Rui stick transformed by the Ape Demon, so he had already been prepared and avoided it sideways. However, in the Vajra Wishful stick, when he appeared in front of Lingye, he immediately turned back into an Ape Demon and punched Lingye. When it hit Lingye, only a bang was heard, and Lingye who was hit disappeared. It's not good, it's Shadow Clone, Sarutobi, be careful. The Ape Demon hurriedly reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rasengan. Lingye, who appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, pinched the Rasengan in his hand and smashed it down towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body turned into white mist, and a piece of wood was crushed by Lingye's Rasengan. Tisk. Body replacement technique. Lingye didn't get disappointed even if he didn't succeed in one blow. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is so easy to deal with, he doesn't deserve to be third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a serious expression on his face. He played against Uchiha Lingye, and he really felt the pressure. And Uchiha Lingye has not opened Sharingan so far. Not turning on Sharingan puts him at a disadvantage. Uchiha Lingye's strength is beyond his expectations. I had already overestimated Uchiha Lingye as much as possible, but unexpectedly I still underestimated Uchiha Lingye. Fire style fire extinction. Fire style fire dragon flame bomb. The two sides used fire style to bombard each other at the same time, and Lingye unleashed an overwhelming sea of flames. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the flames released originally wanted to attack Uchiha Lingye from 3 directions at the same time, but after seeing the menacing flames, they immediately controlled all of them to the front. The roar of ninjutsu colliding is clearly a B-level ninjutsu, but it makes Uchiha Lingye exert the power of an S-level ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to retreat again and again. His fire style was not as powerful as Uchiha Lingye's fire style. The berserk dragon-shaped flame was directly engulfed by the sea of flames. If he hadn't evaded in time, it would have been swallowed by the sea of flames now. If it is swallowed by a sea of flames, even a piece of steel will be melted into slag. How did they fight? Jiraiya, who arrived here a little later, was stunned. Why did the old man fight with Uchiha Lingye? And is Uchiha Lingye so good? Judging from the scene in front of him, it was the old man who was at a disadvantage. Even now, I am not the old man's opponent, right? Why is Uchiha Lingye so strong? Uchiha Lingye is less than 20 years old. Today's young people, why are they so scary? Earth-style earth flow river. The ground seemed to turn into a flowing river, rushing towards Lingye. Hey, Lingye chuckled, then disappeared in place. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? No matter how fast the body flicker technique is, it won't let him catch the slightest trace, but the Flying Thunder God technique is different. It is space teleportation. Dare to distract yourself from fighting with me, Flying Thunder God slash. Next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there happened to be a Flying Thunder God kunai that Lingye buried in advance, and Lingye, who appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, drew his sword and chopped it down. The wind attribute chakra is attached to the Kusanagi sword, increasing the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword. Peefed, the blade cut through the flesh, and the blood spilled on the ground. It was not Sarutobi Hiruzen who was injured, but the ape demon. The ape demon who reacted earlier than Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen out and helped Sarutobi Hiruzen push the knife. The ape demon with the indestructible body of diamond has strong defense, but it doesn't mean that the ape demon will not be injured. But the ape demon is really hard enough. This knife just cut through the skin of the ape demon. This saber technique still needs to be practiced. Lingye was not very satisfied with the effect of this knife, and was not fast enough, and was actually reacted by the ape demon. In addition, it is not strong enough to kill the ape demon. Ape demon, are you alright? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the ape demon with concern. The ape demon is his old comrade in arms and old partner, and this is the first time he has seen the ape demon injured. It's okay, Sarutobi, be careful. If it wasn't for me, you might have died. The ape demon grinned and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It just hurts a little, but this injury is not life-threatening. I'll be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen has raised 100 vigilance. Have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? If I don't master the Flying Thunder God technique, how would I know that there is something wrong with the Flying Thunder God technique you gave me? Chapter 60 Sarutobi Hiruzen compromises. The sealed book is available. Uchiha Lingye has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He is not weak in the first place, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen really has no chance of winning this time. Uchiha Lingye must not be allowed to get the sealed book. Sarutobi Hiruzen's two-handed mudra, fire-style Fire Dragon Ball and earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb are jointly released. Compound Ninjutsu Earth Dragon Fire Style. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the blood succession limit, his ninjutsu is definitely the top in the ninja world. Grandmaster Wind, Thunder, Water, Fire, and Earth 5 escapisms, and the title of Ninjutsu Professor is not blown out. Compound Ninjutsu is good, but it's a pity that you have to hit people. Lingye's figure disappeared, dodging the blow. Then he appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and punched Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this speed, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no time to use the body flicker technique to dodge, or use the body replacement technique. Hands crossed in front of Uchiha Lingye's punch. The heavy force made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel as if he was hit by a giant beast, and his body flew nearly 100 meters away. When both arms were hit, Sarutobi Hiruzen used chakra to attach to his hands for protection, so his arms were not broken by the huge force. But my hands are so painful and numb that it takes effort to move them. When Lingye was about to strike again, there was a sharp sound of piercing the air from behind. It was the fist of the ape demon. I forgot about you. Uchiha Lingye used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, and the punch of the ape demon fell through. Uchiha clan, when did such a monster appear? Although the ape demon doesn't know Uchiha Lingye, he does know the clan crest on Uchiha Lingye's clothes, the clan crest of the Uchiha clan. I have this kind of strength now, and I won't be able to match Uchiha Madara in the future. Your Vajra indestructible body is very strong. I don't know if you can resist S-rank ninjutsu. Lingye stared at the ape demon, and a giant spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. Wind-style spiral shuriken. He threw it directly at the ape demon. Sarutobi, be careful yourself. After reminding Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ape demon chose to return to the summoning world to avoid wind-style spiral shuriken. A huge deep pit was left on the ground, and the ape demon had disappeared. In this way, I escaped the wind-style spiral shuriken. Uchiha Lingye didn't care about failing to hit the ape demon, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, throw in the towel. Another spiral shuriken appeared in Uchiha Lingye's hand, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the spiral shuriken in Uchiha Lingye's hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen had serious eyes. If you admit defeat, you must hand over the sealed book to Uchiha Lingye. There are many ninjutsu recorded in the sealed book, and he does not want the sealed book to fall into the hands of Uchiha Lingye. And if he continued to fight, not only would he not be sure of defeating Uchiha Lingye, but his own life might be in danger. Although the spiral shuriken just missed and did not hit the ape demon, he has already seen the power of the spiral shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, while Lingye showed impatience on his face. It seems that you don't cry when you don't see the coffin, since that's the case. Ninja Law. Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya's hair came from behind Uchiha Lingye, and the elongated hair wanted to tie Uchiha Lingye. Lingye dodges with the Flying Thunder God technique, and Jiraiya's shot also interrupts Uchiha Lingye's shot on Sarutobi Hiruzen. You master and apprentice want to join forces to deal with me? Uchiha Lingye looked at Jiraiya calmly. When Jiraiya came over, Lingye had already sensed it, and even guessed that Jiraiya would intervene. Uchiha Lingye, kill Hokage, do you want to be a traitor? Jiraiya looked serious. Now the ninjutsu in Uchiha Lingye's hands is very dangerous. If you use this technique to deal with the old man, it's good that the old man can avoid it, but he will definitely die if he can't. He didn't intervene just now, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's life was in danger. Jiraiya had to take action. Among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya has the deepest relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Shinobu? Lingye sneered and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you want to continue fighting? The sealed book is for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the dust off his body. His face looked a little old at this moment. Uchiha Lingye has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and judging from the strength Uchiha Lingye showed just now, he is indeed not an opponent. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to compromise and hand over the sealed book to Uchiha Lingye. It seems that you have recognized the reality. The wind-style spiral shuriken in Lingye's hand disappeared. What's going on? Jiraiya listened to their words and was puzzled, but he didn't ask. This battle is over, and through this battle, Lingye also roughly understands her own level of history. Advertisement. Even without using Mangekyō Sharingan in Sage Mode, he still has the strength to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is a proper cage level peak level. If all the means are used, it should be able to reach a super cage level. Back at Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the sealed book. After making a copy, returned the sealed book. With heartache, I handed the sealed book to Uchiha Lingye, which records most of the ninjutsu in Konoha village. In other words, the secret techniques of the major families of Konoha were not recorded on it. It's not surprising that the major families have secret ninjutsu, and even Hokage can't let them hand it over. I hope this sealed book is not fake, otherwise I won't be as easy to talk as this time. After receiving the sealed book, Uchiha Lingye said. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Are you easy to talk this time? If he hadn't chosen to give the sealed book to Uchiha Lingye might have really killed him. There is no problem with the sealed book handed over to Uchiha Lingye this time. Having gone through this time, he certainly didn't dare to continue to fool Uchiha Lingye with fake ones. After getting the sealed book she wanted, Lingye was ready to leave. Wait, Uchiha Lingye, I have something to tell you. Oh, what do you want to tell me? Lingye looked at Jiraiya, who called out to stop him. You are the patriarch of the Uchiha clan anyway, so please don't argue with me as a disciple. Your disciple? You said Namikaze Minato? When did I argue with him? Surprise appeared on Uchiha Lingye's face. After Minato refused you to recruit him to join the Konoha Guard, the people from the Konoha Guard came to make trouble. Does it have nothing to do with you? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Lingye with unfriendly eyes. After listening to Jiraiya, Uchiha Lingye understood that it should be that Uchiha Itachi was dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato's refusal of his solicitation, and then made trouble for Namikaze Minato. A smile suddenly appeared on Lingye's face. It seems that you misunderstood. I didn't order anyone to trouble Namikaze Minato. After all, I relied on Namikaze Minato to master the Flying Thunder God technique. How could I trouble him? Don't worry, no one will trouble Namikaze Minato later. After finishing speaking, Lingye glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then left directly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little gloomy. Originally, he was wondering who revealed the real Flying Thunder God technique to Uchiha Lingye, and now the culprit has been found. Sure enough, it was Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already more suspicious of Namikaze Minato. Old man, what is going on here? How did you fight Uchiha Lingye? Why did you give Uchiha Lingye the sealed book? Puzzled, Jiraiya asked Sarutobi Hiruzen after Uchiha Lingye left. It's all because of your disciple Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed anger in his tone. Hey, old man, did you get fooled by Uchiha Lingye? What does this have to do with Minato? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, thinking of what Uchiha Lingye said when she left. Rely on the Flying Thunder God technique mastered by Namikaze Minato. However, Jiraiya subconsciously defended his disciple. I had a trade with Uchiha Lingye, and the Flying Thunder God technique was the trade item. But you also know that I have always been wary of the Uchiha clan, and the Flying Thunder God technique given to him has been deliberately modified. As a result, he got the real Flying Thunder God technique from Namikaze Minato, and he knew about my deception, so this happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply said that it would be bad for him to spread the news, but Jiraiya will definitely not spread the news. Then this matter is not Minato's problem. It was obviously caused by you giving Uchiha Lingye a fake Flying Thunder God technique. It has nothing to do with Minato. After understanding the matter, Jiraiya continued to defend Namikaze Minato. I believe that Minato will never disclose the Flying Thunder God technique to Uchiha Lingye. It must be Uchiha Lingye who used means. Old man, don't forget that Sharingan also has the ability to hypnosis. Maybe Minato told Uchiha Lingye about the Flying Thunder God technique after being hypnosis. It was definitely not Minato's original intention. Namikaze Minato's dream is to become Hokage. As a teacher, Jiraiya supports Namikaze Minato very much. He himself is not interested in becoming Hokage, and he doesn't mind his disciple becoming Hokage. He knew that if Sarutobi Hiruzen disliked Namikaze Minato because of this incident, it would be difficult for him to become a fire in the future. Hope so. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Jiraiya. It's possible as Jiraiya said, but there are other possibilities too. Originally, he was quite satisfied with Namikaze Minato, but now he feels a little more alienated from Namikaze Minato. This is what Uchiha Lingye wants too. He left this sentence on purpose, just to make Sarutobi Hiruzen jealous of Namikaze Minato. And Lingye didn't lie, she got the Flying Thunder God technique after signing in, and Namikaze Minato did have the credit. If you don't check in with Namikaze Minato, the chances of Lingye getting Flying Thunder God technique are extremely low. What he said was true, but Sarutobi Hiruzen misunderstood, so don't blame him. What's your business? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Jiraiya. Advertisement. If Jiraiya had nothing to do, she would never come to see him. It's all right. Originally, his purpose was to let Sarutobi Hiruzen warn Uchiha Lingye, and let Uchiha Lingye's Konoha Guard not trouble Namikaze Minato. Now the problem has been solved. Uchiha Lingye has promised not to trouble Namikaze Minato. If it's okay, you can leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Jiraiya away. He is not in the mood to chat with Jiraiya now. You'd better ask Namikaze Minato, I want to know what's going on. When Jiraiya left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya secretly sighed. It seems that the old man still can't let go of this matter, and Namikaze Minato's path may be even more difficult in the future. If he wants to be Hokage, first of all, the old man's doubts about him must be dispelled. But it's not that easy. Damn, blame Uchiha Lingye. What he can do, he can only blame Uchiha Lingye, who is an outsider. Otherwise, do you blame your teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, or his disciple Namikaze Minato? Based on what I know about Minato, he will definitely not disclose the Flying Thunder God technique to Uchiha Lingye. It must be what method Lingye used. Jiraiya still couldn't help defending Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent and did not speak. He won't just listen to what Jiraiya said. Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. He must speak to Namikaze Minato in his heart. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed helplessly, and then went to find Namikaze Minato. He had to ask clearly. Uchiha Lingye. 00 After Jiraiya left, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but use force, leaving deep cracks on the solid wood table. If it wasn't for its firmness, it might have been torn apart. How could he not be angry when he was forced to hand over the sealed book? When Jiraiya was around, he was quite restrained in order to maintain his image, but after Jiraiya left, his anger couldn't be restrained. After venting his anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and there was even worry in his eyes. The Uchiha family is an unstable factor in Konoha village. Now that the Uchiha family has Uchiha Lingye as the patriarch, the threat is even greater. He couldn't help but think of Danzo's proposal to destroy the Uchiha clan. No, I can't attack the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not reluctant to make a move, but needs to consider the consequences. It would be hard for Konoha village to bear the loss if it really attacked the Uchiha clan. And also consider other Konoha families. Although the relationship between other families and the Uchiha family is not very good, but if the Uchiha family is attacked, the trust of other families in Konoha village will also be reduced. Everyone understands the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. If you really want to attack the Uchiha family, you must first find a sufficient reason. Secondly, the loss of Konoha should be reduced as much as possible. In case Konoha's loss is too large, this is an opportunity for other ninja villages. Let's find another opportunity later. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed it with a sigh. He has a title called Ren Shang, but now he can only be Ren counseling once, and he is patient in counseling again. Uchiha clan land. Makoto, make a copy of all the techniques recorded above. Lingye, who came back, handed the sealed book to Uchiha Makoto. This is Konoha's sealed book. Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen's compensation? Makoto took it over and took a look, with consternation evident in his eyes. If this was compensation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be too generous, directly using the entire sealed book to compensate Lingye. Yes, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen's compensation. This time, although I broke face with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was basically officially hostile, but I gained a lot. The entire book of seals was brought, and tearing his face with Sarutobi Hiruzen was nothing. Lingye figured it out. Even if he broke face with Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do anything to him. At the same time, he also asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to be a sparring partner for him. Makoto took the sealed book and copied the ninjutsu on it. There are too many ninjutsu on it, and it is not possible to finish the recording in a short time. Lingye also took a quick look at the Book of Seals, and there are indeed many ninjutsu recorded in it, including the wood-style ninjutsu of first Hokage. Unfortunately not wood-style. Wood-style is the boundary of blood inheritance, which is formed by the fusion of the nature transformation of the two chakras of earth and water. Except for Senju Hashirama, no one in the Senju family inherits wood-style. It can be said that wood-style belongs to Senju Hashirama's blood succession limit, not the Senju clan's blood succession limit. The Senju clan, like the Uzumaki clan, inherited the sage body. If you want to master wood style, unless Lingye works hard to try to integrate it, otherwise, you can only wait for the sign-in to get it. It's fine to study the integration. Lingye has no idea of studying wood style. Although wood style is very strong, what if the wood style he developed is Yamato's wood style? What he wants is wood style like Senju Hashirama, not half-baked wood style like Yamato. Is wood style like Yamato useful to Lingye? Chapter 61 The First Annual Sign-In, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. After transcribing for a day, I finally transcribed all the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Hands are sore. Makoto couldn't help but flick his wrist. Thank you for your hard work, Makoto. I reward you with a kiss. I think you are rewarding yourself. Uzumaki Kushina took down the stage. Being kissed by Lingye in front of Uzumaki Kushina, Makoto didn't feel shy. The main reason is that the number of times is too high and I am used to it. Shall I reward you with one? Lingye looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a faint smile. Who wants you to reward? Makoto, you heard what he said, you should fix him. Kushina blushed and said to Makoto. Holding the Book of Seals, Lingye was thinking about which ninjutsu she should learn first. Reanimation Jutsu, this is a bit difficult to learn, but it must be learned. Lingye put reanimation jutsu on his must-learn list. The ghouls are sealed, this is definitely not learned. The ghoul seal is a sealing technique, which originated from the Uzumaki family, and it is also a nitrogen monosulfide level sealing technique. However, there is a price to pay for performing the ghoul seal. After casting, Shinigami can be summoned, and Shinigami will cut off the soul of the target and swallow the soul of the opponent into the belly. While completing the seal, the caster also made a contract with the Shinigami and sold his soul to the Shinigami. After the Shinigami devours the target's soul, one's own soul will also be devoured by the Shinigami. This is a sealing technique that kills both the opponent with life, and Lingye will not learn this sealing technique. The sealing technique of our Uzumaki clan, life for life. Hearing that the ghouls were sealed, Kushina also came over, and then she found that the sealing techniques of her Uzumaki clan seemed to be recorded in the Book of Sealing. Why is the sealing technique of our Uzumaki family all on it? Kushina felt a little uncomfortable. Is the sealing technique, 937, passed down from my Uzumaki clan a part of Konoha village? Although she is also a member of Konoha village now, there is always a feeling of displeasure in her heart. You have to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen that question. Lingye skipped the chapters on sealing techniques. Most of the sealing techniques have been learned by Lingye from Uzumaki Kushina, and even the adamantine sealing chains, which are exclusive to the Uzumaki family, have been mastered. Illusion darkness technique, isn't this an illusion specially used to deal with Uchiha? After casting, it creates a dark environment and blocks the opponent's vision. If it is affected by the illusion darkness technique, Sharingan's insight ability will be invalidated directly. This trick is very effective in dealing with the Uchiha clan. Of course, the same is true for other people. Anyone who is deprived of vision will not adapt. This has to be mastered. One of the few illusions must be mastered. Second Hokage's water style ninjutsu, these must also be learned. After turning to the water style developed by Senju Tobarama, Lingye decided to learn it. Why are there so many water styles? Kushina looked at these water styles, as well as the developer Senju Tobarama marked behind, and couldn't help but wonder. A Hokage that has developed so many water style jutsu. Water style is the ninjutsu that second Hokage is good at. Lingye recorded all the water style ninjutsu and then continued to use it for sealing. Although there are many ninjutsu above, those ninjutsu that are really valued by Uchiha Lingye are only those. Uchiha Lingye's vision is very high, and sea-level ninjutsu cannot be seen at all. In the Book of Seals, most of the records are sea-level ninjutsu. At first, Lingye thought that all the records in the sealed book were advanced ninjutsu, but in fact it was not. As long as it is the ninjutsu mastered by Konoha village, no matter whether it is advanced or low-level, it is above. Even the lowest three-body technique taught by ninja school has it. The three body techniques are body replacement technique, transformation technique and clone technique, among which body replacement technique is the best one, even experts like to use it. In fact, there are more advanced three body technique, which are fixed body technique, body flicker technique and invisibility technique. These three advanced three body techniques are must learn to join Anbu. 8 inner gates. After seeing the 8 inner gates, Lingye's eyes suddenly lit up. Many people think that 8 inner gates was developed by Might Guy's father, Might Dai, but it is not, but Might Dai is one of the few who has practiced enough to open the 8th gate. Might Dai opened the 8th gate of 8 inner gates, and directly killed 4 of the 7 with ninja swords. His son, Might Guy, was stronger. After opening 8 gate, he almost kicked out of the grand finale, kicking 6 paths Madara, who became 10 tails Jinchuriki, half to death. Although the 8 inner gates are powerful, as a forbidden technique, there is naturally a price to pay. Every time a door is opened, it is an extreme explosion, which is a great burden on the body. If the body is not strong enough, it is impossible to use the 8 inner gates. If you use it forcibly, you will be destroyed first. Especially the dead gate of the 8th gate, which is basically dead after use. The state of the 8 gates fully opened is called 8 inner gates formation, and Might Guy died because of opening the 8th gate. Although Might Guy didn't die, he was rescued by 6 Paths Naruto who mastered the power of 6 Paths Young, but even so, he was disabled and became permanently disabled. Advertisement, but Might Guy's final bloom is really too bright. The reason why you will die when you open the 8th gate is mainly because your body can't bear the explosive force. If you can bear it, you may be able to open the 8th gate without injury. Lingye whispered to herself, but then Lingye patted her head with her hands. If you can even withstand the outbreak of opening the 8 gates, with such a terrifying physical fitness, there is no point in not being able to open the 8 inner gates. There are flaws, but it can be practiced. Lingye itself attaches great importance to physical skills. Unlike many ninjas, ninjutsu is the most important thing, but Uchiha Lingye attaches great importance to both taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. It would be nice to get Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning-style chakra mode. In terms of physical strength, Cloud Shinobi Village is definitely qualified to speak out. Cloud Shinobi Village is best at ninjutsu. The so-called ninjutsu, in Lingye's understanding, is the combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Lightning-style chakra mode is to use lightning-style chakra to stimulate and activate cells, enhance physical strength, and cover the body with a layer of lightning-style armor for defense. This is the strongest shield of 3rd Raikage. If you have a chance, go and sign in front of 3rd Raikage. Lingye thought in his heart, lightning-style chakra mode, speed, power and defense all increased significantly. With such a strong technique, there is no reason to miss it. He has the Flying Thunder God technique. He really ran in front of the Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Raikage, and he was sure to get out of the way. After reading it, Lingye memorized all the ninjutsu to be practiced. Look at it, you can learn any ninjutsu you want to learn, but if you want to learn forbidden technique, you'd better think carefully. Lingye handed the sealed book to Makoto and Kushina. Although Makoto copied it once, he didn't memorize all the ninjutsu above, so he followed Kushina to read it. Makoto is best at fire style and lightning style, so she focuses on these 2 evasion techniques. Lingye casts multiple shadow clone techniques, allowing shadow clones to learn the ninjutsu he wants to learn. Then send someone to call Uchiha Iron Tree over, Master Patriarch. Did you send someone to trouble Namikaze Minato? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree blankly. Seeing that Lingye seemed to be angry, Uchiha Itachi panicked. Lord Patriarch, I sent someone there. You personally invited him to join the Konoha Guard, but he refused without shame, so I sent someone to teach him a lesson. However, that kid does have some strength. He is indeed the guy that the Patriarch values. I sent a Jonin to him and never beat him. Uchiha Iron Tree asked after Uchiha Yoda came back from failure, but Jiraiya didn't make a move. In other words, Namikaze Minato almost beat Uchiha Yoda by himself. Did I tell you to deal with him? Sorry, Lord Patriarch. It was indeed his own doing. Please punish the Patriarch. Forget it this time, it won't be an example next time. Lingye handed the sealed book to Uchiha Iron Tree. Anyway, the sealed book has been transcribed. Send this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, my lord. Uchiha Itachi heaved a sigh of relief. He thought the Patriarch would punish him. Stop targeting Namikaze Minato, you go. Lingye never thought about targeting Namikaze Minato, and giving up on Namikaze Minato at this time would make Sarutobi Hiruzen even more suspicious of Namikaze Minato. What will Sarutobi Hiruzen do? Torn face with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lingye felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely find a way to deal with herself. If he were Hokage, there would be absolutely no one in Konoha Village that was not under his control, and could even threaten him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't do much with Lingye's attention. In a blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't target the Uchiha clan, as if he forgot about the unpleasantness. As for the Uchiha clan, thanks to Lingye's hard work as the Patriarch for nearly a year, they have changed a lot, and their strength has become more and more prosperous. This is what Lingye wants to see, but Sarutobi Hiruzen probably doesn't want to see. The stronger the Uchiha clan, the greater the threat. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen not only has to guard against the other ninja villages that are about to move, but also Uchiha Lingye. It's been a year since the system was activated, and the first annual sign-in is finally here. Lingye took a deep breath. In the past 6 months, Lingye has performed a total of 9 monthly check-ins. The first time I signed in, I got the Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique Tsukuyomi, and Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan pupil technique, all of which were obtained by him. However, Lingye wanted Uchiha Obito's Kamui more. In the original book, the most perverted pupil art of Mangekyō Sharingan is Uchiha Obito, a double-space pupil art. It is also relying on Kamui Hollow that Uchiha Obito can carry Uchiha Madara's name. Signed in for the 2nd month and got Lightning-style Bird. The 3rd monthly sign-in got Lightning-style Reikari, an advanced version of Chidori, and S-level ninjutsu. The 4th monthly sign-in got the 3-Tomo Sharingan pupil power. Advertisement signed in for the 5th month and got a copy of Cage-level chakra. For the 6th monthly sign-in, I got 50 years of lifespan. That's right, even lifespan can be obtained by signing in. The 7th monthly sign-in, I got a movie-level chakra. The 8th monthly check-in is still a cage-level chakra. With 3 consecutive copies of cage-level chakra, plus Uzumaki immortal body, Lingye's chakra is no less than that of 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails. The chakra of tailed beasts is divided according to the tail. 9 tails have the most chakra, and 1 tail has the least chakra. However, the amount of chakra does not represent strength. For example, 1 tail guarding the crane, chakra is the least of the 9-tailed beasts, and big moves like tailed beast bomb are rarely used. But its combat power is definitely not the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts. The 9th monthly check-in, direct sign-in got the chakra of 1-tail Shuhei. Chakra, Lingye of 1-tail Shuhei did not receive. He is not interested in being a fake 1-tail Jinchuriki. If it is 9 tails, he can be a little interested. As long as the reward is not claimed, it will remain in the system forever, and you can claim it at any time if you want to claim it. However, what made Lingye unable to hold back this time was that he obviously signed in next to 9 tails Jinchuriki, but he got the chakra of 1-tail Shuhei instead of the chakra of 9 tails. System, sign me in. Signing in for the first year, Lingye is really looking forward to it. The annual sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Pupil Technique plus Ugly Life. I finally got what I wanted the most. What Lingye wants most is the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. As for Rinnegan, it may take some luck to get it by relying on the annual sign-in. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is enough. Possessing the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan means that Lingye can use the full-body Susanoo, and there is no need to worry about blindness when using the power of the Sharingan in the future. In addition to gaining the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it also comes with another bonus, Kakenda. This is another pupil technique by Uchiha Sasuke. His 2 pupil techniques are Amaterasu and Flame Control. The effect of Flame Control is to control Amaterasu Black Inflammation, which can control black inflammation into various forms, and it is used together with Amaterasu. The function of this technique is to make Amaterasu more useful. Receive. Lingye chose to receive it without hesitation. After receiving it, Lingye felt a steady stream of pupil power pouring into Uchiha Lingye's eyes. Mangekyō Sharingan opens automatically, and then the pattern of Mangekyō Sharingan changes, and the shape is more complicated than before. Opening the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan means that Lingye's strength has officially stepped into the cage level. In fact, he was no weaker than Super Cage level before, and now he has completely entered the Super Cage level. Lingye at this time is equivalent to Uchiha Madara before the Rinnegan period. In Uchiha Madara's time, there was a Senju Hashirama over him, and now there is no other Uchiha Madara over Lingye. Now Lingye is fully capable of defeating the village. One person can single out a great ninja village. What's wrong? In the yard, Makoto, who noticed the fluctuation of chakra in the house, came in immediately. She thought there was an enemy. It's nothing, it's just that the strength has become stronger. Lingye said to Makoto with a smile. Now, Lingye has the strength to fear everything. As long as he doesn't meet the 6 pads level, or Senju Hashirama's existence that is close to the 6 pads level, no one will be his opponent. 1.2 In fact, even if facing Senju Hashirama in his heyday, Lingye may not necessarily lose. The former Uchiha Madara couldn't beat Senju Hashirama, but Uchiha Lingye is not Uchiha Madara. He has more than Uchiha Madara before Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara never mastered his bug-level pupil technique, let alone Sage Mode. And in the past 6 months, Lingye himself has also improved a lot. He is only 19 years old this year, and he is still in the growth stage of strength. Lingye has basically mastered the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Both physical and sword skills have improved a lot. As for illusion, his pupil technique, Kyoka Suigetsu, is the strongest illusion. And he once signed in and got the pupil technique Tsukuyomi. Lingye, your eyes, have you opened the Mangekyō Sharingan? Makoto looked into Lingye's eyes with surprise. No, this is Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye basically never showed Mangekyō Sharingan in the past, so Uchiha Longye vaguely saw Lingye's Mangekyō Sharingan before he died. But now he doesn't need to hide it as a trump card. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Kushina, who followed in, had doubts in her eyes. She had heard of the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but not the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The form above Mangekyō Sharingan risks blindness if overused, while Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan does not. And, only Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the regiment can display Suzunohe's true strength. Lingye gave Kushina science popularization. In fact, it mainly gave Makoto science popularization. In the future, he can also help Makoto obtain Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, the rewards obtained by signing in can be presented according to Lingye's wishes. Once, Lingye gave Makoto 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupil power as a gift, but a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupil power was not enough to push her Sharingan to evolve into Mangekyō Sharingan. Advertisement Chapter 62 Transplanting Mangekyō Sharingan to Subordinates, Cage-Level Subordinates. When she first opened Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye's emotions were agitated. But now it has calmed down, and he also has a higher goal. Rinnegan is Lingye's next goal. Although Rinnegan is not good looking, but Rinnegan's strength is too strong. Nagato, who cannot fully exert the power of Rinnegan, can nuke Konoha village, which shows the power of Rinnegan. Rinnegan is more difficult to obtain, and Lingye probably still has to rely on the system. Uchiha Madara only opened Rinnegan in his later years. Lingye is not the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. It is probably more difficult for him to open Rinnegan than to abandon Zebo Madara. Lingye, let me tell you some news, don't be shocked after you hear it. On this day, Lingye was rarely dealing with family affairs and asked Makoto to rest, but Kushina ran over with an exaggerated expression on her face. What news should I be shocked by? Lingye rarely showed curiosity on his face. In our Konoha village, someone graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, and it's been less than a year since he entered school. How about it, it's shocking. When hearing this, Kushina wondered if her ears heard it wrong, or if it was fake. After inquiring, Kushina found out that it was true, that someone had successfully graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5. She waited until she was 12 years old to graduate from the ninja school normally, and did not choose to graduate early. It is not uncommon for Kushina to have seen a genius who graduated early, but this is the first time Kushina has heard of a person who passed the examination and graduated early after less than a year of enrollment. You're talking about Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Kakashi, son of Hitaki Tsukumo. Hearing Kushina say that someone graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, Lingye knew who it was, Hitaki Kakashi. So you heard it. Not seeing Lingye's shocked expression, Uzumaki Kushina was a little disappointed. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, and successfully became a genin genius. Do you want to win over Dark Konoha Guard? After Makoto put the tea in front of Lingye, he couldn't help but speak. It can be said that Hitaki Kakashi broke the record, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to graduate from the ninja school earlier than him. In the future, the admission standard will be changed to 6 years old. Who can surpass Hitaki Kakashi? I can't win over. Lingye shook her head. If Hitaki Tsukumo dies, there are 26 chances, but now Hitaki Tsukumo is not dead yet. It is absolutely impossible for Hitaki Tsukumo to let his son join the Konoha Guard, because he understands what joining the Konoha Guard means. If you take the initiative to join the Konoha Guard, you may be blacklisted by 3rd Hokage. In the past 6 months, although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't do anything, the relationship between Konoha executives and the Uchiha clan became more tense. As long as it is a ninja with sufficient status, it can be noticed. This is equivalent to letting Hitaki Shuomo choose between Hokage and Uchiha clan. Hitaki Shuomo will definitely choose 3rd Hokage without hesitation. Hitaki is really loyal to Hokage and Konoha. If you don't try it, how will you know? What if it can lead to our Konoha Guard? Kushina couldn't help but said. Then this task will be handed over to you, Kushina. If you can bring Hitaki Kakashi to the Konoha Guard, I can give you a big reward. Lingye said to Kushina. What if it fails? Kushina asked. Lingye couldn't help laughing. Before you fight, you lose before you fight. Kushina, it seems that you don't have any confidence at all. Who says I don't have confidence? Kushina insisted. Other things may not be strict, but the mouth must be tough. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you if you fail, just go. Anyway, Lingye has no hope for this matter. If it really succeeds, that would be a good thing. But this possibility is almost impossible. Even if Hitaki Kakashi agreed, Hitaki Tsukumo would not agree. Good. Kushina agreed without hesitation. Anyway, neither left nor right will lose money. There is no loss if you fail, and if you succeed, Lingye promised to give her a big reward. Just in time, I took the opportunity to make a request, and Lingye agreed to teach her Sage Mode. Until now, Lingye hasn't taught her Sage Mode, and I don't know if Lingye forgot, or she hasn't met Lingye's requirements yet. Makoto, do you think Kushina will succeed? Lingye looked at Kushina, who left in a hurry, and asked Makoto. If you think there is no hope, then there must be no hope. Makoto trusts Lingye's judgment, and after careful analysis, Hitaki Tsukumo belongs to the Hokage clan. How could his son join the Uchiha clan? Master Patriarch, Uchiha Shinto, please see me, come in. Lingye heard the voice outside and spoke. Then Uchiha pushed open the door in the yard and walked in. Can Uchiha Fugaku do anything? Although Uchiha Fugaku is not considered to be a threat, Lingye still sent someone to monitor him. Uchiha Shinto, Lingye has been placed by Uchiha Fugaku's side. Uchiha Fugaku also knew that Uchiha Shinto was placed beside him by Uchiha Lingye, but he didn't dare to say anything. Advertisement, apart from meeting with 3rd Hokage a few times, he didn't do anything, very honest. 17. As for what he talked about when he saw 3rd Hokage, the subordinates don't know. Uchiha Shinto reports to Lingye, he's more peaceful than I thought. But no matter how peaceful Uchiha Fugaku is, Lingye does not believe that he is really willing to accept his fate. Recently, the Konoha Guard is short of funds, so you tell Uchiha Fugaku to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for funds. Lingye said to Uchiha Shinto, while Uchiha Fugaku still has contact with Sarutobi Hiruzen, let him ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for money. In fact, the Konoha Guard is not short of money now, but of course the more money the better. Money can buy people's hearts. Many of the civilian ninjas who joined the Konoha Guard were bought by money, and they had a sense of belonging to the Konoha Guard. Now the reputation of the Uchiha family in Konoha village is getting better and better. Unlike before, Konoha village residents shook their heads immediately when they mentioned Uchiha. There are 2 B-level ninjutsu here, let's practice them. Your mission is to continue monitoring Uchiha Fugaku. Lingye took out 2 scrolls recording B-level ninjutsu and handed them to Uchiha Shinto. Uchiha has some potential, and it should be no problem to become an elite jonin in the future. Don't underestimate elite jonin. Cage level is always a minority, and Konoha village is the village with the most cage level masters. Looking at other ninja villages, there are several cage-level strongmen in the whole village. Elite Jonin, in today's ninja, is already considered a powerful combat force, such as the famous 7 ninja swordsmen. Most of them are elite Jonin's strength. Thank you, Patriarch. Uchiha Minato is thrilled to receive the gift of 2 B-rank ninjutsu. B-level ninjutsu is already considered a very powerful ninjutsu. Even if many people have mastered A-level or even S-level ninjutsu, they're used to using B-level or even C-level ninjutsu in battle. The reason is naturally because of chakra. Not everyone has the terrifying chakra like the Uzumaki clan, Senju clan. Some people release an A-level ninjutsu, or an S-level ninjutsu, and the chakra will be exhausted, and it will be empty immediately. Do things well, I will not treat the people under me badly. Lingye knew that in order to make the horse run, it had to be fed well. Only when the people under him became stronger could Lingye have someone available. He didn't want him to solve everything himself. It's best to train a cage-level man. Among the people around Lingye, Makoto is considered the strongest. With Lingye's guidance and a lot of ninjutsu to learn, Makoto's strength has improved rapidly. Now looking at Elite Jonin, it can be regarded as the best. But Makoto is his own woman, and although Makoto has helped him deal with a lot of things, he does not regard Makoto as his subordinate in his heart. Uchiha Tetsuki, Uchiha Ryosuke and Uchiha Yatsushiro, who should I choose? Among the elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan, they are the most loyal to Lingye. Just the Uchiha Iron Tree. He saved the life of Uchiha Iron Tree, who was also the first to follow him. Cultivate Uchiha Iron Tree into cage-level combat power. To be honest, Uchiha Iron Tree's potential has basically reached its limit. Under normal circumstances, it will only be elite Jonin's strength in this life. But Lingye has a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in hand. Uchiha Ryuichi's pair of Mangekyō Sharingan has been kept by Lingye for a long time. It's useless to keep it, it's better to take it out, transplant it to your subordinates, and improve the strength of your subordinates. Makoto, have someone inform Uchiha Tetsuki to come see me. Lingye said to Makoto after finishing the family affairs. After Makoto ordered to go down, Uchiha was called over shortly after losing time. Master Patriarch, do you have something to order? Specially called him over, there must be something to tell him. Uchiha Tieshu was excited. Instead of calling Uchiha Ryosuke and Uchiha Yatsushiro over, they called him over to show that they valued him. It's a good thing for you. Lingye took out Uchiha Ryuichi's pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. I'm going to transplant this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan from Ryuichi Uchiha to you. What? Uchiha Iron Tree was a little shocked. The precious Mangekyō Sharingan, the Patriarch actually wants to transplant it for him. Master Patriarch, this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, only in your hands can the regiment exert its greatest strength. It's too wasteful for the Patriarch to reward me. Please rely on this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to compete for the position of Hokage. Although he wanted Mangekyō Sharingan very much, Uchiha Iron Tree felt that the eyes would be the best in the hands of the Patriarch. Actually, I have activated Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye directly opened the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Iron Tree didn't know the difference between Mangekyō Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing Lingye's Sharingan, his expression was excited. Advertisement, sure enough, I knew that the Patriarch would definitely be able to activate the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. That's right, Mangekyō Sharingan in the Uchiha clan is almost something of legend. It has been more than 30 years since Uchiha Madara's death, and no one has yet been able to open the Mangekyō Sharingan. As expected of the Patriarch who is known as the most likely to activate Mangekyō Sharingan, even Uchiha Ryuichi can activate Mangekyō Sharingan, there is no reason why Patriarch cannot open it. Uchiha Iron Tree was very excited. The stronger the Uchiha Lingye, the stronger the Uchiha clan. Iron Tree, are you willing to transplant Mangekyō Sharingan to become the sharpest sword in my hand? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree. Master Patriarch, this is my honor. Uchiha Iron Tree knelt in front of Lingye. Lingye didn't talk nonsense anymore, and performed eye replacement surgery on Uchiha Tieshu, and Lingye did it himself. He has learned medical ninjutsu, and eye replacement surgery is simply a child's play in the Hokage world. After about half an hour, Uchiha Iron Shu opened his eyes, because it was the first time he helped someone change eyes, so it took half an hour. His healing jutsu is very good, even the scars are not visible. How does it feel? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree. Master Patriarch, I can feel the terrifying power contained in the eyes. Uchiha Iron Tree was extremely excited. He is a member of the Uchiha tribe, unlike Hitachi Kakashi. In the original book, after Hitachi Kakashi replaced Uchiha Obito's eyes, the Sharingan was always on and couldn't be closed on its own. To maintain the opening of the Sharingan requires constant consumption of chakra. Therefore, after Hitachi Kakashi transplanted Sharingan, he was in a state of consuming chakra all the time. Uchiha Iron Tree is different. He can close the Sharingan on his own, just like his own eyes, without much discomfort. After transplanting Mangekyō Sharingan, the chakra in his body has been greatly improved. Now he, using the power of Mangekyō Sharingan, is enough to display cage-level strength. Lingye's first cage-level subordinate appeared. What are the two pupil arts possessed by this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree. Ling 347 Yi wanted to know about the pupil skills of this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, because everyone's awakened pupil skills are different. Some people's awakened pupil technique will be extremely heaven-defying. For example, Lingye himself, he awakened 2 pupil techniques, one time backtracking and one Kyoka Suigetsu. And his time regression is more advanced than Otsutsuki's Rinnegan pupil technique. Otsutsuki Ura-style Rinnegan can also turn back time, but he cannot turn back his own time. And Lingye can turn back his own time. If he is injured, he can let his time go back to before he was injured. Before it evolved into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it could only be traced back 5 seconds, but now it can be traced back 30 seconds. Don't look at the time of backtracking, which is counted in seconds. In actual battles, every second may determine the outcome. Master Patriarch, my left eye can release black flames, my right eye can increase the power of ninjutsu, and there is another technique called Susanoo. Uchiha Iron Tree told Lingye about the pupil ability of this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. In fact, Lingye has already guessed the pupil technique of Amaterasu. When he signed in once a month, when he took out this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, he got the pupil art of Amaterasu. Amaterasu Black Flame's performance in the original work is very hip-stretching, and he is blown by Black Zetsu very hard. What is the strongest physical attack? In terms of performance, he can laugh to death. However, in actual combat, it might not be bad. If it can cooperate with Flame Control, which controls Black Flame, it will be like a fish in water. Another pupil technique that increases the power of ninjutsu, there is no similar one in the original book, but the combat effect should be very good. Mangekyō Sharingan has a disadvantage that it will blind you if you use it continuously, so use it carefully after you get Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye reminded Uchiha Iron Tree. He doesn't want Uchiha Iron Tree to get carried away and play himself blind before long. Uchiha Iron Tree is not Uchiha Sasuke. The second pillar played himself blind and has eyes that can be replaced. After changing the eyes of his brother, he can directly upgrade to Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Not everyone is treated so well. Blindness from overuse? Uchiha Tieshu froze for a moment. This was the first time he knew. He doesn't know much about Mangekyō Sharingan. There are too few people who have opened Mangekyō Sharingan, and there are naturally very few people who know the shortcomings of Mangekyō Sharingan. I will find a way to help you overcome this shortcoming, so you don't have to worry too much. Lingye cultivates a cage-level combat power, and doesn't want him to be too restrained. How can you help Lingye if you are tied up? Isn't it just that Mangekyō Sharingan will become blind if his pupil power is exhausted too much? It's not that there is no way to solve it. Although it is impossible to evolve his eyes into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there is no problem in transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells. Transplantation of Senju Hashirama's cells by others will be life-threatening, but the Uchiha family need not worry. Sharingan can balance the power of Senju Hashirama cells. Don't worry about being eroded by first Hokage cells and dying after transplanting first Hokage cells. Chapter 63 Ask Orochimaru for first Hokage cells to transplant first Hokage cells to the Uchiha Iron Tree. First Hokage cells must be obtained. Danzo, Orochimaru, who are we going to attack? Uchiha Madara also has first Hokage's cells in his hands, but Lingye doesn't have to choose the worst one, and he can't find where Uchiha Madara's old guy is hiding. I don't know if Orochimaru has started working on Hashirama cells now. After carefully recalling the original work, Lingye determined that Orochimaru should have started researching it. Yamato became Orochimaru's test subject when he was still a baby, and Yamato was about 3 or 4 years younger than Kakashi. Now that Hitaki Kakashi has graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, Yamato was born long ago. So, Orochimaru definitely cooperated with Danzo to start researching Hashirama cells, and Yamato should have been reduced to a test subject by now. Do you want to bring Yamato back? An idea came to Lingye's mind. Yamato was the only successful experimental subject, but Orochimaru didn't know it. He thought he had failed, and directly regarded Yamato as a failure and gave up. Finally, Yamato was discovered by Shimura Danzo, and then brought to root tissue culture. Although Yamato's wood style can't be compared with Senju Hashirama's wood style, it is also the owner of the blood succession limit anyway. Not to mention cage-level strength, he is still an elite Jonin after all. It can be considered that if Lingye can pick up a leak, Lingye doesn't mind picking it up. Go and practice the power of Mangekyō Sharingan, Lingye said to Uchiha Iron Tree. This is your eye, take it back. The pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and Lingye that Uchiha Iron Tree was replaced were returned to Uchiha Iron Tree. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Iron Tree left full of excitement. On the other side, Kushina finally found Hitaki Kakashi. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi, who was carrying a small short sword and looked like an adult, Kushina directly stopped him. Who are you? The indifferent tone, coupled with wearing a mask and pretending to be cool, made Kushina feel inexplicably upset. You are Hitaki Kakashi, are you interested in joining the Konoha Guard? Kushina asked Hitaki Kakashi. Konoha Guard. In an instant, Hitaki Kakashi thought of Uchiha Lingye who had played against his father. After that match, his father Hitaki Tsukumo kept saying that Uchiha Lingye was very strong. If he really fights to the end, he may not be the opponent. Hitaki Kakashi kept it in mind. He now has a goal, which is to defeat Uchiha Lingye. And the captain of Konoha Guard is Uchiha Lingye. How could he join the team? He wanted to defeat the target. Hitaki Kakashi refused without hesitation, not interested. Get out of the way, out of the way. This indifferent character is completely unlike what a child should have. Give me some face. If you join the Konoha Guard, how about I treat you to barbecue? Although displeased with this guy's character, Kushina still suppressed a smile. Who are you? Why should I give you face? I don't know the so-called woman. Hitaki Kakashi had a cold face, glanced at Kushina dismissively, and then walked away directly. Ah, damn it, if I didn't see how young you are, I'd kill you. Looking at Hitaki Kakashi who left, Kushina shook his fist angrily. Forget it, don't get too close to this problem. Kushina turned her head and left directly. She was too lazy to invite Hitaki Kakashi anymore, so she didn't take this anger anymore. Going back to the Uchiha clan, she now spends more time with the Uchiha clan than in her own home. The failure came back. Seeing Kushina's angry expression, Makoto knew she had failed. How do you know I failed? Kushina picked up a glass and poured herself a glass of water to ease her mood. She looked for Hitaki Kakashi for several hours, and got angry because of Hitaki Kakashi. Isn't it written all over your face? Just by looking at the expression on Kushina's face, she knew she must have failed. That problem child not only rejected me, but also said that I was a woman who didn't know the so-called woman. I was so angry, if I didn't look at him young, so as not to be said to be bullying, I would have to teach him lesson. Kushina told Makoto angrily. By the way, where's Lingye? Didn't see Uchiha Lingye at home, Kushina couldn't help asking. He went to visit Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what did you see him for? Kushina has met Orochimaru several times. Orochimaru is gloomy, and always feels that he is not a good person. Well, it feels right. Orochi is not a good person. Don't look at Orochimaru's whitewashing behind him, but it doesn't mean that he is a good person after his whitewashing. As far as Orochimaru experimented with babies, it is outrageous to be able to clean up later. Of course, Lingye is not a good person, otherwise he wouldn't be dealing with Orochimaru. But he is handsome, and his face value is justice. Although Orochimaru is not ugly, he is too gloomy, and people will stay away from him just by looking at him. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's residence. I think you should change your residence. Normal people stay in this kind of environment all the time, and they are prone to mental problems. Sorry, I forgot that you are not normal. Lingye is not scolding Orochimaru. Orochimaru is indeed not a normal person. Mr. Lingye won't come to me for no reason? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Lingye while drinking tea. Of course, I've come to ask you for something. The reason why he came to meet Orochimaru was naturally for the Hashirama cell. Hashirama cells are the easiest to obtain only in Orochimaru and Danzo. At this time, if you go to the cemetery of Senju Hashirama to find the corpse, it is estimated that you may not be able to find it. What? Orochimaru put down the teacup in his hand. First Hokage, open hand Hashirama's cells. After Lingye finished speaking, killing intent appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. His expression turned cold instantly, and the neighing of snakes could be heard outside. Orochimaru's reaction was completely within Uchiha Lingye's expectation. Senju Hashirama's cell is a secret to Orochimaru. Now that the secret is known to others, can Orochimaru bear it? It is not bad that he did not kill people directly. Of course, he didn't do anything because he was afraid of Uchiha Lingye, not because he didn't want to do it. I don't understand what you're talking about. Stop pretending. I know about your experiments with Hashirama cells, even about your collaboration with Danzo. Why? Lingye directly exposes Orochimaru, who doesn't want to admit it. It was Danzo's rude organization that helped him conceal the secret of Orochimaru's human experiments. The material of the experimental body was also provided by the rude organization. If this matter breaks out, you, Orochimaru, will have no choice but to defect. However, before you gave me the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave, I still owe you a favor. As long as you give me a Hashirama cell, I will help you hide this secret. Lingye not only wants Hashirama's cells, but also wants to use this matter to directly equalize the favor owed to Orochimaru. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Lingye closely. He found Uchiha Lingye really shameless. He clearly wanted to get Hashirama's cells, but he gave him the favor he owed him in a grandiose manner. And Hashirama cells still have to be given to him. What if he refuses Uchiha Lingye, and he backhand exposes his human experiments? Even if he has contributed a lot to Konoha village, if the human experimentation is exposed, Konoha village will definitely not tolerate him. I'm curious, how do you know? Uchiha Lingye already knew about his cooperation with Danzo, and there must be evidence in his hand, so Orochimaru did not continue to deny it. In fact, Orochimaru didn't know that Lingye had no evidence at all. It is true that Orochimaru conducts human experiments, but who knows where Orochimaru's experimental base is? Without substantive evidence, even if Lingye speaks out, Orochimaru can't do anything about it. But Orochimaru didn't know, and he didn't dare to bet with Uchiha Lingye. Now Orochimaru still has nostalgia for Konoha village. He doesn't want to be a traitor. The group of rebellious ninjas organized by Wangxiao seems to be awesome, but don't think that rebellious ninjas are a good thing. They will be chased and killed by people from the ninja village, so they can only hide in the ninja world. One is the respected Konoha Sannin, and the other is the traitor who was hunted down by Konoha. How to choose Orochimaru will not be clear. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Lingye. If he couldn't do it, he would definitely choose to kill him. Uchiha Lingye made him fear not only his strength, but also his identity. Even if the patriarch of the Uchiha clan can kill him, he must consider the consequences of offending the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha clan is not the Uchiha clan in the future genocide period. The current Uchiha clan is very strong, and there are dozens of Jonin. He couldn't kill people to silence him. He also wanted to find out how Uchiha Lingye knew. Even his teacher, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't know how Uchiha Lingye found out. If even Uchiha Lingye can investigate, what about his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen? I found out by accident. Lingye didn't mean to say more. If Orochimaru knew that he had no evidence, I'm afraid Orochimaru would not be so cooperative. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, Lingye chooses not to disclose. Orochimaru was a little disappointed, which was expected by Orochimaru, and it was normal for Uchiha Lingye not to disclose it. Do you also want the wood-style power of first Hokage? The prestige of wood-style can be said to be known to everyone in the entire ninja world, and even wood-style is known as the strongest blood successor limit. The reason why Orochimaru researched Hashirama cells was also to yearn for the power of wood-style. Who doesn't want to have the power of wood-style? Lingye did not deny that he really wanted to get the power of wood-style, but he never thought of using Hashirama cells to get the power of wood-style. I can give you Hashirama cells. Orochimaru promised to give Lingye Hashirama cells. There is danger in his eyes, and as someone who has studied Hashirama cells, he knows how scary first Hokage's cells are. After he died, his cells were terribly active and phagocytic, and many of his experimental subjects died on the transplanted Senju Hashirama cells. I really don't know how strong first Hokage is, and the cell activity is so strong, but others died. If Uchiha Lingye has the idea of transplanting Hashirama cells, Orochimaru doesn't think Uchiha Lingye can survive. Advertisement: if Uchiha Lingye is dead, it will be very heavy for Orochimaru. Hashirama cells can be given to you, but not now, I will send them to you. The Hashirama cells he cultivated are all in the laboratory, and he will not go to the laboratory to get them in front of Uchiha Lingye. Yes, I believe Senpai Orochimaru will keep his promise. Then I won't bother Senior Orochimaru. I hope Senior Orochimaru will hurry up and don't keep me waiting. Lingye uses the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Body flicker technique? No, Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru blinked next. Uchiha Lingye actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Looks like I'm going to meet Danzo. Dissatisfaction appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. It is absolutely impossible for his side to be exposed. Uchiha Lingye will know that he is studying Hashirama cells and doing human experiments, probably from Danzo. Danzo's root organization, possibly Uchiha Lingye's spies. Don't talk about finding Danzo to sell accounts, at least remind Danzo. After all, it is not trivial to study Hashirama cells and conduct human experiments. Konoha village prohibits human experimentation, and research on Hashirama cells is even more desecration of first Hokage's corpse. No one in Konoha village will tolerate it. For Konoha village's first Hokage, most of Konoha village's ninjas respect. If this matter gets out, don't tell what Konoha's ninja will do to him. Tsunade will come back and beat him to death when he gets the news. Orochimaru immediately leaves the house and goes to the root organization to meet Danzo. Orochimaru, why are you here? Could it be that the results of the experiment came out? When Danzo saw Orochimaru, excitement flashed in his eyes. Danzo, an old thing, not only covets the power of Sharingan, but also covets the power of first Hokage. No, Orochimaru said flatly. Then what are you doing here? Danzo was a little dissatisfied. It's better not to let Sarutobi Hiruzen know about their connection. Every time Orochimaru comes to see him, it's a risk. Orochimaru looked at the people around Danzo. Although Shimura Danzo is bad, he is not stupid. When he saw Orochimaru's eyes, he immediately knew what Orochimaru meant. You go out first. Danzo tells the others to leave. He wasn't worried that Orochimaru would dare to harm him. This was the base of the root organization, and Orochimaru definitely didn't have that guts. Someone knows about our cooperation in experiments. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. Who? Murder intent appeared in Danzo's eyes. This kind of absolute secret should not be known by others. If it is revealed, Orochimaru will become a traitor, and he will not feel better. Uchiha Lingye. Orochimaru looked at Danzo mockingly. He knows that Danzo wants to kill Zhao Hao, to silence him, but can he kill Uchiha Lingye? Hearing the name Uchiha Lingye, Danzo's eyes flashed with anger, and he thought of Uchiha Lingye's kick more than half a year ago. He has always remembered this kick, but he hasn't found a chance to retaliate. How did he know? Danzo didn't care to think about the hatred between himself and Uchiha Lingye. What the experiment reveals is the most important thing. If Uchiha Lingye is allowed to poke out, what will happen? There was a dark depth in Danzo's eyes. If it doesn't work, you can only pour all the dirty water on Orochimaru, and let Orochimaru take the blame. Danzo is not a good thing. He can definitely sell his teammates, and he will do it naturally. How did he know? This question should not be asked to me, but to you. Orochimaru had extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. He never believed that he leaked it by himself. Orochimaru didn't find an assistant, and he completed the Hikari experiment by himself. If he is being targeted, it is absolutely impossible for him not to notice it. You mean, the old man leaked it? Danzo looked at Orochimaru dissatisfied. I'm not saying you leaked it, but someone under your command leaked it. Your root organization may have spies. Orochimaru said to Danzo. Danzo leaked it himself. There is no such possibility. After all, leaking this kind of thing will not benefit Danzo at all. Are there any spies with me? Danzo's first reaction was impossible. How could there be spies around him? The old man will check the root tissue. Thinking of the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Danzo is not so confident anymore. He has to study a technique that makes the root organization unable to reveal the secret. At this time, the seal of eradicating tongue disaster has not yet been born. The seal of the root of tongue disaster, if the person who is cast says anything about Danzo, he will be paralyzed all over his body, unable to speak or move. This is the curse seal used by Danzo to restrain his subordinates, and it has not been researched yet. Chapter 64 Someone dares to provoke Uchiha? Conspiracy? My lord, Orochimaru is visiting. Oh, it came pretty quickly. It was only the next day that Orochimaru came to deliver something to him. Bring him in. Lingye ordered. Soon, Orochimaru came to Uchiha Lingye under the leadership of the people responsible for guarding the Uchiha clan. As expected of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, it's really not easy to see you. Orochimaru's tone was not friendly. I came to the Uchiha clan to look for Uchiha Lingye, but the moment I entered the Uchiha clan's land, I was stopped by someone and blocked from entering. According to Orochimaru's temper, the snake should be killed directly, but Orochimaru held back. Uchiha Lingye has her own handle in her hands, so she should bear with it. That's because our Uchiha's hospitality is not good enough. If Senior Orochimaru wants to come in the future, he is always welcome, Lingye said with a smile. Here's what you want. Orochimaru took out the container containing first Hokage cells and placed it in front of Lingye. I hope Patriarch Lingye can use it well. Orochimaru had a weird smile on his face. His smile is not at ease. In the distance, Kushina spoke to Makoto after seeing Orochimaru's expression. The things have been delivered, I hope you will not forget to help keep it secret. If you tell me about me, I'll tell about yours too, Orochimaru reminded threateningly. He is not clean, and Uchiha Lingye is not clean either. He wants the first Hokage cell, so it can be regarded as a handle. Senior Orochimaru, I, Uchiha Lingye, am a kind person. If I get what I want, I will not cross rivers and tear down bridges. Lingye put away the container containing first Hokage cells. I hope so. Orochimaru can't trust Uchiha Lingye. In fact, there is no one who can make Orochimaru trust. He only believes in himself. Afterwards, Orochimaru left without talking to Uchiha Lingye much. It's not bad that he didn't turn against Uchiha Lingye directly. How can he sit down and chat with Uchiha Lingye calmly? What kind of deal did you make with Orochimaru? Look at his sinister smile. He seems to have bad intentions. Be careful. After Orochimaru left, Uzumaki Kushina reminded Lingye. Thinking of Orochimaru's weird smile, Kushina felt that Orochimaru had a conspiracy. Don't worry, I was on guard against him. It is impossible for Lingye to be completely defenseless against Orochimaru. He knows who Orochimaru is, a sinister lion majesty. Dealing with him, 67 is dealing with lion majesty. Whether there is any problem with the Hashirama cells that Orochimaru gave him, he will have to experiment to know. Although as long as Orochimaru is not stupid, he will not do anything, but a person like Orochimaru can do anything. Lingye, Ishikawa is dead. Makoto tells Lingye bad news. Ishikawa, the businessman who once plotted with Uchiha Fugaku's father Uchiha Shimada, but Lingye didn't kill him. Because the fat man is good at doing business, he was left to make money for the Uchiha family. How did he die? Lingye frowned. Ishikawa is also his dog, and he is also responsible for helping Uchiha make money. Lingye always pays attention to how he died. The news came that he was killed by wandering ninjas, and Ishikawa's industry was also destroyed by some wandering ninjas in King Wu. Someone must be targeting Ishikawa. These wandering ninjas and samurai may be hired. Uchiha Makoto analyzed. A wandering ninja, who does not belong to any ninja village, may have accidentally obtained the chakra refining method and a few ninjutsu, and then became a ninja. There are also wandering warriors, or ronin. Some of these groups are not troublemakers, and some are full of evil. Behind Ishikawa and his Chamber of Commerce is our Uchiha clan, and now the entire country of destruction knows. Lingye directly asked Ishikawa to expand under the banner of the Uchiha clan, and the business expanded several times during this year. With the banner of the Uchiha clan, do ordinary wandering ninjas dare to provoke them? Either they are too stupid, or there are people behind it. There is also a possibility that someone offered a high price to let them deal with Ishikawa, and the benefits were touching. Those who killed Ishikawa, I have sent orders to arrest them. Makoto and Lingye said. Knowing that Ishikawa is a member of Uchiha, who dares to do it, who instigated it? Two names came to Lingye's mind, one was Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other was Shimura Danzo. Didn't I send two ninjas from the Uchiha clan to protect Ishikawa, and what about them? Lingye asked. Dead too. Hearing that Makoto was also dead, a cold light flashed in Lingye's eyes. Advertisement, Makoto, do you think a few wandering ninjas can kill two special jonin? Or special jonin from our Uchiha clan? Why? Special jonin is not weaker than jonin in some respects, but overall weaker than jonin, so it is called special jonin. CGBB, among the wandering ninjas, there are generally not too powerful ninjas, most of them are just genin, and urin is basically rare. Lingye, you mean, they are not ordinary wandering ninjas, they are probably disguised as wandering ninjas. Makoto realized instantly. Should be. Lingye has two targets of suspicion in mind, one is Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other is Shimura Danzo. Among them, the old Danzo is the most likely. Makoto, how long has it been since the person you sent out? Lingye asked. It suddenly occurred to him that maybe those people's target was not Ishikawa, but the ninjas sent by Uchiha to liquidate them. Just started, probably not out of Konoha village yet. Call people back. Lingye said to Makoto. Although he didn't know why he called people back, Makoto still listened to Lingye and sent someone to call back the people he sent out before. Makoto, the Senju clan was once the strongest in Konoha. Do you know how the Shungchi clan disappeared without a sound? Lingye asked Makoto. Makoto shook his head. Originally, Konoha village was jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, but now the Uchiha clan is fine, and the Senju clan is gone. It can't be said that there is no more, there is another Tsunade, but Tsunade has not returned to Konoha village very much now, and the Senju family is completely extinct in Konoha village. Kushina was listening, and she also wanted to know. The first ninja war, and the second ninja war the Senju clan suffered heavy losses. However, the Senju clan was not completely wiped out because of the two wars. However, the Senju clan left the village to perform missions and basically never came back. Even if it is a sea-level mission, you will encounter danger and die outside. Lingye's words made Makoto understand something. Lingye, do you mean that someone deliberately assassinated the Senju people outside the village? That's right. Lingye nodded. At the beginning, some people suspected that it was done by our Uchiha family, but in fact it has nothing to do with us, instead it was a scapegoat. Even if Uchiha and Senju were feuds, after they jointly established Ninja Village, the hatred did not completely disappear, but Uchiha did not assassinate Senju people. For their death, Lingye suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo did it. The existence of the Senju clan can be said to threaten the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has a reason to attack the Senju clan. Don't think that the Senju family has a good personality, in fact, they are not much different from the Uchiha family. Both first Hokage and second Hokage are their Senju clan, causing them to swell endlessly in Konoha village. When Sarutobi Hiruzen first became Hokage, they didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face at all. What does the Senju clan have to do with this matter? Kushina couldn't help asking. You are really stupid. What Lingye said made Kushina very unconvinced, and even said that she was stupid. How could she be stupid? Killing Ishikawa is not the goal. Maybe Makoto you sent to deal with their clansmen is their goal. Same as dealing with the Senju clan, slowly eating away at our power. Lingye's words made Makoto a little scared. Then if you don't stop me, Lingye, am I already in the trap? She sent the past 3 Jonin, plus a dozen Chunin to deal with those wandering ninjas, if those wandering ninjas weren't really wandering ninjas. If their target is the Uchiha clan, will the Uchiha ninja she sent be the opponent? Actually, all of this is my guess, but you have to be prepared. Lingye ordered someone to call Uchiha Iron Tree over. Fix those wandering ninjas, let Uchiha Iron Tree go, whether it's a trap or not, he can solve it. If it is the previous Uchiha Iron Tree, if this is a trap, Uchiha Iron Tree may not be able to solve it and may even catch itself. But now Uchiha Iron Tree has transplanted Mangekyō Sharingan, unless there is a strong cage-level shot, otherwise there is no cure. As for cage-level powerhouses, how can there be so many cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world? Except for Konoha village, there are only 2 or 3 cage-level experts in other villages. After Uchiha Iron Tree came, Lingye gave him the task. You take 3 Jonin and chop off the heads of those wandering ninjas, don't let me down. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch, we will not let you down, Lord Patriarch. He transplanted Mangekyō Sharingan, let him deal with wandering ninjas, he can kill those wandering ninjas like pigs. Be careful, you may not be dealing with wandering ninjas. Lingye reminded Uchiha Iron Tree, and Uchiha Iron Tree's heart trembled. Could it be that the Uchiha clan was not targeted by simple wandering ninjas? That's right, how dare the wandering ninjas provoke Uchiha without looking at them? I understand, Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Tieshu grinned ferociously, no matter who dared to deal with them Uchiha, he would definitely screw those people's heads off. When leaving the village, remember to be above board, it's better to be discovered by others. Lingye reminded Uchiha Iron Tree. Uchiha Iron Tree nodded secretly, then quickly left with the 3 Jonins. Do you want me to help? Kushina looked at Lingye. Let's forget it. Advertisement Lingye looked at Uzumaki Kushina and shook his head. Seeing Lingye shaking her head made Kushina very angry. Don't you believe in my strength? Am I weak? She is no longer the Uzumaki Kushina who was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi a year ago. Although a year is not long, her strength has changed a lot. She's sure to beat the Jonin, and she can stand up to the elite Jonin as well. The strength is not bad, but the combat experience is too lacking. For Kushina's strength, Lingye recognized that she really worked hard this year. But she has experienced too few battles and has little combat experience. If it is a duel, elite Jonin may not be her opponent. But if it was a life and death fight, the result would be different. Oh, I lack combat experience, so I should fight more. Kushina said. Not to mention, what she said was quite reasonable. Be good, be obedient, it's too dangerous. Lingye stroked Kushina's red hair. Kushina's face was a little rosy. If you don't go, you won't go. Lingye's eyes are deep. If this incident is really a conspiracy, whether it was caused by Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, be prepared to pay the price. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Iron Tree is still just an elite Jonin, but in fact, he already has cage-level combat power. Even if several elite Jonins are sent to deal with Uchiha Iron Tree, they will only be killed by Uchiha Iron Tree. Ishii Chuan is dead, who to choose to replace Ishii Chuan? Makoto asked Lingye. Choose the right man within our Uchiha clan. There are also people in their clan who like to do business, so just choose someone with good ability to take over everything in Ishikawa. Do you want to improve your combat experience? Lingye turned to Uzumaki Kushina and asked. Think, do you want to compete with me? Kushina looked at Lingye eagerly. Although she knows that Lingye is very powerful, she is not afraid. Looking at the nodding Kushina, Lingye smiled without saying a word, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan opened directly. Tsukuyomi. The moment she looked at Kushina, Lingye used Tsukuyomi to pull Kushina's spirit into the illusion space. The blood-colored space has a strange feeling, and there is a blood-colored moon hanging in the sky. Where is this place? Staying here, Kushina is very uncomfortable. If Lingye is not here, she will definitely panic. This is the illusion space. I pull your spirit into Tsukuyomi's illusion space. Did I really have an illusion? Kushina pinched herself. It hurt so much, even disturbed her own chakra, unable to escape from Tsukuyomi's illusion space. Disrupting one's own chakra flow can break illusions, but for non-pupil illusions. Tsukuyomi is the pupil art of Mangekyō Sharingan. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, place, quality, etc., are controlled by Lingye. Come on, fight in the illusion space, and I'll help you increase your combat experience. Lingye gestured to Kushina. Then you should be careful, don't be hit by me. Kushina squeezed her pink fists and rushed towards Lingye imposingly. The time in the Tsukuyomi world is completely controlled by Lingye, so no matter how long it is in the Tsukuyomi world, less than a second has passed in reality. After leaving the world of Tsukuyomi, Kushina almost fell to the ground, and Lingye reached out to support her. Kushina reached out and touched her belly. She remembered being stabbed through in the world of Tsukuyomi. The real pain was not fake at all. He glanced at Lingye resentfully. Head hurts. Kushina rubbed her temples, feeling like she had stayed up all night for days, and her head hurt. Don't blame me, since you can increase your combat experience and improve your combat ability, you can't be merciful. And you're fine, you're mentally exhausted, just rest for 2 days, there won't be any sequelae. It was Kushina's spirit that was pulled into Tsukuyomi's world. Although the mental trauma was more serious, Lingye acted with discretion. Kushina needs only a few days of self-cultivation to recover. No, I'm going to take a break. Kushina rubbed her head again. Although in the world of Tsukuyomi, Lingye showed no mercy, but Kushina did not blame Lingye. She would only be angry if Lingye's subordinates were merciful and underestimated her. In fact, Lingye was already very merciful, otherwise, she might be instantly killed by one move, and her Dao heart would be broken by Lingye's beating. After all, Lingye's strength is beyond cage level, and Uzumaki Kushina barely has the strength of elite Jonin, and he is not as good as the real elite Jonin in fighting. Of course, it wouldn't make sense for Lingye to kill Kushina in seconds. He is to help Kushina increase combat experience, not to fight Kushina. Chapter 65 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo did it together. Vice Captain, according to intelligence, those wandering ninjas are on this mountain. Pointing to the tall mountain in front of him, said Jonin, one of the people who came with Uchiha Iron Tree. I don't need Master Iron Tree to take action at all. I can solve a few wandering ninjas. Another Jonin, with disdain on his face. As a ninja of Dainin village, he is also a member of the Uchiha clan, so he looks down on wandering ninjas at all. Not only the big ninja village looks down on the wandering ninjas, but also the ninjas in the small ninja village look down on the wandering ninjas, because some of the wandering ninjas are weak. Of course, except rebellion. However, although rebellious ninjas are wandering in the ninja world like wandering ninjas, they are not from the same group as wandering ninjas, and they also look down on wandering ninjas. Do you think they are ordinary ninja wandering? Uchiha Iron Tree glanced at the subordinate. HMPH, ordinary wandering ninjas, dare to provoke our Uchiha clan. Do they have the guts? Staring at the mountain in front of me, this mountain is not high, only less than 100 meters. Instead of going in and encountering traps, just force them out, using fire style and wind style. Uchiha Tishu's eyes showed coldness. He wanted to set fire to the mountain. This is the ninja world, but there is no such thing as setting fire to mountains and sitting in prison. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Wind style Great Breakthrough. The Great Fireball Technique directly ignited the trees on the mountain, and then the wind style Great Breakthrough blew a strong wind, directly expanding the fire, and the raging fire swept towards the mountain. Set fire on all sides, so that they have no way to escape. In one direction, though, they deliberately slowed down the fire to give them a chance to break through. Uchiha Iron Tree didn't want to kill them all, he wanted to catch them alive. I'd like to see who dares to target us Uchiha. Uchiha Iron Tree had a strong killing intent in his eyes. A-hole, they just set it on fire. On the mountain, wearing a mask, the burly man had an ugly face. Go, stay and die. Looking at the turbulent fire, the leading ninja knew that even the super strong would stay away from this kind of fire. There are too many trees on this mountain, and water style can't put out such a big fire, at least they don't have the ability. They chose this place with lush trees because the traps are not easy to be found. It's just that he didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless, he didn't come in at all, and set fire directly. Boss, the flames are the smallest here. They did it on purpose. The leader said in a deep voice. If you are caught and bite your fangs, you must not fall into their hands. After finishing speaking, the leader led 5 ninjas and broke out to the place where the fire was the least. Although he guessed that this was a trap deliberately left for him by the other party, he still had to get in. The fire in other directions was too strong to escape. Water-style Great Waterfall technique. After the chief leader used ninja, he extinguished part of the flames, opening up a path, and then quickly used the body flicker technique to escape. As soon as they rushed out, a fireball attacked them. Earth-style soil flow wall. A dirt wall blocks Great Fireball's attacks. You really are not ordinary wandering ninjas. Uchiha Iron Tree was extremely cold, with anger in his eyes. Someone dared to target Uchiha. An elite Jonin, a combination of 5 Jonin, is this what a wandering ninja can have? With their strength, they can even overthrow the weaker ninja village. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there are also various small ninja villages. There are strong and weak in these small ninja villages. Strong ones such as Rain Shinobi Village, who participated in the Second Ninja World War, directly led Hanzo of the Salamander to fight against the young Sannin. The title of Konoha Sannin was given by Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the ninja world. One elite Jonin, leading 5 Jonin, is enough to overthrow a small ninja village. Such strength to be a wandering ninja. The patriarch's reminder is indeed correct. If there is no reminder from the patriarch, there may be casualties. One elite Jonin, plus 5 Jonin to ambush them, Uchiha Iron Tree can guarantee that he will be safe, but the main Jonin he is carrying is not guaranteed. I will take care of the leader, and the remaining 5 will be handed over to you. After I finish him, I will come to support you. Uchiha Iron Tree said. Then he pulled out his ninja knife and killed the leader. The other 3 Uchiha Jonin also immediately turned on Sharingan, and joined hands with the other 5 Jonin. Don't look at it as 3 on 5, but they are not afraid, and they don't even need Uchiha Iron Tree rescue at all. Uchiha Tishu first opened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, swinging the knife so fast that the opponent couldn't raise his head at all. Fighting against the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the pressure is too great, and I dare not look into their eyes, for fear of being caught in the Sharingan illusion. With this strength, you dare to ambush us Uchiha. Uchiha Iron Tree showed disdain on his face. Not to mention that he got the Mangekyō Sharingan bestowed by the patriarch. Even without the Mangekyō Sharingan, this person is far from his opponent. Want to seal. Advertisement. Seeing that the other party wanted to perform ninjutsu in seals, Uchiha Tishu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slashed down mercilessly. Ah! The elite Jonin couldn't help but let out a scream, his arm fell to the ground, and was cut off by Uchiha Iron Tree. Damn you! The leader of the elite Jonin, staring at Uchiha Iron Tree with red eyes, his arm is useless, and his ninja career is almost useless. Both hands are needed to make seals, and without one hand, it is impossible to use ninjutsu in seals. If it is a physical ninja, you can barely accept it, but a ninjutsu ninja directly declares that you will not be able to be a ninja for the rest of your life. Damn you! Dare to be an enemy of Uchiha, how dare you! Uchiha Iron Tree stared at each other indifferently. After he transplanted the Mangekyō Sharingan, even if he didn't use the Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength was much improved than before, otherwise he would never be able to cut off the opponent's arm so easily. Did you think we were the only ones who shot? The leader of the elite Jonin stopped the bleeding and stared at Uchiha Iron Tree with hatred. You are dead. After he finished speaking, 2 ninjutsu immediately struck behind him, hitting Uchiha Iron Tree in an instant. Seeing the ninjutsu hitting the Uchiha Iron Tree, the leader of the elite Jonin beamed with joy. You died. Even if a physically strong physical ninja is hit by 2 ninjutsu, it is difficult to survive. How did you put yourself in such a mess? A man with an eagle mask stepped out. Damn it, if you could have come earlier, maybe I wouldn't have been hurt. The leader of elite Jonin said angrily. The arm was cut off, and I don't know if it can be connected, but even if it is connected, the arm that was cut off once is not as flexible as it used to be. Be careful, he is not dead, the one hit just now may be Shadow Clone. A female voice reminded the 2 of them. Another person who was hiding in the dark also came out, she was wearing a mask like a civet cat. After her reminder, the other 2 people looked at the place where the ninjutsu hit just now, and there was no Uchiha Iron Tree at all. The B-level ninjutsu released by the 2 of them is not enough to kill Uchiha Tishu's corpse with one move. Did you just find out? At this level, you dare to ambush me. Uchiha Iron Tree looked at the 3 with a sneer. He has been prepared for a long time, and it is right to be prepared, otherwise, if he is caught off guard, he may suffer a bit. It was actually hidden by you, but do you think you will be the opponent of the 3 of us? The ninja with the eagle mask sneered. 3 elite Jonin, can't beat 1. Even if there is an injured and broken arm, it is still an elite Jonin, and it is also useful in battle. Let you see the real history of Sharingan. Uchiha Iron Tree opens Mangekyō Sharingan. His eyes focused on the elite Jonin with the broken arm. Amaterasu. With a light drink, the pitch-black Amaterasu black flame ignited and burned directly on the opponent. Amaterasu black flame will not be extinguished until it burns out the target. Don't look at Amaterasu's embarrassing record, but that's because Amaterasu is released on important characters. The important characters in the original plot have halos, and of course they won't die easily. And 4th Raikage also cut off the black flame-tainted arm because of Amaterasu himself. Therefore, it cannot be said that Amaterasu has no record. Black flames burned from that elite Jonin's body, and the whole body was still burning. Ah! Save me! The leader of the elite Jonin let out a miserable roar. The woman with the tanuki mask casts water style, trying to extinguish the flames, but Amaterasu black inflammation is so easy to extinguish. His whole body was burned and he was hopeless. In fact, the best way to deal with Amaterasu is to use non-flammable objects to block in front of you, or cut off the burning part quickly. It's a pity that he didn't know, and even if he knew, he couldn't survive. Who made him burn his head in the first place, so he couldn't cut off his head? Unleashes Amaterasu's Uchiha Iron Tree, which stings the eyes a bit. No wonder the patriarch said that excessive use will cause blindness. Blinking his dry eyes, blood flowed out from the eyes. Is this the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan? The ninja in the eagle mask had an ugly face. Be careful of the black flame, it can't be extinguished, it will be over if you are hit by that flame. The woman in the raccoon mask reminded her companion. Susanoo. The Uchiha Iron Tree directly turns on Susanoo, and the purple chakra forms the shape of a skull, which is the first form of Susanoo. Immediately afterwards, meridians and flesh and blood were all over the skeleton's body, and the breath strengthened again. The terrifying chakra wave directly blows those two elite Jonin away. Susanoo, the vice captain, owns the Mangekyō Sharingan. Those three Uchiha Jonin were very excited to see Susanoo's appearance, they had seen Susanoo's record. And the 5 ninjas who fought against them showed fear in their eyes. Seeing a terrifying thing tens of meters tall, is this something a human can handle? Advertisement. The task may not be completed, we retreat. Rot. Fear arose in the hearts of the 5 ninjas. After this thing appeared, they were absolutely invincible. So, they chose to escape. Want to run, leave them behind. 3 against 5, but they have the upper hand, how can they let these 5 guys run away? On the other side, Susanoo used the Uchiha Iron Tree, which controlled Susanoo to hold a huge long knife and cut it down with one blow. Landslides and ground cracks, although Susanoo in the second form has only the upper body, but it is also a giant. Elite Jonin in the eagle mask died on the spot, and another woman in the tanuki mask was affected and her body flew out. What kind of monster is this? The knife that was cut off was affected, and it flew out for dozens of meters, fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and his head was a little dizzy. There is simply no way to beat it. As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit hard on the back of her neck and fainted immediately. It was Uchiha Iron Tree who stunned her, and he who disarmed Susanoo was half kneeling on the ground. The first time he used Susanoo, he finally realized what it was like to use Susanoo, as if his body had been pricked by needles one by one. The strength of Susanoo is directly proportional to the price paid, and the consumed chakra is extremely terrifying. And when using it, the body actually has to bear this kind of pain. Mangekyō Sharingan is powerful, but he still has to endure this kind of torture. This is the side effect of Mangekyō Sharingan. Either evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, free from side effects, or just transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. Although it was painful, the feeling of having power filled his heart very much. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for the gift. 0. Uchiha Iron Tree took off the mask on the woman's face, revealing an ordinary face. He opened the mouth of this elite Jonin woman, and found a fang from inside. Then searched again, found all the things on her that might be used to commit suicide, and then restrained her. If you don't need a living person to interrogate, Susanoo will slap you to death. Uchiha Iron Tree eased the side effects of using the Mangekyō Sharingan, then lifted the woman in the tanuki mask to join his men. After rendezvous, it was found that the 3 of them were slightly injured and had bloodline on their bodies. Vice Captain, we killed 3 of those 5 people, and he ran away with the other 2. The 3 of them were a little ashamed. The other party wanted to run away, and it was not bad to kill 4 of them. After all, Jonin wanted to run away, and it was difficult to stay. At most, they left 1 each, and the other 2 managed to escape. Let's run away, take their bodies, maybe we can get useful information, let's go back to Konoha village first. Uchiha Iron Tree didn't care, anyway, he caught a living. And this living person is an elite Jonin, much more important than those few Jonin. They returned to Konoha village smoothly, and after returning to Konoha village, Uchiha Iron Tree handed over the captured woman to Lingye. A woman with the strength of elite Jonin is rare. It's not that Lingye discriminates against women, but that among powerful ninjas, there are indeed fewer women than men. Makoto and Kushina possess elite Jonin strength, which Lingye carefully taught. In fact, female ninjas with the strength of elite Jonin are really rare. A total of 3 elite Jonin, 5 Jonin, and 2 elite Jonin died in my hands, and I caught 1 alive. Other 5 Jonin, 2 were run away, please the patriarch to punish. Uchiha Iron Tree reported to Lingye. You've done all this, how could I punish you? Take her down, and force her to find out something. Lingye gave this task to Uchiha Iron Tree again. Yes, within a day, I will ask the patriarch what he wants. Uchiha Iron Tree is very confident. What about elite Jonin? In the face of extorting a confession by torture, I don't believe she can handle it. Falling into his hands, it would be hard to die. Uchiha Tishu said that within a day, he asked Lingye what he wanted. Master Patriarch, that woman's name is Reiko Ito, who is from Anbu, this time Anbu from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the roots of Danzo are united in a conspiracy against us Uchiha, with the aim of weaken the strength of our Uchiha. Quote. There was anger in Uchiha Iron Tree's eyes. Third Hokage, actually calculated them so Uchiha. It's the 2 Lao Dengs working together. Lingye originally thought it was a conspiracy by one of them, but she didn't expect that it was the two of them working together. She is indeed the crouching dragon and phoenix of Konoha village. It seems that we have to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a little revenge. Lingye's eyes flashed coldly. Master Patriarch, please command me to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Iron Tree is murderous. So what about Hokage? If you dare to target Uchiha, you will die. Are you capable of killing Sarutobi Hiruzen? Lingye glanced at Uchiha Iron Tree. Don't say such big words in the future. While Uchiha Iron Tree transplanted Mangekyō Sharingan. But to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Iron Tree doesn't have the ability to do it. Chapter 66 Fugaku, this difficult task is entrusted to you. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at the two Jonins who had fled back, and fell silent. That Uchiha Iron Tree actually opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. After being silent for a while, Danzo spoke with an extremely ugly face. Danzo was very happy when he learned that Uchiha Lingye sent Uchiha Iron Tree to deal with the wandering ninjas they arranged to attack the industry behind Uchiha. Uchiha Iron Tree can be regarded as Uchiha Lingye's right-hand man, and his death is equivalent to subtracting Uchiha Lingye's great help. As a result, the people sent by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen were counter-killed and suffered heavy losses. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Lingye gave the pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to Uchiha Iron Tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. This time I failed to solve the Uchiha Iron Tree, and the loss was a bit big. The point is, it's not sure whether Uchiha Lingye will live or not. You know those Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not share this information with him. Those eyes belong to Uchiha Ryuiki. Uchiha Shimada asked Uchiha Ryuiki to assassinate Uchiha Lingye, but Uchiha Lingye counter-killed him. Before he died, he opened Mangekyō Sharingan. The pair of Mangekyō Sharingan fell into the hands of Uchiha Lingye. I thought Uchiha Lingye would use it himself, but I didn't expect him to hand it over to Uchiha Tishu. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Uchiha Iron Tree's Mangekyō Sharingan, he opened it himself. Mangekyō Sharingan is not so easy to open. Why didn't you tell me this information? Danzo's face was not good looking. If he knew that Uchiha Lingye had a Mangekyō Sharingan in his hand, he might have already made up his mind. This guy Danzo hates the Uchiha clan, but covets the power of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Danzo has one eye bandaged up, and the eye he deliberately hides is the 860 Sharingan. But not Mangekyō Sharingan. In the original book he got a Mangekyō Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui. Now that Uchiha Shisui was born not long ago, his eyes are at most 3 Tomo Sharingan. If you can get Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo couldn't help thinking of the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara. Danzo also saw Uchiha Madara when he was young, and also saw the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Lingye can hand over Mangekyō Sharingan to his subordinates. Do you think he has Mangekyō Sharingan? A gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is silent. What Danzo can think of, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't think of. If Uchiha Lingye is willing to give Mangekyō Sharingan to Uchiha Iron Tree, it is very likely that Uchiha Lingye will also open Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, Uchiha Lingye is considered by the Uchiha clan to be the person most likely to start the Mangekyō Sharingan after Uchiha Madara. Thinking of the battle between him and Uchiha Lingye half a year ago, without using Sharingan, he had to admit defeat. What about using the power of the Sharingan? The threat of the Uchiha clan is too great. I suggest to gather the power of the entire Konoha village and destroy Uchiha. Danzo suggested. This is not the first time he has proposed so. No Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused Danzo without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you see the threat from Uchiha? Uchiha is ambitious, and they will definitely compete for the position of Hokage in the next step. If people from the Uchiha clan become Hokage, you should understand the consequences. Danzo, who was rejected, was very dissatisfied. The Uchiha clan is too strong. If you attack Uchiha, Konoha will fall into civil strife. Danzo is so extreme that even Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to destroy Uchiha, but he needs to focus on the bigger picture. It would be nice to attack Uchiha directly, but the consequences may lead to another ninja war. It has been many years since the Second Ninja World War, and people are already starting to move at the border. Third Kazekage is known as the strongest Kazekage in history and has great ambitions. Third Tsuchikage Onogi is even more insidious, so he has to guard against him. There is also Cloud Shinobi Village, Cloud Shinobi Village Shangwu. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Cloud Shinobi Village is the most aggressive village. As for the country of water, Kurigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know much about it. The country of water is located on an overseas island. Because it is separated by the sea, there is not enough information about the country of water. Once a conflict breaks out in Konoha village, Konoha suffers heavy losses. Not to mention Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure will definitely come out to Konoha village. HMPH, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you worry too much, you are not suitable to be Hokage at all, this position should be taken by me. Danzo snorted coldly, he was getting more and more dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As you get older, you get less and less courageous. Whatever you say, against Uchiha, you can only eat away at it step by step. Sarutobi Hiruzen still sticks to his decision. Everyone in the Uchiha clan is a ninja, with at least 1 Kage level and more than 10 elite Jonin. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's survey in the past year, the number of Jonin in the Uchiha clan has exceeded 50. No one of the 5 ninja villages dare to underestimate this power. Advertisement. How to destroy such a powerful Uchiha. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen is indecisive, but that even if he can really destroy the Uchiha clan, he will pay a heavy price. Elimination step by step. This encroachment plan has failed, and there will be no chance in the future. Danzo got up and left directly. Uchiha Lingye knew about his cooperation with Orochimaru. No matter what the consideration was, Danzo wanted to kill Uchiha Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen is too indecisive to count on. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a look of sadness in his eyes. There is always an ominous premonition. I hope this premonition is wrong. After learning that the plan failed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uneasy. Fugaku, do you know why I called you here? Uchiha chamber. Lingye is sitting, Uchiha Fugaku is standing. There is also Uchiha Iron Tree next to it, and Uchiha Fugaku is what Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree to call him over. I don't know, please ask the patriarch to clarify. Quote. Suddenly called by Uchiha Lingye, Uchiha Fugaku was not at peace. Although he didn't do anything during this time, in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, he is the thorn in Uchiha Lingye's side. Uchiha Lingye may find a reason to get rid of him at any time. I called you here because I have a task to entrust to you. This task is very important and must be carried out by someone I trust, so I thought of you. Lingye said to Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku was flustered, he had to trust someone, Uchiha Lingye trusted him. Although he is very honest now, and if Uchiha Lingye has something to explain, he will do it seriously, but if it is said that Uchiha Lingye trusts him, he absolutely does not believe it. Thank you for the patriarch's trust, I will not let the patriarch see you. No matter what the task is, Uchiha Fugaku knows that he has no right to refuse. Now in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Lingye is completely in power. During his father Uchiha Shimada's time, there were elders to check and balance him. Now, no one in the Uchiha family can check and balance Uchiha Lingye. The great elder has stopped asking about things and has retired for the elderly. After the death of the second elder, there was no longer a long hide. The 3 elders have no right and dare not fight against Uchiha Lingye, they belong to the mascot. Very well, I knew, Fugaku, you are the pillar of our Uchiha. Lingye smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo don't care about life and death, dare to plot against our Uchiha, and try to weaken our Uchiha's power, so I am going to teach them a little lesson. When Lingye finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku thumped in his heart. Uchiha Lingye doesn't want him to deal with 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Neither 3rd Hokage nor Danzo are easy to deal with. Is this trying to send him to death? Sarutobi Hiruzen has 2 sons, you get rid of one, it's best to get rid of both, this difficult task is entrusted to you. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. Good news, not for him to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, bad news, because of the holy son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Killed 3rd Hokage's son, if Sarutobi Hiruzen found out about it, would Sarutobi Hiruzen let him go? Master Patriarch gave you a mission, why didn't you say anything? Could it be that you don't want to go? Uchiha Tishu snorted coldly. Fugaku, I value you so much, and entrust you with such an important task, do you want to betray my trust in you? Lingye looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a dangerous look. Uchiha Fugaku sensed the chill and danger. It's up to him whether to accept the task or not, and he can't refuse at all. Thank you, Patriarch, for your trust. Uchiha Fugaku came down with clenched fists. This mission is for you and Uchiha Iron Tree to complete together, I don't want to fail. The Uchiha family does not raise waste, if you fail, remove your Uchiha name and expel Uchiha. Lingye's plain words made Uchiha Fugaku, who had already clenched his fists tightly, to use his strength again. Let Uchiha Iron Tree monitor him, and if it fails, drive him out of Uchiha. He couldn't bear the consequences of being expelled from Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku still fantasized about defeating Uchiha Lingye one day and becoming the patriarch. If he is expelled from Uchiha, he will never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Go ahead, I'll see the results in 3 days. Lingye only gave Uchiha Fugaku 3 days, which made Uchiha Fugaku very nervous. Solve Sarutobi Hiruzen's son in 3 days, which is not so easy to accomplish. Sarutobi Hiruzen has 2 sons, Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Shinosuke is Sarutobi Konohamaru's father, he died before the plot started, the cause of death is unknown. Another son, Sarutobi Asuma, is still attending the ninja school. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Iron Tree stepped out. Vice Captain Fugaku, we are going to cooperate this time. Uchiha Tishu looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a sneer on his face. I also asked the Vice Captain Tishu to give me more advice. Uchiha Fugaku was expressionless. Advertisement. He probably knew why Uchiha Lingye entrusted him with this task, and he probably knew that he had something to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he deliberately let him perform this task. Uchiha Fugaku is also struggling. Whether to do as Uchiha Lingye ordered, or to tell 3rd Hokage about it, to gain the trust of 3rd Hokage. But when Uchiha Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree to perform the mission with him, Uchiha Fugaku knew that it would be difficult for him to inform 3rd Hokage of this news. Rather than saying that Uchiha Iron Tree is helping him, it is better to say that Uchiha Iron Tree is monitoring him. I don't know what plans Fugaku Vice Captain has. Uchiha Iron Tree staring at you. Chiba Fugaku. He was ordered by the patriarch to not only monitor Uchiha Fugaku, but also leave evidence that Uchiha Fugaku killed 3rd Hokage's son. Not yet. Uchiha Fugaku scowled. Then who are you going to attack? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who served as captain in Anbu, Force Elite Jonin. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's youngest son, Sarutobi Asuma, is still in ninja school, not even genin. In terms of easy killing, of course it is better to kill Sarutobi Asuma, but it is very difficult to kill Sarutobi Asuma without leaving any evidence. Uchiha Fugaku was thinking. Since he couldn't escape, he could only think about who to kill. Kill Sarutobi Asuma. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku had a decision. Sarutobi Shinobi is in Anbu. Anbu is also called the Assassination Tactics Special Unit, which mainly protects Hokage and prevents foreign enemies from invading the village of Konoha Shinobi, and sometimes is responsible for reconnaissance of the enemy. Missions such as love and assassination. Their identities are kept secret, and they generally act with masks on. It is difficult to find Sarutobi Shinosuke, not to mention that Sarutobi Shinosuke is not weak. Now that he is not very old, he has the strength of elite Jonin and has completely inherited the talent of 3rd Hokage. It is not impossible to become Kage level if you don't die young. Instead of taking on a tough one, it's better to tackle the Sarutobi Asuma. To kill Sarutobi Asuma, the only problem is how to kill Sarutobi Asuma without being discovered. I have a good idea to kill Sarutobi Asuma. What idea? Uchiha Fugaku asked immediately. I did investigate Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Iron Tree not only investigated Sarutobi Asuma, but also investigated other members of the Sarutobi clan according to Lingye's order. This kid is precocious, and he has a crush on a classmate named Shiraihong. Use this Yuhihong to lure Sarutobi Asuma to a remote place, so you don't have to worry about being discovered if you want to kill him. The means are a little despicable, but in order to complete the task, the ninja must use any means. What do you think of this plan? Uchiha Iron Tree asked Uchiha Fugaku. Just follow your plan. I have to say that Uchiha Iron Tree's plan is really good. Killing Sarutobi Asuma is very simple. A little ghost 4.7 who has not yet graduated and is not even genin, the solution is as simple as crushing an ant. Uchiha Fugaku's headache is how to kill Sarutobi Asuma without leaving any evidence. However, although Uchiha Iron Tree has proposed a plan, but if it is to be done, it still needs to be perfected. While Uchiha Fugaku was perfecting his plan, Uchiha Iron Tree watched him almost every step of the way. Even if he goes to the toilet, Uchiha Iron Tree will go with Uchiha Fugaku. He knew that it was because Uchiha Lingye didn't trust him, so he let Uchiha Tishu watch him closely. On Lingye's side, he asked someone to bring over the woman who was captured by Uchiha Iron Tree. Your name is Reiko Ito. Lingye looked at the female ninja who was covered in wounds, and she knew that she had been tortured severely. The torture of the Uchiha clan was quite severe. Not only torturing your body, but also torturing your spirit. What should be said? I have said it all, let's have a good time. Ito Reiko said weakly. No, I think you are still useful. Lingye walked over, looked at her full of injuries, and used healing jutsu to heal most of her injuries. Don't get me wrong, Lingye is not interested in her. This woman looks very ordinary, but she is not beautiful. Any younger woman from the Uchiha clan will be prettier than her. After all, there have never been many handsome men and beautiful women in the Uchiha family. What else do you want? She didn't believe that Uchiha Lingye would let her go. Even if she is really released, she will not survive. If she betrays Anbu, she will die if she goes back. Give you a chance, if you can beat her and survive, I can let you leave Konoha village. Lingye pointed to Uzumaki Kushina beside him. Ito Reiko was a little excited. In fact, who can live and die? Leaving Konoha village may become a rebel, but at least he can survive. As for being wanted by Konoha village after becoming a rebel, that is a matter of future. Chapter 67 Sarutobi Hiruzen loses his beloved son and grasps the handle of Uchiha Fugaku. Ito Reiko's heart was moved, and there was a longing for life in her eyes. At first, I thought that there was no way to survive, so I told Uchiha Lingye to give her a happy ending in order not to be tortured. But now that he has a chance to survive, how can he not seize it? He glanced at Uzumaki Kushina. This girl is not yet 16 years old. Could she not beat a girl under the age of 16? It's true what you said, to let me out of Konoha village. Ito Reiko asked. Do you think you have the right to let me lie to you? If she really has the ability to beat Uzumaki Kushina, Lingye really doesn't mind letting her go. Anyway, even if Lingye lets her go, what is waiting for her is hunting down. Not from Lingye's chase, but from Anbu's chase. I'll give you a few days to recuperate. Lingye was very tolerant and gave the opponent a few days to recuperate, and now the injury on the opponent's body would definitely affect her strength. When Reiko Ito heard that she was even given time to cultivate, she couldn't help being moved. If she didn't think of Uchiha's torture to her before, I'm afraid she would really be grateful to Uchiha Lingye. Don't think about running away, you can't escape in the Uchiha clan. Reiko Ito also knew that she couldn't escape. In the land of the Uchiha tribe, it's no wonder she could escape. She didn't want to run away either, it was so easy to defeat a little girl who was less than 16 years old, so why run away? Take her down first and recover her injuries. Lingye ordered to the tribe. How about it? I found a good opponent for you. Lingye looked at Uzumaki Kushina. I'm sure I won't lose. Kushina is confident. Be careful, Makoto reminded Kushina from the side. That woman is an elite jonin. Although Kushina is not weak, if she fights against such an experienced elite jonin, there is a high probability that she will not be able to beat her. Makoto, just take a look, let me show you the results of my practice. In order to help her improve the experience of fighting against the enemy, Lingye even gave the enemies of the Uchiha clan a chance to survive. She must not let the opponent really go out of Uchiha. Master Patriarch, this is what Vice Captain Iron Tree asked me to hand over to you. Soon, a piece of information was sent over, and Lingye took a look. Planning to kill Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Fugaku made the right choice. San Sarutobi Asuma is much simpler than San Sarutobi Shinosuke 20. However, although Sarutobi Asuma is a plot character in the original work, but in terms of importance, Sarutobi Asuma is not as good as Sarutobi Shinosuke from the current point of view. It's best to get rid of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Let's just get rid of them together, and let Sarutobi Hiruzen feel sorry for you. Lingye had a plan in mind, and then glanced at Kushina. The value of that Ito Reiko may not only be a sparring partner for Uzumaki Kushina. If you want to solve Sarutobi Shinosuke, you may be able to use Yi Lingzi. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and there is still the last day left before the time Lingye gave Uchiha Fugaku. It's only the last day, do you still want to procrastinate? Uchiha Iron Tree's tone was very severe, staring at Uchiha Fugaku with suspicion in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku has an intersection with 3rd Hokage, and he is suspected of being 3rd Hokage's lackey and betraying Uchiha. Therefore, it is also possible that he deliberately delayed. What's the hurry? As long as the task can be completed, isn't there another day? Besides, I want to be safe. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Iron Tree, then whispered, here we come. This is a small alley, and it is also the only way for Shi Raihong to go to school. He has already investigated it clearly. Yuhi Red is the daughter of Yuhi Mako, who is also the famous Jonin, Grandmaster Illusion in Konoha village. Yuha Hong, who was walking on the road, heard footsteps behind her, and couldn't help turning her head. Turning his head, he saw only a pair of red eyes, and immediately lost consciousness. How can a little girl who is not even a genin resist the control of the 3-Tomo Sharingan? After school, led Sarutobi Asuma to the Forest of Death. Uchiha Fugaku changed his voice and said hoarsely. The controlled Yuhi Hong's eyes were a little dead silent, and she nodded mechanically when she heard Uchiha Fugaku's words. Let's go to school. Kurani Yuhi, who was controlled by Sharingan, obediently went to the ninja school. The Forest of Death is indeed a good place. Uchiha Iron Tree came out from the darkness. That place is very threatening to ordinary people, and it is one of the examination places for the Chunin exam, and no one goes there on weekdays. Ninja school, Kurani Yuhi came to her seat. As soon as she sat down, Sarutobi Asuma came over immediately. Hong, here is the breakfast I brought you. Children in the Hokage world are particularly precocious, and Sarutobi Asuma became a licking dog at a young age. It's just that Sarutobi Asuma didn't notice that today's Yuhi Hong is a little different. Asuma, after school, can you go somewhere with me? Kurani Yuhi asked Sarutobi Asuma. Yes, of course. Advertisement. Without even thinking about it, Sarutobi Asuma agreed. He was very happy. Originally, Yuhi Hong had always ignored him, but today he even sent an invitation to him. It seemed that he finally moved Yuhi Hong. Sarutobi Asuma returned to his seat full of excitement, looking forward to leaving school quickly, unaware that his death was imminent. After school, Sarutobi Asuma followed Kurani Yuhi. Yuhi Hong, where are you taking me? Follow me. Yuhi Hong walked in front, walking towards the direction of the Death Forest. Strange, why does Yuhi Hong feel that something is wrong today? Sarutobi Asuma scratched his head, and didn't think much about it, or the excitement broke his brain. He was still in the excitement of finally getting closer to Kurani Yuhi. Isn't this the Forest of Death? The Death Forest is also very famous in Konoha village, because parents often tell them not to come here, but let many people know about the Death Forest. Of course Sarutobi Asuma also knows this place. His father told him not to come here to play. Hong, do you want to take risks here? Don't worry, I will protect you. Sarutobi Asuma, who didn't know the danger, patted his chest, saying that the boy is not afraid of anything. Yuhi Hong didn't talk to her, and continued to walk forward, even faster and faster. Wait for me. Sarutobi Asuma immediately chased after him. Entering the Death Forest, Kurani Yuhi stopped, and Sarutobi Asuma also caught up. Hong, why do I feel that something is wrong with you today? No matter how dull he was, Sarutobi Asuma also found that there was something wrong with Kurani Yuhi. But it was too late. A kunai flew out from the dark, and hit Sarutobi Asuma directly on the neck. This kunai is too fast. Sarutobi Asuma, who is not even a genin, of course cannot avoid it. He fell down with a blank look in his eyes, killing him with one blow, but it didn't make him feel much pain. Go and check to make sure he is really dead. Uchiha Iron Tree said to Uchiha Fugaku. Is it necessary? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Killing someone who is not even genin, will he miss it? Is he underestimating him too much? Just to be sure, I don't want anything to go wrong. Hearing Uchiha Iron Tree's words, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his frustration and walked over, squatted down to check, and Sarutobi Asuma was undoubtedly dead. And when he knelt down to check whether Sarutobi Asuma was dead or not, he heard a click of the shutter, and then there was a flash of the camera. The technology tree of the Hokage world is a bit strange. Let's say it's backward. In this world, there are modern things like cameras, TVs, and refrigerators. Let's not be left behind. The transportation in this world basically relies on legs, and there are also sedan chairs and carriages exclusive to the rich and powerful. All in all, it was weird. What you do? Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Iron Tree with a murderous look in his eyes. It's nothing, just keep something as a souvenir. Hand over the camera. Uchiha Fugaku took out kunai from the ninja bag. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Can you come and try? Uchiha Iron Tree looked at Uchiha Fugaku with disdain. With the Uchiha Iron Tree of Mangekyō Sharingan, there is no fear of Uchiha Fugaku. If you really dare to fight him, the person who will die is definitely Uchiha Iron Tree. Phew. Kunai flew towards Uchiha Iron Tree, sparks splashed, and was directly blocked by Uchiha Iron Tree. And Uchiha Fugaku rushed directly towards Uchiha Iron Tree, took out a kunai again, and every move hit the vital point of Uchiha Iron Tree. The three-tomo Sharingan was turned on, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. He wasn't wearing a mask just now, and he was photographed without any disguise. If this photo gets out, the first person to kill him will definitely be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Block Uchiha Fugaku's kunai, then elbow Uchiha Fugaku out of the way. You are no match for me. Uchiha Iron Tree sneered at Uchiha Fugaku, then used body flicker technique to leave. Stop for me. Uchiha Fugaku immediately chased after him, and the photo had to be retrieved, otherwise he would be held accountable forever. Uchiha Fugaku went to chase Uchiha Iron Tree, but Kurani Yuhi was left alone. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku was going to kill people to silence her. Although after being controlled by Sharingan, the controlled memory is generally not retained afterwards, but it is best to get rid of it directly. But Uchiha Iron Tree held his fatal evidence in his hand, and Uchiha Fugaku, who wanted to get back the evidence, forgot about the killing and silence for a while. Kurenai recovers from the Sharingan's control. Where is this place? She blinked her eyes, her face showed panic. Didn't she remember that she was going to the ninja school? How could she be here? Later, Kuroyuki discovers Sarutobi Asuma's body. Ah! Kurenai Yuhi screamed in fright. She knew Sarutobi Asuma, a nasty guy who always bothered her. Although she often pleases her, she doesn't like it. He has a kunai stuck in his neck. Kunai, blood, people died. Although as a ninja, there will definitely be blood. No ninja has a few lives in his hands, but that is a ninja after graduation. She is still a ninja student now. Where has she seen this? Help, help, advertisement. She didn't remember what was going on. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she ran outside while wiping her tears in fear. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku chased Uchiha Iron Tree, returned to the Uchiha clan land, and came to Uchiha Lingye. Hand over the things. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Iron Tree with an extremely ugly face. What happened? Lingye asked flatly. Master Patriarch, I just helped Vice Captain Fugaku to take a photo of him killing Sarutobi Asuma, and record his achievements. I didn't expect him to turn his face. Uchiha Iron Tree, take out the camera in your hand. So that's how it is. A soft smile appeared on Lingye's face. Fugaku, this is a good thing. Your contribution to Uchiha deserves the admiration of every Uchiha tribe. I know Fugaku, you like to keep a low profile, but everyone's achievements to Uchiha, as the patriarch, I want to remember. Lingye took Uchiha Iron Tree's camera. Seeing that the camera fell into Uchiha Lingye's hands, Uchiha Fugaku's face became even uglier. He should have thought a long time ago that this is definitely not Uchiha Tishu's own claim, but Uchiha Lingye's arrangement. Hold your own handle, and then control him. It's because he wasn't careful enough. The thing fell into the hands of Uchiha Lingye, and he could no longer surpass it. If he does something, I'm afraid Uchiha Lingye will kill him directly on the grounds of attacking the patriarch. I know Fugaku, you are afraid of being seen by third Hokage. It's okay, I will save it for you, and won't let third Hokage see it. Lingye put the camera away. Then please keep it, Lord Patriarch. Suppressing the anger and killing intent in his heart, Uchiha Fugaku said aggrievedly. In the future, Uchiha Lingye does not know how to threaten him with this photo. 443 Fugaku did a good job this time. Pick two ninjutsu and send them to Fugaku. Lingye gave instructions to Uchiha Iron Tree. Yes, the patriarch is wise. This time it's all thanks to Fugaku's vice captain. Uchiha Iron Tree smiled sarcastically at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku obviously had an ugly face, but he couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Yuhi Hong, who ran out of the death forest, first found her father, Yuhi Junhong. What did you say? Hearing Yuhi Hong's words, Yuhi Junhong couldn't sit still. Sarutobi Asuma died in the forest of death. Who is Sarutobi Asuma? How could the ninja of Konoha village not know? That is the son of third Hokage. How did you die? Does this have anything to do with you? Yuhi Junhong asked Xiao Shihihong with a serious expression. This is not a trivial matter. He is worried that his daughter will be involved in this matter, and the consequences will be serious. I don't know either. Yuhi Hong shook her head. Afterwards, Yuhihong and her father told the story again. Her memory only stayed on the way to school, and then she woke up and appeared in the Death Forest. Also saw the dead body of Sarutobi Asuma, which directly terrified her. The terrified Yuhihong had only one thought, and that was to run back to find her father. You stay at home first, I'll go out for a while. Yuhi Junhong said to her daughter. Dad, I'm scared. Be good, be obedient. After comforting her daughter, Yuhi Makoto immediately went to Hokage's office. This matter cannot be avoided. The more you hide, the easier it is to get burned. What did you say? Something happened to Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been steady, can't calm down at this time. Sarutobi Asuma was very rebellious, but that was his son. Hearing the news of his son's death suddenly, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little dazed. Take me there. Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained his emotions. Later, following Yuhi Makoto to the Death Forest, Yuhi Makoto successfully found Sarutobi Asuma's body according to Yuhiko's description. Looking at the dead body of Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled. Tell me, what's going on here? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuhi Mako. His tone was very calm, but Yuhi Junhong felt that there was anger hidden in Third Hokage's heart. On the way to school, the little girl was supposed to be controlled by someone using illusion. After she woke up, she saw the dead body of Sarutobi Asuma. Being controlled by illusion is Ri Junhong's guess. His scalp was numb, maybe his daughter was controlled and used by others, but it cannot be denied that it definitely had something to do with Sarutobi Asuma's death. Look into this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to the Anbu people. At this time, he has recovered the fierceness he once had when he was young. In Konoha village, his son was killed. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen bear it? There was coldness in his eyes. No matter who it was, he would have to pay the price. Chapter 68 Lingye's conspiracy against the Sarutobi clan. Master Patriarch, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew about it, and is now investigating the murderer. Should we hand over the evidence to Third Hokage? Uchiha Iron Tree asked. Kill Sarutobi Asuma to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then use Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand to get rid of Uchiha Fugaku. This should be the plan of the Patriarch. Who said to give the evidence to Third Hokage? Why betray Uchiha Fugaku? Wouldn't it be good to keep him? Lingye does not want to betray Uchiha Fugaku for the time being, and he is not afraid that Uchiha Fugaku will pose a threat to him. Uchiha Fugaku turned on Mangekyō Sharingan, which wasn't enough for him. What's more, if Uchiha Fugaku is betrayed, he will definitely say that he ordered it. Next, Uchiha Fugaku is still useful. But the murderer, I must help Sarutobi Hiruzen find out. I have prepared a murder for Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sneer appeared on Lingye's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to plan to weaken and eat Uchiha, and he would bear his revenge. If you want to plot to get rid of my people, I can also plot to get rid of your relatives, your clansmen. Continue to monitor the movements of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Anbu and the Sarutobi clan. After Lingye finished giving instructions to Uchiha Iron Tree, he asked Reiko Ito to be called over. After a few days of recuperation, you have almost recovered. I have almost cultivated. I can start now. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Ito Reiko is very knowledgeable about current affairs, no matter whether she is sincere or false. At least on the surface she thanked Zibo Lingye for giving her this opportunity. Are you ready too? Lingye looked at Kushina. Already ready. If I win, how about you teach me Sage Mode? Kushina still has Sage Mode in mind. Especially seeing Lingye's continuous practice of Sage Mode and the power of the Sage Mode Genin technique, Kushina is more eager for Sage Mode. Okay, I promise you. Lingye agreed straight away. So decisive in agreeing. Kushina glanced at Lingye suspiciously. Lingye had a smile on her face. Why, are you still afraid that I won't keep my promise? Hearing Lingye's words, Kushina actually wanted to say, I'm really scared. Makoto, why don't you go and have a look? Seeing that Makoto was still busy, Lingye couldn't help asking. Makoto glanced at Lingye with a bit of resentment. I haven't finished dealing with these yet. They are all affairs within the clan. Although Lingye is the clan leader, many things are handled by Makoto, who directly acts as the shopkeeper. Of course, Lingye is not idle, at least he still remembers to practice. Even if you already have Super Cage level strength, practice is still very important. After all, Super Cage level is not the ceiling in Hokage. Although it is difficult to rely on self-cultivation and reach the 6 paths level, Lingye has not yet reached the point where there is no way to advance. He practices every day and can feel the progress. Let's go, I'll find someone else to help you. Lingye felt that he should find a tool man to help him deal with the trivial matters in the clan. There is no need to report some unimportant trifles to the Patriarch for handling. To learn to delegate power, as long as the power is in good hands. Makoto is her woman. While handling family affairs, she also has to take care of her cultivation. In the evening, she has to discuss the great subject of the origin of life with Lingye. She cannot be exhausted. Take Makoto together and come to a place in Uchiha to learn from each other. Reiko Ito has a serious expression. This is a battle that depends on her survival. The injury has not fully recovered, but it has not affected the battle. I'm going to make a move. Kushina is very good at martial arts, first reminded Ito Reiko, and then used multiple shadow clone technique. If there were not hundreds of them, dozens of Uzumaki Kushina appeared, and then rushed towards Ito Reiko. Shadow clone is used to confuse the enemy's tactic, which Lingye often sees. But others have at most 2 or 3 shadow clones. What are these dozens of shadow clones? Don't you need money for your chakra? There is no time to think too much. Shadow clone is different from clone technique. Clone technique can only confuse the enemy, and has no ability to fight at all, while shadow clone has combat effectiveness. Holding kunai, she accurately pierced 2 shadow clones approaching her, and then threw the shuriken, and several shadow clones disappeared. But she still had to face the siege. After finally getting out of the siege of Uzumaki Kushina shadow clone, Ito Reiko immediately used ninjutsu, and the seal speed was very fast. For ninjas, printing speed is also a training. If the printing speed is 1 second faster, it is possible to take the upper hand in the battle, and it may be just this second that you can win. Fire-style dragon fire technique. I spit out a pillar of fire from my mouth, and swept the shadow clone in front of me, regardless of whether it is the real body or the shadow clone, I will attack together. Water-style water barrier. A wall of water blocks the fire attack. Got you. Reiko Ito looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who released water-style defensive ninjutsu, with a sneer on her face. Although chakra shocked her, that's about it. Advertisement. After body flicker technique approached the opponent, kunai quickly put it on the opponent's neck. You lost. I lost. Ito Reiko didn't dare to kill. She knew that if she dared to kill, she would definitely die. Yeah, Uzumaki Kushina, who was strangled by kunai, didn't care about the strangled kunai, and punched Reiko Ito with his fist. Do you think I dare not kill you? Ito Reiko's eyes flashed coldly. With a twist of the wrist, kunai stabbed Uzumaki Kushina in the shoulder, but she was also sent flying with the punch. Uzumaki Kushina, who was stabbed, disappeared directly, and it was still shadow clone, and Reiko Ito was tricked just now. When she saw the release of ninjutsu, she thought it was the real body. In fact, shadow clone can also release ninjutsu. Caught you. Behind the real Uzumaki Kushina, several chakra chains appeared, directly binding Reiko Ito. Adamantine sealing chains, even 9 tails can be restrained, let alone a person. Although the current Kushina is not yet able to restrain and suppress 9 tails, she will never be able to escape if she is bound to an elite jonin. The chains of adamantine sealing chains have the property of sealing. After being bound, it is impossible to use a double to escape. How is it possible? The one just now was not your real body. She has used so many shadow clone, and her shadow clone is even enough to use water barrier to block her ninjutsu. Ito Reiko can't understand, is this chakra really free of money? The reason why Reiko Ito thought that was the real body of Uzumaki Kushina just now was because of her judgment. So many shadow clones are used at once. Although there are many shadow clones, there is absolutely no chakra that can release ninjutsu. It can only be said that her knowledge is still too little, and she doesn't understand the gold content of Cha Tunnel at all. It's so simple, it's just so easy to win. It was too easy to win. Kushina was a little disappointed, he hadn't exerted himself yet. Kushina is really getting better and better. Makoto, who was watching from the sidelines, did not expect Kushina to win so easily. Let alone Makoto, even Lingye didn't expect it. For a moment he didn't know whether it was Kushina who was too strong, or this Reiko Ito was too weak. It can only be said that the victory or defeat of the battle may be decided in an instant, and one mistake is doomed to Ito Reiko's loss. The battle between ninjas is like this. Lingye, do you want to kill her? Kushina asked Lingye. She will not be merciful. It can be said that there is no one who becomes a ninja without being stained with blood. If it weren't for the fact that Reiko Ito thought she had found her truth, she would have died when the adamantine sealing chains bound her, and she would not have asked Lingye if she wanted to kill her. Reiko Ito revealed despair in her eyes. She was given a chance to live, but she didn't grasp it, and lost to a girl who was less than 16 years old. I've always been kind, so don't kill her, Lingye said to Kushina. Kushina rolled her eyes when she heard Lingye's words. During this year, she spent more time in Uchiha than in her own home. Not to say that I fully understand Uchiha Lingye, but at least I know what kind of person he is. Lingye is not a soft-hearted person. The other party is an enemy, how could Lingye let the other party be merciful? It seems that she still has value. Makoto knows Lingye better than Kushina. She grew up with Lingye and was deeply influenced by Lingye, but she also knows Lingye better. If it weren't for the fact that Reiko Ito was still valuable, she might have died after the interrogation. Reiko Ito had hope again at this time. The more you struggle to live, the less you want to die. There is a saying that is true, hesitation will lead to defeat. When you hesitate about death, you don't want to die. At first, Reiko Ito hoped that Uchiha Lingye would give her a happy life, but after Lingye gave her a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to give up this glimmer of hope. What do you need me to do? Reiko Ito was sober. She knew that Uchiha Lingye didn't kill her, and she definitely didn't simply let her go. For example, let her fight Uzumaki Kushina, let her be a sparring partner. You are very smart. Smart people either die miserably, or live comfortably. A gentle smile appeared on Lingye's face, and then motioned for Kushina to let go of the adamantine sealing chains. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son Sarutobi Asuma is dead. As long as you are willing to take the blame and take this on yourself, I can let you go. Ito Reiko was startled. Taking a look at Uchiha Lingye, she could of course guess how Sarutobi Asuma died. She has already explained that the plan against Uchiha this time was arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and Uchiha Lingye will definitely take revenge after knowing about it. Sarutobi Asuma's death must be Uchiha's revenge. How cruel. Just kill Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Looking at Uchiha Lingye's smile, Ito Reiko was a little scared. She knew that the other party was a ruthless person. I can promise. It's better to take the blame than die. Advertisement. Anyway, Anbu would never let her go, and this crime is not bad. Whether she carries it or not, she will be hunted down by Konoha. Even if she is charged with killing 3rd Hokage's son, 3rd Hokage can't go out of the village to chase her down. I can take this on myself, but what if 3rd Hokage doesn't believe that I did it? Ito Reiko couldn't help asking. Then it's none of your business. Lingye patted Reiko Ito on the shoulder, leaving a Flying Thunder God spell on her body. The Flying Thunder God spell cannot be eliminated unless there is a 6 paths level shot to help her eliminate it. But what grade is she, to let the 6 paths class help her? Afterwards, Lingye asked someone to take Ito Reiko away. Let her bear all this, will 3rd Hokage believe it? Makoto always feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not believe easily, and does not understand what is the point of letting Reiko Ito take the blame. What purpose? It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Lingye smiled and shook her head. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen believes it or not, as long as Ito Reiko is sent out of the village, and then people spread the news that Ito Reiko killed 3rd Hokage's son, his goal will be achieved. Halfway. I am not as simple as looking for someone to take the blame, I am targeting the entire Sarutobi family. Lingye's eyes are as deep as the night sky. Hey, you are so open and above board that you are targeting the Sarutobi family, are you afraid of being heard and told to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kushina hurriedly reminded. There is no one else here, but you two are people I trust, so what are you afraid of? Lingye said indifferently. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen heard his words and knew that he was going to target the Sarutobi clan, he couldn't guard against it. In other words, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen should probably guess that the death of Sarutobi Asuma is related to Uchiha. If he can't guess, Lingye will look down on him. But so what if he guessed it? Does he have the guts to deal with Uchiha? Sometimes the more things you worry about, the more you lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer the ninja he used to be, and he guessed it, and he can't touch Uchiha without evidence. After Lingye became the patriarch, the relationship between the Uchiha family and other families eased a lot. I really want to touch Uchiha, and other families are also resistance, and I understand the truth. If you can fight Uchiha today, will you fight Hyuga tomorrow? I won, you promised to teach me Sage Mode before. Kushina grabbed Lingye's arm and shook it. Call me Oni-chan, if you don't, I won't teach you. Lingye gave Uzumaki Kushina a nasty smile. You. Kushina looked at Lingye angrily. I'm older than you, and it doesn't hurt to call me Oni-chan. Many people want to call me O'Neill, but they're not qualified. Looking at Kushina's angry little face, Lingye wanted to laugh. Oni sauce. Kushina yelled through gritted teeth. Insincere, those who don't know think you have a grudge against me. Dakianjiao don't teach. Oni-chan, teach me. Please. Kushina, who changed his way of thinking, didn't want to lose face. How much is face worth? He just hugged Lingye's arm and acted like a baby. Although you are past the best age to be cute, but for the sake of your hard work, let me teach you. Lingye agreed, making Kushina feel that the hard work was not in vain. But at this time, in Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sullen face. Beside him, there was a young man who looked a bit like him and was taller than Sarutobi Hiruzen. His face was angry. He is the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Shinosuke, and he is much taller than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not tall, he is relatively short, but he is not the shortest. 3rd Tsuchikage is shorter than him. Father, Asuma must be avenged. Even if he and Sarutobi Asuma are not very close, Sarutobi Asuma is still his own brother. His younger brother was killed, how could he not take revenge? Go back and appease your mother first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded, and before leaving, he gave Yuhi Makoto and Yuhiko his father and daughter a fierce look. Yuhi Hong hung tears, hiding behind Yuhi Junhong. On the side, there is also the teacher of the ninja school, and he also looks worried. He didn't find out what was wrong with Yuha Hong, and he was also responsible if he really cares about it. Master Hokage, Hong is still young, that's why she is controlled by illusion and then used. If Master Hokage wants to punish, please punish me. Yuhi Junhong said. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuhi Mako, although Yuhi was indeed used, she was also a victim. But it is impossible to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't care, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not that generous. You go back with Kurenai Yuhi first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Makino Yuhi. Yuhi was really red with bitterness on her face. If you punish him directly, that's okay, but let him go back directly, I'm afraid. Chapter 69 Sarutobi Hiruzen is about to end. After everyone left the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen came near the window. From here, you can see the settlement of the Uchiha clan, which is still located in the center of Konoha village today. Did the Uchiha clan do it? There was a doubt in his heart that the death of Sarutobi Asuma was done by the Uchiha clan. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has no proof, his intuition tells him that Uchiha has something to do with it. Just when his plan to encroach on the Uchiha clan failed, something happened to Sarutobi Asuma, which was too coincidental. Go ask Uchiha Fugaku to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Hiding in the shadows, the ninja responsible for carrying out Hokage's order leaves immediately, notifying Uchiha Fugaku. When Uchiha Fugaku knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking for him, he immediately panicked. Did the third Hokage already know? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't keep calm, actually since he killed Sarutobi Asuma, and then the evidence was still controlled by Uchiha Lingye, his heart didn't calm down. No, third Hokage probably didn't know that I killed Sarutobi Asuma, otherwise he would have sent someone to arrest me. Got to see third Hokage. If you don't go, isn't that a guilty conscience? Uchiha Fugaku tidied up his mood and went to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku tried his best to maintain his expression, so as not to show the horse's feet. Fugaku, is Uchiha Lingye doing anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Uchiha Fugaku. He didn't suspect Uchiha Fugaku, he called Uchiha Fugaku over, mainly to ask about the movements of the Uchiha clan. See if you can get some intel from Uchiha Fugaku. Action. I don't know. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. I suspect that Asuma's death has something to do with Uchiha Lingye. Fugaku, I want you to help me investigate. Sarutobi Hiruzen reveals the purpose of calling Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, it really wasn't him who was exposed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already suspected Uchiha Lingye, if he continues to investigate, will he be investigated? Although he was nervous inside, he remained calm on the surface. Okay, I will help Master Hokage investigate Asuma's death, please condolences Master Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a bad mood and solidified himself to die. Even if Sarutobi Asuma is a rebellious boy, he doesn't want anything to happen to his son. If he had known earlier, he should have assigned secret protection personnel around Asuma. The main reason is that Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought that someone would dare to attack his son in Konoha village, so he did not assign bodyguards to Sarutobi Asuma. 887 Uchiha Fugaku leaves nervously, Sarutobi Hiruzen sees nothing wrong. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about who the murderer was, and he didn't suspect Uchiha Fugaku either. If it's really the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Even if the real culprit is found and it is determined to be the Uchiha family, it seems that they cannot do anything to the Uchiha family. In other words, it is impossible to make a move on the bright side. Unless there is absolute proof, but if it was really done by the Uchiha family, is it possible for them to leave evidence? Master Hokage, there is new information. What information? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up. The other party was sent by him to investigate the murderer who killed Sarutobi Asuma. Now there is new information, which must be related to the murderer. Someone confessed to killing Sarutobi Asuma. Who? Volunteer to admit it. Sarutobi Hiruzen suspects that the other party is responsible, and Wei will voluntarily admit it. Ito Reiko, codenamed Blood Fox in Anbu, she has wounded 2 guards and left Konoha village, saying that she killed Sarutobi Asuma to avenge you for revenge for her companions. Ito Reiko, codenamed Blood Fox, the name Sarutobi Hiruzen is of course familiar. She was among the 3 elite Jonin sent out earlier to carry out the plan to weaken Uchiha's power. She didn't die, Yuanren survived. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry, and soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down. Ito Reiko survived. Did she escape by herself, or did she fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan? What did she say besides admitting that she killed Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked hastily. She said Master Hokage asked her to deal with Uchiha, causing her companions to die miserably, and then took revenge on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened when he heard his subordinate finished speaking. Send Anbu immediately to get rid of the traitor Ito Reiko. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, he also felt trouble. Reiko Ito announced the tasks he assigned in the matter of dealing with Uchiha, and the impact of this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, the most important thing now was to kill Reiko Ito. Advertisement. Touch. At this moment, the door was kicked open. Seeing the door of his office being kicked open, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already angry, almost couldn't restrain himself. Kicking his door open was the equivalent of kicking him in the face. Seeing the person who kicked open the door and walked in, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even colder. Third Hokage, you sent someone to assassinate our Uchiha clan. Will you give me an explanation for this matter? That's right, it was Uchiha Lingye who kicked the door in. My Uchiha clan has worked hard and made great contributions to Konoha village. I didn't expect third Hokage to stab me in the back. It's a fake, it's Reiko Ito's slander, the purpose is to destroy the unity within our Konoha village. According to our Anbu investigation, she is an undercover agent of the enemy village. Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained his anger and said to Uchiha Lingye. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Lingye wanted to applaud him. As expected of Hokage, this brain is so fast that he is shameless, and in a few words, he will label Ito Reiko as another ninja village undercover. Oh, it turned out to be an undercover agent. I said, how could third Hokage do such a thing? Lingye suppressed the anger on her face, as if she really believed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Then I don't know if Hokage can investigate it. Which village is she an undercover agent? Sunagaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke nonsense with his eyes open, and made Sunagaku take the blame without hesitation. It turned out to be Sunagaku. Then I suggest that third Hokage go to war against Sunagaku. Today he dares to provoke the relationship between me, Uchiha and Hokage. Tomorrow he dares to provoke the relationship between all Konoha families and Hokage. The day after tomorrow, he will not be able to go to the moon. Sunagaku wolf ambition must be eradicated. Lingye pulled a chair and sat in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a very serious face. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Uchiha Lingye's words. He didn't know if Uchiha Lingye's words were serious. But let Sunagaku take the blame. If you start a war with Sunagaku, that is of course impossible. Let's not say it's fake. Even if it's true, you can't just start a war with other ninja villages. How does Hokage feel about my proposal? Lingye asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingye, less than 5 years have passed since the Second Ninja World War. We cannot start the war easily, but I will question Sunagaku as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Lingye, and said. Then who will make up for the losses suffered by my Uchiha clan? There was dissatisfaction in Lingye's eyes. Well, the loss of the Uchiha clan will be made up by Konoha village. Okay, when I go back, I'll count the losses. Since this incident was just Sunagaku's instigation and has nothing to do with Hokage, then I will leave. After speaking, Lingye stood up, bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Uchiha Lingye left just like that. Did he really believe what he said? Assemble Anbu, we must get rid of Reiko Ito. After the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to have someone forge a piece of evidence that Reiko Ito was Sunagaku's undercover agent. This is related to whether he can maintain his image. On Uchiha Lingye's side, he also had to be on guard. He really didn't know what Uchiha Lingye's behavior of Loud Thunder and Little Rain meant. Is it just a matter of compensation? Did Reiko Ito really kill Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen ponders this question again. It seems that whether it is true or not, it is best to let Reiko Ito take the blame. Asuma, I will investigate the real murderer and avenge you in the future. He suspects it is Uchiha, but if the overall situation is the most important, he can't do anything to Uchiha, so now he can only regard Ito Reiko as the real murderer. On the other side, the Uchiha clan land. Lingye didn't actually go to Hokage's office at all, she went to Lingye's shadow clone. Ito Reiko is really unlucky, she has become Sunagaku's traitor. Lingye smiled, then looked at Uchiha Iron Tree, and Uchiha Fugaku who was called over. Fugaku, you are the pillar of our Uchiha. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Fugaku shuddered inexplicably. Last time when Uchiha Lingye said that he was a pillar, he was given a mission to assassinate the son of third Hokage. Hearing this compliment again this time, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively felt something was wrong. Right now, there is a difficult task for you, Fugaku, to complete. Hearing that there was another mission, Uchiha Fugaku showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Please ask the patriarch to order. Now he has no way to refuse Uchiha Lingye, the biggest handle is still in Uchiha Lingye's hands. Instead of agreeing after being threatened, it is better to agree directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely hateful, trying to deal with this Uchiha. I don't think it's good enough to kill only one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sons. Sarutobi Shinosuke has left Konoha village. The plan to get rid of Sarutobi Shinosuke is entrusted to you, and I will let Uchiha Iron Tree assist you. While Lingye's shadow clone is going to Hokage's office. After he sent someone to deliver the news, the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Shinosuke already knew that Ito Reiko had admitted to killing Sarutobi Asuma. Advertisement. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who wanted to avenge his younger brother, immediately took a few ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to hunt down Reiko Ito, the traitor. The reason why Lingye sent Shadow Clone to Hokage's office was also to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from calling him back after knowing that Sarutobi Shinosuke was going to hunt down and kill Ito Reiko. When Lingye's Shadow Clone came out of Hokage's office, Sarutobi Shinosuke had already left Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku heard the task explained by Uchiha Lingye, his expression was numb. This mission, Fugaku, are you okay? No problem. Can he have a problem? Even if there is a problem that Uchiha Lingye grabs, he has to do it. Otherwise, if third Hokage knows that Sarutobi Asuma was killed by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely kill him. Iron Tree, you just follow Fugaku and make sure the plan is perfect. Lingye instructed Uchiha Iron Tree. Yes, Patriarch, I will definitely screw the heads of the Sarutobi clan out. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's vain attempt to kill their Uchiha clan, Uchiha Iron Tree couldn't help but murderous intent appeared in his eyes. After the two left, Lingye smiled. Uchiha Fugaku is a good knife. If two sons die, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you still sit still? If Sarutobi Shinosuke also dies, it is impossible for his grandson Sarutobi Konohamaru to be born, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will be extinct unless he can have another one. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his 40s and 50s, can he still have children? The Sarutobi clan has an old thing. Lingye knocked on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father is still alive. His father's name is Sarutobi Sasuke. In the original book, Uchiha Fugaku hoped that his son could become a strong and great ninja like Sarutobi Sasuke, so he named his son Uchiha Sasuke. Well, I don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen will have complicated thoughts when he looks at Uchiha Sasuke's name. Sarutobi Sasuke died on the eve of the Third Ninja World War, and it is still earlier than the Third Ninja World War in the original work, so Sarutobi Sasuke is still alive. But since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he hasn't been seen for a long time. Sarutobi Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara belong to the same generation, and they are at least 70 years old now. If both grandchildren are dead, will Sarutobi Sasuke show up? Of course, even if he showed up, it wouldn't be enough to scare Lingye. Sarutobi Sasuke didn't have that ability yet. He is not Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Madara is old, Uchiha Madara is someone who can really pose some threats to Lingye. Sarutobi Sasuke, who brought him back to his prime, could not threaten Lingye either. The old guy who was about to go to the ground, it's okay to wait for death honestly, if he really comes out, just let him go to the ground in advance. For ninjas, it's not that the older they get, the stronger they become. The older they get, the weaker their bodies will be, and their physical functions will seriously decline. After Ito Reiko left Konoha village, she fled at an unhurried speed, and even deliberately left traces on the way. This is Uchiha Lingye's order. Although she is unwilling to obey, she has the Flying Thunder God spell on her body. There is even poison from the Uchiha clan, and she has to follow the orders of Uchiha Lingye. Because the speed was not fast, he was caught up in less than half a day. You killed my brother Asuma. Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't wear Anbu's mask, he stared at Ito Reiko with anger and killing intent in his eyes. When she saw Sarutobi Shinosuke, Reiko Ito guessed what Uchiha Lingye was planning. Looking at the angry Sarutobi Shinosuke, Reiko showed a mocking and sympathetic expression. When you die, go and ask your brother Sarutobi Asuma how he died. Reiko Ito looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes as if she was looking at a dead person. Surrounded by us, you still dare to be arrogant. A Sarutobi tribe looked at Reiko Ito angrily. Surrounded by them, they dare to be arrogant. You don't think you can escape from us, do you? Said another Sarutobi. There are two people brought here by Sarutobi Shinosuke, but both of them are elite Jonin. With the addition of Sarutobi Shinosuke, the three of them will fight against one elite Jonin, and I can't figure out why Yi Lingzi dares to be arrogant. Do you think I'm alone? Reiko Ito took 2 steps back, and then saw 2 figures appearing behind her. These 2 people are none other than Uchiha Iron Tree and Uchiha Fugaku. You did very well, Uchiha Iron Tree praised Ito Reiko. Can you give me the antidote? Ito Reiko asked Uchiha Iron Tree. If she hadn't been left with the Flying Thunder God spell and ate the special poison made by the Uchiha clan, she would never have been obedient. The antidote can be given to you, but you have to help us get rid of them. Uchiha Iron Tree pointed to Sarutobi Shinosuke and the others. The Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. When he saw Uchiha Iron Tree and Uchiha Fugaku, he didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. No wonder Reiko Ito was so confident. It's just that he doesn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku will come. Didn't he choose to join his father? Chapter 70 Third Generation can't take it anymore, find Lingye to settle accounts. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost 2 sons at once, do you think he will die of anger? Uchiha Iron Tree held kunai in his hand, and looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke indifferently. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was being stared at, looked ugly, he ignored Uchiha Iron Tree, but looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, you, betrayed. Betrayal, he is a member of our Uchiha clan, right Fugaku? Uchiha Iron Tree showed a touch of sarcasm. Uchiha Fugaku didn't speak, since he killed Sarutobi Asuma, he had no retreat. Let's do it directly, I don't want any accidents, Sarutobi Shinosuke, let you deal with it. Uchiha Iron Tree said to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku didn't object, and it's probably useless to object. You traitor. Sarutobi Shinosuke stared at Uchiha Fugaku viciously, he hated Uchiha Fugaku more than Uchiha Iron Tree. Everyone hates traitors. Long ago, Uchiha Fugaku defected to his father Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Sarutobi Shinosuke knew. I have some news for you, Sarutobi Asuma, it was Uchiha Fugaku who killed him. Seeing the anger of Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Iron Tree added fire again. Sure enough, when he knew that the murderer who killed Sarutobi Asuma was Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Shinosuke became even more angry and hated Uchiha Fugaku. You Sarutobi clan are also good at fire style, come and try. Fire style fire extinguished. The powerful fire extinguisher taught by Lingye to the Uchiha Iron Tree was released, and directly attacked an elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. When Uchiha Iron Tree moved, Uchiha Fugaku also moved, he and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Reiko Ito was not idle either, the antidote hadn't been given to her yet, so she could only act as a thug and quickly rushed to another elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. The elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan who fought against Uchiha Iron Tree had a serious face after seeing the flames enough to engulf a house. Fire style Haoyan technique. This is the secret ninjutsu of the Sarutobi family. The Sarutobi family is also very good at fire style, but it is not as famous as the Uchiha family. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was created during the Sengoku period, before the ninja village was established. The two flames collided and became slightly stalemate. Get rid of you in one go. Uchiha Iron Tree's 3-tomo Sharingan becomes Mangekyō Sharingan, and then uses another pupil technique. His 2 pupil techniques, one is Amaterasu Black Flame, and the other is to increase the power of his ninjutsu. Just now, the ninjutsu of the 2 could compete for a while, but now Uchiha Iron Tree's Huo Mie instantly overwhelmed the other. Ah, there was a scream, and the terrifying sea of flames engulfed the other party, directly burning him to ashes. Vulnerable. Uchiha Tishu wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes. For the side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Iron Tree has now adapted. After finishing one, Uchiha Tetsuki looked to the other side of the fight. Reiko Ito and her opponent were evenly matched. The reason is simple. Ito Reiko has not fully recovered from her injuries, and she can only be considered ordinary among elite jonin. In the battle between Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Fugaku had the upper hand and firmly suppressed Sarutobi Shinosuke. In battle, Sarutobi Shinosuke was no match for Uchiha Fugaku at all, and the strength gap between the two sides was obvious. Uchiha Fugaku, who turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, left 2 scars on Sarutobi Shinosuke, deep bone scars. Ninjutsu is not an opponent, neither is taijutsu, not to mention illusion. Sarutobi Shinosuke had a wound that almost pierced through his chest. This wound was pierced by an illusion. If he hadn't taken precautions and dispelled the illusion in time, he would have been pierced through the heart. Don't struggle, you are not my opponent at all. Uchiha Fugaku's knife left Sarutobi Shinosuke with several wounds again. At this moment, he seems to have vented all his anger on Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke was extremely embarrassed. Uchiha Fugaku, you traitor, my father will kill you. Clutching his wound, Sarutobi Shinosuke stared at Uchiha Fugaku like a beast. Traitor, I've never really turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku said disdainfully. He just wanted to use Sarutobi Hiruzen's support to compete for the position of patriarch, but he didn't really want to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's dog. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't help him either. Kicking Sarutobi Shinosuke out again, he glanced in the direction of Uchiha Iron Tree. After taking a look, he found that Uchiha Iron Tree had already dealt with him, and his heart sank. Among the 3 members of the Sarutobi family, the strongest may not be Sarutobi Shinosuke, after all Sarutobi Shinosuke is relatively young. Among the 3, Sarutobi Shinosuke may be the one with the most potential, but not necessarily the one with the most strength. It was also elite jonin who fought against Uchiha Iron Tree. He could kill him so easily. Doesn't it mean that Uchiha Iron Tree's strength has surpassed him? Even Uchiha Lingye's subordinates are better than himself, and the gap between him and Uchiha Lingye is getting bigger and bigger. Coupled with his own handle, he was pinched by Uchiha Lingye. Are you really going to be Uchiha Lingye's subordinate? Uchiha Fugaku felt a little unwilling. Advertisement. These thoughts are actually fleeting, and the most important thing right now is to get rid of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Don't try to escape, you can't escape, under these eyes, you don't have the power to resist at all. Just now Sarutobi Shinosuke wanted to use Shadow Clone to confuse him, and then the main body escaped, but was seen through by Uchiha Fugaku on the spot. Sharingan's insight, can even see the flow of chakra. If you want to escape in front of 3 Tomo Sharingan with this infamous means, unless Uchiha Fugaku releases the water. But it is impossible for Uchiha Fugaku to release water. If Sarutobi Shinosuke is put back, he will be killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Die. The ninja knife in Uchiha Fugaku's hand opened Sarutobi Shinosuke's kunai, and then pierced Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart. Looking at the dead body of Sarutobi Shinosuke on the ground, Uchiha Fugaku mercilessly wiped his neck again. Although he has no breath, what if Sarutobi Shinosuke faked his death? Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was clutching his neck, widened his eyes, pointed at Uchiha Fugaku, and finally his arms dropped to the ground. It was true that he was not completely dead just now, but now he is really dead. After taking out Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Fugaku looks to the fighting Reiko Ito and another elite jonin. Well done Fugaku, the moment you killed Sarutobi Shinosuke was a master. Lingye's voice appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku turned around hastily. Patriarch, when did you come? He didn't realize that, if Uchiha Lingye hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have known that Uchiha Lingye was standing behind him. If Uchiha Lingye made a sneak attack, has he already? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku's back was completely drenched in cold sweat, with fear in his heart. Just came. The reason why Lingye appears here is of course the Flying Thunder God technique. The stronger his strength, the farther he can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Through the Flying Thunder God spell on Reiko Ito, Lingye appeared here directly from Konoha village. Master Patriarch. Uchiha Iron Tree hurried over. Lingye glanced at the blood stains that had been wiped away from the corners of Uchiha Tishu's eyes. Have you used Mangekyō Sharingan again? Fortunately, when I didn't get eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, I didn't use the power of Mangekyō Sharingan too much. Clean it up. Lingye instructed Uchiha Iron Tree and Uchiha Fugaku. In fact, even without Lingye's order, they will clean up, especially Uchiha Fugaku, he dare not clean up. If Sarutobi Shinosuke left information when he was dying, Uchiha Fugaku would be the first to die. Lingye is not afraid, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Sarutobi Shinosuke's death is related to him, he will endure it. But if Uchiha Fugaku, who personally killed Sarutobi Shinosuke, is exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely kill him. Patriarch, what about her, do you want to get rid of it? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Reiko Ito with murderous intent. Now it is known that he killed Sarutobi Shinosuke Uchiha Lingye, Uchiha Tishu, and Ito Reiko. These two can't do much, but Reiko Ito, Uchiha Fugaku don't want her to survive. She's worthless. Lingye left directly, disappeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fist. Only by opening the Mangekyō Sharingan can he have a chance to escape from Uchiha Lingye's control, otherwise he will be controlled for a lifetime. The rest will be left to you. Leaving this sentence, Uchiha Iron Tree also left. He saw that Uchiha Fugaku's intention to kill Ito Reiko was coming, but the patriarch said that Ito Reiko was worthless. Whether Ito Reiko is dead or alive has nothing to do with Uchiha Tishu. Looking at the back of Uchiha Iron Tree, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but think of the blood stains at the corners of his eyes that he didn't clean. Uchiha Iron Tree seems to have used pupil art just now. Is it Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku thought of the pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in Uchiha Lingye's hand. Impossible, that pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, did Uchiha Lingye give Uchiha Iron Tree? If it were him, he would definitely transplant it himself, and he would never be willing to give a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to others. Killing them is the most important thing. Uchiha Fugaku gave up guessing. The most important thing is to solve the two talents in front of us, and Uchiha Fugaku made a move. While Reiko Ito was fighting against the elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan, he attacked the elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan first. Cooperate with Ito Reiko, direct each other. Just as Ito Reiko breathed a sigh of relief after killing the enemy, Uchiha Fugaku shot at her. Uchiha Fugaku is the best among elite Jonin, and 3 Tomo Sharingan, the result is self-evident, both of them died in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku. *TT. After cleaning up the traces, Uchiha Fugaku left here directly. In Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Sarutobi Shinosuke had left the village with 2 elite Jonins from the clan to hunt down Reiko Ito, and his heart immediately arose. Advertisement. That bad premonition reappeared. Who told him to take people out of the village? Why didn't you stop him? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Bawako is the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinosuke just wanted to avenge Asuma. What's wrong? He left the village with 2 elite Jonin, sure it's okay. Sarutobi Biwa said while wiping away tears. Who? Noisy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed the table with a slap. Not long ago, he used tricks to lure the ninjas of the Uchiha clan out of the village, trying to kill them and gradually weaken Uchiha's power. Now my son has run out of the village, is it safe? Normally, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not think too much about it. Now that his youngest son, Sarutobi Asuma, has just died, is it safe for Sarutobi Shinosuke to leave the village? In a rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the house directly, and then notified Anbu's people to get Sarutobi Shinosuke back. Until the next day, Anbu's ninjas came back with the body of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Master Hokage, near the border of the Land of Fire, we found the body of Lord Shinosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled a little. The premonition came true, something really happened to Sarutobi Shinosuke. This is for me, for the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little scary. The Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth are almost crushed. This is definitely the revenge of the Uchiha clan. Ito Reiko may have already fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan. She has explained everything. Use Reiko Ito to lead Shinosuke to Tien Toki. As 3rd Hokage, he is not stupid, he has already guessed everything at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen has an impulse, he wants to kill the Uchiha clan and go to Uchiha Lingye to settle the score. Losing 2 sons in a row, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't restrain himself, even if he considered the consequences, he couldn't bear it anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan land of the Uchiha clan, came here, and then broke in directly ignoring the blocking of the guards in the Uchiha clan. 3rd Hokage, even if you are the Hokage of Konoha village, you can't break into our Uchiha clan at will, please leave. Uchiha Makoto rushed over with the clan's Jonin. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Makoto said without giving in. Where is Uchiha Lingye? I want to see him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around, but didn't see Uchiha Lingye's figure. Hokage just wanted to see me so much, and broke into our Uchiha clan directly. Lingye came out. After seeing Uchiha Lingye, the Uchiha people who followed Makoto to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that they had a backbone. Just now they faced the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were really a little scared. Having been Hokage for so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen's superior aura is released, and it is terrifying to get angry. Let's all disperse. Lingye told the clansmen present to disperse. Since 3rd Hokage is here as a guest, come with me. Lingye walked towards the reception room, Makoto followed behind Lingye. Enduring his anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed Uchiha Lingye to the reception room of the Uchiha clan. Apart from him, Uchiha Lingye, and Uchiha Makoto, there was no one else here, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help it. Uchiha Lingye, is the death of my 2 sons related to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Lingye firmly. 3rd Hokage, pay attention, do you have evidence? I know it's hard for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person, but you can't put the blame on me. Ask around, in the Uchiha clan, who doesn't know that I, Uchiha Lingye, is the #1 benevolent person in Konoha. I am not willing to trample ants to death on weekdays. If you don't believe me, ask Makoto. Lingye looked very annoyed after being wronged. That's right. Makoto almost couldn't hold back his expression, so he tried not to laugh. Uchiha Lingye, stop pretending. Sarutobi Hiruzen is ridiculous. Hehe, if Hokage suspects that I killed Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Shinosuke, then show evidence. If you want to slander me without evidence, then our Uchiha clan is not easy to bully. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. I didn't expect that you would take action against my family, you are despicable. He has no proof, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has identified Uchiha Lingye as having done it. Uchiha Lingye is not very old, but he has already experienced how despicable and ruthless his methods are. Mean. Lingye smiled. Some people are not good, so don't pretend to be a white lotus. I, Uchiha Lingye, believe in tit for tat, and tenfold. Anyone who wants to deal with me or Uchiha must be mentally prepared. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen has already determined that he did it, Lingye also directly showed his cards. 3SK Chapter 71 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Father, Duel of Life and Death. In the Uchiha reception room, the atmosphere is tense. Lingye took a sip of the tea on the table, with a very calm expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a grim expression, his eyes were bloodshot. And Makoto, who was standing behind Lingye, opened the 3-tomo Sharingan directly, and was quietly ready to seal. Judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, it seems that he is about to make a move, so the symphony group will be on guard. Uchiha Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. It can be seen that there is endless anger hidden in his expression. Lingye remained calm and even smiled. Does Hokage have orders? Sarutobi Asuma hasn't graduated from ninja school yet, don't you feel any guilt? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded. Lingye put down the teacup in her hand and smiled mockingly. Don't put yourself in the victim's position. You lost 2 sons. Then the 2 Uchiha people I sent to protect Ishikawa. Whose sons, whose fathers, and whose husbands are they? I ask you, do you feel ashamed? Did you think about their son losing his father before he even entered ninja school? Did you think about their white-haired man giving away his black-haired man? Facing Uchiha Lingye's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen still stared at Uchiha Lingye without any fluctuation. Most people are selfish and only think about problems and right or wrong from their own perspective. I don't deny that there are people who are selfless, but you are not that kind of person, and neither am I. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't stand on the moral high ground and accuse me, you are not qualified. Really, the murderer who killed your son was yourself. After Uchiha Lingye finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression fluctuated. Turning around, Sarutobi Hiruzen left without saying a word. I thought there was going to be a fight. Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was facing 3rd Hokage, a powerhouse at the peak of the 193 class. She didn't know Lingye's strength beyond cage level, so it was normal for her to be nervous. No, he doesn't have the guts to do it. Lingye shook her head. If he directly fights with me, I can give him a high regard, but there is one thing I admire about him, that is, he is too tolerant. If it were Lingye himself, he would not be so tolerant. Perhaps this is the difference between ideas and ideas. For example, Lingye can't understand Uchiha Itachi, buying him to be cerebral palsy. What are you bragging about carrying everything alone? That's what you asked for. Is it difficult for Uchiha and Konoha to coexist peacefully? In the original book, the reason why Uchiha staged a coup was because he was squeezed out by Konoha's high-ranking officials and targeted too much. As long as Konoha's top management gives in and gives up the suppression of Uchiha, will Uchiha take a huge risk to stage a coup? Konoha executives were unwilling to back down, so they extinguished Uchiha. As long as Uchiha Itachi uses the power of Mangekyō Sharingan to intimidate the high-level Konoha, Susanoo will understand the destructive power. As long as they don't want to hurt both sides, Konoha's senior management must compromise. After all, Konoha village not only has internal enemies like Uchiha, but also external enemies like other ninja villages. As a result, this person with cerebral palsy was obsequious to the outside world, and punched hard at the inside. He was preached that he inherited Hokage's will and possessed Hokage thinking, and then he didn't know what his last name was. Turn around and kill your family directly. What the hell is it that you carry all the darkness, carry all the infamy, and move forward with all the infamy? It's so ridiculous, a pure clown. For example, now, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Uchiha Lingye killed his 2 sons, but with such a deep blood feud, does Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to turn against Uchiha Lingye? Unless he doesn't think about the consequences. Only those who are tough have the right to speak, and those who are obedient will only be bullied by others, and no matter how strong they are, they will only be dogs. Will 3rd Hokage retaliate next? Makoto asked Lingye. It's okay, he will take the initiative to find me to reconcile. A kind smile appeared on Lingye's face, within the Sarutobi clan. You're back. Father. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he heard the familiar voice, and then looked at his father Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke is over 70 years old, but he doesn't look old, but a bit burly. Taller than Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't look like his own at all. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen inherited Sarutobi Sasuke's ability to perfectly control the 5 chakra nature transformations, so it is undoubtedly his own. I already know that something happened to Shinosuke. Sarutobi Sasuke stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sullen face and asked, I ask you, how did Shinosuke die? Hearing his father's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. You went to the Uchiha clan before, and this matter has something to do with the Tekiya clan, right? Sarutobi Sasuke asked the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent again, Sarutobi Sasuke snarled. Answer me. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen was snarled, feeling as if he was back in his childhood when he was taught harshly by his father. It is related to the Uchiha clan, but there is no evidence. He knew he couldn't hide it, so he told Sarutobi Sasuke. It was done by the Uchiha family, but there is no evidence, even if Uchiha Lingye basically admits it, but without evidence, Uchiha will definitely not admit it to the outside world. I see. Sarutobi Sasuke turned his head and walked away. Father, don't be impulsive, the current patriarch Uchiha Lingye's strength is beyond your expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded that he was afraid that his father would do something stupid. Hiruzen, although you have become Hokage, you are really disappointing me now. Sarutobi Sasuke stopped for a while, then left. Looking at the back of his father leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen had worry in his eyes. I was wrong, I should stop Shinosuke, I shouldn't let him go. Going into the house, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the collapsed Sarutobi Bawako. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and finally said nothing. In fact, even if Sarutobi Lake Biwa wanted to stop Sarutobi Shinosuke, she couldn't stop her. His two sons, the youngest son Sarutobi Asuma has a rebellious personality, and the eldest son Sarutobi Shinosuke also has his own opinions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Sasuke, who left the Sarutobi clan, went straight to the Uchiha clan. This is the Uchiha clan, outsiders are not allowed to enter. The guards of the Uchiha tribe stopped Sarutobi Sasuke. Now the attitude of these guards has changed for the better. In the past, they didn't stop them, but directly beat them out. I want to meet your patriarch Uchiha Lingye. Is our patriarch the one you can meet casually? A Uchiha tribe showed disdain on his face. The patriarch said, anyone can see it anywhere. Go and tell your patriarch, this old man is Sarutobi Sasuke. What? Sarutobi Sasuke? They had heard the name, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, once a famous figure. However, because they retired a long time ago, they have only heard of the name, and have not seen the real person, so they don't know each other. You wait for now, I will report to the patriarch. Sarutobi Sasuke just stood and didn't make any movements, but his aura became more condensed. Within the Uchiha clan, Lingye was a little surprised to hear Sarutobi Sasuke coming. That old guy really came out of the mountain. It seems that the person who came was not good. Sarutobi Sasuke, are you famous? Kushina said he had never heard of the name. She was not born and bred in Konoha village, and Sarutobi Sasuke had long since retired, so she never mentioned this name. Sarutobi Sasuke, even first Hokage, praised his strength, and Dai even commented that he is a great ninja. Makoto introduced Kushina to the side. Isn't that amazing? You said that the Komer is not kind, so you won't do it? Would you like me to help? Kushina asked eagerly. Although learning Sage Mode has not yet achieved results, she feels that her control over chakra has become stronger, and her strength has also become stronger. You are definitely not the opponent, let him in. Lingye is not afraid of the opponent, unless the opponent has the strength of Senju Hashirama, but how is that possible? Not to mention the strength of Senju Hashirama, it would be good to have the strength of Cage level peak in the peak period of the opponent. Whether it will remain at the peak at this time is unknown. Soon, Sarutobi Sasuke was brought in, and Lingye also saw Sarutobi Sasuke, a somewhat prestigious ninja. You killed my two grandchildren? Sarutobi Sasuke asked straight to the point. No, Lingye replied without hesitation that it was Uchiha Fugaku who did the killing, not him. Sarutobi Sasuke stared at Uchiha Lingye. His hair was gray and he looked a little old, but his body was quite strong, and he didn't look weak. It doesn't matter if you deny it, I have already identified it as you, and I want to avenge my two grandsons. His character is different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen can bear it, but he can't. Except for his talent in ninja training, he has little similarity to his son. We signed the life and death certificate. Sarutobi Sasuke took out a piece of paper and threw it to Uchiha Lingye. If Uchiha Lingye doesn't sign, then he will do it directly. Even if this is the Uchiha clan and the opponent's stronghold, he is not afraid. I admire your courage. Lingye catches the sign of life and death thrown by the opponent. Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Sarutobi Sasuke frowned. How could he feel that this sentence should be said by him? Ordinarily, as a senior, he should stand on a higher stance and say these words. Since senior Sarutobi Sasuke has lived enough, I will fulfill you. Advertisement. Lingye signed her name on the certificate of life and death brought by Sarutobi Sasuke. You still have some guts. Originally, Sarutobi Sasuke was ready to be besieged by the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha Lingye was willing to sign this life and death certificate. This is my Uchiha clan, and we don't allow others to be presumptuous, so let's change places. Lingye also doesn't ask Sarutobi Sasuke's opinion, it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. Appeared in front of Sarutobi Sasuke in an instant, put his hands on him, and then used Flying Thunder God technique to take Sarutobi Sasuke away directly. Why don't you take me with you? I still want to see it. Kushina couldn't help shouting. It's a pity that Lingye has left and can't hear it at all. This is outside Konoha village and the surrounding area is rather desolate. Flying Thunder God technique, you have mastered it. He is a true old man of Konoha village and certainly knows the Flying Thunder God technique. I don't know that I know the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't tell me Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't tell you about my information, so you dare to come here and ask me to give you my head? I have to say that your courage is indeed as big as your age. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Sasuke strangely. He won't even know a little information about himself. Just run to him to fight to the death. At this time, Sarutobi Sasuke remembered what his son Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Uchiha Lingye's strength far exceeded his expectations. This sentence may be true, but Sarutobi Sasuke has no intention of backing down. He had to avenge the revenge of his two grandsons, even if he failed to do so at the cost of his life, at least he did. Fire Style Hao Yan Technique. Seeing the ninjutsu performed by Sarutobi Sasuke, Lingye formed mudras with one hand, and the water barrier blocked the flames sprayed out by the opponent. Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The fire dragon formed by violent flames attacked Lingye from 3 directions. This fire style is almost meaningless. Lingye watched the 3 attacking fire dragons calmly. Uchiha Madara's fire style Longyan Song Song technique can attack the opponent from 4 directions, up, down, left, and right, making it impossible to avoid. You are well informed, you should be familiar with this. Susanoo. The blue chakra instantly surrounded Uchiha Lingye, and the fire dragon was directly blocked when it touched the blue chakra. Then, under the play of Lingye, the full-body Susanoo appeared, with a tall body over 100 meters, and 2 huge wings behind it. This is the full-body Susanoo. Full-body Susanoo is capable of flying. The power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sarutobi Sasuke, who was thrown away by the shockwave caused by the terrifying chakra, looked at Susanoo in shock. At this moment, he seemed to see that arrogant man who dismissed anyone, Uchiha Madara. In particular, Uchiha Lingye's Susanoo color, like Uchiha Madara's Susanoo color, is a blue Susanoo. Sarutobi Sasuke was in a daze for a long time. The former Uchiha Madara, except for first Hokage Senju Hashirama, didn't pay attention to other people at all, and he also has this strength. Even though he has a lot of reputation in Konoha village, but it is far from Uchiha Madara. Even though Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time, many people are still afraid to mention Uchiha Madara's name. Especially 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, he is a severe patient of Madaraphobia. You hit it, break the cortex with me. Lingye is now located in the crystal above Susanoo's head. The complete Susanoo 1.6 is capable, with terrifying defense and even more terrifying attack. Susanoo is known as the god of destruction, and is known by the world as the power of God that will inevitably die once you see it with your own eyes. If 9 tails and the full-body Susanoo were singled out, they would definitely not be able to beat them. Staring at Susanoo in front of him, only Sarutobi Sasuke himself can understand how terrifying Susanoo's aura is. 5 Dungeons Dalian Playing Technique. 4 Shadow Clone, together with the main body, used 5 ninjutsu with different attributes at the same time to attack Lingye's Susanoo. Susanoo didn't move at all, allowing the attack to hit. It couldn't cause the slightest wave at all, and there wasn't even a single crack on Susanoo's surface. Your attack should be over, isn't it my turn? Lingye controlled Susanoo to raise her foot, and then stepped on Sarutobi Sasuke. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the earth cracked countless cracks, just like an earthquake, and people a few kilometers away could feel the obvious vibration. Sarutobi Sasuke was rushed out by the shockwave of the trample, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Although he dodged and didn't let Susanoo step on it, the fluctuation caused by the step on it hurt him. Lingye controlled Susanoo, pulled out a knife from the back wing, and then slashed towards the distance. A mountain is directly split into 2 halves, the power to easily split a mountain. This is the complete body Susanoo. Lingye's sword didn't target Sarutobi Sasuke, he just wanted to try the destructive power of the full body Susanoo. After getting the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it was the first time to try the full body of Sarutobi Sasuke. Using this kind of power to deal with an old guy who is about to sink into the ground is a bit too bullying, and it's also very boring. I still want him to be a training partner for me. Susanoo disappeared, Lingye fell to the ground, and he lifted Susanoo. Chapter 72 One-shot kill Sarutobi Sasuke. Seeing Uchiha Lingye disarming Susanoo, Sarutobi Sasuke stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The shockwave just now made his old bones almost fall apart. Do you look down on me? Uchiha Lingye dismissed Susanoo, indicating that she has despised him. This is a good thing for Sarutobi Sasuke. Instead of being angry, he will be happy. If Uchiha Lingye continues to use Susanoo to deal with him, it is impossible for him to have a chance to kill Uchiha Lingye. You're right, I really don't think highly of you. Lingye walked towards Sarutobi Sasuke slowly. Looking at the oppressive Uchiha Lingye who came over, Sarutobi Sasuke was about to form a mudra to release ninjutsu when Lingye suddenly stepped in front of him and kicked him in the head. The sharp sound of breaking through the air forced Sarutobi Sasuke to give up the seal and block Uchiha Lingye's kick. Crack, with the crisp sound, Sarutobi Sasuke's face changed, revealing a look of pain. He flew out like a cannonball, pulled his right arm down, and kicked his right arm bone. You really can't do it with your old bones. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Sasuke disappointedly. No, it seems that it is really not qualified for him to be a training partner. Sarutobi Sasuke's strength is indeed not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe he was not weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was young, but now he is definitely not as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is true that there is a cage level in strength, but it is just that the cage level. Sarutobi Sasuke stood up with difficulty, his back was full of bruises, he was kicked by Uchiha Lingye just now, and the stone on the ground scratched his back. The arm used to block Uchiha Lingye's kick has been distorted in shape and was crippled by kick. Even if Tsunade comes, it probably won't be cured. Fire style Fire Dragon Bullet. Oh, one-handed mudra? Seeing Sarutobi Sasuke's one-handed mudra, Lingye's face fluctuated slightly. Pull out the Kusanagi sword, slash out, and directly open Sarutobi Sasuke's fire style. Swordsmanship. Thunder and flash. The ear-piercing thunder sounded. Lingye disappeared like a bolt of lightning, and appeared behind Sarutobi Sasuke like a teleportation. Lingye swung the knife in her hand, and the blood stained on the knife was thrown out. Sarutobi Sasuke's upper body seemed to be cut off with a single knife at this moment, and it was cut in half just 20 points away. With such an injury, unless you have the terrifying resilience and vitality of 10 Tails Jinchuriki, it is impossible to survive. For the sake of your courage to challenge me, I will leave you a complete corpse. Originally Lingye was able to cut Sarutobi Sasuke in half with one knife, but Lingye stopped later. But such an injury is enough to make Sarutobi Sasuke lose his life. Sarutobi Sasuke could no longer hear what Lingye said, and his body fell to the ground, losing his vital signs. Lingye took Sarutobi Sasuke's body and returned to Konoha village. Didn't he say he was very powerful and famous? Why did he die so quickly? Kushina looked at Sarutobi Sasuke's body and couldn't help but question. It took less than 10 minutes in total from Lingye leaving to returning with Sarutobi Hiruzen's body now. Is it possible that I am too strong? Lingye said to Kushina with a smile. Makoto, tell Sarutobi Hiruzen to bring the body back. Makoto nodded. She was a little worried. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen won't really be able to bear it. Lingye, are you really not worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha going to war? Makoto asked Lingye after the notification. Both of his sons are dead, and now that Sarutobi Hiruzen's father is also dead, doesn't that really make Sarutobi Hiruzen go to war with Uchiha outright? Do not worry. Lingye shook her head. It wasn't that Lingye knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well enough that he didn't dare to fight, but Uchiha Lingye's strength made him not worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha going to war. The Sarutobi clan received the notification from the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately came to the Uchiha clan. Then saw the dead body of his father Sarutobi Sasuke. If eyes can kill, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes can definitely tear people to pieces. This is the life and death certificate signed by your father and me. Lingye flung out the life and death form lightly. With this, Hokage won't ask me for guilt? Lingye asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to turn his face. Seeing this state of life and death, Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained himself, and reason regained the upper hand. I almost couldn't help it, and fought Uchiha Lingye desperately, but finally Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained. Uchiha Lingye, don't let me get hold of you Uchiha. When leaving with Sarutobi Sasuke's body, Sarutobi Hiruzen left a harsh word. Lingye pretended not to hear it. If you are ruthless, it will not be as simple as changing the ruthless words. If you just say ruthless words, Lingye is the most despised. Advertisement in Konoha village. What happened during this period caused a great commotion. However, the major families of Konoha are just watching from the sidelines and will not participate at all. They are not willing to participate in matters related to the third Hokage and Uchiha clan. Not only is it not beneficial to participate, but it will also cause a commotion. A few days later, the Sarutobi family held Sarutobi Sasuke's funeral, and Sarutobi Shinosuke's funeral was also held together. And these days, the relationship between the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan is not an exaggeration to describe it as tense and incompatible. The rest of the Sarutobi clan, unaware of the deaths of Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Izuma, were also related to Uchiha. But Sarutobi Sasuke, the former patriarch of their Sarutobi clan, died at the hands of Uchiha Lingye, and everyone in the Sarutobi clan knows it. Many impulsive Sarutobi people wanted to kill Uchiha Lingye directly, but they were finally suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the rules, they could not settle accounts with Uchiha Lingye, and Sarutobi Shinosuke had no evidence for their death. Damn it, you Uchiha clan dare to come. At the funeral, Lingye brought some people from Uchiha. Why can't I come? For senior Sarutobi Sasuke, I have a heart of admiration. I will pay homage to his funeral, isn't it okay? Lingye looked at the Sarutobi clan with a faint smile. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen came out, his sharp eyes staring at Uchiha Lingye. Uchiha Lingye, what do you want to do? Nothing, I just came to the funeral. Lingye smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. People from other major families had strange expressions. Uchiha Lingye was so brave. He killed Sarutobi Sasuke and dared to come to Sarutobi Sasuke's funeral. Isn't it afraid that the people of the Sarutobi clan will not be able to restrain themselves? Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, saw the conflict between Uchiha and the Sarutobi clan. He kept his face calm and was very happy in his heart. The Uchiha clan overwhelmed them in Konoha village, and they, the Hyuga clan, of course hoped that Uchiha would have one more enemy. And now it is the Sarutobi clan that is in conflict with Uchiha. The strength of the Sarutobi clan can only be regarded as middle class in Konoha village, but the Sarutobi clan has a third Hokage called Sarutobi Hiruzen. If a conflict really breaks out, the Uchiha clan may not necessarily be able to take advantage of it. I hope you don't make trouble, my tolerance is limited. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Oh, there is a limit, I don't know what the limit is. Lingye smiled. He really didn't intend to make trouble at the funeral, but as long as he appeared here, it would attract hatred. At the funeral, Lingye didn't do anything, and Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief after the funeral was over. Hokage-sama, don't we settle accounts with the Uchiha clan? Look at the arrogant faces of the Uchiha clan. Anyway, I can't bear it. The old patriarch died at the hands of Uchiha Lingye. Can we swallow this breath? After the funeral, people from the Sarutobi clan got together to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, their voices full of resentment. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, after the Senju clan is gone, no one will give them face for the Sarutobi clan. Even the former Uchiha would be afraid to face their Sarutobi clan. Since Uchiha Lingye became the patriarch of Uchiha a year ago, Uchiha has gradually disregarded their Sarutobi clan. Yes, their Sarutobi clan is indeed not as strong as the Uchiha clan. But we have Hokage. What do you Uchiha clan have? Don't mess with the Uchiha clan just yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen never forgot the hatred of his own son, and the hatred of his father Sarutobi Sasuke. But he wanted revenge on Uchiha Lingye, and couldn't find a reason at all, and Sarutobi Shinosuke had no evidence for their deaths. The death of his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, has a life and death certificate. After signing the life-death certificate, it will be a life and death battle in the ring. Of course, these are actually not the most critical, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a person who abides by the rules. If he really has the ability to retaliate against Uchiha, he will never care about whether there is any evidence. The key is that he has no ability to retaliate against Uchiha. Thinking of the match between Uchiha Lingye and him more than half a year ago, he lost that time, and Uchiha Lingye hadn't used all his strength. According to his speculation, Uchiha Lingye is suspected to have opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. In addition, the Uchiha family also has a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, which is on the Uchiha Iron Tree. 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, plus the strength of the Uchiha clan itself, and the Konoha Guard. Since the Konoha Guard recruited outsiders, it has drawn many people to the Uchiha clan. To deal with Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think that he will lose if he exhausts all of Konoha village's strength, but the price he will pay will definitely not be small. And to deal with Uchiha, it depends on the ideas of other families. They may not be able to help. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks a lot, although it is useless not to take revenge, but he is indeed rational. But the rest of the Sarutobi clan, they couldn't take it anymore. Master Hokage, what are you worried about? That's right, is there anything the Uchiha clan can't provoke? Others are afraid of Uchiha, but we Sarutobi are not afraid of Uchiha. Perhaps it was the confidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen brought to them. The Sarutobi family is very inflated, and they actually hold a great attitude towards the other families in Konoha village. Even the Uchiha family, the #1 pupil art family in Konoha, they're not afraid. Advertisement. They feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen's courage is getting smaller and smaller. He is obviously Hokage, but he is afraid of Uchiha, which makes them very disappointed. I said, don't mess with Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Even the people of the Sarutobi clan stopped listening to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but explode. The momentum erupted, and the people of the Sarutobi clan fell silent. People in the clan recently don't go out to perform tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. I'm afraid Uchiha Lingye won't let it go so easily, but Uchiha Lingye said in front of him before, an eye for an eye, 10. Double payback. I'm afraid his 2 sons, plus his father are dead, and Uchiha Lingye's revenge is not over. Why? Going out to perform tasks is also a way to make money, and they are a little puzzled. Follow orders and don't ask why. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to say it. Could it be that he told his people that because he wanted to eliminate the power of the Uchiha clan, he was killed by Uchiha and exposed, and that Uchiha wanted to take revenge on him? After sending the tribe away, Sarutobi Hiruzen punched a hole in the table. It is not known which table was destroyed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha, sooner or later I will. The Uchiha clan, Uchiha Lingye, not to mention hatred, just because they have threatened their own rule, Sarutobi Hiruzen will also try to get rid of Uchiha. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. Another monthly check-in, this time Lingye is still in the Uchiha clan. Monthly sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting. Hyuga clan look blank, do you want to receive it? Damn, how did I get a pair of white eyes? I didn't go to the Hyuga clan to sign. For Baiyan, Lingye is not interested at all, unless it is Baiyan's advanced version Tenseigan. Lingye might be a little more interested if this was the eye of the Otsutsuki clan, but it was the eye of the Hyuga clan. The Otsutsuki family is born with white eyes. Their pupil power is higher than that of the Hyuga family. They can even see into the future and use space ability. White eyes is not bad for the Otsutsuki clan, but in the hands of the Hyuga clan, it can't be said to be hip pull, but it is quite satisfactory. Don't take it. What if his eyes turn into white eyes after receiving it? Let's store it in the system first and talk about it later. If you don't use it yourself, you can use it for others. The blood of the Otsutsuki family, combined with the white eyes of the Hyuga family, can evolve into a Tenseigan. Lingye raised her head and looked at the moon. The Otsutsuki family lives on the moon, but the Otsutsuki family on the moon is only the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Hamura is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Counting it all together, the conditions for the birth of Tenseigan are lower than the conditions for the birth of Rinnegan. Tenseigan and Rinnegan are on the same level, both have 6 paths level force zones. No, it's not that simple to evolve Tenseigan. If it was really easy, the Otsutsuki clan would have hunted down the Hyuga clan and evolved into Tenseigan not long ago. The branch house of the Otsutsuki family on the moon can destroy even the main family. Don't they have the heart to attack the Hyuga family? And they also have passages to and from the ninja world, and it's not that they can't get up and down on the moon. This opportunity is an experiment, the premise is to catch a person from the Otsutsuki clan. Lingye looked at the moon maliciously. When did the Otsutsuki branch house on the moon disappear? The Otsutsuki branch house is not clear. Perhaps the Otsutsuki branch house has not perished yet. I don't know how strong they are. Lingye leaned on Makoto's body, enjoying Makoto's massage. Recently, Makoto has been more relaxed. Lingye has found someone to help Makoto handle the affairs of the clan and share Makoto's burden. Now her burden is much less. Master Patriarch. Moon, what's there? Uchiha month, she was recruited by Lingye to share the affairs of the clan. I'm here to report to the Patriarch the actions against the Sarutobi clan within the clan. Oh, how is it? Lingye asked. A month ago, after attending Sarutobi Sasuke's funeral, Lingye issued an order that as long as the Sarutobi clan dared to leave the village, they would kill them quietly. There are very few people from the Sarutobi family who left the village, and only a few were dealt with. However, the Konoha Guard has arrested many people from the Sarutobi family. Reported by Uchiha Monthly Exchange. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen told the people of the Sarutobi clan. The people of the Sarutobi clan who were arrested by the Konoha Guard, tell Uchiha Iron Tree to treat you well, and you just ask Uchiha Iron Tree to come over. It has been a month since Lingye thought of asking for the Hashirama cells from Orochimaru, and the Hashirama cells have been confirmed to be fine, and it is time to transplant Hashirama cells to the Uchiha Iron Tree. Chapter 73 Yuhi Mako joined the Konoha Guard. Master Patriarch, do you have a mission to find me? After Uchiha Tishu received the news from Uchiha Yu, he immediately came to see Lingye. Lingye bestowed on him the Mangekyō Sharingan, and he felt deeply trusted and hoped to do things for Lingye. Follow me. Lingye brought the Uchiha Iron Tree to a laboratory of the Uchiha family. This laboratory was set up by Lingye, and there are many researchers in it. Although they are not as good as Orochimaru, they are also capable. Do you feel that your eyesight has deteriorated? Lingye asked Uchiha Iron Tree. Uchiha Iron Tree hesitated, then nodded. The side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan, even if you exercise the ability of Mangekyō Sharingan on weekdays, as long as you use Mangekyō Sharingan, you have to endure side effects. His eyesight is not as good as it used to be. Of course, Uchiha Iron Tree is far from blind. As the Mangekyō Sharingan is used more and more times, the vision will be severely reduced, and eventually the light will be lost. What Lingye said, actually Uchiha Tishu Iji. After he received Lingye's reward, he inquired about the information about Mangekyō Sharingan. There are two ways to crack it. One is to open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Not only will you not have to worry about blindness, but you will also gain more powerful power. If you don't activate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, you cannot use the power of the perfect body Susanoo. Of course, this is not absolute. In the original book, Hitachi Kakashi used Mangekyō Sharingan, which also opened the perfect body Susanoo. But at that time Hitachi Kakashi got the power of 6 paths given to him by Uchiha Obito, relying on the power of 6 paths, so that was an exception. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is activated. After the Mangekyō Sharingan needs to be activated, transplant the brothers Mangekyō Sharingan. Hearing this, Uchiha Iron Tree was a little dim. None of his Mangekyō Sharingan was activated by himself, let alone the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Besides this, there is another way to avoid blindness and use the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan unscrupulously. After Lingye finished speaking, Uchiha Iron Tree's eyes lit up suddenly. Yes, the Patriarch said that there are two ways. The road of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is not feasible, there are other roads, I hope this road is not too difficult. One method is to transplant cells from first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Lingye didn't hold back either, and directly told Uchiha Tishu. Transplant first Hokage's cells. Uchiha Iron Tree's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Master Patriarch, first Hokage has been dead for decades, and I'm afraid he has become a bone of bones now. I don't know if he has become a bone or not, but there are cells from first Hokage here, otherwise why would you say I brought you here? After Lingye finished speaking, Uchiha Iron Tree was already excited. After getting the Mangekyō Sharingan, what is the most painful thing for him? It is that he cannot use the Mangekyō Sharingan casually. Obviously mastering such a powerful power, but not daring to use it, this is the most uncomfortable. Transplanting Hashirama cells is very risky. Many ordinary people who transplant Senju Hashirama's cells end up dying, but the power of Mangekyō Sharingan will check and balance with Hashirama cells, so there is a high probability that you will be fine. But everything has risks, so are you prepared for that? Lingye can't guarantee that if Uchiha Iron Tree is transplanted with Senju Hashirama's cells, it will be fine. However, according to the original book, Uchiha Madara transplanted Hashirama cells are fine, Uchiha Obito transplanted Hashirama cells is fine, Danzo got an arm of Sharingan, and then transplanted Senju Hashirama's fine pitch is fine. So, Sharingan should be able to balance first Hokage cells. Master Patriarch, I am willing to take risks. Uchiha Iron Tree said firmly. He can take some risks. If he wants to become stronger, he has to pay a price, not to mention that the price is not too big. Then get ready, and then I will have someone transplant Senju Hashirama's cells to you. Lingye gave instructions to the researchers in the laboratory. And Uchiha Iron Tree is also ready. In order to be able to use the power of Mangekyō Sharingan freely, he doesn't mind taking risks. Master Lingye, before we used animals for experiments, none of those animals survived. Are you sure you want to transplant him with first Hokage cells? The researcher hesitated and asked Lingye. You have also heard what the researcher said, and the right to choose is up to you. Lingye said to Uchiha Iron Tree. If Uchiha Iron Tree really backed down, Lingye wouldn't blame him, but according to Lingye's understanding of Uchiha Iron Tree, he probably wouldn't back down. Uchiha Iron Tree is more power-seeking, and he will not give up the opportunity to use Mangekyō Sharingan at will. Bring it on. Sure enough, just as Lingye guessed, Uchiha Iron Tree chose to let the researchers directly transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. Lingye watched from the side, although Lingye could not save him if something happened, but Lingye was still a little concerned about the life and death of Uchiha Iron Tree. Uchiha Iron Tree can be regarded as his right-hand man. He really didn't want anything to happen to Uchiha Iron Tree. Advertisement. If I knew I had brought Orochimaru here, he should have more experience. The transplantation has already started. First Hokage's cells were transplanted on Uchiha Iron Tree, and Uchiha Iron Tree didn't feel much at first. But soon, his face changed, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Clenching his fists tightly, his veins bulging, he endured the pain. The cells of first Hokage are very vigorous and erosive, and they will instinctively swallow other cells and transform them into the same cells of first Hokage. About an hour later, the painful Uchiha Iron Tree felt better, but his upper body, where the first Hokage cells were transplanted, had turned white, the same color as white Zetsu. Seeing that Uchiha Iron Tree was no longer in pain, Lingye knew it was a success. Sure enough, the Uchiha family is more likely to withstand the first Hokage cells, but the Uchiha Iron Tree also left the first Hokage cell imprint. Master Patriarch, I have not let you down. Uchiha Iron Tree was very excited. He could feel the changes in his eyes, the pupil power that could not be replenished after consumption was slowly filling his eyes. At this moment, his Sharingan seems to have returned to the heyday of the newly transplanted pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. It worked. The researchers were the most shocked. They had studied the first Hokage cells, and only then did they understand the horror of the first Hokage cells. Let's go. Lingye left with Uchiha Iron Tree, and Uchiha Iron Tree still had excitement on his face. Next, I'll give you a task to deal with the Shimura family, and the way to do it is to deal with the Sarutobi family. Lingye instructed Uchiha Iron Tree. He didn't forget Shimura Danzo, who wanted to deal with Uchiha by destroying the Senju clan, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo both thought of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is packed, it's time for Shimura Danzo next. Shimura Danzo's root tissue is like a rat in the gutter, hiding very deep, but his root tissue can be hidden. Can the Shimura clan escape? Don't worry, Lord Patriarch, I will definitely take care of the Shimura clan. A cruel smile appeared on Uchiha Iron Tree's face. For the Shimura family, Uchiha doesn't have any favors, all thanks to that old guy Danzo. The Uchiha family is very aware of Danzo's malice towards the Uchiha family, and his malice towards the Uchiha family has not been concealed at all. Because of Danzo, it is normal to hate the Shimura clan. What about the Sarutobi clan? Do we still need to target them? Of course we can't let it go. Lingye intends to turn around to deal with the Shimura family, but it does not mean that he will give up targeting the Sarutobi family. Call Uchiha Fugaku and don't let him sit idle. Uchiha Fugaku is a tool man, Lingye has to squeeze him dry. Anyway, I hold Uchiha Fugaku's handle in my hand, so I am not afraid that Uchiha Fugaku will be disobedient. By the way, Lord Patriarch, I have some information to report to you. Yuhi Junhong has been having a hard time recently. Last time, after killing Sarutobi Asuma by using Yuhi Mako's daughter, Yuhi Mako, the bitter days of Eihai Mako came. Although his daughter Yuhiru is also a victim, will Sarutobi Hiruzen think so much? Yuhi Junhong, who originally worked in an important department, was directly removed and targeted. Now his life is getting harder and harder. I think we, Uchiha, can extend an olive branch to him. Uchiha Iron Tree suggested. Okay, you can invite. Forget it, I will personally invite him to show my sincerity. Yuhi Junhong is an elite Jonin anyway, give him some face. Since the Konoha Guard started to recruit outsiders, the strongest recruit was only Jonin, and the recruitment of Yuhi Junhong was considered a record breaker. Yuhi Mako's residence, as a well-known elite ninja in Konoha village, Yuhi Makoto is not short of money, and his residence is not bad. Yuhi Junhong, who was originally working in an important department, was already idle at home at this time. Hearing the knock on the door, Yuhi Junhong, who was a little drunk, opened the door. After seeing someone coming, Yuhi Junhong froze for a moment. He was a little drunk, but not completely drunk. Captain Lingye. Although Uchiha Lingye is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, to outsiders, he is more valued as the captain of the Konoha Guard. So Yuhi Junhong called Lingye the captain. Why are you here? Yuhi Junhong asked in surprise. He didn't communicate much with Uchiha, and he only had met with Uchiha Lingye, and the two sides had no friendship at all. I heard that Yuhi Jonin is at home leisurely. Lingye asked with a smile. Advertisement. Yuhi's red face changed. If it was someone else, I'm afraid he would be kicked out directly. But Uchiha Lingye is the captain of the Konoha Guard, and he has already offended third Hokage. Makoto Yuhi doesn't want to offend Uchiha Lingye too. If he is offended, then he really has no way out in Konoha village. And Yuhi Junhong believes that Uchiha Lingye definitely didn't come to tease him on purpose, and he and Uchiha have no grudges, so there is no need for the other party to tease him on purpose. With Yuhi Jonin's ability, isn't it a talent to stay at home, so I want to invite Yuhi Jonin to join the Konoha Guard. Lingye directly stated her purpose to Yuhi Junhong. Join the Konoha Guard. Yuhi Mako didn't expect that Uchiha Lingye invited him to join the Konoha Guard. For Uchiha Lingye's invitation, Yuhi Junhong was really moved. Third Hokage still hated his daughter because of Sarutobi Asuma, that's why he was removed from his position and stayed at home. I don't know what is waiting for him in the future. In fact, Yuhi Junhong is not afraid of himself, but he still has a daughter. You know, it was Kurenai Yuhi who took Sarutobi Asuma out, and then caused Sarutobi Asuma to die. Third Hokage, he should remember his daughter even more. He was more worried about his daughter. If you join the Konoha Guard, it is equivalent to getting Uchiha's asylum. But as a price, he may never have a chance to ease up with Third Hokage in the future. There was hesitation on Yuhi's red face. Why, is Yuhi Jonin unwilling to join the Konoha Guard? It's fine if you don't want to. Lingye turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Captain Lingye. Seeing that Lingye was about to leave, Yuhi Junhong immediately stopped Lingye. A smile appeared on the corner of Lingye's mouth when he was called. Everything was as he expected. Makoto Yuhi has no other choice. As long as he is smart, he should know that he can only join the Konoha Guard. Otherwise, if he offends Third Hokage, if he doesn't find a backer, what awaits him will be more and more marginalized, and then he will go to perform those missions that are almost certain to die. Captain Lingye, you should know that I offended Lord Third Hokage, aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Yuhi Junhong asked. The fact that he offended Third Hokage, not to mention that everyone knows it, is almost the same. People who had a good relationship with him also stayed away from him, for fear of getting in touch with him. Do you think I'm afraid of Third Hokage? Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Yuhi Makino smiled wryly. He almost forgot that Uchiha Lingye himself had offended Sarutobi Hiruzen. And to offend even more, he killed Sarutobi Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father. Okay, I am willing to join the Konoha Guard, and Captain Ching Lingye will give me advice. Makoto Yuhi made a choice. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't tolerate him anymore, so he had to join Uchiha. Although he joined the Konoha Guard, Mako Yuhi knew that he had joined the Uchiha camp. Then Yuhi Jonin will be the team leader first, won't you feel wronged? Zhao does. Makoto Yuhi's strength is good, Grandmaster illusion, but he just joined the Konoha Guard. Lingye at most gave him the position of a small captain. In the Konoha Guard, the highest status is the captain, then the deputy captain, then the small captain and ordinary members. Compared with the previous position, the position of team leader is far inferior, but Yuhi Junhong did not dislike it. He joined the Konoha Guard, which is equivalent to seeking asylum from the Uchiha clan, and only the position of the squad leader can understand. And Yuhi Junhong also knew that it was impossible for him to be given the position of vice captain just after he joined. Even if he is an elite Jonin, it is not worth Uchiha Lingye's wooing. Tomorrow, you can report to the Konoha Guard. After Lingye gave her orders, she left. Looking at Uchiha Lingye who left, Yuhi Junhong let out a breath, feeling a heavy burden on her body and let it go. Offended Third Hokage, the pressure is really great, and now he has taken refuge in the Uchiha clan, and he is relieved. The next day, Yuhi Makoto went to Konoha Guard to report and successfully joined the Konoha Guard. An elite Jonin has joined the Konoha Guard, which has attracted quite a bit of attention in Konoha village. HMPH, Makoto Yuhi is smart enough to offend Third Hokage, so she seeks refuge from the Uchiha clan. After Hyuga Hiyashi knew Yuhi Mako joined the Konoha Guard, he immediately saw through Yuhi Mako's intentions. But the momentum of the Uchiha clan is getting bigger and bigger, completely suppressing the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned. Konoha has two pupil families. After mentioning them, the first thing that comes to mind is the Uchiha family, not the Hyuga family. Even some people only know the Uchiha clan, not the Hyuga clan. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned after knowing that Yuhi Mako joined the Konoha Guard and sought Uchiha's asylum. Unexpectedly, Yuhi Makoto was forced to the Uchiha clan. An elite Jonin cornered the enemy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little regretful. Chapter 74 Mangekyo given to Makoto. Who are you and why did you sneak up on me? Don't you know that I am a ninja from the Konoha Shimura clan? HMPH, it's your Shimura clan who killed. Uchiha Jonin wearing a mask, released a fire-style ninjutsu, and the ninja of the Shimura clan died suddenly on the spot. Fire-style incinerated the body, and after destroying the body, used the body flicker technique to leave. In 3 months, more than 50 ninjas of the Shimura clan died outside. And the people of the Sarutobi clan no longer dare to go out of the village to perform tasks. Root Organization Base, Shimura Danzo, who once again received the news of the death of the tribe, directly smashed out the things in his hand. Has the investigation been completed? Who did it? Although Danzo is not a good person and has no feelings, he is still a member of his family. In 3 months, more than 50 people who went out to carry out the mission died, which is definitely not normal. And he is too familiar with it. The Senju clan was wiped out by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen in this way. Master Danzo, according to our investigation, it is suspected to be related to the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha will destroy the corpses and wipe out traces after doing it, generally no traces will be left. But if there are too many times, there will always be traces. Uchiha. Danzo was not shocked when he heard the news, he already suspected that the Uchiha clan did it. The old man is going to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Leaving the root organization base, Danzo went directly to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Hokage's office, the two met. Without saying a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew why Danzo came. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is getting more and more arrogant. They robbed and killed my Shimura clan outside the village. Danzo had anger on his face. What Uchiha did, don't you plan to do something? He intends to unite with Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack the Uchiha clan. I know what you want to say, Konoha is not capable of dealing with the Uchiha clan now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sigh. If the Uchiha clan were easy to deal with, he would have solved Uchiha Lingye long ago and avenged his son and his father. Sarutobi, you're kidding me. Danzo's one open eye narrowed. With the power of Konoha village, can't you deal with the Uchiha family? Could it be that you have received Uchiha's benefits and are unwilling to deal with Uchiha? Danzo could only doubt it. Sarutobi, according to my investigation, it is very likely that your two sons died at the hands of Uchiha, and your father also died at the hands of Uchiha Lingye. You actually chose to protect Uchiha. He couldn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore, and he couldn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly. 810. Danzo, I told you that killing Uchiha would throw Konoha village into civil unrest. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. The Uchiha family has at least 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, you should know the destructive power of Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo's destructive power is comparable to Nine Tails. If you really want to deal with Uchiha, you must at least get rid of Uchiha Lingye and Uchiha Iron Tree. According to his guess, Uchiha Lingye should also have Mangekyō Sharingan, the destructive power of 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan can almost overturn Konoha village. Then what is your plan to get rid of Uchiha Lingye? Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Get rid of Uchiha Lingye and Uchiha Iron Tree first, the Uchiha family is a toothless tiger, and Danzo has no objection. No plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a blank face. If there was a plan, he would have executed it long ago. With the hatred between him and Uchiha Lingye, if there is a way to deal with Uchiha Lingye, do you still have to wait for Danzo to come to him? Uchiha Lingye has been in the village all the time, can you attack him in the village? And Uchiha Lingye's strength is beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Either send big star ninjas to surround and kill him, or find a stronger ninja to attack him. The strength of Uchiha Lingye is also a headache for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he was just an elite jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely kill him without a sound. Can't you kill him yourself? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Danzo has always thought that he is more suitable to be Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo still recognizes Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen is stronger than him. Can't kill, I'm not Uchiha Lingye's opponent. What did you say? Danzo suspects that Sarutobi Hiruzen is joking with him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said he was no match for Uchiha Lingye, Danzo wondered if he heard it wrong. I have fought with Uchiha Lingye, although that battle did not go to the end, but I am definitely not Uchiha Lingye's opponent. It has been more than a year since that time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still has not forgotten. At that time, Uchiha Lingye definitely did not show his full strength, he definitely had something to hide. He couldn't beat Uchiha Lingye more than a year ago, and now Uchiha Lingye should be stronger than before. Advertisement. But Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Uchiha Lingye will be much better than before, after all, only a year has passed. However, he doesn't know that Lingye's current strength, CGAI, is completely different from when he played against Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, Lingye's strength was still at cage level, but now Lingye's strength is above cage level, and among those above cage level, he is considered to be at the peak. Now you understand why I didn't attack Uchiha Lingye, because he is better than me. I have suffered a lot, so I am afraid of Uchiha Lingye. I will talk to Uchiha Lingye and tell him to give up dealing with our Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan, now is not the time to deal with Uchiha Lingye. Then when is the time? Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dark face. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know when the time was right, he had only one way, and that was to wait. Maybe I won't be able to wait for this opportunity in the future, but there is no other way. I hope you can bear it. Danzo snorted coldly and left with a dark face. I thought that this time Sarutobi Hiruzen could be persuaded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to take action, gathering the power of the entire Konoha village to destroy Uchiha. Maybe I can take this opportunity to get the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But I didn't expect it to be like this again. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't cooperate with him, how can he deal with Uchiha only by the strength of his root organization? Although the root organization is not weak under the development of Danzo, it is very different from the Uchiha family. Today's Uchiha family is far stronger than the Uchiha in the original genocide period. If the Uchiha clan in the original book can have the strength of the current Uchiha clan, Konoha's high-level officials would never dare to force Uchiha so tightly. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the Uchiha clan. In the Uchiha clan, Lingye is busy signing in. Although you can sign in every day, the things you get from daily sign in are really bad. Compared with the monthly sign in, it is more than a little bit better. In the past 3 months, signing in, Kie, in the first 2 months has won 10 copies of Tuku Chakra and Cage level Chakra respectively. The 2-tail chakra is the same as the 1-tail chakra obtained by signing in before. It remains in the system and has not been claimed for the time being, and it will not disappear anyway. It's never too late to get it when you need it. 1 Cage level chakra is better than nothing for Lingye. Lingye's current chakra may not be as good as Senju Hashirama, but he also despises a mere Cage level chakra. Monthly sign in successfully. Get Mangekyō Sharingan. Do you want to receive it? Finally signed in, Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye has a smile on his face. He already has eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the reason why he wants to sign in to get Mangekyō Sharingan is because he wants to give Makoto a gift. The sign-in reward can be given to others, and Lingye can give this reward to Makoto. Makoto, come here. Lingye called out to Makoto. Makoto, who was in the kitchen, came out with a plate of side dishes, with a puzzled expression on his face. Lingye, what's the matter? A present for you. Lingye asked the system to give the Mangekyō Sharingan obtained by signing into Makoto. Makoto felt a comfortable coolness coming from her eyes, and couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened them, Mangekyō Sharingan appeared in her eyes. Wow, it's Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing Mangekyō Sharingan, Kushina couldn't help shouting. Mangekyō Sharingan. Quote. Makoto took out a mirror and saw Mangekyō Sharingan in his own eyes. Even Makoto was very excited at this time. Uchiha tribe, who doesn't want to get Mangekyō Sharingan? Makoto is also eager to have a strong strength because of the influence of Lingye. Only when she is strong can she be able to help Lingye. Thank you Lingye. Makoto kissed Lingye's face, without paying any attention to Uzumaki Kushina who was standing beside him. Kushina has no expression on her face, she has seen this scene more than once, and the kiss is relatively restrained. Makoto, what are your 2 pupil skills? Lingye was curious. Everyone's Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique is different, I don't know what Makoto's Mangekyō pupil technique is. Some Mangekyō Sharingan's pupil art is more terrifying than Rinnegan's pupil art. Like Uchiha Obito's Kamui, especially Kamui Hollow. Jianyu Lishan, both pupil skills are Jianyu Lishan. Afterwards, Makoto and Lingye introduced her. She has 2 pupil techniques. Jianyu Lishan is a pupil technique that releases purple lightning. One pupil technique is responsible for release, and the other pupil technique is responsible for control. A bit similar to Uchiha Sasuke's 2 pupils, but Uchiha Sasuke is Amaterasu, plus flame control that controls Amaterasu's black inflammation. In the original book, Uchiha Sasuke has a combined ninjutsu, also called Jianyu Lishan, which was used in the final battle with Naruto in the Valley of the End. But Makoto, the Jianyu Lishan, is completely different from his Jianyu Lishan. The specific power will not be known until Makoto is released. Advertisement. However, Lingye estimates that the destructive power will not be bad. Makoto, you should know the side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan, use it as little as possible, in the future I will help you evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Lingye exhorted to Makoto. Makoto nodded, knowing that Mangekyō Sharingan would become blind if overused, she would definitely not use it recklessly. Master Patriarch, Sarutobi Hiruzen is here and wants to visit you. Uchiha Tasuki said outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen, take him to the living room. Lingye ordered to Uchiha Yu outside. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen come? Come at this time, he's still a Hokage, I don't care. Kushina muttered. It's time to eat, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came running over. There's no rush to see him, let's eat first and let Sarutobi Hiruzen wait. Lingye said unhurriedly, are you not afraid that he will be angry? After Kushina finished asking, she looked at the smile on Lingye's face and patted herself on the head. Sarutobi Hiruzen can even hold back the deep hatred of his son's death and his father's death, how could he explode in anger after being left alone for a while? Asked a very substandard question, Lingye wouldn't laugh at her for being stupid, would she? After Lingye had eaten, he went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been waiting in the living room for more than an hour, because Lingye drank some tea after eating. I kept you waiting, the affairs of the Uchiha clan are too busy. Lingye smiled and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Uchiha Lingye, it doesn't matter whether his words are true or not. Whether it is true or not, it can show Uchiha Lingye's contempt for him. He is dignified Hokage, if he goes to another family, no matter how busy the affairs are, he will see him as soon as possible instead of making him wait. Third Hokage came to the Uchiha clan, but what can I tell you? Lingye took the main seat. The revenge of the Uchiha clan is enough, I hope the Uchiha clan can stop their revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen said straight to the point. He didn't want to see Uchiha Lingye. Looking at Uchiha Lingye, he couldn't help but think of the deep hatred between himself and Uchiha Lingye. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen just wanted to finish chatting with Uchiha Lingye and leave quickly, and didn't want to waste time with false claims. Revenge. The Uchiha clan has always been the most law-abiding in Konoha village. Retaliate against whom? Lingye looked incomprehensible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Could it be that Uchiha Lingye is still unwilling to let it go? If Uchiha Lingye really has the idea of exterminating the Sarutobi clan, then he can only consider Danzo's plan to gather the power of Konoha village to destroy the Uchiha clan. However, recently Uchiha lacks financial resources and needs Konoha's support. Lingye changed the topic and said, Hearing Uchiha Lingye's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved. He wanted the benefits. If the benefits are enough, would he be willing to give up dealing with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? I don't know how much you need. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Lingye. Not much, B2 is enough. Now the Uchiha family is really short of money. After Ishikawa died, the person Lingye chose to replace Ishikawa did not have Ishikawa's ability. So in terms of money, the Uchiha clan is somewhat in short supply. Even Lingye is thinking about whether to choose a big businessman to kill the rich and help the poor. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to your door at this time. As for letting go of Sarutobi and Shimura's clan temporarily, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if they really want to kill them, Lingye has 100 ways. Besides, the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans did not dare to leave the village at will. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard about 1 billion taels, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his face was gloomy like water. Even though it was expected that Uchiha Lingye would open his mouth like a lion, he still underestimated Uchiha Lingye, who opened his mouth for 1 billion taels. It doesn't matter if Konoha village is unable to support the Uchiha family. We, the Uchiha family, can find a way to solve the money problem by ourselves. Lingye said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed again. In his opinion, Uchiha Lingye's words were more like a threat. Okay, I can promise that the Uchiha family is also a part of our Konoha village, and it is also right to support the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression didn't change at all when he said those words. Lingye admired, originally thought that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, he would gnash his teeth and agree. It seems that he underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's self-cultivation. Although Lingye looks down on Zongren, he has to admit that the opponent who can endure is also terrible. If it wasn't for her absolute strength, she wouldn't be afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen's comeback against the wind. Then I would like to thank Hokage for his financial support. We, the Uchiha clan, will try our best not to leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood the meaning of Lingye's words. This is tantamount to telling him that the Uchiha clan will no longer continue to assassinate the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. I hope Hokage can send the money over quickly. Our Uchiha family is almost out of rice to cook. Don't make us wait too long. When sending Sarutobi Hiruzen away, Lingye reminded him. Chapter 75. Hatake Tsukumo still killed himself. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. After Sarutobi Hiruzen supported the Uchiha clan with 1 billion taels, Uchiha stopped attacking the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. In the past 2 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not tried to deal with the Uchiha clan, and Konoha village is safe and sound. However, in the past 2 years, a major event happened to the Uchiha clan, that is, Makoto's grandfather, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, passed away. In 2 years, Lingye made 2 more check-ins. One time for Senju Hashirama's perfect sage body and one time for Nine Tails chakra. Perfect sage body is much stronger than Uzumaki immortal body, and Lingye's chakra may surpass Nine Tails at this time. As for the Nine Tails chakra obtained by signing in, Lingye did not receive it. In addition to these monthly check-ins over the past 2 years, except for 8 Tails chakra, the rest of the Tail Beast chakra Lingye has been signed and collected. Tailed Beast chakra, Lingye has never received it, but it cannot be said that Tailed Beast chakra is useless. How did the Tailed Beasts come from? The 9 Tailed Beasts were separated from 10 Tails. At the beginning, Sage of 6 Paths separated chakra of 10 Tails into 9 Tailed Beasts. After chakra of 10 Tails was separated, its body became Gedo statue, which was taken to the moon by Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths, and handed over to future generations for safekeeping. Later, after Uchiha Madara opened Rinnegan, he gave Gedo statue to summoning. Gedo statue was taken away by summoning, and it was also one of the root causes of civil unrest among the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Otsutsuki branch house and Zongjia have always had a dispute over ideas, but the Gedo statue they guarded was taken away by summoning, which was the fuse of the outbreak of civil strife. I don't know if Otsutsuki branch house and the main family are fighting now. The chakra and Lingye of the tailed beast are temporarily stored in the system and have not been claimed, and it is not too late to claim them when they are needed. Lingye is interested in the power of 10 tails, and chakra of the tailed beast is the key to gaining the power of 10 tails. Today is another monthly check-in. For the monthly sign-in, Lingye has no previous expectations, and the things obtained by the monthly sign-in have little effect on Lingye. Cage level chakra, Lingye don't even know how much they got signed. If it is an ordinary ninja, I am afraid that he will be ecstatic to get a cage level chakra, but Lingye doesn't like that chakra at all. Now possessing the same perfect sage body as Senju Hashirama, will Lingye be worthy of a cage level chakra? Hope is Mangekyō Sharingan. If the Mangekyō Sharingan can be obtained, at least one more strong man will be added to the clan. Monthly sign-in successfully. Get. Fire-style Longyan Fang technique. Monthly sign-in is getting more and more hip. Lingye was a little disappointed. He got an A- level ninjutsu this time, which really disappointed him. Compared with ninjutsu, it's not as useful as cage level chakra. Of course, if it's an S-rank ninjutsu, it's a different matter. In the past 2 years, Lingye's strength has not improved much, and his strength has basically reached the ceiling under normal circumstances. Only by obtaining the power of 6 paths can he reach the 6 paths level. With the power of 6 paths, unless you are very lucky, you can only wait for the year to sign in, or wait for the next 10 years to sign in. Next time I have to sign in at another place. Thinking of the influence of the sign-in location on the rewards obtained by sign-in, Lingye set her sights on other ninja villages. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's Dust Escape, 3rd Raikage's Lightning Style Chakra Mode, and by the way, 3rd Kazecage's Magnet Style. Especially 3rd Kazekage, he doesn't have a good few years to live, and he has to find an opportunity to sign in front of him once. I remember that the fuse of the 3rd Ninja World War was the hospital of 3rd Kazekage. 3rd Kazekage is not missing, he is dead, killed by the scorpion and used to make the strongest puppet. Among the 5 ninja villages, the one with the most crotch is Sunagaku. 1st Kazekage, at the first 5 Kages meeting, rejected Senju Hashirama's proposal to Sunagaku Tailman and instead asked Konoha for money and land. Thankfully Senju Hashirama is not Uchiha Madara, otherwise his ashes would have been caught on the spot. 2nd Kazekage is a bit capable, developing puppet art and ninjutsu for manipulating sand, but this ability is nothing compared to 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, the forbidden technique development master. It is also incomparable with the blood successor elimination dust dungeon developed by 2nd Tsuchikage. Shueiji eliminates Dust Dun and surpasses Shueiji's limit. It is a fusion of 3 chakra shape changes, which can separate opponents into atomic forms. 3rd Kazekage, who is now Sunagaku's Kazekage, was killed by a ninja in his own village, and then made into a puppet, and he has the nerve to call himself the strongest Kazekage in history. As for the future 4th Kazekage Rosa, who was also a talent, died under the assassination of Orochimaru. 5th Kazekage Gaara, Akatsuki's first target. Anyway, in Lingye's eyes, Fengying is either a rookie or an unlucky one. Lingye, let me tell you a piece of news that absolutely shocks you. Kushina hurriedly opened the door and shouted at Lingye. What news? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen die suddenly? Lingye asked jokingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't die, but Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo died. This news is indeed shocking news. Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo is a well-known ninja in the entire ninja world. The person Sunagaku Chiyo mother-in-law hates the most, her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo is Scorpion's father-killing enemy. Advertisement. What? Hatake Tsukumo is dead. Lingye showed a shocked expression in cooperation. Seeing that Lingye was shocked by the news she brought, Kushina had a smug face. Do you know how Hatake Tsukumo died? How did you die? Lingye asked cooperatively. He committed suicide. I really didn't expect him to choose to commit suicide. Kushina also couldn't believe it when she heard the news that Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide. Lingye said flatly. No, aren't you surprised by the news? Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo, a cage-level strongman, committed suicide and died. People who heard the news, I don't know how many people were shocked and their jaws almost dropped. Why are you surprised? If you die, you will die. Lingye traveled over and changed many things, but many things are still the same as the original, such as Hatake Tsukumo's suicide. Some time ago, after Hatake Tsukumo failed in his mission to save his companions, his original reputation fell directly. Even the companions who were rescued by him stood up and accused Hatake Tsukumo, directly making Hatake Tsukumo shut himself off. The fragile Hatake Tsukumo chose to commit suicide. Lingye, those who blamed Hatake Tsukumo, I feel that someone is behind the push. Makoto said to Lingye. It's true that the mission failed. This mission may be very important to Konoha village, but think about Hatake Tsukumo's contribution to Konoha village. A mission failed, and he gave up the mission because he saved his companions, which led to the mission failure. Is it normal for a former hero to be blamed by everyone just because of one defeat? It's Danzo's gutter rat. Lingye has already been investigated by people. It was Danzo's old B*********** D who played the rhythm behind his back, and then some brainless guys echoed, which led to Hatake Tsukumo's suicide. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew but did not stop. I don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks. Danzo still has a reason for Hatake Tsukumo, because Danzo's obsession with Hokage's position has reached the point of madness. Hatake Tsukumo is being hailed by many in Konoha village as the next Hokage successor. Danzo dealt with Hatake Tsukumo secretly because he agreed with his interests. But Sarutobi Hiruzen sat idly by. Lingye couldn't understand. Hatake Tsukumo can be regarded as a loyal subordinate. Anyway, Lingye would die laughing at this operation. However, the death of Hatake Tsukumo is not a bad thing for the Uchiha clan. After all, Hatake Tsukumo is a loyal subordinate of 3rd Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo is dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen is tantamount to cutting off his own arm. So it's about Danzo. Disgust flashed in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. As long as it is the Uchiha clan, there is no one who does not hate Danzo. Danzo has never concealed his attitude towards the Uchiha clan, so what good attitude can the Uchiha clan have towards Danzo? Then Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide directly. It is too weak. Kushina said while holding her chin. You are right, he is indeed too fragile. If Hatake Tsukumo was a weak person, it would be understandable if he couldn't bear to commit suicide, but he, a cage-level strong person, would commit suicide because of others scolding. Remember, Hatake Tsukumo is a negative teaching material. Only a strong mind is really strong. He is just a weak chicken. Lingye educated Kushina. Kushina, who was educated by Lingye again, couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Actually, I admire Sarutobi Hiruzen. I admire his stupidity. Regardless of whether Hitachi is mentally strong or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really stupid. In the presence of his threat, to watch Hitachi Tsukumo being forced to commit suicide under Danzo's scheme, isn't it stupid? In fact, Lingye misunderstood Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is not too stupid, but he did not expect Hitachi Tsukumo to commit suicide. How did Hitachi Tsukumo commit suicide? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Danzo is playing the rhythm behind the scenes. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this. The reason why he didn't show up for the first time is to wait for Hitachi Tsukumo to come out and say something nice when he is extremely frustrated. Then, if he took action to suppress this matter, wouldn't Hitachi Tsukumo's loyalty to him be greatly enhanced? For this purpose, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's men fan the flames behind his back and ignored them. In the end, who would have thought that before he could make a move, Hitachi Tsukumo committed suicide directly? Not only was his plan in vain, but he also lost Hitachi Tsukumo, his right-hand man. A cage-level combat power. If it really turns against Uchiha Lingye, Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs the power of Hitachi Tsukumo. Danzo, it's all a good thing you did. Sarutobi Hiruzen went straight to Danzo angrily. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. What are you doing here? Root Organization Base. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen coming, Danzo's tone was not good. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo became more and more dissatisfied, repeatedly blocking his plan to deal with Uchiha. Danzo almost suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan became one. What am I here for? Do you know that Hitachi Tsukumo committed suicide? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo. I know. Danzo's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he said, what does his suicide have to do with this old man? Danzo, don't think I don't know, there is a shadow of your root organization behind this matter. There was anger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Danzo still wanted to play a fool in front of him, and there were very few things about Konoha village that could be hidden from him. Although Danzo's work is hidden, if you investigate carefully, you will definitely find Danzo's roots. Organization shadow. This old man just let someone tell the truth. His suicide has nothing to do with this old man. Danzo kept a straight face and refused to admit that Hitachi's death had anything to do with him. He committed suicide and died. Could it be that the old man should be blamed for his fault? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain in his eyes. Since you found out that the old man did it, why didn't you stop it? Instead, after Hitachi Tsukumo died, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to question him. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to see Hitachi Tsukumo die, and his current anger is also fake? The old man still has things to deal with here. If there is nothing else, don't bother the old man. Danzo is looking forward to the death of Hitachi Tsukumo. He has no big picture. Uchiha Lingye, the biggest enemy, never thought about it at all. In Danzo's view, as long as all the forces of Konoha village are gathered, it will be easy to destroy Uchiha. Hitachi Tsukumo is known as Hokage's successor, which has aroused Danzo's dissatisfaction for a long time. Danzo has long wanted to get rid of Hitachi Tsukumo. I hope you will have some brains when you do things in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen left a word angrily, and left. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also responsible for this matter, but he is good at throwing the blame, and directly dumped the blame on Danzo, and the Konoha Nabe King is well deserved. It is useless to be angry at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen left with anger. Hitachi Tsukumo is dead. This is a foregone conclusion. Can a person be resurrected after death? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know that there is a technique that can bring people back to life, called the Rinne Tensei technique. It's useless to know. This is Rinnegan's art, and Rinnegan belongs to the legendary pupil art. Judging from the cognition of most people in the ninja world, it is unknown whether Rinnegan exists or not. For example, Sage of Six Paths, in the eyes of many ninjas, is actually a legend, and many ninjas do not believe in the existence of Sage of Six Paths. Hitachi Tsukumo died, and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost another card in his hand. Hitachi Tsukumo's funeral was deserted, and there were not many people who came to attend it. Although Hitachi Tsukumo was dead, the dead were the most important. Shin Hitachi Tsukumo's reputation was not good. Those who came to his funeral were the only ones with heads and faces. The patriarchs of the three Ino-Shika Cho families came. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is also here. Although Hitachi Tsukumo is dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen values Hitachi Kakashi very much. Hitachi Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and became Shunin at the age of 6, known as the strongest group since Konoha was established. Hitachi Kakashi, who inherited his father's talent, enters the training target of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingye also came, and he and Hitachi Tsukumo, at any rate, had a friendship that they had discussed before. Third Hokage doesn't seem to want to see me. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a serious expression on his face. Just now he was calming Hitachi Kakashi gently. When he saw Lingye, he changed his expression directly. Not far away, Naruto can see that the relationship between Uchiha Lingye and Sarutobi Hiruzen is very tense. He is a smart person and will not get close. Lingye looked at Hitachi Kakashi. Do you want to join our Konoha Guard? Lingye asked Hitachi Kakashi. Hearing Lingye's words, Hitachi Kakashi looked up. Sarutobi Hiruzen became nervous. No wonder Uchiha Lingye, who didn't have much friendship with Hitachi Tsukumo, came, and it turned out that he came for Hitachi Kakashi. It seems that Uchiha Lingye is also eyeing Hitachi Kakashi. Looking at Uchiha Lingye in front of him, Hitachi Kakashi shook his head, he refused. It's fine if you don't want to join. Lingye didn't force it. Hitachi Kakashi is indeed talented, but if he deserves Lingye's attention, it's not enough. When he grows to the peak, Hitachi Kakashi is no more than cage level at most, about the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen at most. Seeing that Hitachi Kakashi rejected Uchiha Lingye, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. A good seed cannot be pulled away by Uchiha. Originally, the threat of the Uchiha clan was great, but if the Uchiha clan strengthened its strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have a headache even more. Lingye came to Ino-Shika-cho and chatted with them. Seeing Uchiha Lingye and Nara Shirju having a happy conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling a little suspicious. Chapter 76 Sunagaku, sign in to get magnet style. Bah, the environment in the Kingdom of Wind is really bad. I really don't know how people in the Kingdom of Wind can survive in this environment. Kushina took a mouthful of sand and couldn't help complaining. I told you a long time ago that the environment in the Land of Winds is not good, so you insist on following me. Lingye unleashes chakra, keeping the wind and sand out. The Land of Winds is not small in size. In terms of size and vastness, the Land of Winds is definitely one of the best. But the Land of Wind is definitely the poorest among the 5 great countries, because of the geographical environment. It is mostly desert, unlike the Land of Fire, which is full of fertile land. If it wasn't for the poor environment, why would the weakest party have the largest land area? The Kingdom of Wind is really not strong. The military strength of a country mainly depends on ninja village. Even an ordinary genin is several times stronger than ordinary people. The war in the ninja world is completely a ninja war, so the ninja village in each country represents the country's highest military power. Sunagaku is definitely the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, not even Kurigaku. Kurigaku, who has not experienced the Age of Blood Mist, is not weak, but Kurigaku, the Land of Water, is far away overseas, and the major ninja villages know too little about Kurigaku. What are you doing in the Land of Wind? Are you going to attack Sunagaku with the strength of the 2 of us? Kushina felt a little irritated thinking about it. As her strength grew, Kushina became more and more courageous. Practicing Sage Mode, under the guidance of Lingye, Kushina has successfully mastered Sage Mode. We do go to Sunagaku. Lingye came to the Land of Winds for 2 purposes. One is to go to Sunagaku to find 3rd Cage to sign in, hoping to get magnet style. Although mastering the magnet style may not improve Lingye's strength much, but it can be regarded as a kind of collection. Another goal is the ancient country of Lulin. The ancient country of Lulin is the place where 790 appeared in the theater version. It is located in the Land of the Wind and is a small country independent of Sunagaku. It was later turned into ruins during the war. There is a dragon vein in Lulin, and the dragon vein has huge energy, which can make people travel through time and space. Lingye is very curious about this energy. If Lingye activates the power of the dragon vein at this time, can he be allowed to travel through time and space? Travel to the past or the future? According to the setting, the dragon's vein is the lifeblood of the earth, and there is chakra beyond the rest of the earth. According to his investigation, the ancient kingdom of Lulin that finally appeared in the theater version really existed, that's why Lingye came. If the dragon vein is really so magical, maybe the energy it contains is not chakra, but the natural energy zone. Sunagaku is located in an oasis in the Land of Winds. When you come here, you can't feel the wind and sand. It's no wonder that everyone in the Land of Winds wraps themselves up very tightly. It turns out that it's to prevent wind and sand from getting into their clothes. Kushina looks at the inhabitants of the Land of the Winds. Lingye and Kushina are out of place here. Every country has its own dress, and they are obviously different. Come on, let's enter Sunagaku. Lingye took Kushina directly into Sunagaku. With his strength, it was too easy to sneak in. Lingye and Kushina who entered Sunagaku also changed into Sunagaku costumes. Are we here to assassinate Cage? When Kushina knew that Lingye was going to work in Fengyin, Kushina couldn't help thinking about it. You are here waiting for me honestly. Lingye rubbed Kushina's head. My hair is all messed up. Kushina pursed her mouth and looked at Lingye dissatisfied. Aren't you going with me? I'm afraid that if you really try to do it, you will be slowed down. Lingye handed the Flying Thunder God Kunai to Kushina, then took out a Uzumaki mask and put it on, the same mask that Uchiha Obito wore when he was pretending to be a ghost. How can I hold you back? I am very strong now. Kushina shook her fist, but Lingye's figure had disappeared in front of her. Fengyin office, in the shadow of 3rd generation, 3rd Cage is relatively young, and he is working at this time. He did not find Lingye who had sneaked into his office. Don't let me down. Looking at 3rd Cage, Lingye chose to sign in. Successful monthly sign in. Get. Blood successor limit magnet style, do you want to claim it? Oh, it didn't disappoint me, really got it. In Sunagaku, it is also possible to sign in and get 1 tail chakra. Fortunately, the system did not let him down, or his luck did not let him down. Boom. There was a sound of collision, and 3rd Cage immediately stood up, looking towards the place where the sound appeared. Who? 3rd Cage grabs 2 kunai. These 2 kunai are kunai made of iron sand, and the 3rd Cage's blood succession boundary is magnet style sand iron. 4th Cage Luo Sha also has magnet style, but Luo Sha's magnet style is gold dust. Although the value of gold is much higher than that of iron, but if it is really used for fighting, sand iron is of course stronger than sand gold. As expected of the strongest case cage, to be able to find me. Advertisement. Lingye, who deliberately made noise, showed up. That's right, the movement just now was made by Lingye on purpose, and he showed up on his own initiative. He got the magnet style, but Lingye doesn't understand magnet style ninjutsu. Although he can go back and study it by himself, Lingye doesn't want to waste time on studying magnet style. So, of course, you have to fight against third case cage. The purpose of the fight is to copy the opponent's magnet style ninjutsu. Sharingan can't copy blood successor boundary ninjutsu, but the reason why you can't copy it is because you don't have that blood succession boundary escape technique. Blood succession limit is different from ordinary ninjutsu. The blood succession limit of ninjutsu type is the fusion of nature transformation of two attributes. You have copied ninjutsu, how can you release the unfused blood succession limit? Now that Lingye already has the magnet style blood succession limit, of course it can directly copy the magnet style ninjutsu. Who are you to sneak into Sunagaku? Third case cage's face was very ugly, and he sneaked into his office. Only then did he find out, are these ninjas in Sunagaku all useless? He didn't know that if Uchiha Lingye didn't deliberately expose him, he, third case cage, was actually one of those wastes. I am Uchiha Madara. Lingye directly took out the name of Uchiha Madara, and his voice was deliberately disguised to make it look more steamy. In the future, Uchiha Obito will be bluffing and cheating under the banner of Uchiha Madara, and Lingye doesn't mind a little early. I don't know what Uchiha Madara thought when he heard that someone in the ninja world appeared under his banner. Uchiha Madara, this famous name, how could third case cage have never heard of it, but he didn't believe it. To play tricks, Uchiha Madara died long ago at the hands of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Third case cage's eyes were cold. Pretend to be Uchiha Madara and try to deceive him, let alone Uchiha Madara, even if it is really Uchiha Madara, he will still kill him. Some people will be in awe of the once famous Uchiha Madara, while others will just dismiss it. Third case cage doesn't think Uchiha Madara is strong. Uchiha Madara's reputation is so great, but he was not born in the same era as me. I am the strongest case cage in history. If I meet Uchiha Madara, I will cut off his head with my own hands. Magnet style sand iron Shiyu. After sealing, the iron sand summoned out of thin air turned into thousands of fine needles, flying towards Lingye. Shinbin is a hidden weapon similar to a golden needle. The thin needle pierced the wall, and Lingye, who was standing there, had long since disappeared. Fire style fire extinction. 27. The flames engulfed third case cage almost instantly, and his office was directly engulfed by the sea of flames. Sand Shinobi, who was hiding nearby to protect third case cage, could not escape the engulfment of the flames. The flames dissipated, and third case cage's figure in the iron sand was exposed, and the iron sand had been burned red by the flames. When the sea of fire hit just now, third case cage used sand and iron to defend against the attack of the sea of fire. Sweat all over his body, third case cage wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even sand and iron can be burned red. Although he was not burned by the flames just now, he was half-baked. There are enemies. Enemy attack. Whoever dares to come to our Sunagaku to carry out an attack openly will not be able to find death. That direction is not good, case cage Sama. Sand Shinobi's reaction speed was also quite fast, and he rushed over there immediately. Kushina, who was also lurking in Sunagaku, looked at the place where the fighting broke out with concern on his face. Discovered. Although Kushina mentioned before, attacking Sunagaku with Lingye, but that was just for fun. Kushina somewhat understands the power of a great ninja village. If you compare Konoha village, you will know that although Konoha village is the strongest ninja village, Sunagaku cannot be compared with Konoha village at all, but compared to individuals, Sunagaku is definitely not weak. No, I have to go and have a look. She was worried about waiting here. Kushina put on the mask and quickly walked towards the place where the battle broke out. Magnet-style sand and iron attack. Countless sand and iron, under the control of magnet-style chakra, directly turned into a huge triangular cube, and under the control of third case cage, smashed towards Lingye. This thing, even if the tail beast gets hit, it won't feel good. It has to be said that third case cage is quite capable of being called the strongest case cage. Magnet-style sand iron defense. Lingye also used magnet style, with a steel shield in front of her, blocking third case cage's attack. How is it possible? How do you know magnet style? Third case cage's eyes almost popped out. Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, I will magnet style, is it strange? 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in Lingye's eyes, and he took it for granted in his tone. Do you think I'm stupid? Sharingan can't copy blood successor limit ninjutsu. Third case cage knows the Uchiha clan quite well. No one knows you better than your enemy. He regarded the entire Konoha village as an enemy, and of course investigated the information of the major families in Konoha village. Advertisement. Others Sharingan can't copy blood succession limit ninjutsu, but mine is different, I am Uchiha Madara. The Sand Shinobi who rushed over were shocked when they heard the words, I am Uchiha Madara, from Uchiha Lingye's mouth. Especially the older ones, who grew up listening to the legends of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It can be said that if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara join forces, it will be easy to destroy the other 4 countries. Don't be fooled by him, Uchiha Madara is dead, he can't be Uchiha Madara. Third Cage said with a sneer. At this time, you are still pretending to be Uchiha Madara. I want to see the real face hidden under your mask. Get out of the way, everyone. Third Cage called out to Sand Shinobi who rushed around. Let them get out of the way, that is to magnify the move. Magnet-style Sand Iron World Law. Within the range of the enchantment, countless spears made of sand and iron pierced towards Lingye densely, and sand and iron wings appeared behind Third Cage. Fly in the air with him. It seems that this is the only way to convince you that I am the real Uchiha Madara, Susanoo. The blue chakra instantly forms the upper body of a giant Susanoo, and does not use the full body Susanoo. This Susanoo only has the upper body and is wearing armor. This is the third form of Susanoo, the limit of what the Mangekyō Sharingan can use. Mangekyō Sharingan, the highest can only flatten Susanoo to the third form. The sand iron spear pierced Susanoo, and it couldn't break through the defense at all. What the hell is this? Third Cage frowned, he had never met Susanoo. This is Susanoo, Cage-sama, this is Susanoo of Mangekyō Sharingan, he is truly Uchiha Madara. Isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Even if it's Uchiha Madara, don't even think about getting benefits from our Sunagaku. Let's all act together and help Lord Third Cage. The Sand Shinobi yelled loudly with excitement. Even Uchiha Madara, in the hands of their Sunagaku, may not be able to get out alive. Outside, Kushina who rushed here has a very strange expression, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is dead, and he is still blamed. Kushina doesn't know that Uchiha Madara is not dead. In the eyes of everyone, Uchiha Madara is dead. Even first Hokage was tricked, Senju Hashirama didn't know, Uchiha Madara used Izanagi to survive. Susanoo slashed down, and all the Sand Shinobi who rushed over shouted died under this knife. With the attack power that can split even a mountain peak with a single blow, even if Cage level resists a direct strike, he will only end up being hacked to death, not to mention this mob. Is this the power of Uchiha Mangekyō Sharingan? Third Cage was a bit of a shocker. Originally, he looked down on Uchiha Madara. Don't look at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama boasted so much, but if they were in the same era, Third Cage didn't think he would be weaker than them. But today, facing this mysterious person under the banner of Uchiha Madara, his strongest attack can't even break the opponent's defense. Do you Sand Shinobi really understand the power of magnet style? Why don't I let you experience it in 4.2? Lingye looked at the Sand Shinobi around her, and then formed a mudra with one hand. Magnet style Sand Iron World Law. It is exactly the same ninjutsu as the one released by Third Cage just now, but the Sand and Iron World method released by Lingye covers a wider range. With countless penetrating sounds, one by one Sand Shinobi was pierced to death on the Sand Iron Spear. Third Cage was forced to dodge continuously. He found that he could not compete with this mysterious person for sand and iron by using magnet style. The opponent's magnet style seems to be more advanced than him. Sand Shinobi never thought that one day, they would be attacked by the magnet style that their village is proud of. How is it possible? Why does he have magnet style? Sand Shinobi, who came relatively late, did not see Uchiha Lingye release magnet style sand iron before. In just a short moment, Sunagaku's blood flowed like a river, everyone's hind legs were crazy, but those trapped inside by the sand and iron realm law couldn't escape. As expected of the weakest ninja village, are you at this level? It really disappoints me. Lingye looked at Sand Shinobi in the distance with a haughty attitude. These Sand Shinobi stared at Uchiha Lingye angrily, wanting to swallow Lingye alive, but eyes can't kill, let alone anger. I still want to help, but it seems that I can't be used. Kushina, who was watching from a distance, saw this scene and was not ready to expose it. If she is exposed, she is Lingye's accomplice, which may cause Sand Shinobi's siege, but will make Lingye restrained, and it is really possible to implicate Lingye. Do you have any other magnet-style jutsu? Use one. Lingye looked at Third Cage. Third Cage's face was dark. The magnet-style ninjutsu he used was used by the opponent's backhand, and it seemed to be stronger. This is not a kind of NTR. No matter how stupid he is at this time, Third Cage has already guessed the opponent's purpose, waiting for him to release the magnet-style ninjutsu, and copy his magnet-style ninjutsu. Chapter 77 Temporarily sealing the Dragon Vein Chakra. Knowing the opponent's plan, Third Cage certainly doesn't want the opponent to succeed again. In fact, his magnet-style ninjutsu has almost been copied. Wind-style Wind Blade. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Wind-style Scythe Itachi. 17. Dozens of Sand Shinobi, releasing wind-style ninjutsu, attacked Lingye's Susanoo. Their attacks were like a breeze, unable to cause the slightest damage to Susanoo. The Guyu of Yusaka. A series of hook jades were thrown out. This is Susanoo's long-range attack method, which is very powerful. A series of Guyu were connected together, and the dozens of Sand Shinobi were wiped out by the group. Third Cage watched Susanoo's attack, but finally did not dare to resist. Later, Lingye showed them what Susanoo's destructive power was, whether it was buildings or people, they were directly bulldozed. This terrifying destructive power reminded them of the time when One Tail ran away while guarding the crane, but the damage caused by One Tail's rampage didn't seem to be so big. Sand Shinobi faced Susanoo and could only avoid her edge. It's not interesting. Lingye is too lazy to bully this group of Sand Shinobi, she is too weak. Susanoo lifted, Lingye used Flying Thunder God technique to come to the minister. Let's go, we still have to go to the ancient country of Lulan. With Kushina, Lingye left Sunagaku directly. Is he gone? It should be gone, why don't you go and have a look? Why don't you go and have a look? Sand Shinobi watched from a distance where Susanoo disappeared, and no one dared to run over to see. Third Kazekage is sullen. Is the other party really Uchiha Madara? Whether it's Uchiha Madara or not, he's ashamed. He has always claimed to be the strongest Kazekage, and today he is very powerless in the face of the mysterious person who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Master Kazekage, the enemy is Uchiha Madara. It is normal that you are not the opponent. Yeah, it's because the enemy is too strong, not because Kazekage-sama is too weak. Although it is a normal comfort, third Kazekage always has the feeling that they are P********** G themselves off. Although Uchiha Madara is strong, but I am not injured, I am not a loser this time. Third Kazekage uses spiritual victory in his heart. Beyond Sunagaku, Lingye and Kushina headed towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan. How did you let those Sand Shinobi go so easily? Kushina felt that Lingye might really be able to kill Sunagaku alone, but Circle Knight 20 took her and left Sunagaku directly. Sunagaku is still useful. What's the use? Kushina asked curiously. Don't be so curious, let's go to the ancient country of Lulan. Lingye did not tell Kushina. In fact, Sand Shinobi is kept for the future Ninja World War. The Ninja World War is not a bad thing for the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family has never been afraid of war. On the battlefield, under the threat of death, it is easier to open the Sharingan. In the original book, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan was opened in the Third Ninja World War. I don't know if Uchiha Fugaku has a chance to open it. Lingye also needs a war for the Uchiha clan to become the heroes of Konoha village, gain the approval of the people of Konoha village, and then take control of Konoha village. The ancient country of Lulan, after walking for a long time, finally came here. Of course, the ancient country of Lulan has not yet been destroyed at this time. Even the theatrical version of the plot has not yet begun. Today, the Queen of Lulan is still Sarah's mother, and Sunagaku's rebellious centipede has not traveled from the future to the present. At this time, the ancient Lulan is peaceful and peaceful. How about we buy some specialty products? Kushina picks up an ornament from the booth. Buy it if you like it. Then you pay. Kushina took the things and ran away. The stall owner looked at Lingye. Although Lingye is not a kind person, but he is not going to embarrass a stall owner and catch up with Kushina after paying. The ancient country of Lulan is just a small country, and it is not prosperous or rich. It's normal, if the ancient country of Lulan was rich, it would have been targeted by the country of Wind long ago. What are you doing in this small country? Holding a special snack, he asked Lingye while eating. A poor and backward small country really doesn't understand what Lingye is doing here, maybe there are some secrets hidden here. There are dragon veins here, which represent endless chakra. Lingye said to Kushina, and the dragon veins have a magical power that allows people to travel through time and space. Things that can travel through time and space are more pervert than the sacred tree. Lingye came here for the dragon vein chakra. Can you travel through time and space? In Kushina's mind, Chunin can't help but imagine, if I travel through time and space and know Lingye earlier than Makoto, then. Advertisement. No, I can't think about it anymore. Makoto is so kind to me, she and Makoto are also good friends, I can't be sorry for Makoto. Queen Lulan has the ability to control dragon veins, let's go see Queen Lulan first. As the queen of the country, although the Lulan ancient country is small, there are still guards around the queen. However, these guards were not ninjas and had no strength. Lingye and Kushina came to the palace where the queen was without disturbing the guards. As even the palace so simple. Kushina looked around. Just be content with it, it's just a small country. Lingye said. In fact, the ancient country of Lulan holds a golden mountain, and this golden mountain is the dragon vein. In the original book, Rebel Beizu changed its name to Anlu Mountain to persuade the Queen of Lulan to use the power of the dragon vein. In a few years, Lulan has become prosperous. Who are you? Seeing the two people walking into her palace openly, Queen Lulan almost cried out. If you want to yell, think about it, we are ninjas. Kushina took out the kunai. Seeing Kushina who took out kunai, Queen Lulan held back. There are no ninjas in Lulan, but it doesn't mean that Queen Lulan doesn't know ninjas. Although she doesn't know the strength of ninjas, she has heard rumors. I'm afraid that all the guards outside will come in, and they can't be the ninjas' opponent, but they will lose their lives in vain. What do you want? Lulan is not rich and doesn't have the money you want. Queen Lulan said in a panic. I don't want money, I want the heroine to take me to see your Lulan's dragon veins. Lingye directly stated her purpose. Facing an ordinary person, Lingye is too lazy to talk nonsense. Dragon veins. Queen Lulan immediately became vigilant when she heard the dragon pulse, and looked at Lingye with vigilant eyes. Do you want to use the power of the dragon's veins? Queen Lulan has the ability to control the dragon's veins, and she is also the guardian of the dragon's veins. Knowing the power of the dragon's veins, she is most worried about evil people staring at the power of the dragon's veins. How is it possible? I am a good person, and I will not use the power of dragon veins to do evil. Lingye tried her best to show a warm smile. In fact, judging from Lingye's appearance, he is indeed more like a good person. After all, appearance is justice, and Lingye's appearance is high. Queen Lulan looked at Uchiha Lingye, and she didn't let her guard down. Intruding into her palace without authorization, Queen Lulin didn't think Lingye would be such a good person. I won't take you there. Although Queen Lulin was afraid, she still refused. Won't take me there. I'm sorry, but it's not up to you. Lingye opens Sharingan. Have you heard of the Uchiha clan? Did I use the Sharingan to control you and tell you where the dragon veins are, or did you take me there? Queen Lulin's face turned ugly. Although there was no news about Lulin, she had heard about the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, the other party is not a good person. If he is a good person, it is absolutely impossible to say that he wants to control her. You have a daughter named Sarah. When Lingye mentioned her daughter, the hostess of the host immediately felt very cold. What do you want to do to my daughter Sarah? Do you want to threaten her with her daughter Sarah? I can take you to the location of the dragon's veins, but you must not hurt my daughter. Queen Lulin glared at Lingye. Lingye smiled. Sure enough, threats are the fastest way to solve problems. Under Lingye's threat, Queen Lulin chose to take Lingye and the others to where the dragon's veins were. Although the dragon vein has not been opened, Lingye can feel the terrifying energy here, probably no less than Nine Tails chakra, even more than Nine Tails chakra. This is where the dragon veins are. Queen Lulin looked at Lingye warily. Don't be so vigilant. I'm not interested in the power of dragon veins. I just heard that Lulin has dragon veins, and I'm worried about being used by evil people, so I came to seal the dragon veins. Lingye said to Queen Lulin. Queen Lulin froze for a moment. She seemed to be very sincere when she heard what Lingye said, but she was not stupid and sweet. He would believe whatever the other party said. Kushina, perform the seal with me. Lingye said to Kushina. Quote question mark quote. Kushina looked at Lingye puzzled. Are you serious? You came to Lulin for this dragon vein, and you said you wanted to seal it. Kushina, who knew Lingye well, didn't quite believe what Lingye was telling the truth. But when seeing Lingye cast the 4-sign seal, Kushina also cast the 4-sign seal, and the two 4-sign seals formed the 8-sign seal, which really sealed this place. Even Queen Lulin, who can control the dragon vein chakra, can no longer perceive the existence of the dragon vein chakra. This made Queen Lulin really believe in Lingye. I'm sorry Queen, the reason why I threatened you before was mainly because I didn't want to waste too much time, and I wanted you to quickly bring us to the location of dragon vein chakra, and there was no malice. Lingye apologized to Queen Lulin. No. It's okay, I misunderstood before, so you are good people. Advertisement. Queen Lulin breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent is not playing dragon vein chakra, of course it would be best. Later, Queen Lulin specially invited Lingye and the others to the palace as guests. They broke into the palace before, and of course it was different from the ones invited. What are you thinking? Kushina found an opportunity and quietly asked Lingye. It is said that Lingye came here for the dragon vein chakra, but now she has given up the opportunity to snatch the dragon vein chakra. I will take the power of the dragon veins, but not now. The main purpose of my visit this time is to seal the dragon veins and prevent others from using the energy of the dragon veins. After hearing what Lingye said, Kushina knew that Lingye didn't want to seize the power of the dragon veins yet, but was worried that someone else would seize it, so he made a seal first. The reason why Lingye didn't touch the dragon's veins was because he was worried that the time and space of the dragon's veins would reverse, allowing him to appear in the future or in the past. What he did in the past may affect the present time and space. It doesn't matter to others, if it is affected, it will be affected. What if it affects Makoto and causes Makoto to disappear? Lingye is still a little afraid of time and space, so now he doesn't plan to touch chakra. Temporarily sealed, he will come again in the future. Lingye and Kushina are in no rush to leave. Instead, they stayed in Lulin for a while. During this time, Lingye became acquainted with the young Sarah, and Kushina was also very interested in the red-haired Sarah. Brother Lingye, are you leaving? After knowing that Lingye was leaving, Sarah had reluctance in her eyes. Sarah, do you want to leave with me and go to Konoha village to learn ninjutsu and become a ninja? Lingye asked Sarah. That's right, the reason why he didn't leave was to abduct Sarah. Sarah and her family have the special ability to control the dragon veins, and they may use Sarah's power in the future, such as asking Sarah to open the dragon veins. That's why Lingye had the idea of abducting Sarah. Otherwise, Lingye would have left long ago, so why would she stay here? Learn ninjutsu, of course I want to. Sarah nodded. Lingye had shown ninjutsu in front of Sarah before, so little Sarah was very eager for ninjutsu. Lingye showed ninjutsu in front of her in order to abduct Sarah and make Sarah interested in ninjutsu. However, will my mother disagree with following brother Lingye to Konoha village? Sarah was a little worried. It's okay, I'll go talk to your mother. Lingye rubbed Sarah's head. So you wanted to take Sarah to Konoha village, you figured it out. 800 Kushina gave you an evil expression. Sarah has the ability to control the dragon's veins. The reason why Queen Lulin became a queen is because of this ability, and I like Sarah's red hair very much. Lingye looked at Kushina pointedly. Kushina blushed, inexplicably flustered and excited at the same time. Seeing Queen Lulin, Lingye told Queen Lulin that she wanted to take Sarah to Konoha village to learn ninjutsu. Queen Lulin refused at first, but Lingye managed to persuade Queen Lulin. At the same time, Lingye told her that if Sarah was homesick, Lingye could take her home at any time, and the distance was not a problem for Lingye at all, with the Flying Thunder God technique. Although it is impossible to come to the ancient country of Lulan from Konoha village in one go, but on the way to Lulan, Lingye left the Flying Thunder God technique along the way. As long as you use the Flying Thunder God technique a few times, you can come to Lulan as quickly as possible. Lulan. Even Lingye took her on a trip to Konoha village using the Flying Thunder God technique in just a few seconds, completely convincing her. So she agreed, and Sarah went to Konoha village to become a ninja. However, Queen Lulan and Lingye agreed that when Sarah grew up, she would definitely take over the position of Queen Lulan. Sarah, go to Konoha village, you must obey your brother Lingye's words. Queen Lulan exhorted her daughter Sarah. It was Sarah's first time traveling far since she was born. Well, I will, mom. Sarah was very excited that her mother agreed, and brother Lingye was really good enough to convince her mother. After leaving home, I don't need to accept my mother's discipline. Well, this is one of the reasons why Sarah is willing to go to Konoha village. Her mother is very strict with her. After all, Sarah is the one who will succeed the queen in the future. Even if she is still young, she must be taught. Let's go back. With one hand on Kushina and the other on Sarah, Lingye used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Konoha village with a few flashes in a row. You are Sarah. Makoto came over after seeing Sarah, with a gentle smile on his face. When Lingye came back to Konoha village with Sarah's mother, Queen Lulan, she told Makoto about Sarah, so Makoto knew Sarah. Who are you? I am your brother Lingye's wife. Makoto said to Sarah. Ah, brother Lingye already has a wife. Sarah opened her mouth wide. Soon, Makoto chatted with Sarah. With Makoto's character as a good wife and mother, she is still very popular with children. Kushina was a little jealous watching from the sidelines. Obviously Sarah and I met first, the two of you chatted for a while, and the relationship became closer than me. Makoto, you are responsible for teaching Sarah chakra refining. Since Lingye promised Queen Lulan to teach Sarah to become a ninja, she would not break her promise. Makoto likes Sarah very much, so she naturally has no objection, and she takes over the task of teaching Sarah. Advertisement Chapter 78 Sharingan Control Ebizo. Ninja World, somewhere in the depths of a hidden cave. It is very dark here, without sunlight, and a huge humanoid dead wood occupies most of the space in the cave. This huge humanoid dead wood is the body of 10 tails, Geto statue. Below the Geto statue, there is an old figure sitting, behind him there are pipes connected to the Geto statue behind him. This old figure is the famous Uchiha Madara who was once tied with Senju Hashirama. White Zetsu, what happened to the ninja world? Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He hides here and never left, but it doesn't mean that Uchiha Madara doesn't know about ninja world. Using the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, a large number of white Zetsu were cultivated. These white Zetsu are his eyes on the outside, helping him to collect information from the outside world. Master Madara, there is something that happened in Sunagaku that you may be interested in. What's the matter? Uchiha Madara raised her head slightly. Uchiha Madara in this dark world looks a little scary. Words came from Sunagaku that you are not dead and attacked Sunagaku. White Zetsu reported to Uchiha Madara. Hearing what White Zetsu said earlier, Uchiha Madara wondered if someone had discovered his secret. Hearing the latter words, Uchiha Madara understood that someone was pretending to be him. Pretending to be me, interesting. Uchiha Madara had a sneer on his face. Do you know who did it? Uchiha Madara asked White Zetsu. Being impersonated by others, Uchiha Madara was very upset. This is different from Uchiha Obito in the original book. When Uchiha Obito pretended to be Uchiha Madara was dead, and Uchiha Obito was authorized by Uchiha Madara. Is it the same with authorized ones and without authorized ones? I don't know yet, but the other party has a Mangekyō Sharingan and used Susanoo of the same color as yours, Madara-sama. Mangekyō Sharingan, Susanoo of the same color as me. A flash of surprise flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. His Rinnegan had been transplanted to Nagato, but Uchiha Madara installed Tenten Goyu Sharingan on himself. Uchiha clan, has anyone opened Mangekyō Sharingan yet? He is too aware of the difficulty of opening Mangekyō Sharingan. Before the Uchiha clan opened Mangekyō Sharingan, only he and his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. But a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Madara is not in the eyes at all. Owned Mangekyō Sharingan, he is too aware of the disadvantages of Mangekyō Sharingan, overuse will cause blindness. White Zetsu, find out who is pretending to be me. Uchiha Madara ordered to White Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara. White Zetsu's body merges with the surrounding earth, vegetation and disappears. This is White Zetsu's Mayfly technique, which can be integrated with heaven and earth. White Zetsu starts investigating the person impersonating Uchiha Madara, also known as Lingye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who got the news from Konoha village, also didn't believe it. Uchiha Madara came back from the dead and attacked Sunagaku. Isn't this a joke? Uchiha Madara died a long time ago, how could he come back from the dead? It appears someone is impersonating Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen suspected Lingye, and he had to say that he was indeed suspicious of the right person. The Susanoo used by Uchiha Iron Tree is purple according to the information, and the blue Susanoo, it seems that my previous suspicion is correct. Uchiha Lingye has opened Mangekyō Sharingan. But what did he do to attack Sunagaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. How strong is Uchiha Lingye now that he can attack Sunagaku and get away with it? Sunagaku sent questions to Konoha village, asking Konoha village to compensate Sunagaku, and even sent an envoy to come to Konoha village to ask for an explanation. The purpose of Sunagaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear, is to knock a sum of money from their Konoha village. When they come, let the Uchiha clan explain to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to pay attention to Sunagaku's questioning at all. Since you said Uchiha Madara did it, Uchiha Madara has long been a traitor of Konoha village, and even attacked Konoha village, and that battle resulted in the death of first Hokage. Although Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara, he was also seriously injured and died not long after the Battle of the Valley of the End. Using rebellion as an excuse, I asked Konoha village for an explanation, and felt that Konoha village was a bully. Sunagaku will send ninjas to question Konoha village and ask Konoha village for an explanation. Of course, Uchiha also knows this news. Will Sunagaku come directly to Uchiha? Kushina has a strange expression. If you find Uchiha, then you have found the real master, and it is indeed Lingye who did it. It's really possible. Lingye is a little funny, little Sunagaku, not sure how much he weighs. A few days later, the Sand Shinobi envoys came to Konoha village, and the leader was not just a simple person, but Ebizo, the younger brother of Grandma Chiyo. Advertisement. Ebizo is Sunagaku's high-level advisor, and he retired with his older sister Chiyo at the time of the original Shippuden. But he has not retired yet, and his age is about the same as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is only 50 years old now. Facing Sunagaku's envoys, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, greeted them in person, which must have given Sunagaku enough face. Third Hokage should understand why we came here. After saying a few polite words, Ebizo went straight to the point. I already know about the attack on Karenin village, but it has nothing to do with Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Let's not talk about whether that person is Uchiha Madara, even if it is Uchiha Madara is a traitor in our Konoha village. Is it true that we, Konoha village, should be responsible for what a traitor did? I have to say that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said makes sense. But there already poor Sunagaku suffers from an attack by a mysterious person posing as Uchiha Madara. You must find someone who has taken advantage of to pay the bill. Third Hokage, our third Kazekage said that Konoha village must be responsible for this matter, otherwise, Sunagaku doesn't mind going to war with Konoha village. Although Ebizo himself knew that finding Konoha village responsible for this incident was untenable, he just played rogue directly and threatened war. Threatening war to force third Hokage to compromise was Ebizo's idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion sank, anyone who was threatened would not look good. Besides, you are the weakest Sunagaku, threatening the strongest Konoha village. If you want to go to war, Konoha village is not afraid of Sunagaku. If Sunagaku wants to go to war, you can try. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a deadpan expression. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid of the threat of war, neither can Ebizo to be honest. The premise of his threat success is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid of war and unwilling to start a war, so it is possible to gain benefits from Konoha. Third Hokage, you also said that Uchiha Madara is dead, that person may not be Uchiha Madara. If it is your Konoha village Uchiha clan who invaded our Sunagaku under the guise of Uchiha Madara, should your Konoha village be responsible? Ebizo questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was not there at the time, nor did he see the mysterious person who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but Ebizo himself did not believe that the other person was Uchiha Madara. If it is really Uchiha Madara, he chose to expose his identity, why would he wear a mask and refuse to reveal his true colors? You suspect that the Uchiha clan invaded Sunagaku under the guise of Uchiha Madara, you should question Chizibo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Ebizo took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, I'll go to the Uchiha clan and ask, please third Hokage show me the way. Ebizo spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Threatening the entire Konoha village, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid of the threat of war, the threat is useless at all. Although third Kazekage wanted to use this reason to start a war against Konoha village, Ebizo firmly opposed it. If it really starts a war, with Sunagaku's strength, he is no match for Konoha village at all. Third Kazekage is too confident, but his self-confidence cannot increase his strength, and it is useless at all. Since Konoha village cannot be compromised by threatening war, then threaten Uchiha. Facing a clan is easier than facing a village. Ebizo has already investigated the conflict between the Konoha executives and Uchiha. If they force Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not help Uchiha speak. It's not even impossible to hit someone in the wrong place. This can be seen from Sarutobi Hiruzen reminding him to question the Uchiha clan. Konoha's internal contradictions, just take advantage of it. Take them to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave instructions to the Konoha shinobi behind him. He is the third Hokage of Konoha village, it is impossible to lead the way for Ebizo, Ebizo is not qualified yet. If the person who came was third Kazekage, perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen would accompany him. Ebizo, together with the Sand Shinobi envoys behind him, followed the ninjas arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen to lead the way to the Uchiha clan. Soon, someone reported to Lingye that the Sand Shinobi envoys had come to the Uchiha tribe. Here we come. The smile on Lingye's face remained unchanged, he knew that Sand Shinobi would definitely come to Uchiha, even if they didn't come, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably push them to come. Makoto looked at the smile on Lingye's face and felt that Lingye seemed to be looking forward to the arrival of the Sand Shinobi envoys. Just let them in and take them to the reception room. Lingye instructed Uchiha Yu. Yes, Lord Patriarch, do you need to send the clansmen back to the clan? Uchiha Yu asked. What is dispatched to the Wei people? Our Uchiha family regards peace as the most important thing. Don't you know? Lingye waved her hand. You don't really value peace, do you? Kushina asked Lingye. Sunagaku is sure that the visitor is not kind, and peace is the most important thing. Can Lingye bear that anger? Lingye just smiled and went to the living room of the Uchiha clan. The ninjas of San Shinobi village, after they came to the Uchiha clan, their expressions were slightly unkind. Advertisement. It doesn't matter who the mysterious person is, but the other party has Sharingan, and they have put their hatred on the Uchiha clan. Beside Lingye, Makoto and Kushina followed, and in Kushina's words, they acted as guards for Lingye. Ebizo's eyes narrowed when he saw the young Uchiha chief. Regarding the rumors of Uchiha Lingye in Konoha village, Sunagaku has investigated a lot. I heard that the other party signed a life and death certificate with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, had a life and death battle, and killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's father Sarutobi Sasuke himself. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, and Sarutobi Hiruzen have revenge for killing his father, and still be safe and sound in Konoha village. Is it easy for Uchiha Lingye? What are you San Shinobi doing to my Uchiha clan? Lingye asked Ebizo knowingly. Some time ago, invaded our Sunagaku, to me. We Sunagaku caused the destruction, it must be the people of the Uchiha clan. Quote. Ebizo stared at Uchiha Lingye. That's right, Uchiha did it, and I did it myself, what's the problem? While Ebizo was waiting for how Uchiha Lingye would refute, to Ebizo's surprise, Uchiha Lingye admitted directly. You Sunagaku are too weak, especially that 3rd Kazekage. It is shameless to be called the strongest Kazekage. If your Kazekage is at this level, I advise you to retreat quickly. Come out of the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages. Quote. Lingye gave a piece of advice. Listening to Uchiha Lingye's words, Ebizo thought he had a good temper, and was about to be blown up at this moment. The rest of the San Shinobi envoys did not follow, and if they followed, they would definitely not be able to bear it. I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain my hands. Are you looking down on me, Sunagaku? Ebizo stood up angrily. Yes, I do look down on you Sunagaku. Lingye nodded. To be honest, the main thing is honesty. Uchiha Lingye, have you thought about the consequences of these words? I, Sunagaku, cannot be insulted. If you dare to insult Sunagaku again, I, Sunagaku, will go to war with you. Ebizo stood up. Since you admit that you are the one who attacked Sunagaku, you need to compensate us for all the losses of Sunagaku, and you have to stand up and use your life to make amends for our Sunagaku. Ebizo, who exploded in air, yelled at Lingye. What are you talking about, asking Lingye to pay you Sunagaku an apology at the cost of his life? Believe it or not, I won't let you walk out of this door. Kushina looked at Ebizo unkindly. Makoto silently opened Mangekyō Sharingan. The pressure of ultimate is on Ebizo. Mangekyō Sharingan. Ebizo gave Uchiha Makoto a horrified look. Uchiha Lingye has a Mangekyō Sharingan, this woman also has a Mangekyō Sharingan. How many Mangekyō Sharingan does the Uchiha clan have? Do you know why I admit it directly? Lingye asked Ebizo at this time. Why? Ebizo asked subconsciously. Because, you are going to become my puppet soon, it doesn't matter if you know it or not, you are really sent to your door to seek death. Lingye's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared in his pupils, and the moment he looked at Ebizo, Ebizo felt as if his consciousness was being pulled into the abyss by an invisible hand. At this time, Ebizo's eyes turned into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan, which was directly controlled by Lingye using Sharingan. Then the 3 Tomo Sharingan disappeared and Ebizo returned to normal. Of course, this is a return to normal on the surface, but in fact it has been controlled by Lingye, just like Uchiha Obito controlled 4th Mizukage. Ebizo becomes a puppet under the control of the Sharingan. Ebizo, controlled by Lingye, walked out of the living room of the Uchiha clan. Master Ebizo, how are you doing? San Shinobi, who was waiting for him, asked Ebizo. Go back first. Ebizo instructed the San Shinobi under his command. Although they were puzzled, they came to Konoha village mainly from Ebizo, and of course obeyed Ebizo, leaving the Uchiha clan first. With Ebizo under control, it's time to move on to the next step. A gleam flashed in Lingye's eyes. Ebizo, who was controlled by Uchiha Lingye, stayed in Konoha village for a few days, and after some disputes with 3rd Hokage, he left Konoha village with San Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised why Ebizo didn't hold on to the Uchiha clan, but instead insisted on him, asking him to pay for Sunagaku's loss. And one mouth is 2 billion tails, of course Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, and then they broke up, and Ebizo led Sunagaku's ninjas away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little disappointed that the conflict he expected between Sunagaku and Uchiha clan never happened. There is no room for his plan to be implemented. Originally, he planned that as long as the conflict between San Shinobi and Uchiha broke out, he would let people spread it secretly. Because of Uchiha, San Shinobi would go to war with Konoha village. Then publicize the harm that the war will cause, the Uchiha clan will be hostile by most of the residents of Konoha village. This method is actually the same as Danzo dealing with Hitaki Tsukumo. Chapter 79. 3rd Kazekage attacks the land of fire. Ebizo's San Shinobi envoys did not clash with Uchiha, thwarting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen was disappointed, Ebizo had returned to Sunagaku. When going to Konoha village, Ebizo took a group of more than 10 people with him, but when he came back, only Ebizo was left, and even Ebizo had bloodline on him. What happened? Third Kage looked at Ebizo's injury and asked Ebizo immediately. Seeing the injury on his younger brother, Shio's expression became more serious. The people from Konoha village did it. Ebizo had a pained look on his face. What? People in Sleepy Leaf village dare to hurt you? Third Kage showed angry emotions. Ebizo went to Konoha village on behalf of Sunagaku. Ebizo was injured, and the people he led couldn't even come back. Isn't this a slap in the face of Sunagaku? How could this be? Shio frowned. Even if they don't agree, it won't kill Ebizo and the others, right? Could it be that Konoha village really wants to start a war against Sunagaku? Still, Konoha village felt that Sunagaku would not dare to fight them. Thinking of Konoha village's contempt for them, Shio was a little angry. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take our Sunagaku seriously at all. He said that Sunagaku was just the weakest ninja village, and that we were trash. Ebizo said angrily. It is also said that Kage in the past is the weakest among the cages of the 5 great ninja villages, especially your third Kage, the strongest Kage is just blown out. Listening to Ebizo's words, third Kage's face became darker and darker. What he can't bear the most is doubts, because Sunagaku also has doubts about him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also looks down on him. They are all shadows of Dainin village, why do you, third Hokage, look down on me, third Kage? I still have the limit of blood inheritance, what do you have in third Hokage? I was so angry that I argued with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect that after I left Konoha village, he would send someone to ambush me. I almost died in the ambush of Konoha Shinobi. After Ebizo finished speaking, Shio couldn't help it anymore. Shio had a grudge against Konoha village, and her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Tsukumo. Although Hitaki Tsukumo died, but Hitaki Tsukumo did not die by her hand, there is no pleasure of revenge. Shio feels that the autism of his grandson Scorpion is also related to Konoha's White Fangya Hitaki Tsukumo. It does have a relationship. The Scorpion whose parents were killed was lonely in his heart, lacked a sense of security for a long time, and had the idea of making people into puppets. He even killed third Kage out of hatred. Yep, Scorpion is hilarious too, blaming third Kage for the death of his parents, thinking it was his negligence that caused Konoha village to come in and kill his parents. Instead of hating Konoha village, I hated third Kage who had just become 863 Fungying at that time. I can't bear it, I must take revenge on Konoha village. Shio said angrily. The hatred between the son and daughter-in-law, and his own brother was killed by Konoha village, and almost died at the hands of Konoha Shinobi. These hatreds must be settled with Konoha village. Then fight Konoha village. Third Kage wanted to go to war a long time ago, he just couldn't find a reason. The reason for the war is simple, Sunagaku is too difficult and needs the fertile land of the Land of Fire, otherwise Sunagaku will only become weaker and weaker. Third Kage, known as the strongest Kage, wants to make some achievements and wants to become a figure like Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. If Konoha village can be destroyed, he can even surpass Senju Hashirama in San Shinobi's heart. Before, he thought about going to war with Konoha village to avenge the Second Ninja World War. During the Second Ninja World War, he didn't take the position for a long time, and finally lost to Konoha village. Third Kage didn't think it was his problem. However, Ebizo, who was a consultant at the time, did not agree to go to war, thinking that a war with Konoha would definitely not be Konoha village's opponent in the end. Now, with Ebizo nearly dying at the hands of Konoha village, he certainly won't say no. Shio also supports the war with Konoha village, and almost all the top executives of Sunagaku are on his side. And there is also a reason to start a war with Konoha village. Ebizo, a high-ranking Sunagaku, was the vassal of the person who almost died in Konoha Shinobi. The messenger group brought by Ebizo was killed by Konoha Shinobi. These are reasons for war. In this war, even if you don't destroy Konoha, you must break Konoha, and you will be ashamed. Third Kage was in high spirits, and at this moment he completely forgot how embarrassed he was by the mysterious man wearing a mask not long ago. Even when the opponent left, he didn't even dare to pursue him. Third Kage didn't declare war right away either. He mobilized the Sunagaku ninjas and first mobilized the Sunagaku ninjas to the border of the Kingdom of Wind. It took a total of half a day to mobilize 1,000 San Shinobi, and the ninjas assembled really quickly. I'm going to launch a surprise attack on the Nation of Fire, what do you think? Third Kage asked Ebizo and Shio for their opinion. I'm fine with the raid, where are you going to launch the raid? Shio asked. Advertisement. The borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire do not border each other, or in other words, all the big countries do not border each other, and there are small countries between them as a buffer zone for the big countries. We attack from the country of Sichuan, and attack the country of Fire through the country of Sichuan. Third Kage made a choice. If the Kingdom of Wind wants to attack the Kingdom of Fire, it must either pass through the Kingdom of Rivers or the Kingdom of Rain. Although the Kingdom of Sichuan has a large territory, it is actually not as strong as the Kingdom of Rain in terms of strength. There is a ninja demigod Hanzo of the Salamander among the countries. During the Second Ninja World War, a war broke out in the Land of Rain. At that time, Hanzo fought against Konoha village and Sunagaku with 1 against 2. It caused a lot of trouble for Sunagaku. Even Konoha village didn't get a bargain from Hanzo, and the young Sannin teamed up and never beat Hanzo. Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya would have died if it wasn't for Hanzo. Of course, only Hanzo himself knows whether he really cherishes his talent or dare not kill them. And don't look at the Second Ninja World War, fighting Konoha village, and then Sunagaku, it seems quite majestic, but in fact the biggest loss is the Land of Rain. The battlefield was in the Land of Rain. After the war, Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi patted their asses and left. The people of the Land of Rain were miserable. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato became war orphans during the Second Ninja World War. The country of Rain is now much weaker than it was during the Second Ninja World War, but in comparison, the country of the river is still a soft persimmon. This time, 3rd Kazekage took the initiative to attack the Land of Fire, while Chiyo and Ebizo were in charge of the rear. The next day, a piece of news that shocked the entire ninja world spread throughout the 5 major countries and various small countries. 3rd Kazekage, on behalf of Sunagaku, declared war on Konoha village, and personally led the ninjas to attack the border of the Land of Fire. When the news got out, it was done right away. Without saying a word, Sunagaku declared war on the Land of Fire. Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who got the news, held a meeting immediately. He didn't expect that Sunagaku would suddenly attack the Fire Nation, and the daimyo had already sent someone to send him an urgent letter asking him to fight Sand Shinobi. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let Sand Shinobi attack the Fire Nation without the notification from the Fire Nation daimyo. In this meeting, the patriarchs of the major families in Konoha village, as well as Konoha senior officials all participated. Even Danzo was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Hokage, why did Sand Shinobi suddenly start a war against us, the Land of Fire? Nara Shikajiu couldn't help asking. Sunagaku framed us, saying that we sent people to rob and kill their envoys, and used this as an excuse to start a war against the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dark face. He had never done this, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally upset that he was blamed. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Sunagaku is a false accusation, and he wants to find a reason to start a war with the Nation of Fire. Sunagaku has always coveted the fertile land of the Fire Nation. Most of the Land of Winds is a desert, and the place where Sunagaku is located is one of the few oases. Sunagaku has always felt that his living area is too small. In the previous 2 ninja wars, Sunagaku fought against Konoha village. The most important thing now is to fight Sand Shinobi back. Orochimaru, you lead 1,000 Konoha Shinobi to block 2's offensive. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded to Orochimaru. Although the relationship between their master and apprentice is much stranger than before, Sarutobi Hiruzen still thinks of Orochimaru when employing people. Jiraiya, you assist Orochimaru. Even his other disciple also sent a doctor. Why am I supporting Orochimaru? Jiraiya curled his lips. Of course, he also expressed his dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Jiraiya's complaints. He looked at the people present. Whether Sand Shinobi will fight Konoha with all its strength is still unclear. Everyone must be prepared to go to the battlefield. I hope that at this time, CGDH will not hinder the village. When saying these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately glanced at Uchiha Lingye. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen looking over, Lingye showed a smile, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sink. The Uchiha family is the target that Sarutobi Hiruzen has always guarded against. Especially now that Sand Shinobi is fighting with Konoha, it is more important for him to guard against Uchiha Port Knight. Orochimaru, what you have to do is drive Sand Shinobi out of the territory of the Fire Nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the fear of the Uchiha clan in his heart, and then gave orders to Orochimaru. After driving Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire, do I need to take the initiative to attack? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. When you drive Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire, you just need to do a good job of defending against Sand Shinobi's attack. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Hey, 3rd Hokage, you are too weak. Sand Shinobi attacked our Land of Fire. Is it over if we drive them out? Shouldn't we teach them a lesson? Lingye smiled ironically, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shook his head. There are only 2 words left on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that is weakness. Being called weak in front of so many people, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look very good. Danzo, who was silent at first, agreed with Uchiha Lingye's words very much. It is true that he and Uchiha Lingye are enemies, but they have the same views on this aspect. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen is too weak, getting weaker with age. Sunagaku is also one of the 5 great ninja villages. Their strength is not weak. I still hope that it can be resolved through peace talks in the end. This is not weakness, it is to reduce unnecessary losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Once a full-scale war breaks out between Konoha village and Sunagaku, even if Konoha village is stronger, there will be no benefit in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that his choice is right, and he should try his best to negotiate peace. It's ridiculous. Sand Shinobi is attacking the Nation of Fire, and they still want to talk about peace. Danzo sneered. The other people present had different expressions. The goal is to repel the opponent, and then conduct peace talks. It seems to be inherently weak. One head. Is Konoha village weaker than Sunagaku? Their Konoha village is the most powerful of the 5 great ninja villages. As for the opponent, the weakest of the 5 ninja villages. Shouldn't the option be to call directly to Sunagaku instead? With this level of courage, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be Hokage. I'm old, and I think it's time to abdicate. Lingye glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then said. That's right, it's time to abdicate. Danzo rarely agreed with Uchiha Lingye's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo. Which side are you on? If he didn't know Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid he would start to wonder if Danzo was going to cooperate with Uchiha Lingye. The most important thing right now is to deal with external enemies, not internal fighting. Mitokado Homura, who is a senior advisor to Konoha, reminded. He glanced at Danzo, knowing that Danzo had ideas about Hokage's position, and wished that Sarutobi Hiruzen would abdicate quickly. But, he can't speak for Uchiha Lingye indirectly. Snort. Danzo snorted coldly. The others didn't speak. Lingye also smiled and remained silent. Immediately after the meeting, Orochimaru and Jiraiya set off with Konoha Shinobi. After returning to the Uchiha clan, Makoto looked at Lingye suspiciously, and couldn't help asking, Lingye, didn't you say that you want the Uchiha clan to become Konoha heroes? Why don't you fight for it? If Lingye led the Uchiha tribe and repelled Sunagaku, he would definitely be the hero of Konoha village. It will definitely change the perception of many villagers in Konoha village towards the Uchiha clan. Not in a hurry. Lingye shook her head. Now it's just the beginning, and I don't know if this time, it will completely detonate the Third Ninja World War. Perhaps because Lingye controls Ebizo, the Third Ninja War will break out early. Let's wait and see what happens. Once the war starts, it's not so easy to stop. The so-called war is all about serving interests. Third Kazekage led Sand Shinobi to attack the Land of Fire, although it was triggered by Lingye's control of Ebizo, but if Third Kazekage didn't have that idea, he wouldn't easily invade because of Ebizo. The Country of Fire. Sunagaku originally wanted to attack the Nation of Fire for profit. Will Third Kazekage give up easily before getting the benefits he wants? Moreover, war will accumulate hatred. If your relatives and friends die at the hands of enemy ninjas, don't you want to take revenge? Once the hatred accumulates to a certain level, even if the shadow of the village speaks out, the war cannot be stopped. The Konoha village Uchiha clan, as usual, did not make waves because of Sunagaku's attack on the Fire Nation. On the other hand, the other families are all ready to fight Sand Shinobi on the battlefield. They are not sent to the battlefield, but once Sand Shinobi and Konoha start an all-out war, they are the main force on the battlefield. It is undeniable that there will be geniuses among civilian ninjas, but ninjas with families are generally stronger than civilian ninjas. On the battlefield, the Konoha Shinobi led by Orochimaru and Jiraiya finally confronted the Sunagaku ninjas. Facing Third Kazekage, Orochimaru and Jiraiya combined sleep. In fact, even in a one-on-one match, Third Kazekage wouldn't dare to claim a sure win, let alone a two-on-one matchup. Orochimaru and Jiraiya's old teammates for many years cooperated very well. Back then, the three of them cooperated with Tsunade to fight Hanzo together. Third Kazekage was not the opponent of the two, and was directly repelled, and Konoha Shinobi also defeated Sand Shinobi. The strength of Konoha Shinobi is generally stronger than Sand Shinobi. Originally after invading the Fire Nation, Third Kazekage, who was in high spirits, lost a battle and was directly thrown out of the Fire Nation. Fortunately, the old man sent the two of us here. Third Kazekage is really strong. If you are on your own, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Jiraiya patted the dust off his body. Even if I am myself, I can still defeat Third Kazekage, with or without you. Orochimaru said in a flat tone. Damn it, Orochimaru, do you mean I'm useless? Jiraiya yelled at Orochimaru angrily. Chapter 80 I am a rigorous person, I will not comment on those who have not tried. After Orochimaru and Jiraiya defeated Sand Shinobi led by Third Kazekage, they did not pursue the victory according to the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, Orochimaru wanted to take advantage of the victory to chase after him, but he would not completely obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Orochimaru's character doesn't seem like an obedient person. But Orochimaru's plan to pursue Sand Shinobi was stopped by Jiraiya. You really listen to the teacher. Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru a little upset. Orochimaru is not a good stubble. If Jiraiya hadn't blocked him, and even ordered Konoha Shinobi not to pursue, how could he easily let the fleeing Sand Shinobi go? Cruel and cold-blooded is Orochimaru's character. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not refute Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, but he has his own ideas about how to do things. This is different from Jiraiya. Don't look at Jiraiya doesn't respect Sarutobi Hiruzen on the surface, but he obeys Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The old man didn't want an all-out war with Sunagaku, so he just wanted to stop. Facing Orochimaru's taunt, Jiraiya said something. There was a sneer on Orochimaru's face. Your kindness and softness may not be accepted by others. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya like he was looking at an idiot. Can mercy be exchanged for peace? If they don't take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Sand Shinobi, won't Sand Shinobi continue to attack the Land of Fire? After all these years, you still haven't made any progress. You're so naive. Watching Jiraiya leave, Orochimaru shook his head. There is indeed some friendship between him and Jiraiya, but this friendship has gradually faded over time. In other words, Jiraiya has not changed, but Orochimaru has changed. On the other side, Third Kazekage, who was hunted out of the Fire Nation, had an ugly expression on his face. Have the Konoha Shinobi come after you? Third Kazekage asked. At this time, he was a little embarrassed, and his clothes were a little torn. Tang, the strongest cage, has been deflated twice in a row. Before that, he faced a mysterious person pretending to be Uchiha Madara. This time facing Orochimaru and Jiraiya in Konoha Sannin, was defeated again. In fact, it is not a shame to be defeated by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. No matter in terms of age or strength, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are no worse than third cage. This also shows the gap between Konoha Village and Sunagaku. Third cage may be considered the strongest in Sunagaku, but in Konoha Village, there are quite a few players who are not weaker than him. Report Cage-sama, Konoha Shinobi did not come after him. HMPH, you must be afraid of me. Third cage snorted coldly. It's purely putting gold on his face. If Jiraiya didn't stop Orochimaru, I'm afraid Orochimaru is still chasing him now. Go and inform advisor Chiyo, let her and Luo Sha lead Sand Shinobi to come to support. Although his mouth is still stubborn, in the actual cognition of third cage, he still knows that he is not the opponent of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. So third cage wants to let Chiyo lead Sand Shinobi to continue to reinforce, this time he has to bite off a piece of meat from the country. Reporting to Lord Third Cage, Konoha Shinobi has sent a letter saying that he wants to negotiate peacefully with us. Listening to the report of Sand Shinobi's subordinates, Third Cage showed a sneer. Peace talks. What he wants is not peace talks, although Third Cage also knows that he can't destroy Konoha Village, but he also wants to bite a piece of meat from the Fire Nation. Sunagaku is becoming more and more difficult. It takes a lot of money to train ninjas. The Kingdom of Wind is not rich, and the funds for Sunagaku are getting less and less. Do it yourself, have enough food and clothing. Third Cage has realized this truth. Tell the Konoha Shinobi people, just say I can think about it and let them give me some time. A cold light flashed in Third Cage's eyes. It will take time to wait for the support to arrive, just to confuse the Konoha Shinobi, hold them back, and wait for Chiyo to lead the support to arrive. Yes, Cage-sama. After Sand Shinobi wrote back to Konoha Village as Third Cage said, Jiraiya laughed. It seems that Third Cage is quite sensible and knows that he can't beat us Konoha Village. Madness. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya. You don't really believe what he says, do you? For Third Cage, because believe it or not, he's a majestic Cage, can't he go back on what he says? Orochimaru, you're hitting me on purpose, right? Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru in displeasure. Back then and then, did Third Cage promise you anything? Orochimaru's cold words made Jiraiya speechless. Third Cage just sent someone to say that they would consider peaceful negotiations, but did not promise that they would definitely negotiate peacefully. What if he just paralyzes us and sends Sand Shinobi in to help? It has to be said that Orochimaru is sane. In his opinion, Third Cage is most likely waiting for support, just to paralyze them, so he deliberately spread the word that he wants to negotiate peacefully. Then what do you suggest? Jiraiya frowned, in case Orochimaru was right. He is not a fool either, it is impossible to say that he completely believes in Third Cage. Advertisement. My suggestion is to take the initiative and kill Third Cage. A cold gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Blood successor boundary magnet style, this is a good research material. Orochimaru is very interested in ninjas with blood succession boundaries, especially now that Orochimaru is doing research on wood style. No, Jiraiya refused without hesitation. Although not entirely convinced by Third Cage, he is also opposed to Orochimaru's suggestion. There is still the possibility of peace talks if you don't do anything. Jiraiya, who personally participated in the Second Ninja World War, actually didn't want to see the war break out, the war was too cruel. I knew you would say no. Orochimaru sneered. Report this matter to teacher Sarutobi and wait for his decision. It was reported that no matter what the outcome was, it was not Orochimaru's fault, it was his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen who made the decision. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, let the old man decide, he agrees. I'll let Minato go. Namikaze Minato was also brought over by Jiraiya. Although the battle with Sand Shinobi was dangerous, it was also a test for Namikaze Minato. Only after going through honing can we go further in the future. And Namikaze Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, so there will be no danger on the battlefield. With the Flying Thunder God technique, you can also rush back to Konoha Village to report the situation as quickly as possible. Your disciple is not bad. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, the disciple accepted by Jiraiya learned the Flying Thunder God technique of Second Hokage. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth curled up slightly. Once, he was overwhelmed by Orochimaru everywhere. Orochimaru and Tsunade were geniuses, and he belonged to the tail of the crane among Sannin. But in terms of disciples, I definitely beat Orochimaru. All the disciples that Orochimaru led before died, but his disciples learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and the future is limitless. Envy me, why don't you accept a disciple and compare with me? Jiraiya showed a smug face. Boring. Orochimaru turned and left. Unless he was assigned to lead the Jonin, he would never take another son. He has many secrets, but he doesn't want others to know. Admit it, Orochimaru, you just can't beat me at this. Jiraiya called out to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru didn't look back. Konoha Village, within the Uchiha clan. Lingye, who has nothing to do, is teaching Sarah to practice ninjutsu. Sarah, the future queen of Lulan Kingdom, still has some talents in cultivation. Before Makoto taught her the chakra refining technique, it didn't take long for Sarah to successfully extract chakra. Moreover, there is still a lot of chakra in her body, not at all like a person who has just been exposed to chakra refining technique for a short time. Is she of our Uzumaki blood? Kushina quietly asked Lingye. Chakra is far beyond normal, and has bright red hair. These features make Kushina somewhat suspect that Sarah may have the blood of the Uzumaki family. She should have nothing to do with your Uzumaki clan. Sarah is a character in the theatrical version, and is the blood of the queen's family passed down from generation to generation in the ancient Lulan Kingdom. It should have nothing to do with the Uzumaki family. It doesn't matter, since she is so similar to our Uzumaki family, then I will treat her as a member of the Uzumaki family. Kushina walked towards Sarah, who had learned the basic ninjutsu of the three-body technique. Sarah, you might as well be called Uzumaki Sarah from now on. Ah, Sarah was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook her head. No, it's so ugly. It's ugly. Damn, is the surname of our Uzumaki family ugly? The wind swept Kushina's body, and her hair was blown by Chakra's burst of breath. Help me, brother Lingye, sister Makoto, save me quickly, Kushina is going to kill me. Sarah yelled and ran towards Lingye and Makoto. Kushina, don't scare Sarah, a child. Makoto said to Kushina. I won't bully her, a little devil. Kushina glanced at Sarah, who was still young, and said that she was not as knowledgeable as her. Sarah, who was hiding behind Makoto, made a face at Kushina. Seeing Sarah's provocation, Kushina said that his fist was hard. Master Patriarch, Uchiha month came to the practice site of the Uchiha clan. Anything to report? Lingye glanced at Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Iron Tree asked me to report to you that third cage has been driven out of the land of fire. Well, in my anticipation. Lingye was not surprised to hear this information. He is very aware of the strength of third cage. When he took Kushina to Sunagaku to sign last time, he tested the strength of third cage. Advertisement. Even against one of Orochimaru or Jiraiya, third cage will be under pressure, let alone facing Orochimaru and Jiraiya teamed up. I didn't expect to be repelled so quickly. Ask for flowers. Makoto was rather surprised. It's only been 3 days since Orochimaru and Jiraiya were sent out, and there was still time to travel. In less than 3 days, there was news that third cage was repelled, which is too fake. Third cage's strength is not very good. Among the shadows of the 5 ninja villages, his strength should be at the bottom. Lingye said to Makoto. He is qualified to say that third cage's strength is not very good. If he wants, he can kill him in one move. Among the third generation shadows of the major ninja villages, third cage is indeed at the bottom. Third Hokage, third Raikage and third Tsuchikage are not weak, third Mizukage is unknown. But definitely not strong enough. He competed with third cage for first and second last. Can I beat third cage? Kushina couldn't help asking. After Lingye looked at Kushina for a long time, he said, third cage is a bit weaker in my opinion, but that is in my eyes. For you, the main cage is still a very powerful enemy. Even after learning Sage Mode, Kushina is not the opponent of third cage. After all, it is the shadow of a village, and food is only relative. In Lingye's eyes, he is a rookie, but to those Jonins, he is completely invincible. That is to say, I'm weak in your eyes too. Kushina stared at Lingye with wide eyes. Lingye didn't speak, but just patted Kushina's shoulder, knowing some words without saying anything. Kushina was not discouraged. Lingye was already terrifyingly strong. Then who was better, me or Makoto? Kushina's eyes were competitive. It's true that she and Makoto are girlfriends, but in Kushina's eyes, they are also competitors. 0. How do I know this? I tried Makoto, but you and I haven't tried. Why don't you know? Don't you know my strength? Kushina looked at Lingye dissatisfied. I don't understand. If you don't come to me at night to discuss it, I might be able to know your strength. I'm a rigorous person, and I don't judge if I haven't tried it. Lingye looked at Kushina with a smirk. Discuss at night. Kushina, who didn't understand at first, instantly understood, and her face instantly turned as red as her hair. You. Kushina glared at Lingye in embarrassment, and then used the body flicker technique to leave. What happened to Kushina? Sarah couldn't help but ask. Children had better not inquire. Lingye rubbed Sarah's head. Let Uchiha Iron Tree send people to continue to observe the situation of the war. Lingye turned her head and gave Uchiha Yu an order. Yes, Lord Patriarch. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not too close to Namikaze Minato, who came back to send information. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always suspected that Lingye had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which was leaked to Uchiha Lingye by Namikaze Minato. Even though Jiraiya helped Namikaze Minato defend, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion of Namikaze Minato has never been eliminated. Thank you, Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally does not show dissatisfaction with Namikaze Minato on the surface, which is Sarutobi Hiruzen's castle. After reading the information sent back by Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes froze. Orochimaru's speculation should be right, maybe third cage is stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen wants peace talks and does not want Konoha village and Sunagaku to start an all-out war, Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely not stupid. Of course he will not fully believe what third cage said about the consideration and talks. Minato, you go back and tell your teacher, I will send Konoha Shinobi to reinforce him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Namikaze Minato. Yes, Yins. Namikaze Minato, who didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen had doubts about him, respected Sarutobi Hiruzen the Hokage. What I have learned since I was a child is how great the third Hokage is, and of course I will respect Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is also the brilliance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had already completed the initial brainwashing when he was in the ninja school. Go ahead. After letting Namikaze Minato leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression slowly changed. In Konoha village recently, there have been many unfavorable rumors about him in the village. For example, this time Sunagaku attacked the land of fire, Sand Shinobi's slander was based on the rumors in the village, and the blame was completely pinned on him. Most of the villagers in Konoha village now believe that Sunagaku is the culprit who caused Sunagaku to attack the nation of fire, and that he should be responsible for it. This matter spread more and more widely, and there were many voices of dissatisfaction with him in the village, thinking that he should not have sent people to rob and kill Sunagaku's envoys. If he did this, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would not admit it, but the most important thing is that he did not do it. Who the hell is driving it? Uchiha Lingye, or Danzo? There must be someone behind this, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen has two suspects. A Uchiha Lingye, a Danzo, both are highly probable and suspicious. It's even possible that both of them have fueled the fire. Chapter 81. Heading to the border of the land of fire. Who is messing with him behind the scenes? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still investigating. But the most important thing right now is to send ninjas to support Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In case third Kazekage is really waiting for reinforcements, I'm afraid Orochimaru and Jiraiya are no match. Although the two of them are not weak, they are both Kage level strength, but if the two of them led 1,000 Konoha Shinobi and want to deal with Sunagaku, it would be too much to look down on Sunagaku. Who should be sent? Sending his henchmen to support Orochimaru on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen worried that after the ninjas in Konoha village left too many, the Uchiha clan would have the idea of rebellion. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Lingye, the current Uchiha patriarch, is a daring guy who can do anything. In case the interior of Konoha village is empty, the Uchiha clan will take action, so we have to guard against it. It's best for the Uchiha clan to support Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the original Senju clan. The reason why the Senju family was destroyed was not only that he and Danzo worked behind the scenes, but also because there were too many casualties in the Second Ninja World War. It can be said that in the Second Ninja World War, the main force of the Senju clan basically died on the battlefield. If the Uchiha family can suffer heavy losses in the war with Sand Shinobi, the threat of the Uchiha family will be eliminated directly. But the most important thing is whether Uchiha can be persuaded to let the Uchiha clan go to support Orochimaru. Try it, you have nothing to lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves Hokage's office, ready to go to Uchiha Lingye in person. When you come to the Uchiha clan, even if you are a Hokage, you have to wait for the notification and wait for Uchiha Lingye's permission before you can enter the Uchiha clan land. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was extremely angry in his heart. As the most powerful person in Konoha village, it is simply a humiliation to be blocked by the Uchiha clan. Our patriarch allowed you to go in, 523, come with me. After the report, the Uchiha people said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Facing the third Hokage, he is not afraid at all, the pride of their Uchiha clan, how could they be afraid of a Hokage? After the third Hokage abdicates, maybe the next Hokage will be their patriarch. People from the Uchiha clan especially hope that Lingye can become the fourth Hokage. Come to the living room of the Uchiha clan, where Mark-Yi is waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If third Hokage is okay, he probably wouldn't come to my Uchiha clan. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to go round and round. Of course Lingye will not be polite when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no need for hypocrisy and obedience. Although Orochimaru and Jiraiya repelled Sunagaku, but Sunagaku may counterattack at any time, I hope that the Conchopo clan can go to support Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen also doesn't like to flirt with Uchiha Lingye, there is a deep hatred between the two of them. Konoha village can provide all supplies to the Uchiha clan. Knowing that Uchiha Lingye may not agree easily, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also ready to lure. No problem, the Uchiha clan is a member of Konoha village, so it is naturally obligated to contribute to Konoha village, and I agree to send ninjas to support Orochimaru. Lingye agreed very happily, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little surprised. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, Lingye spoke again. However, the number of our Uchiha clan is too small, and Hokage needs to dispatch 2,000 Konoha Shinobi to follow my command. When hearing Lingye say that 2,000 ninjas need to be dispatched to follow his command, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilance immediately rose to the highest level. There are 2,000 Konoha Shinobi, and all the ninjas in the entire Konoha village add up to more than 10,000 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who doesn't trust Uchiha Lingye, is of course unwilling to hand over 2,000 ninjas to Uchiha Lingye's command. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously objected. The power of the Uchiha clan is enough, I believe in Uchiha. Hehe. Lingye smiled coldly. You don't believe in Uchiha, you want to make Uchiha's people die on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was very stiff when Lingye bluntly stated his plan. If you want Uchiha to go to the battlefield, you must transfer someone to me, otherwise, the Uchiha clan is powerless. After all, The Uchiha family is also responsible for the security of Konoha village, and there is really no manpower. Lingye's words directly blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Even if the Uchiha clan does not go to the battlefield, no one can say anything. The Konoha Guard is in charge of the Uchiha clan, and they must also protect the safety and security of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had an uncertain face. Actually, I have a suggestion. As the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, third Hokage, I suggest that you arrange people from the Sarutobi clan to support Orochimaru. I think they should have no objections. Lingye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half smile. The battlefield is a very dangerous place, and even cage-level experts cannot guarantee that they will never die on the battlefield. Although the Sarutobi clan is not weak, if they go to the battlefield, at least they have to peel off their skins. What, isn't third Hokage unwilling to send his people to the battlefield? Then I wonder if you really love Konoha village. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, Lingye said disdainfully. Jie Shushin really loves the village, and Konoha village holds a lot of weight in his heart, but Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely does not want the Sarutobi clan to perish. Advertisement. I can dispatch 1,000 ninjas to you. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to take a step back, and if he handed over 2,000 ninjas to Uchiha Lingye, he would not be able to agree, but 1,000 ninjas would still be acceptable. Yes, but if third Hokage wants to send me the ninjas of the Konoha clan, please bring the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan along the way. Lingye said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fist. Originally, he planned to find other big families of Konoha and ask them to send ninjas to Uchiha Lingye to gather 1,000 ninja troops, but Uchiha Lingye predicted it. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen sure that Uchiha Lingye had ulterior motives in asking him to dispatch ninjas. I don't believe that you can subdue the ninja I dispatched to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said secretly in his heart. I'm going to help you mobilize ninjas now, and I hope that the Uchiha patriarch can go to support them as soon as possible. He will place his cronies among the ninjas dispatched to Uchiha Lingye to see what tricks Uchiha Lingye wants to do. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Lingye informed Uchiha Iron Tree to come over. Master Patriarch, do you have something to order? Next, I will go to the border of the Land of Fire to support Orochimaru, the affairs of the Konoha Guard, it is up to you to make the decision for the time being. Lingye instructed Uchiha Iron Tree. Master Patriarch, why don't you let me go to the border of the Land of Fire, you should stay in Konoha village. Within the Uchiha clan, Lingye's safety is the most important thing. Do as I tell you. Lingye said in an undeniable tone. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Afterwards, Lingye began to dispatch the Uchiha tribe, dispatching a total of 200 ninjas. Today, the Uchiha family has more than 1,000 people, and it is definitely a big family in Konoha village. Among all the families in Konoha, the number of people is definitely the largest. More than 800 of them are ninjas, but of course it is impossible for Lingye to dispatch all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, he is not that loyal to Konoha village. The reason why I agreed to support Orochimaru was mainly to train the Uchiha people. Are you going to follow me to the border? Lingye asked, looking at Makoto. Originally Lingye wanted Makoto to stay in the clan, but Makoto wanted to follow Lingye to the border of the Land of Fire. Well, there is Uchiha Yu in the clan to handle the affairs of the clan, and I don't have to stay in the clan. Makoto nodded, she still wanted to follow Lingye. But if Lingye insisted on letting her stay in the clan, she would obey Lingye. Then you come with me. Seeing Lingye agree, Makoto showed a smile on his face. Let me tell you first, I'm also going to the border of the Land of Fire. Kushina said from the side. If you don't tell me, I will take you there. As for Sarah, Lingye certainly couldn't take her with her, and temporarily handed her over to Uchiha Yu. 2 days later, Lingye led the Konoha reinforcements to the border of the Land of Fire. Kushina couldn't hold back a smile on her face. She couldn't help laughing when she thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly expression as if he had eaten shit when he left Konoha village. In terms of asking for supplies, Lingye slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen severely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was of course very ugly. Senior Orochimaru, long time no see. Quote. Lingye greeted Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to come to support me. Orochimaru gave a stiff smile. Orochimaru has not met Uchiha Lingye since he was threatened by Uchiha Lingye last time and handed over first Hokage's cell. It seems that Senior Orochimaru doesn't welcome me very much. Lingye looked at Orochimaru's expression with a smile on his face, and his smile looked more sunny than Orochimaru's. In front of you, I can't bear the title of senior. Orochimaru spoke. Aside, Jiraiya looked suspiciously at Uchiha Lingye and Orochimaru. Are they familiar? Are you familiar with Uchiha Lingye? When Lingye went to arrange for the ninjas to lead over to support, Jiraiya asked the big snake. Orochimaru said indifferently, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru even wanted to kill Uchiha Lingye in his heart if he could. Uchiha Lingye knew his secret, which was always a hidden danger. Unfamiliarity is best. Jiraiya has a lot of dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Lingye. Because of Uchiha Lingye, his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has not always trusted his disciple Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's goal is to become Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is not trusted, even with his support, it may be difficult to become Hokage. Oh, you have a problem with Uchiha. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with twinkling eyes. He was thinking in his heart, should he find a chance to join forces with Jiraiya to get rid of Uchiha Lingye. Advertisement. Uchiha Lingye died, and the secret about his human experimentation and research on first Hokage cells was kept. Whoever said that, I have no problem with the Uchiha clan. Even if Jiraiya is really dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan, he will not offend the Uchiha clan and cause trouble for himself. The previous Uchiha family is okay, but the current Uchiha family is not weak, especially Uchiha Lingye. He has seen Uchiha Lingye force the old man to admit defeat with his own eyes. Uchiha Lingye's strength is above Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is stronger than himself. Master Orochimaru, Mr. Jiraiya, I'm back. Namikaze Minato had a serious expression on his face. Before, Namikaze Minato took the initiative to take over the task of detecting Sand Shinobi's movements. Considering the Flying Thunder God technique, this task is still. It suits him quite well. Even if found, Namikaze Minato can retreat easily. How about it? Seeing Namikaze Minato coming back, Jiraiya immediately asked. In fact, seeing the seriousness on Namikaze Minato's face, Jiraiya knew that it was definitely not good news. Sand Shinobi's reinforcements are coming, and the number is definitely more than 3,000. After hearing the report, Jiraiya's heart sank. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, although he didn't speak, but Jiraiya understood what Orochimaru meant. Before, he really believed the fake news from Third Cage, and believed that he would consider peace talks. This is a direct slap in the face. Fortunately, Orochimaru let Konoha village reinforce them, otherwise, facing more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi, they would have to retreat. At that time, I'm afraid Sand Shinobi will attack the Land of Fire again. It was the first time that Sand Shinobi attacked the Nation of Fire without knowing it, so it is understandable that if Sand Shinobi breaks through the defense of the Nation of Fire again, it would be a real embarrassment. Go and invite Uchiha Lingye over to discuss how to deal with Sand Shinobi. Quote. Orochimaru gave instructions to Namikaze Minato. Hearing Orochimaru said that Uchiha Lingye was invited, Namikaze Minato froze for a moment. Is the reinforcement Uchiha Lingye? Thinking of Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, who joined the Konoha Guard, has mixed feelings. He hadn't seen Uzumaki Kushina for a long time, and wondered if Uzumaki Kushina followed Uchiha Lingye to the border of the Land of Fire. No need to invite, I'm already here. Lingye came over, followed by Makoto and Kushina. When seeing Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato was excited for a moment, and then a little dim. Kushina didn't seem to like him. Sand Shinobi's support has arrived, I wonder if Patriarch Lingye has a way to deal with it. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Lingye. The way to deal with it? Of course it is to call back. Is there any other way? Lingye asked Orochimaru back. Here they are on the border of the Land of Fire. If they retreat, Sand Shinobi will directly attack the Land of Fire. So you can't retreat, you can only fight Sand Shinobi back. You're right, the only way to beat Sand Shinobi is now. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Sand Shinobi's support has arrived. This battle may be a tough one. Although they also have support here, the 1.5 support is not as much as that of Sand Shinobi. What we need to do now is to stare at Sand Shinobi to prevent Sand Shinobi from entering the Land of Fire from other directions and causing damage to the rear. Lingye said something. Sand Shinobi may not fight them head-on. The Nation of Fire is so big and the border is so long. What if they sneak into the Nation of Fire territory from other places, and then attack from behind? How about leaving this task to the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru asked. Marking Sand Shinobi, this task is not easy. If you want to sneak in the rear, you will definitely send an elite team. However, the strength of the Uchiha family is very strong, and they are very suitable for this task. Even in the face of the enemy's elite squad, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan will not suffer. Okay, I will arrange it. Seeing that Lingye had no opinion, Orochimaru was relieved. Although he is the commander-in-chief, Uchiha Lingye may not be able to command the actions that others can command. Namikaze Minato, sneak into the Sand Shinobi camp and continue to investigate the number of Sand Shinobi. I will arrange a team for you to destroy Sand Shinobi's supplies. Orochimaru turned to Namikaze Minato and ordered. Jiraiya frowned when she heard Orochimaru ordered Namikaze Minato's mission. Going to the rear to destroy the opponent's supplies is a very dangerous task. In times of war, supplies are of course very important. The team delivering supplies at Sand Shinobi must be elite ninjas. This task is very dangerous. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato didn't consider whether it was dangerous or not, and entrusting him with this important task, Namikaze Minato felt that he valued him. Be careful, your own safety is the most important thing. Jiraiya didn't stop Orochimaru, his disciple was indeed the best person for this task. Jiraiya just told Namikaze Minato to be careful. Regardless of whether the task can be completed or not, life-saving is the most important thing. Chapter 82 Third Cage. Flimsy trash. Patriarch Lingye, how about we deal with the high-end combat power of Third Cage and Sunagaku? After Orochimaru arranged the tasks for others, he looked at Lingye again. Since Orochimaru Senpai is the commander-in-chief, it is natural to listen to Orochimaru Senpai. I am more obedient to the command. Lingye said with a smile. Are you following the command? Orochimaru smiled half-heartedly. Uchiha Lingye is indeed different from other Uchiha clansmen, but Orochimaru would not believe him if he was easy to talk to. Makoto and Kushina, arranged by Lingye to lead the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, went on a mission. With their strength, unless they meet cage level, they will not be in danger. Even with cage level powerhouses, Mangekyo Kushina's strength has a history of fighting. On Sand Shinobi side, they are also very concerned about Konoha side. The fact that Lingye led Konoha Shinobi came to support, Sand Shinobi side also knows. Konoha has already sent people to support, what do you think? Third Kazekage asked Chiyo and Rasa. Luo Sha, the future fourth Kazekage, is now a disciple of third Kazekage, and he learned his magnet style from third Kazekage. However, the magnet style of third Kazekage is iron sand, while the magnet style of Luosha is gold placer. Today's Luo Sha may not be as strong as he will be in the future, but he still has cage level strength, which can be regarded as the top combat power of Sand Shinobi. Konoha Shinobi are vulnerable, not our Sand Shinobi opponents. Rosa said disdainfully, I heard that people from the Uchiha clan have come to the battlefield, and that account should be settled. The account that Luo Sha mentioned is naturally the account that Sunagaku was invaded by a mysterious person who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Regardless of whether that person is Uchiha Madara or not, anyway, this account is placed on the Uchiha family. Don't be too arrogant, Konoha Shinobi is not weak, forget the Second Ninja World War. Mother-in-law Chiyo glanced at Luo Sha dissatisfied. Although she also wants to defeat Konoha village, Sunagaku and Konoha village have already accumulated hatred to ultimate by the time of the Second Ninja War. Sunagaku would never have surrendered had it not been for the fact that they could not defeat Konoha village. It's okay to hate Konoha village, but you can't take Konoha village lightly. Luo Sha smiled disdainfully, the reason why the Second Ninja World War was defeated was because I hadn't grown up at that time. I have to say that in terms of arrogance, Luo Sha and third Kazekage are in the same line. I suggest trying it first. Mother-in-law Chiyo said. This is the latest poison I have researched, and I can use this to deal with Konoha village. In addition to being a top puppet master, Grandma Chiyo is also a master at using poison. Puppet masters usually quench poison on their own puppet weapons. There used to be that little girl named Tsunade, but now Tsunade has left Konoha village and never returned, no one can crack my poison. Chiyo is very confident about her poison. During the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade had cracked her poison many times, but now there is no Tsunade in Konoha village, so why worry about it? This is also the reason why Chiyo is not afraid to go to war with Konoha. There's no need to test it out, launch an all-out attack, repel the Konoha shinobi in one fell swoop, and then enter the land of fire, preferably all the way to Konoha village. Luo San Shinobi couldn't help running out and singing against Chiyo. Listening to Luo Sha's words, third Kazecage's eyes flickered for a while, and his heart was a little moved, but in the end he let go of his heart. Follow Chiyo's advice, and test the strength of Konoha village's support first. Third Kazekage was quite arrogant before, but after the battle with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, third Kazekage somehow became sober. His character is a bit cocky, but he's not stupid. Konoha Sannin are not blown out, they are very powerful, and they haven't summoned Summoning Beast yet. The Summoning Beast's huge size may not be as destructive on the battlefield as the Tailed Beast, but it will definitely not be smaller. The famous ninja demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, half of his ability depends on his poison, and the other half depends on his Summoning Beast Salamander. Hearing that third Kazekage agreed with Chiyo's opinion, Luo Sha was a little upset, but he is not yet the future fourth Kazekage, so he doesn't have much right to speak. In terms of the right to speak, he can't even compare to Chiyo advisor, so he can only choose to obey. Send some Sand Shinobi first, and try to sneak into the land of fire. It is best to destroy the supplies of the Konoha Shinobi. Grandma Chiyo said, as a person who participated in both the First Ninja War and the Second Ninja War, she has a lot of experience in war. Supplies are very important. As long as you can destroy the opponent's supplies, it means you have already won half the battle. Third Kazekage nodded, agreeing with Grandma Chiyo's opinion, he certainly understands the importance of supplies. I'll send elite ninjas to infiltrate the rear, specifically to sabotage their supplies and disrupt them. Third Kazekage glanced at Luo Sha. It was a good idea to entrust Luo Sha with this task. After all, for the task of sneaking into the enemy's rear, it was necessary to choose a strong candidate. As Kazekage, he definitely can't perform this kind of task, he needs to stabilize the Sunagaku ninja's heart on the front. Mother-in-law Chiyo is also not suitable, only Luo Sha is the most suitable candidate. Advertisement. Therefore, Luo Sha took over this bitter picture. Sneaking into the enemy's rear is a dangerous and difficult task, but even if Luo Sha feels dissatisfied, he can't refuse. Ninja wars are not the same as wars between ordinary people. They will not form up and start fighting like ordinary people. Ninjas belong to assassins, and of course it is impossible for assassins to fight openly. Generally, they act in small groups, launching sneak attacks or surprise attacks on the enemy, and rarely charge frontally, unless it is during a decisive battle. After Sand Shinobi started to move, the battle between Sand Shinobi and Konoha had begun. Lingye stood on a high place, looking into the distance. It seems that the number of people in Sand Shinobi really has an advantage. In the case of an advantage in numbers, even if Konoha Shinobi is generally stronger than Sand Shinobi, they are still suppressed. The puppet masters have various means, and many people have never fought against the puppet masters, so Konoha's casualties are not small. In particular, the poison developed by Chiyo has a very good effect. Even if there are medical ninjas among the Konoha Shinobi, it is useless if they cannot solve Chiyo's poison. In this confrontation, Konoha suffered a greater loss than Sand Shinobi. Damn it, Sand Shinobi is mean. Jiraiya couldn't help cursing. Many of the Konoha Shinobi had suffered some scratches, but the opponent's weapon was poisoned, that's why they died. Compared with Jiraiya, who was extremely angry, Lingye and Orochimaru seemed very calm. Despicable. As long as you can win, you can use any means in war. Jiraiya, isn't it your first time participating in a ninja war? Lingye glanced at the distraught Jiraiya, it's not like you haven't experienced this kind of thing. Jiraiya suppressed his anger, and then said, if you want to defeat Sand Shinobi, you must get Tsunade back, otherwise our Konoha village will suffer more and more casualties. It has been 3 days since Sand Shinobi decided to make a probe. In these 3 days, Konoha's side was not counted as injured, and more than 100 ninjas died. Most of them died of poisoning. If you don't solve Chiyo's poison, even if you win, it will be a miserable victory. It's too late to get Tsunade back now, Orochimaru said flatly. What's more, Tsunade suffers from blood phobia, can she really go to the battlefield? Faced with this situation, what advice does Patriarch Lingye have? Orochimaru looked at Lingye. Although Orochimaru doesn't care much about Konoha's ordinary ninja's life, Orochimaru doesn't want to lose, he doesn't want to lose to Sand Shinobi. Just kill him and kill third Kazekage, is that a suggestion? Lingye asked Orochimaru. Do you want to attack Kazekage directly? Orochimaru thought for a moment. It seems that it is not impossible to shoot directly at third Kazekage. The current situation is not good for Konoha village. It is better to call the elite ninjas directly and shoot at third Kazekage. As long as third Kazekage can be killed, this war should be temporarily over. Otherwise, Konoha seems to be slowly eaten away. Chiyo's poison is too powerful. When the Konoha medical team develops an antidote, I'm afraid Konoha Shinobi will die. Then how about the 3 of us take the shot and lure third Kazekage out? Jiraiya suggested. Third Kazekage didn't show up, but as long as they make a move, third Kazekage must make a move, because if third Kazekage doesn't come out, no one can stop them. Orochimaru nodded, then looked at Lingye. Look what I do, I'm fine with it. Speaking of which, last time he let third Kazekage go, but this time, Lingye will not show mercy. At the junction of the Fire Country and the River Country, there are no other people here except Konoha Shinobi and Sunagaku ninjas. Knowing that the first time the war broke out, ordinary people in the country of Chuan were far away from here. Although the people of Xuanji country were not affected during the Second Ninja World War, they knew how miserable it would be if they were reduced to a battlefield. This can be known by referring to the country of rain. It was precisely because the land of rain was reduced to the battlefield of Konoha and Sand Shinobi that Hanzo had no choice but to take part in the Second Ninja World War. As for the consequence, that is, the country of rain was completely disabled in the Second Ninja World War. Originally, the strength of the land of rain was only below the 5 great ninja villages, but now there is only one Hanzo left as the pillar. The key is that this pillar is still old and has no previous courage. Just take you guys and practice my knife skills. Lingye slowly pulled out the Kusanagi sword, and then slashed out with one blow. The wind blade slashed out directly cut a Sand Shinobi's body in half. Swordsmanship Death Tornado. The wind blade formed by the wind attribute chakra was wound around the Kusanagi sword and slowly rotated, and then with Lingye's sword swing, a tornado was blown out directly. In the distance, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi were involved in the tornado, and the blood rained down all over the sky, and they died without a whole body. This move is not bad, it has a taste of Yasuo. Then, Lingye's figure disappeared again, shuttling through Sand Shinobi like a ghost, and Sand Shinobi fell down like cutting wheat. In the case where ninjutsu is not used, just relying on physical and sword skills can kill people crazy. Advertisement. Are you a Shinigami? A Sand Shinobi looked at Lingye in fear. You can treat me as your Shinigami. With a click, the neck was directly crushed, Lingye waved his hand, and the opponent's body was thrown out. On Orochimaru's side, while controlling the snake to kill, he looked towards Lingye's side. Seeing that Uchiha Lingye killed those Sand Shinobi like chopping vegetables, even elite Jonin failed to get a move from Uchiha Lingye, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He seems to be getting more scary, is it because of the first Hokage cell transplant? Orochimaru can clearly see that Uchiha Lingye seems to be stronger. He suspected that Lingye had transplanted first Hokage's cells to be so powerful now. Actually it was a mistake. Yes, Orochimaru thought that Uchiha Lingye asked him for first Hokage cells to transplant himself, but Lingye did not transplant first Hokage cells. Fortunately, the previous idea was not implemented. Originally, Orochimaru was still thinking about finding a chance to kill Uchiha Lingye. Looking at Uchiha Lingye's current strength, it is impossible to kill Uchiha Lingye. If he really wants to do it, he will be the one who will die. With such a big commotion, third Kazekage should have shot him. A weird smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Uchiha Lingye, let me see your full strength. Third Kazekage should be able to force out the full strength of Uchiha Lingye. Orochimaru, who has played against third Kazekage, knows very well that third Kazekage is not weak. If he were to fight against third Kazekage, Orochimaru would not have the slightest chance of winning. The ability to defeat third Kazekage and drive third Kazekage out of the land of fire is thanks to Jiraiya, thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen who arranged Jiraiya. Lingye was killing all directions, Orochimaru noticed 237, and the enemy, third Kazekage, of course noticed it even more. The family emblem of the Uchiha clan, he is Uchiha Lingye, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Third Kage had already guessed Uchiha Lingye's identity after seeing the family crest on Lingye's clothes. Advisor Chiyo, I'll deal with him, you pay attention to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, don't let them hinder me. Third Kage said to Granny Chiyo. You have to be careful. Grandma Chiyo nodded solemnly. Uchiha Lingye was too strong, and only by letting Third Kage take action could it be possible to stop him. I am the strongest Kage. Although Uchiha Lingye was very strong, Third Kage was not afraid and even had confidence on his face. Chiyo was silent for a while, she always felt a little uneasy. But they couldn't stop Third Kage from going because of a little uneasiness in their hearts. If Third Kage didn't make a move, Sand Shinobi would be killed. In such a short time, the number of Sand Shinobi who died in the hands of Uchiha Lingye has exceeded 50 people. Magnet-style Sand Iron Shiyu. Numerous fine needles of sand and iron attacked Lingye, the sneak attack method used by Third Kage. Fire-style fire extinction. The billowing sea of fire turned fine needles of sand and iron into molten iron, and no iron needle could pass through the sea of fire. Are you Uchiha Lingye, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Third Kage stared at Lingye indifferently, with a chill in his eyes. Just Sand Shinobi, who died at the hands of Uchiha Lingye, is enough to make Third Kage feel distressed. Come and find me, have you lived enough? Lingye looked at Third Kage with a smile. You are really crazy. Listening to Lingye's words, Third Kage showed anger on his face. Arrogant. I don't think I'm arrogant enough. With Lingye's strength, no matter how arrogant he is he considered arrogant now? Uchiha Madara's kind is called real arrogance. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to the Five Shadows at all, and he did have arrogant strength. I will let you taste the most painful way to die. Third Kage shot again, but this time instead of using magnet style, he rushed towards Lingye. Looking at Third Kage who was quickly approaching him, Lingye had a retarded expression on his face. Don't use your best magnet style, don't you want to fight swordsmanship with me? Third Kage held a sand iron long knife in his hand, which was made of magnet style sand iron. When he came to Lingye, he slashed at Lingye. I'm going to beat you with what you do best, Third Kage shouted. Beat me at what I'm best at. That's ridiculous, you know what I'm best at. Lingye put away the Kusanagi sword, and kicked Third Kage first. Third Kage spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew tens of meters, and then fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Bad trash. Lingye looked at Third Kage lying on the ground calmly and indifferently.